FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
It's on with a 2-2 count here. High drive to center, but he got under it. Lawrence Butler moves towards the track in left center to put it away for the final out of the inning. A walk, one man left on base. Astros lose the first game of this 4-game series by the final score of 5-2. Mason Miller comes on for a 4-out save to lock it down for Luis Severino, who gets the win tonight.
My biggest takeaway from today was very competitive. You know, see offense making some plays there in the passing game, and bust a run open there, and defense really competing, making plays as well. I think the highlight of the day for me was Petrie, being in a really good spot to intercept the football. Just shows, just continue. He's been a guy who's been very consistent for us, no matter where we put him, what we've asked him to do. He's just, my type of player. He's all over the field, always up for the challenge. Whatever the down is, he's going to be around the football making plays, and it was evident today.
Hi, there you go. Todd Callis on the call in that first cut. Astros lose last night 5-2 to the A's to open up a 4-game set with them. And, of course, that was D'Amico Ryan's head coach of the Texans that we heard in that second cut there, talking about takeaways from day 2, a day that the defense won fairly convincingly out at Texans training camp. As we emerge live from Texans training camp, day 3 today, I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Now I'm awake because I was trying to figure out why D'Amico, after we played the Astros low light, I was trying to figure out why D'Amico was commenting on the Astros game late at night.
I thought the same thing. I didn't think that when I put those sequentially in the rundown to bump into the show, it didn't dawn on me that D'Amico might sound like he's describing the Astros game.
I thought we should have D'Amico do the Sports Minute for you.
I know.
Just once. That would be fun. Hey, D'Amico, would you mind at 11 p.m. Quit breaking down film or whatever you football coaches do and break that film down. The Texans offense did not fare well versus the Texans defense, and the Houston Astros and their beleaguered band of AAA dudes that were not able to win either. Two losses on the Houston front.
0-2 yesterday. That's right. Yeah, because I think most people when they come to training camp, as excited as we are about the defense. I know most of the time, like when I see CJ or anybody drop back to pass, I'm rooting for them to complete the pass.
This is the only time you get excited, generally, as a fan watching, if you watch a training camp practice. Saturday, I think, is an open practice. It's that you love incredible interceptions, but only if it's to the backup quarterback, and preferably either the third-string quarterback or just some, like a Joe Flacco type or something. Where you're like, what he is what he is.
Yep.
You go up to Pittsburgh. Sean, I was off social media for most of yesterday. Then I click on and immediately the world is aghast and amazed. Or just that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception in training camp. Doom, yeah. Oh, I can't believe he threw an interception in training camp. That's it for Aaron Rodgers. Listen, I'm not optimistic about Aaron Rodgers this year. I don't think he's probably going to be anything close to the version of the Aaron Rodgers he used to be, but it's a training camp interception.
It is, yeah, dude. Social media amps up everything at training camp. All right, so yesterday at training camp, you heard D'Amico talking about. He was largely talking about Petrie, but it was a pretty good day for the defense overall. I would say just takeaways from day 2. Defense won the day on a play where CJ got pressured. There was a lot of that going on yesterday, and he sailed one. He sailed it over the receiver's head, and it was a lot like the interceptions Petrie would get in his. Remember his rookie year, he had 5 interceptions, and they all felt like right place, right time, and that's what Petrie does. He's now he plays up close to the line of scrimmage, but yesterday he was kind of playing some center field on that play. Got a pick. Jalen Smith, the rookie out of USC, had a nice pass breakup in 11-on-11 drills. Tough sledding running the ball, and I would say the biggest thing, Seth, is that if you had any concerns that Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter, and Will Anderson in particular, were not going to terrorize quarterbacks this year, I'm here to calm you down. Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. is going to end careers in training camp, I fear.
There's as it is with training camp, there's two sides to every blade because it's the Texans offense that he's doing this against. And I would be the first to usually say, hey, don't read too much into non-padded practices when it comes to pluses or minuses with the offensive line and defensive line. I am a little bit concerned that the offensive tackles and the defensive ends in their battles in pass protection, that's like there's a certain tempo where you can go and it's a real competition in no pads. Not on the interior as much, but on the outside. The offensive line and the defense, you guys, anybody that coaches high school football or works with high school kids knows this. You can get some really good work done.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit concerned that the offensive tackles have been great by Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. But I'm pleased because when you're going in no pads, you take some of the power element out of it. Will's not going to have that many bull rushes or anything.
Yeah.
But that's the part of the game he's been working on is the non-bull rush type of stuff. So it's a really good sign that he's continuing to develop there. You just kind of wish that, okay, maybe these guys could put up a little bit more of a fight on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah.
Win a rep. How's that sound? Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday after practice talking about Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter.
With Daniil and Will, they just have to continue to be themselves, right? Really improve on the small things, and that's really finishing at the top of the rush. For a lot of times we've been in the backfield. When I talk about finishing, I'm talking about finishing on the football, like how many fumbles can we force as opposed to just sacks. We want to take the football away to put our offense in a good spot. So can we improve in that manner with the rushing? Not just Will, Daniil, but it's all of our rushers.
Yeah.
And that's a big emphasis, and we'll play some audio from D'Amico later about when he talks about the top of the rush, that's just when you're within a few steps of the quarterback and getting the ball out. Will Anderson has talked about that in multiple interviews this year about how there's such an emphasis on getting the ball out because it's really one of the biggest things you can do to flip the tables in a football game. You get a strip sack. And, I mean, we saw sometimes it's Derek Barnett picking it up and going for a touchdown, but at the very least, a lot of times you end up with a short field. At the very least, you kill the series. Okay, the offense recovers it, but then it's going to be 3rd and 20. If the defense recovers it, then you flip the field, and it's just huge in a football game.
It's the biggest game-changing play that you can have. Yeah. Short of a punt return that goes 85 yards for an actual touchdown. In terms of just plays from the line of scrimmage, non-touchdown plays, that's the biggest play you can have as a strip sack.
It's better than most interceptions, too.
Mm-hmm.
Most interceptions don't make it back to the line of scrimmage. It gets you 10 or 15 yards past the line of scrimmage if you can pick it up. So that's it's nice because you think about some of the great pass rushers of the past. There are guys that have specifically gotten their sack total up because of the strip sack. Like plays where they might not have been able to get the quarterback on the ground, but they've got the hand-eye coordination to get their hand in and get the ball out. And it's a learnable and teachable trait. So it's really, I get excited just hearing guys talk about it because this is a defense that's shown that they can already produce, but they're just kind of putting a cherry on top of all that.
Yeah, smoothing off the rough edges. I like that. Here's one more from D'Amico Ryans on Will Anderson Jr.
Will is definitely, I think, mature for his age. He's always felt very mature for his age. Even our first time interviewing him on his 30 visit, like for him, he sat down in a room and he really commanded the room, had all great answers. So to see a guy like that is still in his mind, looking to grow, looking to become a better man off the field, it doesn't surprise me because that's who Will is.
Seth, just a funny thing yesterday, Will. So our radio tent here is this year it's right next to the runway where the players walk out onto the practice field. And so I'm hanging out after the show yesterday, just BSing with a few people, and the players are starting to come out. And Will Anderson Jr., outside of a football field, is one of the most delightful human beings ever. We've had him on the postgame show probably 3 or 4 times since he came into the league. And after a win or after a loss, he's just bubbly and happy and friendly. And so, and I don't spend a lot of time around Will, but I think he would recognize me from the post-game show. And he came walking in yesterday, and there are two Will Andersons, because there's the one off the football field, and the look on his face just walking onto the practice field. He looked like he was ready to murder somebody, and he's just carrying his helmet out to the practice field. And I go, and he kind of looks over at me. I'm like, hey, what's up, Will? And he just glares at me and keeps walking. And I'm like, yeah.
He was about to go kill somebody.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Dude,
that's good.
He Johnny, Johnny and Mark were interviewing Nick Caserio at that very time, right across the runway from me, and I listened to that interview this morning, and it was enough of a look on Will's face where Johnny made a comment on air during the interview, like, "Wow, Will looks serious today."
So, I always think of, with guys like Will Anderson. Do you remember from Full Metal Jacket? You saw Full Metal Jacket,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Long
Matthew
time ago.
Modine has, well, he has like the one thing on his. He has a kill, but then he also has a peace symbol in the general.
That's him.
The commanding officer is like, son, what's going on with you? And he says, the Jungian things, the duality of man, sir. That's Will. It's the duality
Will.
Of man. He's in touch with the shadow world, but then also his bubbly and effervescent self. When D'Amico was talking about Will being mature, I chuckled because he's kind of mature in a way that sometimes you meet a 55-year-old who has a boyish curiosity and enthusiasm and almost seems like immature in a good way for his age. So Will is mature in that he almost seems childish, but childish in the manner of a 55-year-old man.
He's mature in that I would trust him with anything. I would trust him babysitting my kids. I would trust him driving my car. I would trust him with any decision. I would also trust that he would attack it with the energy and effervescence of like a 9-year-old.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you hear so many Hall of Famers talk about kind of the keys to what fueled their success or anything like that, and so often curiosity comes up, like staying curious, and that no matter how good you are, if you're just always kind of wanting to learn more, it's a hard trait to define and pin down. But I feel like Will and CJ both have it, and that's one of the things that makes me most optimistic about their future. I don't ever envision a spot where either of those guys would really become complacent, because they're kind of wanting more, want to always be tweaking things. And that's again goes back to what I like about Caserio and D'Amico as a team. I think they've figured out a way to identify those guys, and as much as possible try to get those types of guys on your team. And then, going back to trading up for Will Anderson, it's those traits that just made him different and above and beyond his physical traits.
Totally agree. All right, we're here day 3, Texans training camp. They will be out here on the grass again today and tomorrow, off Sunday, and then the first padded practice will be on Monday. Nick Caserio revealed that yesterday with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. So that's what we got going on the plate football-wise. Baseball-wise, let's circle back to the Astros. Last night looked like what I think a lot of us thought a team with 17 guys on the IL would look like. And Titus Howard met with the media yesterday. I am in favor of the new post-Laramie Titus Howard, and you're going to hear a lot of reasons why coming up next.
Hey, you should many.
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's touch on the Astros real quick. Not a lot to talk about with last night. They lose 5-2 to the Athletics. Look, I'm looking at the box score right now. Partially set sleep the fifth inning of this game, and then Amy woke me up in the ninth inning of this game, and the Astros scored their 2 runs in the seventh. So I open up the box score. I'm like, well, I at least need to see how they scored their 2 runs. And when you look at a box score and both runs were driven in by somebody who didn't get a hit last night, like, oh, okay, well, they just drove these runs in by they happen to have some guys on base and they ground it out, or it was a sac fly or something like that. This is actually – this is what more of the games we thought might look like when they're missing half of their everyday lineup and you're bringing up Jason Alexander to start a game from Sugar Land. That's what it's supposed to look like.
If you did strictly box score analysis, you'd say, well, I mean, if you had a lineup full of Taylor Trammell's, then you might have won this game. You know, he's a guy. He had three of the 6 hits in this game came from Trammell, and one of the hits came from Bryce Matthews, who was 1 for 3. So you got a rookie and you got Taylor Trammell that were producing for you, but largely beyond that, there was nothing. I am in that mode right now. The Astros built their lead in the division up to where it is. Yes, the Mariners won last night. Did they
did,
not?
yeah. It's a 5-game lead. Yep.
But you playing down to the competition, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That doesn't exist right this moment.
No.
You gotta be a 500 baseball team until you get some combination of guys returning from the IL and perhaps a trade at the deadline. But it is what it is, Sean. I'll go into coach speak mode.
Hey, real quick before we get to Titus Howard, if you could pick one and bring back right now that's injured, I think it's really I'd say there's 3 names that would fit that are on the IL right now. You could pick one to bring back this very minute to start tonight against the A's. Pena, Jordan, and Paredes are the 3 names that pop amongst.
Yeah, that's I guess, boy, but I mean I don't want to get. It's just never. I'm never comfortable getting too confident or cocky about, hey, look, actually Brandon Walter is going to be a Cy Young candidate pretty soon.
Okay. So yours might be Javier. You might have Javier Arrighetti in that conversation.
Yeah. But I also, you got to remember too that I build Arrighetti up in my mind to a point that isn't realistic either. That we still really don't know what Arrighetti's going to be as a full-time, year after year pitcher, and then Javier likewise. So the 3 guys you mentioned, the actual position players that, and with Jordan, it really is also that, I'd love to have him back, which means that his hand is 100% completely healed, and you're not going to see that version of him that we saw when he was quote unquote healthy, or at least playing earlier this year.
I don't think you can make that assumption either. Even once he comes back with this thing, he's even said, Seth, that he might not be 100% when he comes back. It sounds crazy to say this, and if this question had been posed back in April, like, hey, in July, these guys are going to be on the IL, which one would you, if you could pick one to come back right now, who would it be? Before the season, it would have been Jordan, no question, because we didn't know this version of Pena existed. Yeah. I think the injury that he has is going to be one that we're magically healing the injury as well. I don't think that's an injury that's going to hinder him, or we got to worry about a rib for the rest of the year. Whereas with Jordan, I think this hand thing could be something that lingers for the rest of this contract that he's on. Who the hell knows? This has been going on multiple years now with him.
Yeah, and with Pena, I think it's fair to say, hey, because of every reason you just mentioned, that it's a rib, it's not anything that's connective tissue or anything like that. I don't know. It's also the Astros. It could turn out that he had a spleen removed. And I don't know how that affects baseball players. So, but as long as there's no the permanent internal organ damage or removal, I feel like he might actually come back. I don't want to say better, because he was one of the best players in the league, but some of the things that he worked on in the offseason that very clearly paid dividends during the year, he can kind of just mentally and in the batting cage physically refine those things, the improvements that really matter in the offseason. Yeah. So, you take it. The guy, he was a top 3 player in the league in terms of wins above replacement when he left. Yeah. So that that right now is 100% the guy that you need back the most.
And that's the guy I think you're going to get back. And he's been the catalyst when he's been there in that leadoff spot. I'd go Pena, Jordan, Paredes would be my power ranking there. All right, let's get to Titus Howard. You and I texted yesterday. I thought the same thing watching Titus's press conference yesterday, and that's what I was looking for is like, okay, does this feel like a different Titus Howard? Does this feel like a Titus Howard who's not the guy attached at Laramie Tunsil's hip anymore? Social media and getting chippy with people thinking that this offensive line actually isn't that good.
And then at times feeling like you were more concerned with Fashion Week than football. That can a guy kind of emerge as a leader now that he doesn't have guys above him that are the actual head honchos, and
yes.
Can he become a different version of himself? And like so far this entire offseason, it's felt like that's what's happened.
Yeah. Here was Titus Howard yesterday. He met with the media yesterday. This was a good press conference. We've got the highlights for you here. What's changed culturally from last year in the offensive line room?
I think attitude. Everybody, is a competitive group, so everybody go out there and earn the right to play for the Texans. So everybody out on the group has a positive attitude, showing up to work every day, and just putting in the work and keeping the head down so we can become the best group it is.
It's so funny because there seemed to be some kind of campaign to defend the culture of the offensive line room last year. You'd see all these people saying like, oh, these reports of toxicity are out of line. Oh, I don't understand it. And then meanwhile, every time D'Amico gets up to the podium and is asked about the offensive line, he talks about how much better the attitude is and that there needed to be a culture change. And then even Titus Howard will get up and say, yeah, the attitude's a lot better this year. There was toxic is such a loaded phrase that I think some people say, no, it wasn't toxic. Nobody was having an affair with anybody's wife or anything. I don't know what you're talking about. There's dysfunction, or there's being a non-ideal situation, and that's what it felt like. That offensive line for a few years now has been, for lack of a better word, they've played soft, and there wasn't an element of physicality to the game. We saw some glimmers of it at the end of last season and in the postseason where they did show a physical element to their game that surprised me. I was happy about it. Mm-hmm. And Titus, I think, was a guy that could have gone either way in terms of just how is he going to finish out his career and what kind of a football player do you want to be. I think what I hope is I think he's really realized, wow, at guard I can kind of be a pipe swinging badass. I've got the size and the athleticism by guard standards, he's a really impressive athlete. Yeah. By offensive tackle standards, he's like, all right, okay. But at guard, he could potentially do some really special things.
Well, I think too, Titus got his contract a couple years ago, making $18 million a year. He got paid as an above-average tackle. If he looks at the landscape and says, hey, look, if I can be what you just described, Seth, at guard, I'm not saying he's Trey Smith. I'm not saying he's going to be Trey Smith. But Trey Smith just got $23 million a year to play guard. The guard market is pretty damn good, too, if you're an above-average guard. And Titus will be approaching 30 at that point, so that might be a better spot for him. Hey, Ben, let's skip down because I want to make sure we get to these in this segment because a lot of talk about the new scheme this year with Nick Cale coaching the room right now. I want to make sure we get to both of these. This was Titus Howard on the new scheme and the new mindset this year for the offensive line.
The scheme is a lot more simple. I was in this scheme a little bit when I first came into the league, but it's really just, I think the biggest thing with Nick and Cole is the mindset. Like, our mindset last year wasn't like it is this year. Like, our mindset now is we got to get downhill. We got to get on guys early and move them. And that's something that we struggle with on the offensive line of the pass is getting the run game going. Because you get the run game going, the pass game going to get going. So we got to be able to establish that run early. And they just been attacking the details of the run game and getting double teams a lot. We're going to be doing a lot of double teams. So we're just working on those fundamentals every day and trying to get better.
I think that clip right there, I think for people who are skeptical of having the assistant offensive line coach become the offensive line coach and they ask like, well, okay, why would you do that? The guy was in the room last year and you had all these issues. I can't stress it enough. an assistant offensive line coach has very little power or control over the way things are going to operate in a room. And if the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach aren't wired the same way you are, you can only do so much. Yeah. So I 100% am cool with it. I've seen situations. I was in situations in the NFL where I think the assistant offensive line coach was smarter and better than the offensive line coach, but he couldn't do anything about it, and eventually both those guys that I'm thinking of, I don't mind coaches under the bus, those guys would go on to have good careers as offensive line coaches later on. Yep. So I'm very open to it. A lot of it with Nick Caley and his influence on it, he feels more blue collar in a very, very good way. That he is all about old school physical football and the dividends that can pay in the passing game. I know people get tired of, or people they love to act like they're intellectuals by saying, establish the run is just old, stupid caveman thinking. And it's because they don't understand the actual way football works on the ground level and how it affects linebackers, how it affects safeties when you have a really good rushing attack. Yeah, it does. Establishing the run does help out the passing game, and you're an idiot if you think it doesn't. Yeah. You can point to all the stats and you're interpreting them wrong. Like, it just flat out matters when you do it the right way, because it's intertwined. It absolutely screws up linebackers. It screws up safeties. It screws up the pass rush if you do it right. And I think that's how these guys are wired to coach the game.
The 11-on-11 sessions that they've done 5 total over 2 days. They've been heavier skewed toward run for sure in terms of what they're running out there in 11-on-11 offensively. Yeah. I can tell you, too, that each day they have what's called a group install period. It's 10 minutes, and they're just walking through things. By my count, maybe I missed it, it's a 10-minute session each day. They're able to get in probably a dozen to again, just walking through one pass each day. Like, everything they're doing in the install is all run game right now.
You know what it is, Sean, too? I think this is where people make the mistake sometimes. It's that you don't, from team to team, yes, there are teams where they don't have to establish the run because that's just not the way their scheme is styled. But if you are a scheme that is dependent on play action and everything else, or especially if you want to close games out in the fourth quarter, if that's your preferred methodology, it's very, very effective. So Bobby Slowick had a preferred methodology where they should have been establishing the run, but he had no idea how to actually execute it or get it done. Yep. So this is, again, you're going to a new offensive coordinator who's got some of the same mindset of Bobby Slowick. It's going to do it in different ways, but crucially, if you're going to run that type of offense, then you damn well better establish the run.
All right, last one here for this segment. We'll do headlines in the next segment, but we've talked a lot about the coaching of the offensive line in this segment. Cole Popovich, at least in terms of the Q&A after practice, there have been more Cole Popovich questions in the first 2 days of training camp than there were Chris Strouser questions in 2 years of training camp. Understandably so, given the performance of the offensive line last year. Here's Titus Howard on his new O-line coach.
I say the number one thing is just more demanding. I say we let some stuff get by last year that wasn't good enough, but one thing about Cole, he's demanding, and he's going to treat everybody and coach everybody the same way. And I think that's one of the biggest things in having a great offensive line coach. His mentality rubs off on us every day because he's not going to settle for less.
Seth, you know that I love to play the let's construe this answer how I want to construe it game. Yeah. I'm a professional at that.
Yes.
That's one that makes it kind of easy. Clearly Chris Strouser feels like a substitute teacher or something last year.
He's making a direct comparison.
Absolutely.
To what it was like last year. And look, this is you think about it. And it's funny because football coaches will look at players and basically usually feel like, all right, if the guy has 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and he's not even sure if he wants to play anymore, that's probably not the guy for us. There's exceptions, obviously. But if somebody's not 100% all in, then it's hard to get the best out of them. And then you have these stories last year about how Chris Strausser was contemplating retirement, but then I don't know if the Texans talked him into coming back. If they did, why? Why? Because, okay, it makes sense. This is a guy who is contemplating retirement, thinking about walking away and being done with it, but he just shows back up to a job where you got to work 14 hours a day.
Yeah.
That's a big difference right there, man.
And that line played like a line that was playing for a guy who might not have had both feet in. You know, it was reflective in the product on the field. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
He was quiet quitting or something.
Yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday, day 3, Texans training camp. We've got you covered. We'll have that in headlines. We'll hear from more from headlines as well. Astros lose last night. A big transaction in the NFL yesterday that makes me really glad I'm not the GM of the Houston Texans, because I would have made a bad decision a couple of years ago. We'll have that for you coming up next. Good decision. I can tell you a good decision that we've made.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's do it. Texans training camp. We are live, day 3, and we've been talking some a little bit earlier, talking about Cole Popovich. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about the Texans' new O-line coach. How's things going so far this training camp, Coach?
Cole has done a great job of leading, he's been leading with intent. He's been leading with intensity as well. Like, it's the drill work, he's definitely on it. Like, it all starts there for me with O-line. It's about basic fundamentals and being consistent, and Cole has done that. He's been consistent with his communication with the guys. He knows how to be intense when he needs to be intense, and he knows how to love the guys up when they need to be loved up. So he's done a great job of coaching those guys.
I think it boils down, we've talked a lot of O-line this morning already, but it's one of the biggest topics on this team. I think, Seth, just at its core, this is a group that just needed a kick in the ass more than anything
you don't
else,
get old kick in the keister or the rump,
man.
or anything an old football coach would say.
Yes, the fanny. And
keister,
the fanny.
rump, yeah, get your fannies moving.
That's right.
That's what they needed, and they needed a little bit of. It's going to be a fun team and a good team if it works out and it's an improvement. I think that it appeals to a lot of the grittier elements of a football fan. This is the kind of stuff you love to hear about. Last year, I remember during training camp last year, I started to get a little bit nervous when they were talking a lot on the offensive side of the ball about, like, yeah, hey, we already know this offense, so now we can do the more advanced stuff.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous because every single great offensive coach that you know, Andy Reid will say this, talks where win every single year. Hey, you just won the Super Bowl. Great. You know what?
Yeah.
You are not a good football team yet during training camp.
Right.
And that's why I'm glad it's all talk at this point, but we've heard that on both the offensive and the defensive side of the ball this year. But especially it matters on the defensive side of the ball because there'd be a tendency to think, oh, yeah, look at what we did last year, and now it's just as easy. We're just going to build on that. Every player and coach on the defensive side of the ball has said, like, no, we know that it's not just wash, rinse, repeat, that you gotta just build from the ground up again and figure out what team you're going to be this year.
Yep. So O-line, a big topic out here, day 3. Now I will say this, couple of things. It is raining out here today, so I don't know if it's going to turn into. It's a light drizzle. D'Amico's not afraid to practice in the rain. We know that, but this is supposed to be a day of fairly light work for the team today.
It's supposed to be light work. No. This is Sean. It is bigger than it should be because remember what happened last year? The offense was struggling most of training camp, but if there was any kind of precipitation whatsoever, including one of those days in Ohio, it might not even have been actually raining. It was like a misting or whatever. Yeah. They were awful. They couldn't do anything if there was any kind of precipitation whatsoever.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think a light drizzle, let me see. Can they actually throw and catch the football in a light drizzle?
Good point. I'm here for it. So there's that. Also, and I don't know if this had been publicly out there, like as far as how the schedule lays out, but Nick Caserio said on Texans Training Camp Live yesterday with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer that the first Monday. So they're going to practice today. They'll practice tomorrow. That'll be the first practice that fans will be able to see on Saturday morning. If you're a fan looking to come out and see padded practices, it looks like you'll have to be part of the Monday crew. So that's kind of how things lay out. Nick even made the comment, Seth, of the gist of his comment was training camp doesn't really even begin until Monday when the pads go on.
It's so different. And this isn't me being a crusty old man talking about how much tougher it was back in the day. I think it's smart. I think the way football training camp was done in the past was just dumb. It was really stupid. It was really, it was just too much like actual physical pounding for weeks after week after week before the actual real stuff began. But it is not what it used to be. Most people listening right now that played high school football, you had a tougher physical ordeal in your high school training. Your 2-a-days, your 3-a-days, especially in Texas, where it's like as hard as it is in a lot of places. Texas is just probably everybody's trying to reenact the Junction Boys.
Yeah.
It's not the physical challenge it once was. Other than the level of competition, everything makes it tough. But it's not a physical challenge the way it used to be.
Astros lose last night to the A's 5-2, first of a 4-game set. So that sweep in Arizona flushed quickly. They lose to the – now, this Jason Alexander got called up to start the game, gave up 11 hits in 6 innings. Like this is what normal looks like when you're calling a guy up to start a game from hey, can you just drive up 59 and start a game for us tomorrow? That's kind of – the Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter thing has been a complete outlier for what guys getting called up that aren't supposed to be like. So that was so they lose last night. Seattle wins and Toronto wins. So they're now the Astros, who were briefly tied for first place in the American League for one day. They're now a game back. They're a half game up on the Tigers. They're 5 games up on the Mariners in the division. I think the bigger stories last night, probably for the Astros, Seth, is not the A's game, but it's Christian Javier with another rehab start, this time in Sugar Land. He and Jacob Melton both with rehab games last night. Melton, the outfielder, he's been out for over a month now with an ankle sprain. But the big one is Javier, who's 14 months removed from Tommy John, and he got up to 95 again on the gun last night. Through 49 pitches, 30 for strikes, so his pitch count is starting to amp back up a little bit here. And they've got 3 guys, their entire series in Corpus this weekend, the Astros, their AA affiliate, all IL guys making rehab starts. It's Arrighetti, it's Garcia, and it's JP France, all starting the games in Corpus this weekend.
If the Astros organization does one thing, it's they take care of the affiliates by way of just having so many injuries. I can hear
I think it's just us, Seth.
Yeah. Okay. I can hear everything. What's going on? Oh, am I on air?
It's just you and me, Seth.
Okay.
Sean, yes.
Oh, hey, we're on air. Woo! Okay, so it's 6:50 in the morning. Sean is gesticulating wildly and still doing the show without any of us knowing exactly what's going on. Ben, don't worry. I'm not gonna make you talk about Hulk Hogan, who passed away yesterday. That was next up in the news. Also, Christian Wilkins cut by the Raiders for apparently not handling his rehab the way that he was supposed to be handling the rehab. I wish you guys could watch on the YouTube stream so you could see Sean continuing on with the show the way he has. Hey, Ben, is it possible for you to pull up the Titus Howard 5 audio that we had in the previous segment?
Absolutely, I've got it.
Okay, let's do that. So Titus Howard spoke to the media yesterday. Sean and I spoke about it previously as we try to fix his technical difficulties, and it feels like a renewed Titus Howard. You can't tell too much about the offensive line when there's no pads on, but there's going to be an emphasis on versatility, which is something that I used to be opposed to because it felt like every time you try to move offensive linemen around all the time, guys obviously aren't going to perform as well as in their chosen position. But it's a different world, and because of injuries and whatnot these days, you got to expect your offensive linemen to be versatile. Titus Howard's had to be that guy before. Ariante Ursary, the rookie, has played both left and right. Titus had some words of advice for Ariante Ursary.
I tell him the main thing is just getting in the playbook and learning how to be able to switch each play, flip it backwards. So, because that's the biggest part, getting up there. If you know what you got to do, the rest going to take care of itself. He's more than athletic enough to play left tackle and right tackle. It's just getting up there and knowing what he got to do right away, so he's not thinking so much. And I think he's been doing a fantastic job on it. He's having a tremendous camp so far, and he's only going to get better. I feel like he's a guy that likes to learn from the older guys and the coaches and try to apply that to practice. And I'm just excited to be his teammate.
The best analogy I've ever heard about the difficulty of going from the left side to the right side or vice versa as an offensive lineman is go ahead and try to wipe with your other hand this morning and see how that goes. It's going to take some practice. So I'll leave you with that as hopefully we get Sean back after the break. Okay, hey, we got Sean.
How you
Sean,
doing?
I was just taking him into break.
Somebody unplugged. You know that scene in Airplane where
somebody unplugged the?
Yeah, you know the scene in Airplane where the plane's coming in and all the lights are there on the runway, and then they go out, and then there's that guy standing there holding the plug. I don't think it was intentional like that was in Airplane, but that's exactly what happened. somebody unplugged us. Not their fault. They didn't know, I guess. But
why did he think that something should be unplugged?
Well, our power runs way down the wall to where the extension cord plugs in next to like the jumbotron out here, and they were just. They didn't know what they were doing. If they had known that we were connected to it, they wouldn't have done it. It was an accident.
Mike Meltzer did that to Sirius XM when we were in West Virginia for training camp. We were packing up at the end of our show, and Mike just completely unplugged the Sirius. He shut down Sirius XM NFL.
About this business, it's that the higher up you go in terms of like the profile of shows, like local, national, satellite. The higher up you go, the easier and better they handle those things. You know,
it was.
I'm sure it was just. Oh, that's no problem at all.
Yeah. They got howdy about it, but I shut them up right quick. They thought there was going to be a bullying situation for a moment. I told them to sit their asses down. Yeah.
I love that. All right, so I'm back now. We got plugged back in. Matt, do these guys know not to unplug us the next few days? All right, good. All right, let's get to the 7 o'clock hour here. And let's hear from Azeez Al-Shaair. This was great yesterday. This is something – Azeez Al-Shaair said something that you can tell this is a DeMeco Ryans kind of guy, just in terms of working on his game. One of the unique things he did to work on his game, and Aziz's description of one of his teammates is fantastic. We will get to that. We got a long segment coming up. Payne and Pendergast with you live, I promise, from Texans training camp. But before we do anything else,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Full peek behind the curtain, because if you hung through that break, I feel like you deserve 9 or 10 minutes long. We had a bit of a power issue out here that has been resolved by our excellent engineer on site, Matt Irvin, and we just need a little extra time to get it resolved. So good job by him. Good job by you hanging through the break, and we're going to make it well worth your while, Seth.
Well, and just so you guys know that we're team players and we understand the truly important things. Turns out the football team needed the power for their cameras.
Yeah.
So he said, all right, things being what they are, we should probably just go ahead and let the Texans.
We did. We stepped aside.
Let the football people do what they need to do to actually practice today. Yeah.
Yep.
I would have loved you to just go over there and dress D'Amico down. Say, listen, Buster, I don't know who you think you are, but we have a radio show to do.
There was part of me, I'm like, they need the cameras now? There's nobody out here on the practice field. And Matt's like, yeah they need the camemmers now.
They need them now. And it reminds me of when I was in, remember when I did the pregame for the Bills game in Buffalo?
Yeah.
I was up in one of the booths up there, which was right next door to the Texans booth. Yeah. And at some point, somebody ducked his head in and said, hey, Seth, coaches next door said it's kind of hard to
Can you keep it down?
Concentrate when you're being so loud. So I went on to do the worst pregame show ever because I was like, oh, no, I don't want to screw up the team.
That was. I think the keys to victory today are to not, for one, don't let them score 48 points at the beginning of the third quarter, which they will eventually do. But it was that game where there was
a huge.
It was the David Culley year. I mean, could they blame you for getting that excited about the David Culley product that was on the field?
They should have been. Yeah, they should have been like, "Wow, Seth's really bringing it.
He's
we
into
suck.
it. He's into it.
Can you believe he's bringing that kind of energy, and we suck."
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Let's circle back to training camp here. Azeez Al-Shaair met with the media yesterday. Also did an interview with the guys on In the Loop that was really, really good. If you can go back and you can find that on the Odyssey app on the In the Loop podcast. This was from his press conference, though. I thought this was cool. Look, Azeez is a guy who, I believe undrafted back in the day. Like he is a self-made guy when it comes to becoming the player he's become. This was a cool story. He and Henry To'oTo'o were in Hawaii a year ago when Stingley and Stingley's dad were doing that kind of DB summit that they do every year where they get the DBs together to do coverage things and whatnot. They happen to be on the same island. Azeez got wind of that and said, hey, man, I want to go to that next time. I think this year they did it in Puerto Rico. So this is Azeez telling that story. But I thought this was cool, and it gives you the insight into what kind of player Azeez Al-Shaair is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of both. I think when Sting did it in Hawaii last year, me and Henry were actually just in Hawaii at the same time. So me and him were training together. And I'm like, man, Sting and them are in the same island as us. They're just on the other side. So I told Sting and his dad when I seen him during the season last year that I wanted to make sure that I came out there. Because it is, you're talking about obviously one of the best corners in the league now. And then all the other guys that were there as well, just learning from guys who have to cover all day, just like I learned from the D-line who have to rush all day. As a linebacker, you got to do both to sharpen tools. I don't know if Azeez Al-Shaair, Seth, is ever going to become a great coverage linebacker, but the mere fact that he's got the self-awareness to go, and I think it's kind of creative, too, to go, you know what, I'm going to go do some workouts with some DBs to work on the coverage, because that was an Achilles heel for this team last year, was tight end coverage, things like that over the middle of the field.
The big thing from off-ball middle linebackers, the big thing for middle linebackers is it's not as much, hey, can you track a guy, step for step downfield. It's awesome if you can, but those are rare. Fred Warner being able to just cover tight ends down the seam and all of that. It's rare, and that requires a certain physical skill set. For most of them, a lot of it's two things. It's one, recognizing play action and those keys. So understanding, okay, wait, no, this is a pass, even though it looks like run and vice versa. And then the angles and anticipating routes so you can get in passing lanes, so you can rough guys up before they make their break, all those kinds of things. It's very much a mental thing. So I am intrigued by Azeez working with defensive backs where, a guy like Derek Stingley, one of the things that makes him so good is him being able to read the body language of a wide receiver.
Yes.
That when he had that pick, his first pick in the Dolphins game, he did a really good breakdown. I think it was with John Harris when they had him on, about just Tyreek Hill and the way he runs his routes, and it's a little bit unorthodox in some ways. And by the time they got down into the red zone, it was a situation, no safety help over the top. And Stingley just flat out going on him understanding Tyreek Hill's body language, jumped that route in a way that if he was wrong, it was an easy touchdown for Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
But he could just tell, and he knew. So all of those little nuances, they really help for linebackers too, especially when you're kind of more of an old school run stuff in middle linebacker. You got to get really good at picking up on those little nuances of route running to just get in lanes, anticipate routes, and all those things. So I like it. It also, I feel like the NFL has become kind of like the movie version of the NFL. That when back in the day, you might watch a movie and like, oh yeah, these guys are flung out all over. They're working out in Hawaii or Puerto Rico, and CJ worked out in, was it France or Italy with some guys this year when he was off on vacation.
Yeah,
it's cool that they're living this jet set lifestyle, and yet at the same time actually probably doing more work than we did back in the day.
Diggs was in France last year. I don't know if that's what you might be thinking of. But
No. It was. We remember CJ did that tour of the soccer club this year.
Yeah. That would. I think that was Italy.
Italy, yeah. And I want to say he got together with somebody who was doing some workouts somewhere also
That's
while
tremendous.
he was over there.
Yeah,
I might be conflating that with somebody else's story.
My
point is, it happens.
Yeah. No, but these guys all CJ getting the guys together for workouts in California. Azeez just sitting there talking about Henry and I were working out in Hawaii, and Stingley happened to be there. And then you got Miles Garrett in the offseason. There's a lot of cool workout stories.
I think, honestly, this is where, as much as you might rail against social media or texting or anything else like that, social media and texting have been really good for the development of athletes. In that, one, coordinating stuff like that is just without group texts and things like that is just way more difficult and cumbersome back in the day.
Yeah.
And then because of social media, like when I watch pass rushers, I'd say partly because of social media, because of things like YouTube, I think, and how available video is in general. Pass rushing is almost a completely different art than it was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Guys are just so much more advanced and they understand so much more. They talk about things that I'd never even heard before 20 years ago. Like shin angle and all this stuff. I'm like, all right, yeah, sure, shin angle. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
No,
JJ.
it's like it's football's answer to spin rate. Like
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They break everything down anatomically and everything. There's moves that people are using a Euro step. We barely knew Europe even existed when I was a football player.
That's right. You were just me get quarterback, me get quarterback, me get
Europe. I don't need to know about Europe. I'm an American. What do you think? Are you a commie? Ain't that where these commies?
That's right, man. All right, here's more Aziz. I had forgotten about, Nick Caley has, is it FIU or FAU that Aziz went to? I forget. One of the Florida's
Fashion Institute of Technology in Manhattan is what it was.
It was not. It was, but Caley, I'll look it up while we play this cut. But Caley was actually at that school while Aziz was getting recruited. They never actually crossed paths there, but they actually formed a relationship that endured beyond just Caley moving on to his next stop after that. This was a cool anecdote from Aziz Al-Shire yesterday.
Nick Caley is literally somebody who's known me from the time I was a 16-year-old homeless kid. He's been to my motel that I lived in to now, for both of us to be in the position that we're in, literally 10 years later, I'm 27 now. It's just crazy, because we kept up with each other. He actually never coached me at FAU. He left as soon as my class signed. He ended up leaving to go to the NFL right away. But he literally called me and talked to me all the time from that point forward. And you would have thought he coached me for all those years. And we never actually even coached and played together. But we always had a really close relationship, and he always kept up with me. So I'm grateful to have him here. And, he's just an old friend that just reminds me of how far I've come as well.
FAU is what it was. You heard him say that in that cut right there, Florida Atlantic University. That's I just thought that, given Aziz's upbringing especially, I mean, he mentioned it there. He was homeless at one point. That Caley, who moved on, eventually moved on to the NFL. I'm not sure if it was right after that or not.
It was, because my first thought was like...
trying to poach you?
Good for Caley, yeah. Caley was out there on the sly trying to poach him from somewhere else.
They used to call Caley old transfer portal Caley back in the day.
He went to the Patriots immediately after Florida Atlantic. So he was genuinely just keeping up. Aside from no NCAA recruiting violations, he was also just keeping up with Aziz. Aziz's story is really cool. I mean, he was, like you said, at the point he was living in a motel while Caley was recruiting him. And I had flashbacks to what it's like is when you're in a situation like that and you're a kid, you're trying to play football and go to school and everything is just in turmoil. It's really impressive that Aziz just was able to stay on the path that he was on. And he was undrafted in a year where, remember too, they had Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, who were draft picks in San Francisco that were gonna, be the guys, and he really had to fight and scrap to get playing time, and learn about come up the hard way in a lot lot of ways. He plays like he hasn't forgotten that.
Yep. Here was Aziz Al-Shire. One more from him. This is just a great. Aziz is a good storyteller. This was Aziz Al-Shire when he was asked about his teammate Daniil Hunter.
Man, I've played with guys that, even like Nick Bosa was like a freak, but that guy is like fast. Like Daniil Hunter is fast. He might be faster than most of the guys on our team. I think we were in practice during the season last year, and we tried to install some play. Long story short, Daniil Hunter was covering somebody down the middle of the field. and he's sprinting just, mind you, he's in a three-point stance, and runs from a three-point stance facing this way, and Joe's running a wheel route out the backfield and covers Joe all the way down the field and gets a pass break. Like, in my mind, it's like, dang, well, like, you don't even need that speed. Like, so, I mean, he's somebody who definitely is special, and he's my locker mate. So I don't know if anything that he'll teach me can make me look like him, but, you know, I'm just trying to get all the little nuggets from him that I can.
Okay. I thought it was funny that he said, you know, I don't know if I can look like him. He was just up there yesterday just wearing his sleeveless workout gear. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah,
he does not skip a shoulder day.
He
has never missed a shoulder raise in his life, I don't think.
No. Seth, can you imagine the visual of Danielle Hunter running stride for stride with Joe Mixon on a wheel route down the sideline?
I can, because, you know, he used to do that sometimes, and it was usually in pursuit where he'd be impressed with his speed with Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney would hawk dudes downfield, and he'd be running. Remember, he'd be running pace for pace sometimes with defensive backs and wide receivers. But Danielle's a more fluid athlete. Like, he's just a more he's got a more pliable guy, a more bendy guy than Jadeveon Clowney.
He's freakier looking than Clowney, and Clowney's a freak. Don't get me wrong, but Clowney's very top heavy. He's got that upper body, and he's got kind of skinnier legs. Like, Danielle looks like he was built in a lab.
That's where that was the one that people were kind of gawking at this year, was when Danielle Hunter said that he had gained a few pounds of muscle, and you're like, where exactly? Like, I'm guessing it was just in his legs, just because that's something. Sometimes guys, I don't want to say neglect, but they underestimate just like how much they can do with their legs while still playing football, and you discover it later, and that helps you age better.
That's bad news for the rest of the league, man.
Yeah.
If Danielle Hunter is finding ways to further maximize the God-given gifts that he's got, that's bad news for the rest of the league.
Yeah. Oh, and I'll tell you, it's just a story. That's honestly one of the biggest things that changed in my career. Was I was in my, I think, fourth year in the NFL or fifth year in the NFL, fourth year, and just midway through the season, I wasn't happy with the way I was playing. And one day, we were in a weight room environment where the strength coach you only squat a certain amount during the week. You didn't want to, guys get tired, so he's like, all right, we just want to get you squat, not go too heavy. And I was like, screw it, and I just went in and I just started doing pretty much maxing out on squat in the middle of the season, 10, 11 games into the season. And all of a sudden, lo and behold, I'm like, I just started blowing people off the ball in games. And I'm looking around like, why are people not doing this more? And it's the answer is because it sucks.
Yeah.
Because it's really hard to practice that day and everything. But that was one thing that for the remainder of my career, I was lucky enough to, when I got to Houston, Dan Riley, the strength coach, was adamant about lifting your legs heavy during the season. On Monday, you got to fight. I was a completely different football player because of it. I hope that Danielle Hunter maybe tweaked something with his leg workout.
It flipped that quick for you, huh? Like,
oh yeah. Which is, I know that it's the advice I give to football players that I think is probably almost never taken. It's that you have to find a way to lift your legs really heavy during the season. Yeah. And you can come up with all kinds of excuses why you shouldn't. And it's like by the end of the year, it's like you're on steroids, especially in a 16-game season back in the day, or a 17-game season now. The vast majority of guys in the league have come up with reasons why they shouldn't be, lifting their legs all that heavy during the season. So you end up with a huge strength advantage.
I think,
but it sucks.
The most interesting part about that story to me is that two things. One, you stumbled upon it. Like you were playing poorly, so you decided I'm going to do this, and it worked.
Not poorly, just not as well as I wanted to.
Yeah. By your not right.
Just watch your mouth.
I was watching. You were nothing. Trust me. Yeah, I was watching lots of Jags football back then. We didn't have a team, so I was watching a lot of Jags football. So that's number one. I thought, you weren't playing to your standards, so you went and you stumbled upon that. The other thing too is that you get expansion drafted over to a team that has a strength coach where that's part of his credo. That's what he wants you to do. And it makes me think to myself, like, there's so many variables that go into how good a player can become when they get drafted to a team. Like, did you at that point think, man, if I got drafted onto a team where Dan Rye. Who the hell knows what I would be right now?
Well, there's partly that. Yes, that was huge for me. And then the other part, and this is why I'm always open to when guys get traded, or even if just guys kind of just change something in the routine, that it can have a huge difference. In football, maybe more so than in any other sport, the scheme matters so much. So Dom Capers' scheme when he was in Houston, where he got to run his actual scheme, because he was my defensive coordinator in Jacksonville for a couple of years, but we had personnel for a 4-3 defense, and Dom couldn't really do everything that he would normally do. Mm-hmm. So when we got to Houston, I was a completely different football player in Dom Capers' 3-4 scheme, and I was a much better football player just because it was a better scheme. In some ways, the coach was a better fit for me, the defensive line coach, and so I'm always Titus Howard. He's on the same team, but with new coaches, different environment. And I think people are understandably skeptical when they say, really, how much of a difference are we going to see? I'm always very, very open to it. Kenyon Green up in Philadelphia, it might end up being the perfect fit for him up there. Who knows? It's just, it matters that much, just a few of those different variables.
Titus is a great way to bring that back around to the Texans because, when they're trading Tunsil and they're cutting Shaq Mason and they're dumping Kenyon Green, I say dumping him, I mean, they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson in return, but clearly moving on from Kenyon Green I think there were a lot of people, myself included, okay, why stop there? Clearly this was a disaster last year of an offensive line. They see something in Titus Howard. If they want to move on from Titus, they could have moved on from Titus. There's ways to work around that. Nick obviously sees something in him even before this because he gave him an extension. So there's something there in the eyes of Nick Caserio. And now that DeMeco Ryans had a couple years to keep eyes on him, I think some of it is they figure he'll maybe be a little different football-wise with no Laramie Tunsil there is sort of the big influence in the room. And I think, obviously, Titus is a former first-round pick. There's plenty there physically to like. You just got to get it channeled in the right direction, right?
Yeah, and him playing guard and actually latching on and enthusiastically playing guard. Because I think it was always and that goes back to, with the influence of Tunsil, Tunsil was the ultimate business person when it came to getting paid and caring about that kind of stuff, posting about it basically on social media, that there was a part of Titus where it just felt like, he's so concerned with getting that offensive tackle money. That's what it seemed like on the outside looking in. Who knows if that's what it seemed like. That now I've been brainwashed by Bill Belichick because I read his book twice last month, but I really understand Belichick's philosophy now of the more you can do, how vital it is to the team's success to have as many guys as possible that can play both guard and tackle, or that can play left tackle and right tackle in every single position. Those guys who latch onto that and realize and really understand, my value as a football player is just amplified so much more if I can do multiple things. I think Titus has kind of gotten that into his head, and it's almost like he's become a preacher for it. He would say, no, I'm an offensive tackle, not a guard. It feels like now he's more happy and really embracing the role of, I'm a guy that can do both. Yep, and I want to be that guy.
Yeah, and it feels like, I'm just basing it on a press conference and what we've been observing. It feels like he might end up being a leader in that room, in that offensive line room. So we'll see. Hey, let's skip down. Hey, Ben, let's go to 13 for DeMeco here because I want to make sure we mention Nick Chubb. We haven't talked about him a lot these first couple days of practice, and we probably should for a couple of reasons. One, he's the only guy that's working right now that's got significant carries in the league at running back. Joe Mixon's on the non-football injury list. Dameon Pierce is on the PUP list right now. So Nick Chubb is getting all the work with CJ out there with the ones and everything. I want to play DeMeco on Nick Chubb here and get your thoughts on this, Seth. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Nick Chubb so far as a Houston Texan.
Nick is only my fourth day with Nick, and he's done everything we've asked him to do. He's a pro. Nick has been the same guy. I've always admired Nick from when he was back at Georgia playing. Always admired him, and it's no different. I can see why the guy's been good in his career is because he's a hard worker. He doesn't say much, but he shows you by his actions. Every single day he shows up, he's ready to go. So we'll see how he continues to grow and gel with our guys.
Now, just to be clear, when he says I've only been here 4 days with Nick, he's talking about 2 mandatory minicamp practices so far as of yesterday. He's obviously been in the building for longer than that, but yeah, 4 practices.
Yeah, and I've seen mixed reports about Chubb and how he's looked so far. Because I saw somebody yesterday say he said he looked slow and plodding, and I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm not seeing that.
I think the person that said that may have been referring to last year because he did look slower and plodding as a player coming off that injury last year when he played. He didn't look like the same version of himself.
Yeah, I haven't noticed anything. I don't have a real opinion one way or another on how explosive he's looked because they haven't been doing much. They haven't been doing much that shows you what Nick Chubb looks like in an actual football game yet. You know what I mean? Like it's all stuff in jerseys and a lot of walkthrough stuff. And the run plays, 11 on 11. To me, in 11 on 11, Seth, you can glean a little bit more in the pass game than you can in the run game, just because there's no pads. You know.
The other guy, Jawar Jordan, who's done some good things in camp. I just remember this that he's smaller than Stephon Diggs. So with Jawar Jordan, you have to take everything, especially in non-padded practices or in training camp in general. You got to take it with a grain of salt. There's some potential there, and it's exciting because he's as fast as a guy needs to be if you're 6 foot tall, 185 pounds, or 5'11", 185. But he's smaller than Stephon Diggs. So you don't look at him as a guy that's going to be he's certainly not going to be a 3-down bell cow type of running back.
He looked good yesterday, though. I mean, he did. You know that.
Against vanilla defenses with no pads and everything, that's not an indicator. I'm not saying he can't do it. I just try not to get too excited about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you on that. Payne and Pendergast with you live, day 3, Texans training camp. Rain coming down slightly harder now. We're working around it. It's all good. So we'll see if the Texans are outdoors or indoors today for practice. Either way, we've got you covered here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Radio will be out here shortly. In the Loop will be here 10 to 2, and they're getting players off the field. Ed Aziz yesterday, Will Anderson Jr. the day before that. They're getting A-listers when it comes to interviews. In the Loop is Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. We did not get to talk, Seth, about Christian Wilkins because that's when the power went out for us during headlines. I think you and I were both probably sitting here talking about it, just not to each other. Christian Wilkins released by the Raiders yesterday, and this is one where I'm like, okay, glad nobody listens to me in the building. That's the guy I was campaigning for heavily during free agency
2 years ago,
2024. Heading into the 2024 season,
He was one of the premier defensive tackles available, and
he's a guy who got signed like 15 minutes into free agency, so you know he got paid retail plus 25%. He got 4 years, $110 million.
And you remember free agency 2 years ago where the Texans would end up being one of the most aggressive teams in the league, especially when you add the trades to it, the Joe Mixons and everything. That first day, Christian Wilkins was one of the guys that people were pointing to when they were saying, you got to fire Nick Caserio. You got to fire him. Look, he's not doing a damn thing. Why is he sitting on his hands? Why did he not sign this guy who's going to end up having his ankle properly?
Yep. It's going to be ugly, man, for Wilkins and the Raiders. I guess a grievance has already been filed by Wilkins, but we'll bring the Texans into this conversation here in just a second. But 4 years, $110 million. It was about $57 million guaranteed. He still had $35 million in guarantees left that they hadn't realized yet. I think a chunk of his salary this year and then his full salary next year, something like that. Yeah. The Raiders are trying to claw back that $35 million in guarantees because, as you just pointed out, Seth, they have issues with how he went about the rehab of his foot injury. From what I had seen, Ian Rappaport saw a report. He said that the team wanted him to get surgery. He didn't want to get surgery. He said, I just want to rehab it, and then they didn't like the way he went about rehabbing it. So they're saying he's in violation of the agreement. Christian Wilkins is going to try to get his money. I'm glad the Texans didn't pay Christian Wilkins $28 million a year. Even if he were good, I'm glad they didn't do that because I like what they ended up doing, which is bringing in Danielle Hunter, trading for Joe Mixon, making some mid-level signings with Azeez Al-Shaair, and we'll see what Danico Autry turns into. But those were the moves they made in that particular offseason. Should the Texans be at least looking into Christian Wilkins right now, Seth?
Oh, yeah, I think they should be, just to figure out what went on. Because there's a chance, it might be that – remember when Trent Williams had his issue with the training staff in Washington? And it's very easy to look at the player and think, oh, that guy just doesn't – he's not – I don't like the cut of his jib. And it very well might well be that, he had a legitimate gripe against the medical staff there. and he's gone offensive tackles in the league for many, many years with San Francisco. So I would have to find out, all right, the Raiders are saying that he didn't handle his rehab properly. Did he have reason to handle his rehab the way he did because the Raiders were mishandling it?
Right.
And if it was the case, then 100% I'd be looking into whether maybe he'd be a good fit.
Yeah. I mean, the Raiders have paid the freight for you already. And now we'll see what happens with this guaranteed money. But this we know, Christian Wilkins coming off a year where he got sideways with his employer and has a foot injury, going to be way cheaper than he was when he was a free agent a year ago. And the Texans have a little bit of dry powder. I don't know. Like, I feel 100% confident that this is a move that they're at least running the balance sheet on right now in there. They're running the numbers on, okay, here, what's the injury risk? What's the locker room risk? What's the upside of all this?
It's a classic get him in the building type of scenario. I think that I would expect Casario's looking into it, and it's just a matter of A, what is his actual medical situation, and then B, what's the money going to be? I mean, Christian Wilkins probably isn't going to go out and play for the minimum this year.
No.
This isn't like a Cam Akers or a Nick Chubb type of situation.
No, it's not. But I guess the question would be, if you're Christian Wilkins or if you're the Texans, I think it was Middle Screen that pointed this out to me yesterday on Twitter, Seth, was, hey, look, try to get your hands on Christian Wilkins if you're the Texans, because if you don't, guess what? He's going to sign a below-market deal with the Ravens or with the Eagles or somebody like that. This is a classic, distressed asset that I think would ponder going somewhere where he's got a chance to win. He's been a Dolphin and a Raider his whole career. And he came from Clemson, winning national championships. This is a guy who's experienced no important winning in the NFL yet. So that's my question, I guess, about are the Texans an attractive enough team right now? You're obviously doing it much more on spec if you're Christian Wilkins. If you're taking a little bit less because you feel like you can win a Super Bowl there, it's much more on spec for a team that hasn't made it even to a conference title game than teams that have actually won Super Bowls. But I guess that would be the question, would be, okay, the Texans certainly aren't going to pay market value for him if there's a big contract out there for him. Are the Texans a team that would be attractive enough for the two sides to meet in the middle on something?
Yeah, I'm very skeptical that it'll happen, and just especially because the uncertainty of the ankle situation and exactly. But I'd be surprised if it happened. If it did, it'd be cool. But I mean, for the Raiders to just cut ties completely, and that's with Pete Carroll coming in, where Carroll's inclined to. He's a pretty positive guy, and I
hadn't thought about that. That's a great.
He's dealt with guys that are actual headaches on the football field before, but good football players.
Yeah.
That if Pete Carroll's deciding that it's time for him to go, I'm a little bit hesitant to think that but he's going to be a perfect fit with the Texans.
Do you think Tom Brady had any input on a move like this?
I don't.
For those who don't know, part owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, I don't know, because I've heard varying reports about how the people have overstated exactly how much he's doing with the Raiders, and no.
I'm guessing no.
I have honestly. I think that I'm guessing Carroll probably is totally on a phone call relationship with Tom Brady, so he might have asked for his input on it philosophically, I suppose.
I'm guessing no. Like that, honestly, that's one of those things that is symptomatic of a dysfunctional organization. If an owner, and especially a minority owner, not even Mark Davis, is coming in and saying, "Hey, this guy's a bad seed and he's not rehabbing right. Cut this guy." Like this feels like a move like, let my GM and head coach do their job. And if this is what they determine to be the right thing, look, this is gonna. If they lose the battle over these guarantees, this is one of the more disastrous signings that we've seen over the last few years.
In June, Brady had basically said that they use him as a sounding board, and that's where I could 100% see, Pete Carroll just talking to him about stuff like this.
Sure.
So he might have had input, but I don't. It's definitely not heavy-handed. He's available as a resource.
Yep.
He's not getting in there and meddling and necessarily saying, you guys need to do it this way, you need to do it that way.
Yep. All right, final segment for us coming up. We'll hand it over to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris as we sit out at a Drizzly Methodist Training Center today for day 3 of training camp. An icon in the pop culture world passes yesterday, and C.J. Stroud, what did he learn from last year? We will get to all that coming up in the final segment before we hand it off to Texans Training Camp Live. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic.
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A couple things here. I want to get to C.J. Stroud, but I would be remiss as a lifelong wrestling fan not to mention Hulk Hogan passing away yesterday, Seth. Ron Trevino came out to my apartment building yesterday to chat with me about that for KHOU. I was on KHOU last night in my NWO hoodie talking to Ron Trevino, one pro and me in my NWO hoodie there talking to KHOU about the passing of Hulk Hogan, who is, I think whether you're a wrestling fan, certainly one of the most iconic figures of like the 80s and 90s, and I think even as far as up until yesterday when he passed away, one of the most recognizable people. Like if you just, the average human being, if you flashed a picture of him up, I think a lot of people would know who Hulk Hogan is.
Yeah. I didn't realize all of the various controversies that he'd gotten into in the last 20 years.
So that's some people. There's a lot of people that only know him for that.
Only know him from the controversy. Yeah. I didn't realize he was as much like the Iron Sheik as he was.
He was a little loose-lipped.
He was like the Iron Sheik character a little bit as when it came to
And ironically, that's who he beat for the title the first time back in 1984, where he basically vanquished the entire country of Iran by pinning the Iron Sheik in Madison Square Garden back in 84.
Yeah. He also beat up Rocky.
He did. That was before. That was in 1982 in Rocky III when he was Thunder Lips in Rocky III. He was, in 1985, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Like, that's pretty big crossover right there. That was when wrestling was going through a huge boom period, and he was the star of it when they went from being like the WWF was a little regional company up in the Northeast to basically Vince McMahon taking over the entire wrestling world. The catalyst was Hulk Hogan. He was the star of that whole thing. He sold out pay-per-views and he sold out arenas worldwide. And then 10 years later, with a different company, with WCW, he launches another boom with wrestling when he became a bad guy. Like it was the unthinkable. Hulk Hogan, the ultimate babyface, becomes a bad guy. And then, later on in his life, a lot of controversy. A sex tape emerged that he sued Gawker, which was the owner of Deadspin at the time, for $115 million and won. He won that lawsuit. And then I think that the other things you're kind of touching on there had said some unfortunate things through his his last 5 or 10 years with us here, racial and whatnot. But from an entertainment standpoint, few bigger than Hulk Hogan.
Well, he was also the one he was the first guy on record that ended up saying that wrestling was scripted, right? When they were trying to get it, because they had to make it in a part of a court case to try to make it legal.
That was Vince. That was Vince McMahon.
It was Vince?
Yeah, it was Vince McMahon. I'll tell you what, business-wise, what Hulk Hogan is most famous for is that the wrestlers back in the 80s were behind the scenes trying to form a union. And Hulk went and snitched to Vince on the wrestlers that were trying to form a union. Yeah, that's probably the business thing. Other than the incredible piles of money that he generated, that's probably the controversial business thing that he might be most famous for inside the industry is he ratted out. Jesse the Body Ventura was the one spearheading the charge to form a union for the wrestlers, and Hulk Hogan ratted them all out to Vince.
That's when I first knew that wrestling was scripted, because in a real world scenario, that Hulk might have ended up at the bottom of a river.
Right.
You go and try to go against a union that's organizing for the iron workers or something.
Yeah, man.
Good luck with that.
Yep. So that was a big one yesterday. A few people have texted me. Who are the guys that are alongside Hulk when it comes to like the biggest stars in the business, like just the biggest? Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, and John Cena. Those are the big four. People are going to say The Undertaker, and they're going to say other people. In terms of just sheer pop culture crossover, generating billions of dollars impact, those are the big four.
What did he die of? Do we know?
Cardiac arrest. I think technically was what it was, but he'd been sick for a little while. So his health has been. Look, he lived to 71, which in the conversion chart for wrestlers that came from the steroid era, like he did, and he did steroids. 71 is like living to 110.
Well, because it wasn't just steroids; it was steroids and speed and painkillers
Coke
all
and
mixed.
everything else,
There was just a lot of.
It's the 80s, man.
It was a rough scene back in the day. Yeah, it was a combination of all those things, and that's the day after Ozzy Osbourne had died. Which another guy that nobody would have ever expected or anticipated making it to the age of 76.
Yes, his conversion chart, I did it, is 145 years old. He basically lived to be 145. Yeah,
that tracks. I think that he almost. If you're in your 40s or 50s. And you kind of got to watch. We got to watch it. Sean, you and I got to watch it from like when we were young kids. Ozzy Osbourne was like that scary dude that you'd heard had bit the head off a bat, and that's all you really knew about it. In San Antonio, and you knew some of it. You didn't know necessarily Black Sabbath or anything from back in the day. But then you got to watch him transition into a reality TV show star as a guy who kind of shuffled around the house, just being cute and adorable and funny and interacting with his kids.
And in commercials. Like it's different music genre, but it's a little like kind of like Snoop Dogg in a way. Like Snoop Dogg, they'd do like, he'd be this cuddly guy who's on all these commercials and everything, and like Ozzy Osbourne similarly is kind of a he's a pop culture icon for a different reason late in his life.
Peak Ozzy Osbourne for me was him and Lita Ford doing "If I Close My Eyes Forever," because that was right back when you might be recording music videos on VHS and using them later on for whatever, and just like Lita Ford, that was a kind of a pivot point for him in his career. Yeah.
Lita Ford, man, Kiss Me Deadly.
That's why I've remained sexually attracted to Ozzy Osbourne. It's kind of this association between.
Yeah, man, it's big schmaz. You get lost in there. Like I know I'm attracted to something here. Let's get to C.J. Stroud. This is C.J. Stroud earlier this week. What did he learn from last year?
There's a bunch of things, but if I can probably narrow it down to one, I would say just trust the process. It's not about what people think, who people think you are, what they think you are, when they think you should do it. It's all about your process and how you're going to go about it. And if God's happy, if your teammates are happy, and yourself, I think then you're good. So I think that's trusting the process, whatever that is, if that's good or bad during the time. It's trusting what the coaches are doing and everybody around me. So
I think there have been times in the first couple seasons where it just feels like you can almost sense it in the press conferences or in interviews with C.J. Stroud during the season, where it feels a little bit like the weight of the world is on him, and that can sometimes happen to people that you have to learn early in the NFL that you can't be all things to all people. Just dial in and follow the cliches of just, keep the main thing. Don't worry about what you can't control. Trust the process, all of that. And they're cliches for a reason. It's because it's true. But it's hard to learn. And the other part about the NFL and for young professional athletes in general, I think there's a big part of just understanding and realizing that you're not – whatever your perceptions are of being a football player is, a lot of that has been shaped by movies and television shows. And learning, and I could say this for any profession. It's like learning that, oh, wait, that's the movie version of this job. Mm-hmm. This is how it actually works. Yeah. And this is the stuff that really matters. If you're a fireman or a lawyer or any other, or a cop, any other profession where they make a lot of movies about them, there's a point in your career where you realize, like, oh, wait a second. Okay, the paperwork actually is a big part of this job. Like, if I want to be really good at it, they don't show this in the movies. They just show the renegade cop who's whining about the paperwork and how he never does it, right? Yep, if I want to be a good cop, I just don't do the paperwork, right? That's kind of a big deal.
You got to file the report. Yep. Yeah. You got to file the report.
Riggs never did.
Yeah, I'm just thinking when I hear CJ say trust the process, like somewhere Sam Hinkie's driving around, the old GM of the Sixers, the advocate of the process, like throwing his coffee at the radio. Like, I trusted the process.
I'll give you, Saban was one of the first guys where it kind of made the process part of the vernacular, like just very much about the process. Another one of CJ's, I can't remember I think the question was what his goals were or whatever it was, but his just win every day, win everything. Yeah. There is, man, I've been so brainwashed by Bill Belichick. There was a part in his book where I think he was talking about the hours that he works and how he schedules everything, but he talked about how just everything, he almost approaches everything like it's a game, and it's fun to play games. Yeah. So it's just when he's watching film, when he's doing anything during the day, he's gamifying it, and he's approaching it like it's a game, and like, okay, how can I watch film better than the other guys, and what can I find out about this guy? So you get those little victories. It's a lot more fun for somebody like CJ. I think who sometimes feels all the weight of the world on his shoulders. There's times where you just got to break it down into like, hey, I'm gonna win this film session. Yeah. I'm gonna win this next period at practice, this next play, and you just stack up wins and don't worry about what the actual scoreboard is on any given day or throughout the season. It's just, okay, I'm gonna win the next rep. I'm gonna win the next rep.
He would be an animal over at Cidercade where they have all those video games and all the foosball and the pinball machines and the bowling and everything else. Be an animal there, man. Trying to win everything. CJ Stroud. All right, so we got day three of practice. It is raining out here today. There are drops kind of falling on the table here, so I pray for Mark and John in the coming up in the next hit here at 8 a.m. But we'll get pads on Monday, so we'll see fans out here and tomorrow, and then the fans on Monday will get a look at players in pads. So we'll have eyes on it for you all camp long, but all day long here today. Keep it tuned. In the Loop, we'll be out here. Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. And hopefully the Astros get a win this weekend, Seth. Get a win. And so you and I come in on Monday, and we've still got the Mariners at a nice arm's distance from us.
Sean, and don't undersell it. Last year, the Texans' offense was miserable whenever there was any kind of precipitation during training camp. It was you could have bet money on it. Oh, it's drizzling. The offense is going to suck today. So if I hear reports, Sean, that it was the best day the offense has ever had, and they did it in a drizzle, I'm going to be over the moon about it. Yeah,
I like
this is a team that's advanced, damn it.
I love it. All right, well, good deal. Well, we'll have eyes on it out here. Seth, antibodies to you. Have a great weekend, my friend.
Antibodies to you, Sean, and if you get in an accident on the way home, I hope you call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, because you're not a moron. That's who you call. You've been in an accident that wasn't your fault. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. The first consultation is free, and there are no fees at all unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers today or check them out online at MokaraminjuryLawyers.com.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice. here, an Odyssey sports station.
It's time
Here we go!
to get back to the grind
Let's go to work, baby!
and prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
Day 3, Houston Methodist Training Center. It's Texans Training Camp presented by Xfinity. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. Matt is our engineer, and Ben Gary back in the studio. And we've got another practice today. It's going to be different, though. It's raining, overcast skies. You're listening right now. You're thinking, yeah, I noticed. But here, how does it affect things? It definitely affects things in a certain way because you have the field conditions changing somewhat. I don't think that's a big concern right now. This rain is not hard. That means they go inside. And it means we stay outside here in the hazard of being electrocuted. But that's okay because we're on the air and we're happy.
Yeah, that's all we need to be happy.
Yeah.
And we're okay. And we're on Field 1 today. So Field 1 has not been chopped up for the first 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
So you hope the rain helps all the fields a little bit. And you just kind of go back and forth. And, you always look for the sailboats, the sailboat cameras, and that'll tell you what field we're on. And so we're going to be on Field 1 today. So that'll be good. Getting ready for tomorrow, which will be the first fans practice.
Yeah.
And you definitely want to be on Field 1. You want to show it off. You want to show off the 2025 squad. Let the fans see it for the first time. Let them get excited about things. They get to see the rookies, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Ariante Ursery. They'll get excited about seeing a new player. So that'll be C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah. We talked
Christian
about a
Kirk.
number of those guys.
Yeah.
In fact, we've talked about all the guys. But, yeah, Field 1 would be the one surrounded by the stands. You said it, and Johnny said sailboat cameras. What are those? Well, they have operated cameras, so you don't have to get up on the scissor lifts anymore. And that's
right.
been in the last 10 years or so where they've implemented these. And they kind of do look like sailboats with stays coming down. And I always get a nautical feel when I look at them. But they have this eye in the sky.
8K cameras.
Yep. Oh, they're good. They can see everything. How about that? You're at work. They're at work.
Yeah.
Everything they do at practice.
Oh, everything.
You're just off to the side talking to a dude, saying something. They see everything.
Right.
The eye in the sky sees all. It's like casino.
I was talking to Matt earlier. You'd be surprised. Different looks. How many different cameras film different angles and different movements.
What about the guy with the handheld in the huddle and breaking the huddle?
Yes.
Who has time to watch this stuff?
Everybody.
Well, you know what? They've got all these guys who are making not as much money as the head coach, okay? And they are grinding in their cubicles, looking over everything, then bringing things to the attention of the people who have more elevated positions.
So remember in 2022, Lovey scheduled practice at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right when we started the show. And I was kind of joking one day saying, golly, coach, how am I going to watch practice and do radio at the same time? Well, Nick found out. Nick came to me, and Nick was like, look, I'm going to get you an iPad for a couple of training camp weeks.
That was good.
You get it back to me. I was like, okay. So
I mean,
it's automatically It's automatically downloaded.
That is like giving you.
He just
it's like
gave
giving
me,
the 6-year-old the flexible flyer.
That
is Johnny's thing.
He was like Walter White handing me bags of heroin. It was unbelievable.
It's not
anyways,
heroin.
Not
Let's
heroin.
get
It's
it
like football
right.
heroin. Yeah.
Jeez.
So, anyways, my point in all that is when I remember they downloaded. I got the first day of practice. I'm like, oh my god, this is incredible. So I went and said Wednesday, July 23rd. I click on the day, and all of a sudden, when you click on that area, everything opened up. And I'm like, wide receiver DBs one-on-one. They had like 4 different angles of wide receiver DB
Are they
one-on-ones.
on little screen, so you just punch
You just punch it up, and it gives you all the reps. And it's like, it was incredible. And then, right behind, say, take wide receiver DB, he would stand like right behind from like me to you away.
Right.
Behind the wide receiver DB. So a lot of the wide receivers would like to watch the releases. So from ground level, you would watch it. From up high, you would watch it. From the side, you would watch it. That's me, Matt. The other side, you would watch it. You had like 4 different angles just for that one-on-one situation, and so it was crazy. Team, you had like 5 different angles. You had all 22. You had end zone view. You had one end zone, another end zone view. You had an end zone all 22 view. You had another angle. You had a down-low angle. It was incredible, the different angles and all that these coaches end up seeing that the public never knows about.
Yeah.
I mean, even just a game situation, like people can get NFL Plus, right? NFL Plus, you can get you get the all 22. You get the all 22, you get the end zone view. Like, you get those too.
Yeah.
They have like 5 or 6 different angles. So when I ask them for a game so I can do my analysis and, when I do, different telestrators and things like that, they give me the game. They give me all of it. I get all those different angles. It takes me like 3 hours to go through like a half because I've got all these different angles I'm going through from where you're watching the game, down low, up high, from behind but high. It's unbelievable.
Come a long way since the 16-millimeter film that Bum Phillips used to watch.
Yep.
With the boys in San Angelo. Yeah.
Long way.
Absolute long way.
What
okay.
you do is seen.
Let's get to some of the hot reads of the day here. Ryan's, of course, he says hello to the media after just about every practice. We're going to have assistant coaches today, as a matter of fact, and we'll catch up with a couple of them after practice. You'll hear some of that tonight on Texans All Access and on Monday during our training camp special on ABC 13, which airs in a week because we want to compile a lot of great content. Anyway, here's D'Amico's big takeaway, or one of them, from yesterday's session, day 2.
My biggest takeaway from today was very competitive on both sides of the ball. You saw, see offense making some plays there in the passing game, and Buster Run open there, and defense really competing, making plays as well. I think the highlight of the day for me was Petrie, being in a really good spot to intercept the football. Just shows, just continue. He's been a guy who's been very consistent for us, no matter where we put him, what we've asked him to do. He's just my type of player. He's all over the field, always up for the challenge. Whatever the down is, he's going to be around the football making plays, and it was evident today.
What did I say about Petrie when he was drafted? When we first saw him, D'Amico Ryans type of player.
Yep.
And that was before D'Amico Ryans was here. He was still defensive coordinator in San Francisco. I had that vibe from Petrie, so I'm going to take full credit for that.
Well, if I remember correctly, D'Amico mentioned last year, or maybe the first year he was here, that they were trying to get Petrie in San Francisco. He wanted him, he said it. I mean, that's his kind of player. He was very nice to his offense because that play was a cluster bleep from the beginning. It was a drop snap from center. Then there was some prep ball scales, and Jalen just happened to be in the right spot. It looked like they were playing some sort of half-field coverage, and Jalen just watched the routes, and the ball just sailed. And it's funny because my first reaction when I put this on Harris Hits, which you can see at HoustonTexans.com, how many times do you see a snap botched and the play's just like, okay, whatever happens, this is going to be a
You mean like in a playoff game?
Yeah, but then I was like, wait a second. The same quarterback had a situation in a playoff game where the ball goes through his hands and he creates the best play of the year. So, I don't know, I kind of shot it down. But it was bad from the beginning offensively. It definitely was a day the defense had some things go in its favor. But I had a chance to walk in with 5 yesterday and just kind of chatting about things. And you mentioned it yesterday. The guys, and he's one of them. When he's between the white lines, he's 5 between the white lines. He is a trash-talking dude. He hits anything that moves. He is absolutely relentless.
He gets the crazy eyes.
Yes.
Because he's the nicest human. Mm-hmm. I had my kid and my nephew in here a few weeks ago and during the dead time, and we just bumped into him, and he could not have been nicer to those guys. They're 12 years old and 11 years old. He was so nice. He comes out here. He gets the crazy eyes on the field. He wants to make you suffer.
Yeah, he's 5 out here.
Yeah.
He's Jalen Petrie once he walks past us.
He's Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee in the building, off the field, on the field. A different story, kind of like Danielle Hunter, who we will get to. But by the way, that whole sequence, and I heard Sean, whenever I see a pass, I want to see it completed. I'm kind of an offensive guy over here. Mm-hmm. But D'Amico, hey, defense made a great play. He's a defensive coordinator at heart, or a defensive player at heart, and I get it. I go back to David Culley, and maybe his greatest contribution here is when he said, when asked, how do you, because I always ask this question to head coaches or whoever, how do you watch practice and you got ones against the ones and somebody's going to make a play, somebody's not going to make a play. And Cully said, I'm rooting for the Texans. And I always loved that. The way he said it, too, with his big smile. I'm rooting for the Texans. And I'm rooting for the Texans, too.
That's right.
But I do want to see some proficiency in offense. However, I will remind everybody, and I will constantly do this during off-season practice, during training camp. If your offense is torching your defense right now, you are in big trouble, mister. Big trouble. That is not supposed to happen. We always talk about it. Preseason games, whatever, training camp. Defense looks like they're, this is the cliche, in mid-season form. Like Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson look like they're in mid-season form. That's true. But that's the way you want it to be. You know, you go back to Andre Ware, guys like Spencer Tillman talking about this. You are destroying something on defense. On offense, you are constructing something. It takes more time. And right now they're trying to construct the offense with guys wrecking shop in the backfield. So the offense, they have their moments. Coach talked about busting open a run yesterday. Great. But, and I saw Jawar Jordan with a nice run.
That's the
by
one.
the way. Jawar Jordan with a nice run. And what after the run was seeing Nick Chubb and Dare going over there like, yes to
really
their fellow running back. And the running back numbers are a little thinner than you want right now because of the injury situation with Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce, J.J. Taylor all out for the moment. But I love the reaction of their running back room brethren, and I just love the execution of that running play because that's the kind of stuff you want to see out here.
Absolutely, and that's the type of player you want to see it from. A second-year guy that his first year probably in his mind couldn't have gone worse. He gets hurt near the end of training camp. You know, training camp was slow to get started, but then he got into preseason games. You started seeing some of what we liked about Jawar Jordan at both Syracuse and Louisville. Then he gets hurt in that Rams game, and you're like, okay, he's out, and then he comes back halfway through the year. Doesn't really get a lot of time, but look, in the offseason, you could see it like, okay, he seemingly knows more what he's doing. He looks smooth. He looks comfortable. That's translated here in training camp early on. He's getting second team reps right now behind Nick. And you can just kind of see that gliding, slithery style just kind of going through. Look, you just need a little sliver of space for him, and he's going to slide through it and then has enough explosiveness. Look, long speed, I don't know, but I don't need long speed as a running back. I need you to find that hole, get to and through, make a play on a second and third level defender where you run him over or you run past him, make plays. And that's what Jawar Jordan has been doing. And he just looks that much more confident. I see him in a building. He's got a smile on his face. He's just confident than he was last year at this time. And I think that translates and has translated thus far in the way that he's playing. So I wrote about him. I thought there were some winners, if you want to call them that. I think Jawar Jordan is definitely one of them. Here's the thing about it. One of the things that I would think that Jawar would do better than anything else is catch the ball in the backfield. They really haven't thrown the ball in the backfield. He's been running the ball, whether it's running duo inside, interior, run play where he's got to make a decision, or running some sort of mid-zone where he's also got to make a decision. Do I stay with it? Do I bounce it, bang it, bend it? How do I do it? All that. He just looks really comfortable running the ball and running it inside. So, to me, he's one of those guys that stood out in the first couple of days of practice. Look, no pads. I get it. But the things that he's doing now, A, he looks way more comfortable than last year, and B, it looks a lot like what he looked like at Louisville before he got injured in his senior year and was kind of in and out of the lineup at the last 3 or 4 games. That's what he looks like, and that's shifty. And I remember asking him, the first time we talked to him, who was your inspiration growing up? Who did you want to play like? Who did you want to run like? And I remember he said Shady McCoy. That was my player comp for him, stylistically. That's what he looks like. Kind of slide cuts, just really deft. He give you that dead leg and do things. Jawar's been one of the winners, I think, thus far in the first couple of days, and hopefully that continues.
You could use that at a position group that's thin. All right, another hot read. Big theme of this camp, offensive line. And we talked about the run just now, and the run that Jawar Jordan had yesterday. Obviously, the O-line figures some of the lineup situations here where you got Ursary at left tackle, right tackle. He's a rookie. He's a second-round pick out of Minnesota. All of that. Well, the O-line coached by Cole Popovich, and this name's come up a lot, of course, and D'Amico Ryans was asked about the new O-line coach.
Cole has done a great job of leading, he's been leading with intent. He's been leading with intensity as well. Like, it's the drill work. He's definitely on it. Like, it's it all starts there for me with O-line. It's about basic fundamentals and being consistent. And Cole has done that. He's been consistent with his communication with the guys. He knows how to be intense when he needs to be intense, and he knows how to love the guys up when they need to be loved up. So he's done a great job of coaching those guys.
So Cole Popovich, we're on the way to the Combine this past February. Mm-hmm. And I don't know Cole that well, seeing him around the building, hi, coach, that kind of stuff. Yep. Just very, making acquaintance,
yes.
All right,
yes.
Exchanging pleasantries, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we're in the same row of the plane, but he's on one side, I'm on the other side of the aisle, right?
Yep.
We're getting off the plane. I'll tell this now. I don't know if I told this on the air.
I don't think you have.
We're deplaning. You know how that is. And, people stand up. You wait for the people in front of you, get their bags down, whatever.
Yeah.
So he's over there. I'm over here. And I'm going to let the coach go because I'm just used to that from the team play. You let the coaches and players go.
Yes.
And he's just like, go. Like, he didn't say it in a mean way, but there was an intense. He's got a little nasty there. That wasn't nasty necessarily, but there was an edge to it.
Yes.
There was an edge. Mm-hmm. And I thought, good. I like that edge.
Edges
and that was just
good.
a little tiny slice of it, but you hear from head coach D'Amico Ryans there that he is loving him up when he needs to. He's being aggressive when he needs to, aggressive counseling, as we call it.
Yeah.
So that's what you want out of your O-line coach. You want your O-line coach and your D-line coach to be the loudest coaches out here, or at least among them, when you're at practice. Like, who am I hearing? I'm hearing the O-line coach. I'm hearing the D-line coach. Those guys get after it because they're coaching the players in the trenches, and that's just a necessity in those position groups.
I love to watch the coaches during practice and how they are. And I remember watching OTAs and minicamp. Cole was coaching on every play. I mean, there was a guy he was speaking to every time there was a play run and they started back to huddle. He'd pick a guy and he's like, "Hey," he would demonstrate or talk to him, pat him on the back or whatever it might be. I thought it was telling when D'Amico, if you listen to that cut, D'Amico talks about his intensity and he kind of chuckles, and it's like when you do that, I've learned that when you bring that up and then you kind of laugh afterwards, it's probably more intense than you're kind of chuckling because you're saying intensity, but in your mind you're going, he's really intense. Like you guys don't really get it. Like he's really intense. But I think it's good. I think it's good for this offensive line. But here's the thing. You can't be intense no matter what position you're coaching, but especially offensive line, and then not know what you're doing, not know how to teach, not know how to instruct, be wrong about the things you're talking about. So you can be intense and, all that kind of stuff, but if you're not teaching them the right things, offensive line will tune you out, especially.
Yeah.
That group will just say, nope, done.
Yeah.
Done with you guys. So that's where I think it's different. You can have that intensity. Like I think of Jeff Stoutland. Like Jeff Stoutland, when you see Stoutland with the Eagles, he sounds really kind of gruff and intense, and he just sounds like an old line coach. But he knows what he's doing. The techniques work for those players, and those players go to bat for him. That's what I'd like to see for Cole. Hey, be intense. Be your way. Be how you are. But give me the tools to be good at my job.
Well,
and that's what, as an offensive lineman, I would want. Give me the tools. I don't care whether you yell at me, you cuss at me, or whatever the case might be. But give me the tools to be right. Give me the tools to be good in what it is that I do.
And as we all know, there's a lot that they have to do among themselves as a group. Collectively, they have to be that 5 fingers in a glove unit. They've got to be able to put that together, have the culture. The offseason, what's the most surprising or biggest move of the offseason? We could debate that, but Laramie getting traded was absolutely humongous.
True.
And here's the line. We have some new guys. We have some guys who have been here for a while. And speaking of players who have been here for a while, Titus Howard, the longest tenured Texans position player. All right.
Yes.
Fairbairn is now the longest tenured player. No more John Weeks.
Right.
We'll get to that later. But Titus got here last Tuesday. He was drafted in 2019. He's the elder statesman. Now, he's not the oldest offensive lineman. You got Cam Robinson here. You got Trent Brown. You've got other guys. But as far as the Houston Texans organization goes, he's the man. And interestingly enough, what have they done with Titus? Moved him around a lot. He's played left tackle, right tackle, left guard. He hasn't played center. But he's playing right guard now. And he doesn't appear to be budging from that position so far. It's early, but he seems to be locked in at right guard. Well, how's that going? I had a chance to visit with Titus Howard after practice yesterday. Let's hear some of that.
Titus Howard, the longest tenured Texan position player. How does that feel?
Feels good. Let me know how the organization feels about me. So I'm just looking forward to taking that next step, be a leader on this team so the young guys have somebody to look up to in a right way.
Tell me about the room. It's a pretty new room. You get some guys who have been here, but a lot of new guys as well, Titus.
Yeah, it's a competitive room. The guys competing every day. They paying attention to detail. Everybody want to get better. Good camaraderie in the group, and everybody in the group hungry. We got something to prove, but we just putting our head down every day and work. We're not worried about the outside noise. We just focus on being better every day and taking steps every day to be the best offensive line unit for the team.
You've played just about every position on the offensive line. Now it seems you're at right guard an awful lot. How does that feel to be at right guard?
Oh, man, it feels good because, I played right tackle for so long, so I feel like the transition to right guard is a lot easier than going over to the left side. But I'm just looking forward to attacking the details so I can solidify myself on the team and help the team win.
What can you tell us about the offense, what it might look like?
It's going to be a physical offense. The offensive line, that run game, it's going to be physical. We're going to get downhill, try to get a lot of double teams on guys and move guys. And that's only going to open the pass game up because you see the receivers and the quarterback we got. Those guys are going to always make plays, but it's up to us to set the tone at the beginning of the game to make the game easier for them.
What is training camp like for you now that you're in year 7 as opposed to your first couple of years?
I just know how to, to go about, taking care of my body, getting ready for practice and the schedule and all that. I've been here for 7 years. I've been in this heat for 7 years. I've been in this training camp for 7 years, so I know the ins and outs of this game, and I'm just trying to help the younger guys to so they can, get accustomed to it just like I did.
Cole Popovich, what's he like as the coach of the O-line?
He's a great coach. He's a coach with a nasty mindset, something that I feel like that rubs off on a group. He's very smart. He's very detailed. He has a good background. He comes from a line of coaches that have won a lot of Super Bowls, so we just trying to learn the most we can from him and apply that to on the field, and it's helping us out so far.
All right, quick comments on a couple of your teammates on the O-line. First, Cam Robinson.
Cam Robinson, one of the funniest guys I ever met. He's a vet. Me and Cam's the same age. He's an older guy, but he's played a lot of football, and he's a great player.
Laken Tomlinson.
Savvy vet. He's nasty. He shows it out here on the field every day. He attacks the game the right way. He got a lot of young guys can look at like, hey, if I want to play in this league for a long time like he has, I can watch him and learn a lot of stuff from him.
One more, Ariante Ursary, the rookie.
He's gonna be the truth. The kid got a lot of potential early on. Like I tell him all the time, I was like, bro, you coming in this league, you came into the league better than I came into the league. Like I'm looking at him as a guy who can help us, early on. And he's working, he's putting his head down, he's putting in the work every day. And he ain't scared of nobody. He ain't backing down for nobody every day at practice.
How does it feel that guys look at you as a leader, Titus?
It feels good. It feels good to be one of those guys that guys get a chance to look at. I'm just looking forward to, being a responsible guy in the room, a guy that can show these guys how to do it the right way and, be a longest tenured position player in the Texans like I am right now.
Titus, you're a former quarterback, so one more for you. Give me your evaluation of the Texans defense 2025.
Defense of the year. Best defense in the league. Every level. D-line, linebackers, safeties, corners. We got the best defense in the league. But these guys put the work in, man. I'm telling you, like our defense every day at practice, it's hard for us because we're going against the best in the league, so we can do the stuff we got to do against our guys. When they get on Sunday, it's going to be easy for us.
Thanks for joining us. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, that's Titus Howard after practice on day 2. It's day 3 right now. Rain has stopped. They're going to be on field 1 today. That's awesome. He says Ariante Ursary, the rookie tackle, he's going to be the truth, Johnny. He's going to be the truth, according to Titus Howard.
Not shocking me. Not shocking me at all. Watch him the first 2 days. He don't carry it on the pads on. It's a collision sport to him. He's got power like I haven't seen. He got when he's over in right tackle by Will Anderson, but Will gets everybody. Like, they're literally going to have to take Will out of practice for the offense to do anything because Will's just going to wreck it. He don't care. That's where I think he's very similar to a former number 99 here. 99 came into practice like, I'm going to get better. And by getting better, I'm going to make the Texans better. I'm going to make it hard on my offense because I'm going 1,000 miles an hour, even if it's a walkthrough.
Yep.
That's Will. So Will makes it tough on anybody. So Ursary kind of got. Will kind of slid underneath him. It's good to see Will kind of use something other than power to get the quarterback, which is good. But I watched him a couple times against Daniil. And when I watched Ursary in college, I thought he was going to have trouble. I watched him against Abdul Carter. And one thing that Ursary will do, he's 6'6", 330, but he moves pretty well for a guy that size. He'll try and cut off to the inside. Like he's like, you're not going inside. If you want to run around me, I got long enough arms and I'm agile enough. I'll just take you and ride you by the quarterback. So he invites guys in like, come on, go up high. I'll take you out. So the first day, he went against Daniil. Daniil tried to kind of figure out his rush plan, and Ursary just locked him up. I'm like, oh, wow, that's nice. So then yesterday, Ursary kind of sets inside, so Daniil's like, all right, I'm going to take this young buck outside. I'm going high. I'm going around him. I got speed. And Ursary just took him and just kind of ran him past the quarterback. CJ anytime knock and there's Daniil and Ursary like 7-8 yards back that way. That's what Ursary does. Now, is he going to be able to do that against every rusher? No. I do think that he's got a little bit more bend in his knees, got to play a little bit lower stance. But his butt's as big as Houston, strong as hell. He was a Bruce Feldman's freaks list guy. Mm-hmm. He can do anything athletically you want on offensive line. He's 6'6", 330. He ran 5.01 in the 40-yard dash combine.
So saying your butt's as big as Houston is a compliment.
That's a good thing. That's a compliment.
In this context.
That's a compliment.
Got it.
That's a compliment. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Somehow I have to transition to tease that Jonathan Alexander is our next guest, and he's from the Houston Chronicle, and he's coming up next here, live from the field, Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
How do we solve the world's most complex
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Corner of the zone, Field 1 practice will get underway shortly after 9. They'll have activation around then. That's warming up. And then they'll do some things. And they really get into the hot and heavy 11-on-11 stuff toward 10 o'clock and after 10 o'clock. And In the Loop is going to have another big guest for you today. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Joined now by Jonathan Alexander from the Houston Chronicle. Covers the Houston Texans extensively, endlessly, relentlessly. Jonathan, good morning. How's it going?
It's good. I'm glad to be back after an extended break without football. I'm refreshed, ready to go.
Ready to go into day 3.
You're done writing about the stadium for now and writing about all those off-the-field things.
Yeah.
Ready for football. It's football time.
It's football time.
We'll get to all that. Okay, give me you were headset on right here next to our table when that last interview was playing and when Johnny was talking about afterwards Will Anderson Jr. And the fact that nothing can get accomplished on offense when Will Jr. is on the field. We got to do something about that. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I laughed because, he was telling the truth about that. Everything is tough. I try to give a guy like Blake Fisher, Ariante Ursery grace when Will Anderson blows past him because Will Anderson is really at the top of his game right now and is playing extremely well. And he goes 100 all the time. So you have to give those guys grace. But I've seen some good things from Irsay and even Blake Fisher as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a baptism by fire for those guys. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's any question. We haven't seen Trent, big Trent yet. But Jonathan, what stood out to you from the first couple of days, other than Will, who we just talked about? Are there players, groups, units that have stood out to you thus far in the first couple of days?
Yeah, I thought, rookie Jalen Noel was kind of quiet in the spring. Of course, he got hurt, but he's made a couple of good catches here at camp and really showing that he can be valuable. I didn't expect Braxton Berrios to kind of get off as a receiver like he has. He's finally healthy, but I love to see Jalen Petrie get that interception against C.J. Stroud yesterday. I think he's going to be a big factor. I just remember D'Amico, I think it was to you all, saying how it was a gut punch when Jalen Petrie suffered that injury last year.
See, I thought that was with us. Yeah, I thought he said that.
Yeah, so, getting him back, he's an X factor for them, is going to be huge, as long as he stays healthy.
When people are in the Hyundai Texans radio studio, they bare their soul, Johnny. They just let it all hang out.
Guest.
Yes, including Jonathan Alexander from the Houston Chronicle. All right, but you mentioned Berrios, good. Jalen Noel, good. Running back situation, not so good as far as depth goes with 3 key guys hurt there, yet you're still seeing some things. Your thoughts on that group overall?
Yeah, I think that group is going to take a little time. Nick Chubb is still learning the offense. I think he has a potential to get better, and obviously he wants to get to that all-pro level. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not, but he's getting a little more reps in practice, which is a good sign. Reps. He has experience, especially catching the football out of the backfield. But, I think there's definitely a little bit concern when you have your first 2 rushers who definitely know how to take on the load, who seem to be out for maybe an extended period of time. I'm not sure if it's before the season or earlier.
Jonathan, you mentioned a couple of receivers that I think naturally we would think they're kind of interior receivers, and Braxton Berrios, Jalen Noel, those 2 guys. Is there anybody else at receiver where you go, you know what, this guy's made a few catches? I got one in my mind who's Canadian, and we love him. That's Jared Wayne. But has there been anybody that's kind of stood out to you as a receiver, pass catcher in this group, whether it's tight ends too? Tight ends making plays as well.
No, I was going to say Jared Wayne.
Yeah.
He is a guy who has stayed on the practice squad for, I think, the past couple of years. Got some action late in the year, but he has improved tremendously. I mean, that catch from Davis Mills was a beautiful one. And he made a lot of plays in OTAs and minicamp. So I was impressed by him. He, as well as guys like Braxton Berrios, John Mechie, are going to make it extremely hard on this coaching staff when they try to fill out that 53-man roster. I love what I've seen from Jared Wayne. Of course, Jaden Higgins had a lot of great plays in OTAs, had a few catches here. So a lot of guys are doing really well.
Okay, I want to say something real fast. Let's let you take this for what it is.
All right.
I saw Jared Wayne doing some gunner work yesterday.
Playing special, that could really help his cause. No question about that. Jonathan Alexander joining us from the Houston Chronicle. Jonathan, name your starting 5 offensive linemen right now. Now, you can revise this pick.
That's me.
Well, no,
man.
we're not going to hold you to this.
All right.
We'll get your official prediction later on in the preseason, but we're getting early indicators right now. So what do you think?
I think right now left tackle is Cam Robinson, left guard is Laken Tomlinson, center is Jared Patterson. That position kind of toggles a little bit. But I think for right now, Jared Patterson, right guard, of course, Titus Howard. And I'd say right tackle, Ariante Ursery. Okay. You know, I think he's been a little bit more consistent than Blake Fisher. I think if Trent Brown comes back in time, I think he can make it interesting at right tackle.
I will say this to your point. Ariante Ursery is going to be one of the tackle spots. I don't know which one. I'd like to see him clone play both, but he's going to play one of the tackle spots. I'm week 1. I think I said that last night. I'll say it throughout camp unless he gets hurt or he just takes a dive off the edge that we don't see coming. I think Ariante Ursery is going to play one of those tackle spots.
You know, Jonathan brought up an interesting point. We talked about Trent Brown yesterday and how he can form an eclipse if he stands in front of the sun.
Right.
Because he's 6'8", listed that way. Mm-hmm. But if he's healthy, like if Trent Brown is 100% healthy somehow, by the time you get to, say, Labor Day, he's got a lot of experience. This is and really shine to the level that he would be healthy, plugged into the lineup. He might be in the lineup.
You know what I'd like to see, kind of bridging the gap between our conversation earlier, Jonathan, and now? I'd like to see Big Trent fully healthy against Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
See how that looks.
I want to see how that looks.
Yeah.
Because Trent has always, for as big as he is, he covers so much ground by not moving a whole lot.
Right.
And
it takes 10 minutes to run around him.
Right, exactly. It's kind of like an older receiver. Like I can think about DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre doesn't run really well, but he's still open because he's got such great hands. I was like, Trent doesn't have to move very much because he just covers that much ground. So as an older player, you don't need him pulling around the formation, running downfield. You just need to, like, in that small little space, just hold up dudes. That's all you got to do. I would love to see that because that would be big on power. That would be fun. But it's got to be healthy.
Yeah.
And that is the most important thing.
Got to see that for sure. Okay, let's go over to the defensive side and the linebacker spot. Christian Harris is not on PUP, but we haven't seen him yet. What was your reaction when you saw the PUP list, and especially the fact that he was not on it, which seemed like a real ray of light, yet we haven't seen him in a uniform yet? Maybe we see it today.
Yeah, you know, I remember D'Amico Ryans answering a question about Christian Harris, and he thought he'd be ready in time for training camp. You know, maybe the injury was a little bit more, maybe it's going to take a little bit more time than they thought. I think the reason he isn't on PUP is because, you know, he probably could return pretty soon, otherwise. But it's a important year in the final year of his rookie deal and didn't play last year and, you know, needs to have a good year if he wants to return, if they want to re-sign him to another deal.
So as British Brooks walks by, let's talk about these running backs. Yeah, he heard me. Yeah, Forrest, we're talking about you a little bit. So British Brooks back. It's good that he is back because we're talking about 3 running backs that 2 are on PUP, 1's on NFI. The one's on PUP, Damian Pierce, J.J. Taylor, and NFI is Joe Mixon. So Nick Chubb getting some run, but he's still learning his offense. He hasn't been here for maybe 5 practices total. After that, Jawar Jordan's gotten a lot of run. Woody Marks is getting his run as a rookie. Dara. And then you've got British who can be, I don't want to get into an Arnold Palmer thing again, but he can be fullback, he can be tailback, he can play at special teams, and, of course, you got Jakob Johnson. As you look at the running back situation now versus, okay, are these guys going to be healthy down the road? Okay, they're healthy. How do you look at the running back situation now and maybe a little bit later from now if you can get some of those guys back healthy?
Yeah, speaking of British, I covered him when he was a freshman at UNC years and years ago.
Years ago.
So we go way back.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting running back situation. You know, Dare is a guy that they trust tremendously. He has special teams value, so you gotta think he's a lot. Of course, Joe Mixon, the lead guy. I think if Nick Chubb can continue to improve over time, I think he, makes the squad. it is hard for me to see them cutting a guy like Woody Marks, given that they traded up to draft him, so they see a lot of potential in him.
Okay, this is for both of you. I want you to think about this, because when we think about numbers on the 53 and all that, we're like, oh, how many running backs are they going to carry? How many wide receivers are they going to carry? And I almost kind of think of Dare in his own position group, like it's the Dare on offense. Who's the Dare Ogunbowale on this defense?
Well, that's a good question. Guy can do it all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Petrie is almost that in the defensive backfield.
Yeah.
I don't know, he's not going to play corner.
Right.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson can do a lot of things in the defensive backfield as well.
I have a candidate. I said this the other day.
I knew you had somebody in mind. Do you have anybody in mind, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think Danico Autry.
Okay. Good one.
Plays
Good one.
defensive end, defensive tackle.
I came up with maybe a little bit more random, but just thinking about a guy that contributes on special teams. He's reliable. He's going to make plays. He's going to step in when you need him. And when he steps into the defense, he's always made plays. Jake Hansen.
Yeah.
Jake Hansen's my defensive Dare Ogunbowale.
Yeah. That's a pretty good one.
I mean, he's linebacker, and he plays linebacker, but he can play all linebacker spots. He can play on all 4 special teams. Whenever you need him to play, he's ready to go. Whenever you need a special teams play made, he makes it. Like, Jake Hansen, to me, is the defensive Dare Ogunbowale.
I'll give you another one. M.J. Stewart, because in nickel,
good one,
he's doing a lot
good
of starters reps right now. He's the personal protector, so special teams dude.
Yep.
We talked with him about that play against the Dolphins where they faked the punt.
Yeah.
And he's just Mr. Reliable as well. He's somebody they can always count on. Look, I don't know what's going to happen ultimately, but he knows his raw. M.J. Stewart, they know their role. They know how to survive in this league. And, they know there's a lot of competition, but they keep showing up. What did Ross tell us that was key? He said, you got to do what you're told and not make the same mistake twice.
Right, correct.
And be useful. And that's how you stick around.
Yeah, MJ's the one who makes the checks, on special teams.
That's right.
Yeah. Changes the play if they need to. So he's super important. Jake Hansen, I laugh about it because I've cut him on all my 53-man rosters, yet he still continues to make the team.
Yeah.
So how do you take him out?
But, Jonathan, to your point, everybody's been cutting him from 53-man rosters ever since he got here.
Yeah.
And I think what clouds for Jake, in a sense. Whenever we talk about when players come in here, it doesn't matter where you're drafted, you're a third rounder, but you're better, underdrafted, whatever. That follows you, especially for fans, as well, that guy was undrafted. Jake was injured his last year at Illinois. If Jake had been healthy, he is not going undrafted. Jake's probably a 4th or a 5th round pick, but he missed the whole year, and because Lovey knew him, that's how he ends up here. He's one heck of an athlete, reliable, smart, so you're going to have to rethink your 53-man roster.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to read about that. What else are we going to read about in the Chronicle with you, Jonathan Alexander?
This Sunday, or Saturday, I'll write something on the offensive line and whether they have enough to continue, to elevate this offense. And there's some outside voices who think that they'll be better this year despite the big star names that they're missing this year.
Okay. Can't wait to really appreciate your time. We'll check in with you next week.
I appreciate y'all having me.
Jonathan Alexander joining us on the Houston Chronicle. Johnny, I'm seeing a trend here as I see players coming in. No helmets.
Yeah,
I've yet to see a helmet. So what are we doing today here?
Yeah, good question. I've seen some ball caps. British, actually, as British Brooks was walking by, he had the, what's that, kind of like what you have. What's this called?
A bucket hat.
Yeah, kind of bucket hat.
This is not I'm not wearing a bucket hat.
It's not really a bucket hat. He was wearing a bucket hat. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
It's not a bucket hat.
Yours is nice.
It's, no, it's
What
it's
is
okay.
it, velvet? So, yeah, I haven't seen helmets by anybody, but they do have cleats on, so that's a start. But, yeah, I've seen a lot of baseball hats. And, by the way, saw a guy walk by here a second ago that I've pointed out Harris hits a number of times. When I tweeted this morning or posted this morning, I didn't mention him as one of the guys, and I should have. Davis Mills has thrown the ball in the first 2 days of camp about as well, if not better than I've ever seen him throw.
Yep.
He is throwing seeds.
It's been noticeable.
He has been throwing it really well. And what I think is interesting about that, Mark, is back in OTAs and minicamp, there were a number of times where you and I would kind of sidle up next to each other and go, what's up with Davis? What's going on?
New
what's
offense.
happening? And so
how many offenses has he had now?
Well,
he had
I thought
Kelly,
about that.
He had the Pep Hamilton, and he's had this. This is four. This is his fourth in 5 years.
5 years. So, and I remember Alex Smith talking about that. Alex Smith, former first-round pick of the Niners, It ended up going on to the Chiefs and then to the Commanders. Alex Smith talked about that. In his first 5 years out in San Francisco, he had 5 different. In 2011, Harbaugh comes in. He believes in Alex Smith. He gives him an offense that he's good with, and then he stayed with that offense for a couple of years before he ends up going off to Kansas City. He's in the same offense in Kansas City for a few years, so he gets better.
That helped him.
So it's that's that consistency that helps. But he has thrown it really, really well.
All right, coming up, we'll check in with Tremont Smith, who can return the ball, can play corner. You want to talk about guys who are useful. He's back in Houston. 2 minutes with a Texan with him, and more on what we're going to see today, how this affects the overall trends in training camp. They have another practice tomorrow before a day off. We are live from the Houston Methodist Training Center on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment. It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
All right, my assessment of Danielle Hunter, Johnny. That is my analysis.
He does not miss workouts.
He just walked by. I'm thinking Danielle Hunter does not miss too many workouts. And by too many, I mean any. All right, he's a specimen. And you think about this. It's not like he's a rookie anymore, right? These guys, you survive and thrive in this league as long as he has. He's doing some special things to take care of his body. You know, I remember talking to Aaron Glenn about this stuff in the early going and how he was able to play for so long, and he wanted to play as long as Darryl Green wasn't able to do that. But now he's a head coach in the league, so that's pretty good, too.
Very good. Absolutely. I remember the first time he walked in the studio, I remember he had done a presser, signed, and then he walked in the studio, and I remember thinking, from afar, I'm like, he's kind of wearing this, T-shirt with slacks, and was like, I got up close to him. I'm like, his shoulder socket was like the size of a big dodgeball.
Yep.
It was incredible. I was like, oh my God. And then he shook my hand. I'm like, ooh, whoa.
10th year in the league. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. They are wrecking shop as usual. But let's go into the defensive backfield. Tremont Smith back on this team. The corner who can do a lot of different things. He has one of the, I think it was the only kickoff return in 2021, right? At Jacksonville. And one of the rare victories that year, one of 4, but a huge part of that one. Went to Denver for a couple of years, 23, 24, but he's back here now, and I had a chance to catch up with him. All right, so Tremont, I know now that camp is underway. How does it feel to be back?
It's so exciting. Like we said, we had a great OTA and just everybody went to go work hard during the little 5 weeks we had, and you can tell everybody was excited to get back.
Yeah, what about that 5 weeks? How do you spend that time making sure you're still in shape and still sharp?
You for sure got to debrief and get some time to yourself, but I usually do that early on, like a couple days, go see family, maybe go out the country one time, but after that it's straight work. Monday through Saturday, really, we straight working, get my body done, just because I know coming out here how intense and how urgent we are, so you just got to be in shape coming back.
It's great to see you out here. Now, you were in Denver last couple of seasons. Difference between training camp here and Denver?
The heat and altitude is the biggest difference, and I don't know which one I choose. The altitude is pretty tough, but nothing beats this Houston heat, definitely on the end of July. So it's really pick your poison.
How is the vibe different? This is a loaded question. From the last time you were here, just the whole atmosphere, the culture, all the guys we have here now.
Just what D'Amico been building here, it's just, you can tell it's a winning culture here, and it's just he expects nothing less but to be great. So just coming in here, and right when I signed, the day I signed, I just felt the energy, and I knew it wasn't 2 years ago when I was here. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to be around a bunch of players this good.
No question that you're no stranger to special teams. So what do you think of the kickoff return rule this year? Touchback to the 35, more returns than ever.
I love it. They can't be scared now. Other teams, even last year, they changed it, but I still didn't I probably got like 8-9 returns. So I know they don't want to take teams don't want to take it on the 35 pretty much at this point, and I'm excited to put, a couple points on the board and just have a lot of total yards.
Give us an idea of what you guys do in the off hours during training camp. A lot of meetings, I know, but what about downtime? How do you spend the time to keep going?
It's a lot of Uno going on, a lot of naps. We got a nice renovated recovery room, and it's just mainly taking care of your body and building this brotherhood chemistry, so when we go out on the field, we all flying around and know exactly where we're going to be at.
Awesome. Have a great camp.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
He's one of the good guys, and anybody who was here in 21, I just have a special feeling toward. You know that,
Same.
Johnny. And I'm glad to have him back, and I'm wondering how it's all going to shake out back there in the defensive backfield with all the numbers they have. But Tremont Smith, good to have him here, and he's chomping at the bit. Anybody who can return the football in a kickoff situation wants on the roster because you're going to get those reps. You're going to get more returns than ever.
Yeah, there's no question. And by the way, there was a rumor back earlier this summer that Vegas was instituting Uno in their casinos.
Ooh.
And I'm like, that's not good, man. That is going to be hell to pay. There is no way a fight is not happening if you land draw 4 on somebody. I'm telling you, the Harris family plays Uno all the time.
You're going to need security for that.
Oh, there are fights all the time. All the time, especially because my son tries to hide Uno cards up his sleeve, which I respect. I mean, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. So I respect it. But the Uno games get Whoo, man.
Pretty intense,
They
huh?
get pretty involved. I can imagine with a bunch of competitive dudes like this team's got, I can imagine those Uno games are tight. But kind of fit in that Dari category that we talked about earlier on the defensive side. Dari can do a lot offensively. Tremont can do a lot defensively. He's been around. I remember calling Tremont. I called a Tremont game when he was at Central Arkansas. He's playing with a cast on his hand. Ends up making basically an interception with one hand against Houston, at the time Houston Baptist, now Houston Christian. And I just remember, this guy can play in the league.
Where was the game? At Houston Christian?
It was at Houston Christian, yep.
So,
it was here.
Central Arkansas is at Red Field. Do they still have the
No,
Red
Central
Field?
Arkansas has the purple,
The gray field.
alternating.
The red is Eastern Washington.
Yeah, well, that's hard to watch.
So the gray is
That's
Central
hard.
Arkansas.
Purple and gray.
Stop this, everybody.
Yeah,
Stop
purple
it.
and gray.
Boise did it. All right, fine. Don't do it anymore.
No.
Who has the two-tone field? Every 5-yard line.
Central Arkansas does. It's purple and gray, purple and gray, purple and gray.
Oh, forget. No, but there's another one out there. Anyway,
There might be.
stop. Just stop.
Yeah,
Just
don't
stop.
need it.
Go green. I know it's fake green. It's supposed to simulate grass, but
Just
you know
green.
what? There's something nice about it. We all like to watch football that way.
I cannot watch. Like, if there's a prospect from Eastern Washington that I want to watch,
It
I have
blinds
a
you.
hard. I want a road game. Give me a road game. My rods and cones and these eyes
Yes.
can't. You can't figure.
You're
that
like
out.
Kramer with the
Forget
Kenny Rogers Roasters.
Slide through the door.
I can't take it. I can't take it. I haven't slept. No sleep.
Jerry, have slept.
No sleep.
No sleep.
Anyway, all right, we're getting no sleep because it's training camp, but we have things to discuss, including a position group breakdown. That is coming up, and it's going to be a bit of a surprise, I think, because that position group squad making a lot of noise, and we'll tell you about that next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days on select Hyundai models. Only at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end July 31st. Call 469-405-7740 for details. Hurry in.
Here's another Whataburger DM. Miranda says, it's 2023 and still no Pico Burger. How do we get y'all to pick it back up? Miranda, we totally thought we responded to this. We know it's been a minute or two, but good news, the Pico de Gallo burger is back up. Yep, the 2 fresh beef patties covered with crisp Pico de Gallo, 2 slices of pepper jack and creamy cilantro lime sauce you love is back. And it's all thanks to you. The Pico de Gallo burger is back for a burger.
Drum roll, please. Tickets are on sale now for the 2025 Pepsi National Battle of the Bands, celebrating top historically black college and university marching bands in the nation. Get ready for battle and join us on Saturday, August 23rd at NRG Stadium for the action, rhythm, and talent of musicians from Prairie View A&M University, Texas Southern University's Ocean of Soul, and more. Plus, this year's event will feature a live performance from a surprise special guest artist. This is not a drill. Get your tickets now at lsse.net.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey, Texans fans, you're invited to Louisiana's largest casino resort, Coshada. Coshada Casino Resort has the largest and most spacious gaming floor in the Lake Charles area, with thousands of the newest slots, over 55 table games, live bingo, and off-track betting. Plus, 3 beautiful hotels, delicious Cajun cuisine, and the #1 rated golf course in Louisiana at Coshada Casino Resort, Louisiana's best bet.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
We believe orthopedics, the runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all: you. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans take the field this season against exciting opponents like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, San Francisco 49ers, Buffalo Bills, and Las Vegas Raiders? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your crew and secure group tickets now for one or more of these exciting games. Visit HoustonTexans.com now to learn more about group ticket opportunities and the awesome benefits you get just by coming as a larger group. KILT-FM. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you. Day 3 of Texans Training Camp. And the breaking news was just not exactly earth-shattering. It's not because of weather either, because the rain has let up. But we were talking about those big automated type cameras they have, the sail cameras.
Yep.
They have been downed. They have been retracted.
And covered. Look,
and indoors today. They're going to be in the bubble today. And it looks like walkthrough type stuff. And they're letting the media into the bubble right now. Yep. That means no outdoors today. They are inside. But they don't do much in the first hour anyway. They're activating right now, warming up. And we'll let you know what they do as they do it. And we've got Brooke Kirchhofer helping us out. She's going to go in there and let us know any breaking news, if you will, anything noteworthy from inside the bubble. We're outside on field 1. They're going to have an open practice tomorrow, and that'll be cool because they'll go full tomorrow. And then pads Monday, day off Sunday, pads Monday in all likelihood. Yep. So we'll see how it goes. I'm a little surprised they're going walkthrough mode today. Now I say walkthrough mode. Who knows what they end up doing,
so,
Johnny?
Let me give you a player's perspective real fast.
Okay.
And you know this. Players hate long walkthrough practices because you better be on it mentally or it's hell to pay. Like, it's more of testing your knowledge of what you're supposed to be doing. When you go on the grass and you're going through team periods, you just play. You just react and you play. You just go, okay, here's the call. I want to get it right, all that. When you go through a walkthrough period, it's like sitting in a classroom with a professor that would call on you. I used to call on my students, and they used to hate it. But it's so helpful for everybody to do that, in an environment where you can go inside, you can go a little bit faster in a sense, but mentally you have to respond to what's going on and what's happening. Players in now, after a couple days of hitting and pads and you're sore and everything, okay, then a walkthrough practice isn't that bad on your body. But, man, when you have to be challenged mentally during training camps, like, I remember having at Brown one year, we went upstairs and we must have had a 2-hour walkthrough at 8 o'clock at night after 2-a-day practices. So we had practice in the we had meeting, practice in the morning, we had an hour off for lunch, we go back to the training room, had a 2-hour meeting before afternoon practice, had 2.5 hours afternoon, went 8, went back, had a 2-hour walkthrough. Jeez. I wanted to punch everybody and everybody, anybody and everybody I saw.
Why did they do that? What toughens you up?
Well, I mean, they want to make sure that we were up to speed. That was also a year we were learning a new defense, but the offense was doing it too. So it wasn't as if we were having to do it because we were learning a new defense. It was everybody. So we went through 2 hours, and we were not real happy about it afterwards. But we were on the spot about what we were supposed to know, how we were supposed to know it, where everybody was supposed to be. And that's what this is all about. And I remember hearing D'Amico talk about this over the years, and he kind of talked about it a little bit the other day when he talked about walkthroughs and how important they are to what it is that you're going to do. And so when you get to CBA and you're like, okay, you can practice these days, you got to have mandatory day off. When do you do the mental work? When do you do the old chalkboard, whiteboard stuff? When do you do it? Well, you pick a day like today, because tomorrow with the fans here, what do you want? You want them relatively fresh. You want them showing it off. But you got a crowd here, and they'll lift up their energy and their intensity as they are out here again, for the fans. So challenge them today. This could be more mental challenge than physical challenge. Let's see where you are with that. So I think that helps the coaches find out also, too, in a less stressful environment, what do they know, what don't they know?
Yeah.
So it's a good day for them as well.
I think they could still do a lot of the individual stuff.
They will.
They can't obviously, knock heads 11 on 11.
Right.
No pads, no helmets. They're not going to do that. But they could, throw some pass skeletons, stuff like that.
Yes.
And we'll see how it goes inside the bubble today. They're still in the activation period right now. It's Texans Training Camp Live. Great to have you with us, as we will be back on the air Monday all through next week, even the day off Thursday. Johnny and I will be in the Hyundai Texans radio studio with interviews and a lot of information on your Texans. And at the Greenbrier, we'll be there as well. So in audio fashion, bringing it all to you, and all the video stuff on HoustonTexans.com and all the social media platforms. Let's get to this. People look forward to this, Johnny. It's position group breakdown. Defensive backs. That is the group today. And as usual, I will go in no particular order just to keep things fresh, so you don't have to sit through some guys that you might not know. We'll just sprinkle them in here and there. But let's start off with a second-year player who did a lot of good things. Tied for the team lead in picks last year. Kalen Bullock, safety, 6'3", 190. Sometimes you look at that weight and say, oh, man, that's light, that's heavy, whatever. He looks like he's about 1-0. What do you think?
As good a range as you're going to find any free safety in the NFL. Can run. I think as he learns, I said this the other day, as he learns about the NFL and learns when he's back there in cover one, where basically he's free, but everybody's playing man-to-man underneath, he can figure out, all right, I need to lean this way. This is Puka over here. I'm gonna help who's ever going against Puka. Who's ever in the slot, I might help. It's Travis Kelce. I might help whoever's covering Travis Kelce from that deep position. But in a cover three situation, the reason he had so many interceptions is he can go hash to hash, numbers to numbers, as well as anybody. And we saw it that very first preseason game against Pittsburgh. He was in the middle of the field in cover three, and they went down the sideline, and he picked the ball off. Now, he's out of bounds, but he picked the ball off on the sideline from the middle of the field. And we had a great view of it from our booths in Pittsburgh. And I just remember talking about it on the broadcast, like, man, that's crazy range. We haven't had a free safety like that. So that's what he brings to this defense. He has another 5 or 6 interceptions this year. The league will definitely know who Kalen Bullock is.
Okay, so his good buddy Kamari Lassiter, he is next. We have numerous friends on the team, good friends off the field like Jaden Higgins. But Lassiter and Bullock were very close, and Lassiter exploded onto the scene as a rookie corner last year.
Yeah, I remember talking to Derek Stingley, and he's like, yeah, Kamari's crazy. And it's a good crazy. He plays, it's not reckless, but he plays, in a sense, fearless. And that fearlessness, I think, is the hallmark of his game. And he can do a little bit of everything. He's a good blitzer. I think you could get to a situation, if you could get a good feel for somebody and he out Kamari inside to cover some of those tougher slot receivers. He's up for that challenge. But his run support was so impressive as a rookie. And for a guy who's not real big, but he spent all offseason in the weight room with Kalen. Two of them are thick as thieves. They're kind of the Jonathan Joseph, Kareem Jackson duo. They get after it. And I think that fearlessness from Kamari is what this team really relishes, outside the fact he can go get the ball. He's sticky in coverage, and I think in year 2 he's going to be even stickier.
Keeping it going with defensive backs position group breakdown. Jalen Petrie entering year 4, just signed the extension, had a pick yesterday.
Part linebacker, part safety. Again, kind of like Kamari, he's got that fearlessness to his game. I think he'll improve as a cover guy. I know a lot of people point out that Jets game against Devontae Adams, and that's not what Jalen does the best, but on that play he slipped, and I'm like, But I think this staff has found a way to take Jalen's best assets and accentuate them and try and limit his liabilities. That's what a great coaching staff does. And I think Jalen, wherever he plays, he creates mayhem. And that's what his game is all about. And we've talked about it. Off the field, he's Jalen Petrie. On the field, he's 5. On the field, he hits anything in a different color jersey. I mean, he hit Tyler Guyton in that Monday Night Football game like he did. He stole the football, and so Jalen went and stole it back from him. So he's got what you want in this secondary. Again, I don't know if crazy's the right word, but fearless.
Tremont Smith, we had him on in the last segment. He's in year 8.
He's kind of the secondary's version of Dario Gumbawale. He can play outside. He can play inside. He's one of the fastest guys on the team. He gives you return abilities. He's got a really good feel for coverage and for the ball. I remember in Dallas back in 22, kind of a tip ball. It's a little bit behind him, snagged it, interception, got the Texans down in where they get down for a touchdown at that point. So he gives them a little bit of everything, a little bit taller, a little bit longer than some of the other corners. And so like this, I just feel good having Tremont on the team because he knows what to do. He's going to come up and tackle. He's going to give you everything on special teams, and he's got the ability to return kicks. He's definitely a defensive secondary Dario Gumbawale.
All right, this next player, new to the Texans this year, does not miss leg day. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, 5'11", 208.
Yeah, I think, C.J.'s background has been well chronicled. A lot of people know about some of the things that have happened. He's boisterous. I like to go with confident. He's very confident. Plays the game hard all the time. And I know how you feel about this because you were down in South Florida for a few years. When you get players from out of the state of Florida, they got a different edge. And he's from one of the great programs down in Florida. My buddy actually was his offensive coordinator for a couple of years when he was at Cocoa High School. I just love the way those guys played. I loved him when he's at Florida. I love the fact that he's here.
Was he playing receiver in high school? He looks like he could have been a running back, too, with those legs.
I think he did both. I think he did wide receiver and running backs. He's a special player. And I'll tell you this. If Kalen comes up with 5 or 6 picks, CJ gets 5, 6 picks. He's had 2 seasons of 6 picks.
Oh my gosh.
All of a sudden, we're leading the league by double digits. Because you know there are going to be a couple other guys we'll talk about that are going to get some too.
In fact, one next. That would be Derek Stingley Jr. entering year 4, coming off the big extension in the offseason, and another outstanding campaign. This was an all-pro season for Derek Stingley Jr. Might not get as many picks because who's going to throw at Derek Stingley Jr.? Right. We'll find out.
He's just the best corner in the league. He's one of the best defensive players in the league. He's one of the players that garners the most respect from players throughout the league. He's... Titus Howard called Ariante Arishari, he could be the truth. The truth is Derek Stingley goes out and balls out. His football IQ is off the charts. He's got speed. He's got size. You go to a defensive back cover guy lab, that's what walks out. That's what walks out. Oh, yes, I like the way that looks. When you put all the dimensions and all the assets in that you want, Derek Stingley is that guy, point blank, end of story. As long as he stays healthy this year, I think he could definitely be in the running for Defensive Player of the Year.
All right, joined the team during last season, trying to make it as a safety here, Russ Yeast.
His dad is Craig Yeast, which I didn't know. I watched Craig Yeast when he was a wide receiver at Kentucky, really good wide receiver. So there's some DNA there. Russ, his first 2 years in the league with the Rams, he started 10 of those, I think it was 10 games he started in those first 2 years. His second year with the Rams, he had 61 tackles, he had 5 passes defense. He was a contributor to that Rams, the whole thing in 24, and when they did, Russ was kind of odd man out. So he comes here, good size, good length, plays on special teams. I think he's got range in the middle. He's not scared to hit. I think Russ Yeast is one of those definite don't forget about me guys.
Okay, I like the don't forget about me guys. All right, let's move on here. Miles Bryant, one of our favorite guys to talk to from Pasadena in California, went to UW, year 6. It's kind of like all he does is make plays. He makes a lot of plays. When he's out there, he tends to show up in a big way. Miles Bryant.
Yeah, what position does he play? Nickel, corner,
he's another Dare.
Safety. Yes, he plays all.
Defensive Dare.
If you go back and you watch that game against the Chiefs in the divisional playoff round, first series of the game, they try and go out and up on him. He's right in position. Mahomes got to throw the ball away. Just before that, they throw a ball to the flat. I can't remember. I think maybe it's Pacheco. And Miles comes up and smokes Pacheco. Ball comes out. He knocked one away from Kelsey earlier in the game, or from a receiver early in the game. He made plays in that game that if you end up winning that game, you look back and go, man, Miles made some key plays in this game to help us win this. So he's a football player. He's a football playing Jesse, as David Culley used to say about his guys.
I like that. MJ Stewart, we were talking about him with Jonathan Alexander. Impossible not to like this guy. And another defensive Dare, special teams Dare. Yep. We have a lot of Dares on this team. You need the Dare class of player. You really do to be successfle.
Mark, I've said this. I told this to Bill O'Brien before he took this job. I said, Bill, what you have high-level guys. You have Hopkins. You have Andre. You've got J.J. level guys, and then you got some guys trying to make the roster. But what you need is kind of the middle class. You need the guys that live in the suburbs. You need some of those guys that you're paying $2-3 million a year, and they give you $10 million worth of value. That's MJ Stewart. May not play every single defensive down, but he plays every special teams down. He runs everything on the punt team from a personal protector standpoint. Frank Ross trusts him. I think Steven Adegoke trusts him as a safety if he's got to go in the game. He's smart. He's physical. And what I love about him is just his perspective. He came out of North Carolina, a young dude, was drafted relatively early. I think there was this thought of, I got to be this type of player. Now in year 8 or 9 or whatever it is for him, he understands what his role is. And I think that is hugely important. You know what your role is going in. Now, it might change throughout a year. But if you know what your role is going in and you go balls to the wall with it, you're going to end up being a good contributor to this team.
All right, more defensive backs position group breakdown. And here's a rookie who might be this year's version of Kalen Bullock or Kamari Lassiter. We'll see. It's a lot to put on the guy. But from USC, Jalen Smith.
Yeah, he plays the game like Kamari and Jalen. He plays hard. He's physical. He had a really nice pass breakup, reading a route and breaking on the route on Jared Wayne yesterday in practice. Now, a couple plays later, he was in press man, and X beat him on a slant route, and Davis just drilled it. And it was beautifully done. And so he's going to ride the wave kind of as a rookie, but he competes. Route and coverage. When he's at USC last year, he played on the outside almost exclusively. But the year before that, 2023, Kalen's last year there, Jalen moved inside and did a lot more nickel stuff. He's a good blitzer, really kind of understood how to time up the snap and all that kind of stuff. So I think you got something maybe a little different with Jalen Smith. Now he's just got to get more and more reps. But you can see the natural cover ability and the natural competitiveness there for sure.
It was an emphasis during the draft this past year to draft as many people named Jalen as possible. And here's another one, Jalen Reed, safety from Penn State.
When you see Jalen Reed walk by, he looks like he has negative body fat. Like he is just, he is impressive looking. There is no way that you can give me any good excuse or reason for why he got to the 6th round. None whatsoever. There's no way. Now, I thought he would go day 3. I thought he'd be early day 3. I thought he'd be a 4th round. He ended up getting to the 6th. It's a huge value pick to get him in the 6th round. He's going to immediately contribute on special teams. He's got a good feel for playing deep, but he's better when he's playing closer to the line of scrimmage. He's kind of Jalen Petrie in that way. Like, he's pretty good playing near the line of scrimmage, and he'll hit you. He will absolutely light you up. He's got a physicality that you love. And being a former safety, I love those guys that will come up and strike, and they play the game fearlessly. It's going to start on special teams, but if he gets an opportunity at some point to get some defensive reps and get really comfortable there, I think you're going to like what Jalen Reed's got.
Okay, one's a beloved player to us, D'Angelo Ross, and he's Mr. I scored 2 points in a playoff game, and it's awesome. So what about him entering this camp? It's year 4. Let's see, year 4 accredited for D'Angelo.
Yeah, he's been around for a little bit. He's been here with us for 4 years.
Yeah.
On and off. He has started for this team at times. Started, I think, in that Green Bay game, and I thought he played pretty decently in that Green Bay game.
Jeez, we were hanging on for life in that Green Bay game.
We really were, and should have won a damn game. But that beside the point. He is as competitive as it gets. That's what I like about these secondary guys. They're not any guys that you just kind of roll the ball out there and they're like, all right, I'm out here. There aren't guys that are going to make business decisions on tackles. Sting is one of the better force run players in the league, and he's one of the best cover guys in the league, if not the best. So you have guys that do – D'Angelo's the same thing. He's going to run down on special teams. He's going to make 2 or 3 plays a game in the special teams that are going to be key to that win. You think about that that Chargers win, the win over the Chargers.
Yep.
He downed a ball inside the 5 at one point. He returned the kick for 2 points going the other way. Remember how he timed up? I forgot about this. Remember how he was out as kind of a gunner blocker, and he timed up, and he kind of slid in, and then ran at the punter and blocked the punt?
Yeah.
It ended up going downfield.
Yeah,
but it was
deflected it.
Right. D'Angelo's the only guy that would have been able to do that. So he gives you a little something unique, I think, on special teams as well.
Okay, give me one sentence on – well, Elijah Huzzie is on NFI, right?
Yeah, he's on NFI, so we'll talk about Elijah. Good career at him here.
Jimmy's on PUP. We'll get to him another time. Keedron Callaghan is a rookie from southeastern Louisiana.
They moved him off the roster because
he's been released. So what about Arthur Mollett?
Well, that's why he was released, because Arthur Mollett comes in here. And I've been watching Arthur the first couple of days, because when you get a veteran, a guy that's been around, there are some veterans that kind of get disappointed when they come to a city and then they're not getting the run they want, or they're not playing the position that they're supposed to, or they're asked to do special teams, and you just see kind of a pout go on their face. Haven't seen that from Arthur at all. Arthur has been fantastic. You can tell he can run, and he's got pretty decent size. To me, in 2023 with Baltimore, he was one of the best slot corners in the league. I thought he was tremendous. 2024 is banged up, didn't play a whole lot in 2024, but you could tell going out, drafting Jalen Smith, who played inside at USC, signing Arthur Mollett, who can play on the inside. There was a definite emphasis on finding interior cover guys, and that's what Arthur Mollett gives you. But he's really good timing up blitzes, timing up the snap count. Jalen Petrie does that really well. So there are just different things you can do with Arthur. It's just a matter of getting reps and getting comfortable in this system.
Who else did I miss?
Damon Arnett.
Damon Arnett, that's right. John McClain's favorite player.
Yeah, it's been well chronicled, his background. He's getting a second chance, a second opportunity, and he was out of practice yesterday. He was in for the first day. I like his build. He's pretty strong. Whenever you see DBs with big butts, they do not lie. I mean,
big butts don't lie on DBs.
That's the power. Hopefully getting a second chance here with the Texans is going to be a good thing for Damon Arnett. I'm excited to see what more he can contribute each day.
Okay, Solomon Byrd, we're going to check in with him in the next segment. That's our position group breakdown of DBs. Great job, Johnny, who doesn't use any notes when he does that. It's amazing. It's absolutely incredible. So, also, Brooke Kirchhoffer, she's got some things to run by us from practice from the first few sessions of Texans training camp. So we will get to it all here coming up on Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio. We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Oh, yes, it is. I can't even imitate that guy's voice. He's deep. Okay, it's Texans Training Camp Live, and they're in the bubble today. That's the situation. And right now, I can see what period they're in on the big board. So this is kind of interesting because you get to see what they're organizing play-wise, but it's kind of janky because you have – now, this is just from a sheer layman standpoint, okay? It's really important stuff football-wise. But you have some of the offensive linemen putting on little caps and pretending to be defensive linemen. You have that. People might recall in 2021 when Deshaun participated in one or two practices, maybe a couple more, he's scout team safety. That was one of the battle cries. Okay, that's when they're doing this offense-defense separate stuff, and everybody – I mean, C.J. Stroud might throw on a little, jersey to be a safety just to give a look in a walkthrough situation. It's not actual making plays. It's just let's do the choreography of the offense. All right, Mark Vandermeer with you. Johnny's taking a look inside. He's going to let us know what he's seeing. And Brooke Kirchhoffer, who's helping us out here, contributing to Texans Radio, is here. So day 3, this is weird for me because it's a little calm. It's a little too calm, Brooke, because tomorrow's going to be another big practice. It'll be an open practice here on Field 1. We thought they were going to be on Field 1 today. They changed their minds.
I think it says a lot about what D'Amico Ryans thought about day 1 and day 2. He was so happy after the first practice, which was just a smooth operation. You have new play callers, obviously, on the offensive side. He was happy with the defensive play calling as well. And then day 2, you get all of the competition. And so now they're taking it inside, which feels like cheating for us, right?
Yep.
Feels like you should have to be in 90-degree heat.
Yep.
It's nice out here, a little bit gloomy. But why they are taking the approach inside, I think it has to do with so much shifting on the offensive line, them trying to figure out, okay, who is the best 5? Because the first 2 days, we have seen them plug and play guys everywhere. Titus Howard probably locks up the right guard spot, but even Ursery has played left tackle, right tackle. Where is he going to be comfortable? I think there's still a lot of questions on the O-line.
Maybe they're looking to take a jump, and look, we're purely hypothesizing here. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans after practice. That'll be on the In the Loop program, and we'll talk about it tonight on Texans All Access. But my theory is, right along with what you're saying, that they want to get things right, especially on offense, because it's been difficult against this defense. It was last year. It is this year. They're seeing some good things. They're seeing some good runs. They've seen some good pass plays. But you want to make sure that you have everything in order. Maybe you're taking the next step in the offensive install here. Now,
I think so.
People would say you probably put everything in the offseason, but maybe you want to review and, hey, these are the things we're going to work on tomorrow. Take it to another level. Maybe start throwing the ball downfield more, stuff like that.
Yeah, to take it a step further, C.J. Stroud also has a whole much more on his plate. He's IDing, calling out the protections for the first time with the Texans. It's a new offensive scheme for him. It's a little easier on the offensive line. I'll let you talk about what Titus said about that, going back to the original offense he first played in. But for C.J., it's going to be a lot of mental reps, and obviously we'll be able to see more of that with the joint practices August 14th, I think, in Carolina. And so they've got some time to get there, but I do think it's more of the sharpening up the mental tools for CJ.
Yeah, when Carolina comes here, they'll do the joint practice with them, and then at Detroit the following week. So 2 teams with joint practices. I'm curious to know if they made the phone call to Minnesota to see if they would do it before that Minnesota game, but they're going to go to the Greenbrier instead. And I'm all in favor of that, by the way. Going to the Greenbrier.
Man,
then
that's the Saints'
Friday,
old spot.
It's the Saints' old spot. You know, the Saints were there. Were you with the Saints or covering the Saints when they were there?
I was not, but these stories I'd have to hear at training camp from the old heads. And it's like, guys, I get it. But the Saints were bad
and that was
every time they went to the Greenbrier. That's the thing. It was a curse.
They didn't have a winning season after any of those. They went 3 years in a row. They had 3 losing seasons in a row. And then they started winning again when they left the Greenbrier.
I know.
Interesting. Now, I was really hoping. So the Texans went in 2017. Watson gets hurt in week 7 or whatever it was. They go 4-12. They go back to the Greenbrier. And I'm thinking, better have a winning season here. Otherwise, we'll never go back. Had a winning season. Had a 9-game winning streak as part of that season, longest in franchise history. But then they decide we're not going back to the Greenbrier. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. That season ended badly, though. It ended with a horrific loss to the Colts in the playoffs here. Although it was a good regular season with an 11-win count. That was the second most in franchise history. They flamed out in the playoffs against Andrew Luck, so don't get me started about that. So I don't think there's any curse with the Texans, though. And hopefully not, because I'd like to go back every single year if possible. We'll see how it plays out this year. But I like what you said about C.J. Stroud, because this is a new offense. This is a quarter of offense where he's going to have to learn these things. And you need a day like this. They don't have two-a-days. They don't have that late-in-the-day walkthrough where you can put more stuff in. We're seeing everything they're doing, literally, so you don't get a chance to practice behind closed doors, if you will. I remember back in the day, you want to talk about old heads. I mean, when you said that, by the way, we're talking about 2014, 15, and 16 for the Saints going to the Greenbrier. To me, that feels like last Tuesday, okay?
All right.
So, no, but you're right. It is, it's a decade ago, so I get it. It's a long time ago. But I'm eager to see how they come out tomorrow, if they're going to throw the ball any differently, downfield, whatever.
I think also building the chemistry. This might be the most competition at wide receiver and also cornerback. And we got to see a little bit of that yesterday. I was really impressed with Jalen Smith, kind of leaving an exclamation point at the end of practice with the pass breakup, especially with that room being so full. But I want to ask you, they kept 7 wide receivers on last year's 53-man roster cut. Do you think they go 7 again? And they also went 5 running backs, so heavy running back room in the 53-man roster cut last year. There's so much talent out here, though. I don't know how they pick the wide receivers.
Special teams has a great deal to do with it, as you know. And the running backs, too.
To mention that, Jalen Knoll and John Mechie were out here catching punts before they went inside, too, to try to build that special teams.
Mechie's probably putting up his hand. I'll do anything.
Right.
I'll
just
catch punts.
get me on the team.
I'll be a gunner. I'll do whatever it takes because I need to be on this team. Knoll is so reliable catching the football, although, as I say that, in the punts the first day, everybody was having trouble catching punts, except for Alex Earl's boyfriend. I shouldn't call him that. I'm not going to do that. Come on, don't be like that.
He knows he's got to wear that all
I know. And you know what? If I'm him, I'm thinking, go ahead, call me that all day long. In fact, if I'm not that, that's a problem for me. So, no, he was really good catching punts the other day. Because the ball, there was a little wind, the ball was moving. Tommy was just booming it, and it was unpredictable. And he was doing the best job of everybody out there on that particular day. But you bring up Knoll and those guys. Look, it's hard to predict the numbers right now, and we'll get into that as they get into the preseason games. But I think it's definitely 6 at receiver. But that means names you know and people you like will be shown the door. Now, they might end up on the practice squad. Nick Caserio talks about it. He looks at this as a 69, 70-player roster because you have the practice squad. You'll inevitably, knock wood, you don't, but you always have guys on IR or whatever who are eligible to come back, maybe somebody on PUP, so that expands the numbers as well. Running backs are going to be interesting as well because we talked about a guy like Joe Jordan making that run of the day yesterday, and with the thinness right now with Pierce out, Mixon out, J.J. Taylor out, those are all guys who'd be getting a ton of reps right here, and you're not having that right now. You're not having that. So I think Jawar is going to knock on the door and threaten here at the running back spot. I don't know if he really shows up in the preseason games. Practice squad, there's so much to discuss, and here comes Johnny again. I always like to say, he knows this, that injuries sometimes make the decision for you.
Right.
You have a guy who's hurt, okay, put him on IR. I almost said stash him, but you're really just putting him on IR. That enables somebody else to enter the 53, and then you have another injury. Just things happen like that. You need all these guys.
Right.
We see this all the time where throughout the course of a 17-game schedule, you've got to be able to play everybody.
I think this training camp is really interesting, too, for the 2s and 3s competition. I know everybody wants to hear about the starters. Everybody relatively has looked pretty good. The 2s and 3s competition, though, is so heavy right now. Davis Mills making a case for himself. He has looked really good at the backup quarterback spot so far in training camp. I mean, Talk about some of those running backs, too.
He is a lock. Now, Johnny talked about it earlier. We were public about this in OTAs that Slovis was looking pretty good. If Mills has a bad throw here or there, is Slovis going to threaten Davis? I don't think he will, ultimately. I think Davis has too much experience, 25 starts, and looks good out here in training camp. You know, maybe it was just a matter of getting used to the offense and OTAs and minicamp for him, but, man, does he look good right now, and that's what you want to see because – God forbid something happens, and knock on wood, knock on everything right now. You have to have a good backup quarterback in this league. There's no question, and you have one with experience. I would be surprised if Nick didn't get a few phone calls in the offseason about Mills, but you want him on this team. You need a great backup quarterback, good potential to carry your team for games if necessary should something horrible happen. Now, stop me. Just stop me from even talking about that, Johnny.
Don't go there.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
I'm not going there.
Why on day 3 are you going there?
Well, because she brought up Davis Mills, so I just decided to.
No,
All right, so what's going on in the bubble? You just got back from
Davis has been spinning the first 2 games, or first 2 practices. He's been really, really good.
So am I right about this offense-defense separate period, which is 20 minutes long? It's just like walk-through stuff.
It's a walk-through period.
No helmets.
Walk-through period. No helmets. Just they're literally walking through. I mean, it's a mental exercise, and got to have a few of those throughout the year, which is good. And they're having one of those today before the big open practice tomorrow. So I don't know how long they'll go, but they're in a period right now on the scoreboard. It says OD separate. So they're just separate from one another and just running through plays, just running through.
So Brooks' theory was that, hey, after 2 days, we've seen what we've seen. It's time to put in the next thing on offense. It's time to get some things right on offense, in particular as you embark on day 4 and you want to be able to do a few more things.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're installing something every day. Every day you're going in. Now you install it in the meetings. You go inside. And you're like, all right, we're putting in this package today. You know, third down package. We're putting in screen package. We're putting in this package. You put in those all the time. Nick talked about that yesterday about how you install. Nobody's holding your hand anymore. But you've done a lot in OTAs and minicamps, and now you're going back and you are. I see pool noodles. I'm getting to this in a second.
Pool noodles?
Yeah, look. Coach has got pool noodles over there.
Are we going swimming?
With the special teams. Special teams guys are working outside. They got noodles.
People bring in their kids?
Look at him. They're like
they went to Walgreens.
Oh, it's distraction.
He's trying to distract Jaime Fairbairn.
Wow.
And
really?
It didn't matter. He made it anyways.
Wait, is that – so wait a minute. He's kicking field goals.
Look, he's got pool noodles.
And they're waving them.
Above his head.
Is that the best thing they can think of to distract them?
I don't know. It's something.
I think you see the noise. I saw they pulled these out. You see the noise where they pump it in at practice.
Yeah.
Speakers, those
Put those on.
Yeah.
And
Put those
get the
on.
noodles.
You know what?
Come on.
Put those on and have people heckle him.
Right.
No, seriously.
It's more
crowd
the heckling
noise.
part. The crowd noise doesn't bother Jaime.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Look, now they're kind of together like they're at a Coldplay concert. Like you're going back and forth. You know, it's almost like swag surfing set on low mode.
You brought up Coldplay right now?
Yeah, of course.
That would be a good distraction. You ever see the Larry Bird free throw thing?
What's the deal with Coldplay? What's happening?
No, nothing happened. Nothing happened at all. No, nothing.
Firings, demotion.
Wait,
like
who was I talking to who does not do anything on social media? Oh, a friend of mine in Miami, Don Bailey. You know him, who does their color commentary on the Hurricanes radio network. And we were on the phone. We were having a long conversation. I made a comment about it. He said, "What are you talking about?" And I said,
"No idea."
That's fantastic.
No idea. It's like I thought I heard something. How do you stay away from that? Anything you consume is filled with that. Every network, every show in America, no matter what the format, cooking, sports, business, it infiltrated all of that.
It certainly did. I didn't mean to take in that direction. It was just the first band I could think of was Coldplay.
Okay.
And kind of what you would maybe
that or the HR director.
Yes.
Just kidding.
One or the other. I don't
kidding.
know them. My wife didn't know for a couple days. I was talking about it. Now, this is like a couple of days.
I'm actually semi-envious to be that just out of the loop on things. Just, all right, I'm living my life. I'm enjoying things.
There are enough things I don't know about already. I'd rather not known about that.
I'm Henry David Thoreau living in the woods, and I'm not aware of these things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That'd be good. But I like the pool noodles.
Yeah.
They might make an appearance in Harris Hits Day 3 because there's not a whole heck of a lot going on that we can talk about. So
you were talking about the install. We saw C.J. Stroud, too, pull Garrett Patterson off to the side between second and third period of team drills. I would imagine a lot of those conversations they were having yesterday are now following into day 3 now, what they're doing in there. When you think,
yeah, I mean, they obviously center and quarterback are talking all the time. I mean,
especially too with this new offense though, and how the roles are changing.
Well, they've been together since 2023, so
right.
they know. CJ puts his hands under Jarrett's butt. I mean, that's as intimate as it gets. So you've got to have that type relationship with your center. So he's got it. But this offense is different in the sense that last year's offense, a lot would run through Jarrett or the center. You know, how they were going to slide, how they were going to, split the protection, slide the protection, trap the protection, how they were going to do that. So a lot of that went through the center. Now it's being handled by CJ. So they're kind of work as, Tom Brady used to do with his centers. They would work a lot together. I remember Peyton Manning with his centers. Peyton would want to have a protection that would go one way, or he wanted a certain protection. And Jeff Saturday is like, no. We want to do it. We want to do it this way. But they had been together so long, they kind of knew how each other felt about things. So there wasn't a lot of lack of communication or fighting about things because they already knew what each other was thinking. But that came with years and years and years of being together. Those guys have at least been together for 3 years. I think that's a great step in the right direction. But they have to communicate that. I mean, if those two aren't talking, if those two are, at a Coldplay concert, well, I'd worry about it. But they can walk over, cross, and be together the entire time, and I like it.
Another big question for me, I know it's only day 3. It's a walkthrough, so we're not going to see a whole lot. Who is starting opposite Derek Stingley at safety?
Oh, well, Stingley's at corner, and then Glasser will be at corner. Now, who is at nickel is going to be interesting. I think the secondary is going to be set. It's just a matter of...
Have they moved Petrie a little bit?
A little bit. Petrie's playing a little bit of safety yesterday, and I think when you look at the
regular safety.
Look at the safety depth chart, it's...
That's what threw me off with Petrie.
It's Kalen and CJ. Those would be the starters. Now, it just depends on whether you're in your quote-unquote base defense. If you put a third linebacker out there, or you put 5 front guys and 2 linebackers and only 4 DBs. They did that against the Chiefs a little bit. They did that against the Chargers, and the Chargers were running the ball, not great, but running it a little bit. Ravens, they would put 5 down guys and 2 linebackers and play with 4 DBs. Look, there are a lot of different. One of the things that they might do.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, they'll play 6 DBs.
No. With the 5, they move your boy into the Petrie spot and put Petrie back at safety in the spot that MJ's playing right now.
Yeah, they'll do that.
And that Eric Murray played last year.
They'll do that a little bit depending on how they want to cover and how they want to go about doing that. And I think that's what they were in the other day. I think their best lineup actually is when they put 6 DBs on the field and they put 5 front guys, and how they mix the front guys together I think is going to be real interesting because they can have 3 down guys and 2 linebackers. They have 4 down guys and 1 linebacker, which is a lot what they did with Aziz last year. They'd go dime. Aziz would be the linebacker. Then they'd have 4 defensive linemen. But I've also seen there have been times they've had 5 defensive linemen, 6 DBs, and they're literally split that way. So I think if they are in their base 5 DB defense, feels pretty clear to me that it's Sting, Glasser, Jalen, and Kalen and CJ, and then Jalen Petrie at the nickel at that point. But I think you can move some things around depending on what it is you want to do on those particular downs and sets.
This time last year, we saw some of that Petrie at nickel stuff, but we didn't know it till we really saw it when they were playing for real, that was going to happen, that was going to be a thing, that they were going to put them in that spot. So we'll see. Anything's possible with these guys. They could rearrange things, especially if they love Jalen Smith so much that he could fit in as a nickel. That could happen. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen. You tipped me off early that could happen.
He's making a case.
There are different things that you can do. I think that's the whole point. It's not like a game plan defense in a sense, but it is kind of a game plan defense.
Oh, you went there.
When you have chess pieces, you can play Queen's Gambit a number of different ways.
Cool. All right, Brooke, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. All right, we'll get you ready for In the Loop next and maybe catch up with Solomon Bird. Man, we just tend to ramble and things get away from us, and they're doing more teamwork right now inside the bubble. We'll set you up for the rest of the day here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in champions.
Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
We're back on the show, my gosh. In the Loop coming up, John Lopez and Reggie on here, and they're in offensive-defensive crossover right now. Boy, I've never seen offensive-defense crossover on the board before as far as a practice period. They're inside the bubble right now. No rain. It was raining when we got on the air, but then it stopped, and they decided to go inside and do a lot of walkthrough type of stuff. They've really dialed it down today in the physical department, gone heavy mental today. One can only guess because D'Amico Ryans will not talk after practice. It'll be the assistant coaches. And the belief here among Texans radio people, Johnny, is that my thinking is that, hey, first 2 days, very intense, physical, hot. Let's dial it back for day 3. Day 4, we're back out here tomorrow in front of the fans. That is going to be really high-intensity stuff. Then a day off, then you get into pads. Why rush through things? You got 6.5 weeks of camp. You know, you don't have to do it all in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. You want to be able to ramp up. In fact, they did a little more the first couple of days than I thought they would as far as time and maybe things to do. I thought they were going to ramp up a little bit more. It was pretty full the last couple of days, so I guess we shouldn't be surprised. And whatever it takes to maintain their bodies and get you ready for the Rams in September.
Yeah, you slow the music a little bit. Just, hey, let's slow down. You know, we had some pretty headbanging music for a couple of days. Going after it pretty good. 90-degree weather. So let's step back. Let's take a look at it. I'm sure they've watched all the practice through the first 2 days. There were some things that they saw. Hey, we're not sharp with this part. We're not sharp with this part. Once you get to the Greenbrier, you're 3 or 4 days away from having to go play a football game.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have this opportunity much to do this.
Yep.
So go ahead and do it now. Give the guys some rest. Like you said, tomorrow's going to be a highly intense day. And at the end of Saturday, you're going to have 3 out of 4 practices in, low to mid 90-degree weather and been pretty intense. So back off a little bit. Go inside. And I wonder, it's also my thought, because last year I remember thinking 23 more so than 24. But 23 was ungodly hot. That whole summer was hot. It was 15, 16 days of 105 plus. It was crazy how hot it was, and we were out just banging that entire time. And I'm of a belief. I've been of this belief a long time. Once you kick this thing off, it is all cumulative. So by the end of the year, man, you need to have something left in the tank. You need to have some left in the tank. So don't sap them with that energy in mile 1. Make sure you've got enough energy to be successful in mile 26.
Well,
this
last
is a
year,
damn long marathon.
Last year we saw that because last year they had 7 weeks of camp because they had the Hall of Fame game.
Right.
Now, they were in Cleveland for a week, and that was nice. That was cooler. It's not just about the weather. It's also practice intensity. And you brought up the 100-degree streak of first-year coach D'Amico Ryans' first training camp. And first-year head coaches, what do? They get very intense.
They do.
They feel like they got to be extra intense. Even Gary Kubiak, year 1, 06, the difference between that and year 4, 5, very extreme. The difference is when you talk about how he approached training camp and practice in general.
The good coaches learn.
Yeah. Even Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien, first practice ever. They're running gassers out here after a full training camp practice.
You're going to win if you listen to me. And they're running gassers at the end of practice. I'm like, what are we doing?
They're doing that. And what did he do? Year 3, 4, he dialed it down.
He did.
Measurably in training camp. All right, coming up, in the loop, who's your guest? Who's your guest today?
Matt Burke.
Matt Burke. You're going to go defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Who climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, literally.
That is as fun an interview as you got.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Good. You
awesome.
tap in and get him going on the right direction.
Yeah.
He's great.
Going to be
really
great to talk to him. Can't wait to hear that. We might rerun that tonight on Texans All Access like we did with your Aziz Al-Shire interview and your Will Anderson Jr. interview.
Don't screw it up.
All right. Thank you, Benny, for producing. Thank you, Matt, for engineering. Back tonight at 6 with Texans All Access with everything that happened today. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
fans.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber? At all. When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 6.
Yeah, happy Thursday to you. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig back at the studio because we are at the Houston Methodist Training Center for yet another day of Houston Texans Training Camp 2025. A lighter day out here and definitely a cooler day out here for anybody that is not in the Houston area. It's a little bit of rain came through and cooled everything down, but it also pushed practice into the bubble today.
Yeah, practice. Meanwhile,
they're practicing AC?
They're practicing AC. That's a new play. Meanwhile,
so stupid. So dumb.
I'm sitting, my chair's in a puddle of water, and I got wires all over me. So
I'm sure that'll go well.
We'll see how that goes with the electrical currents and the water. But no, man, we still had plenty to see out there, but it was nice to be indoors. That's for dang sure.
Always get involved with the program in the ways that are available to you. Of course, the text line, 713-572-4610. Let us know what you're thinking on anything we are particularly talking about. Is also, it's worth noting. I know we're going to talk a lot of Astros here. Texans here, but the days are ticking down towards the trade deadline. It is getting very interesting for your Astros. We'll talk about that more. We should have B. Scott as usual on a Friday, and then also we will be talking to the defensive coordinator of this team, Matt Burke, here shortly. But before we do any of that, it is a training camp day, and I think we've established a precedent.
Yeah, we have.
We need to get into some passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse, and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Today is a Friday, ain't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you say Thursday?
I sure did.
Okay.
I sure did. I don't know what's happening in my brain. Is that the first time anybody's mistaken a Friday for a Thursday?
Dude, yeah, that's the wrong way you want to go. You don't want to go that way. You got to go the other way.
I guess my real Friday with all the people out there. That's the real Friday.
I actually think it's worse the other way, where you think it's a Friday, but it's a Thursday.
Oh, yeah, no, this is
it's
okay.
worse, but I'm saying this is
because when you realize it's a Friday, it's like, oh, okay, that makes you even a little more happier.
Yeah. So first passing thought just occurred to me as I was walking over here from the practice bubble. Helpful hint for all our listeners, you do not want to be downwind from where they are emptying the porta potties. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't.
Woo,
I
baby.
didn't. Because I don't think I was, I don't know. Maybe my olfactory senses are going, because I did not catch that.
We were downwind, and that's just a quickie. But let's get to the Texans here. You mentioned walkthrough and a shorter practice in the bubble, which is why we're going to have Matt Burke here. Really, in about 15 minutes, he'll be joining us live right out of the bubble. But there's a big benefit to the bubble. You see everybody.
Yeah.
And this was really one of our better days, even though it's kind of a walkthrough, lighter drills, et cetera, install, as they like to say. I finally got a really good look at the defense, and there's some passing thoughts that we really haven't covered, just in terms of some of the things that they're doing out there. In fact, let's start with the defense, because we haven't done a lot of that in terms of getting eyeballs on them.
Okay.
You notice Derek Stingley, we always talk about, body transformations and all that. He's bigger. He is a bigger dude.
Huh.
Yeah, he of all the ones that we've seen kind of kidding around with Nick Caserio and stuff, he has shape, but just bigger up top, and I'm curious to see. Maybe we'll ask Matt Burke about that. Some of the reasons they might want to do that.
Yeah, because I mean, of all the positions to get bigger at, I don't know if I think of cornerback as one of those ones where I want that to happen. You still want to have obviously that mobility, the speed, but also being that guy on the edge, being able to come up and lay the lumber, as they say, and when it's necessary. He does that to some degree. Obviously, you would like to help him out with
That's probably the reason. Yeah. I know they wanted to work on some tackling, et cetera, with him. So maybe that's it. Another passing thought here, and we'll start with the defense again. Stay with the defense. So I really tried to focus in today. I don't know what you were focusing on. You were on the other side of the field up from me. But I really tried to focus on the interior defensive line, which we talked a lot about in the offseason.
We did. Haven't
had a good look at the interior defensive line. It looks like, and again, this isn't starters or whatever, but in terms of guys that they seem to be relying on in early rotations and stuff, it seems like Tim Settle and Sheldon Rankins are kind of holding down the fort in the middle there.
It makes sense. Like Tim Settle, of the guys that I guess I would consider more of a three technique kind of guy, he is the dude who shined all last season.
Yeah.
We know this. We saw this during the season, and it's been reiterated for me as I've rewatched the 2024 season. Settle was great.
Yeah.
Not just knifing up field and doing it pretty regularly and applying pressure, but then also like being a stout guy as much as you possibly can. I mean, I appreciated Foley. I'm glad he's back on this team, but I think there were some injury issues or whatever with the ability that he has, the leadership role. That seems obvious that he had the first crack at that. I am interested in seeing, once these pads go on, how effective he is in that role that you're expecting him to hold on to, because he's one of the guys. I know you brought him back in free agency. I know that Will was saying that's his guy. There's still a little bit for me to see on how effective he'll be at that space at this time in his career.
Yeah, and so that seems to be where they're starting. I'm looking at our pet cat list right now.
Oh, we're getting a pet cat update?
No, we're not, because none of us drafted him. For those who don't know, we drafted 3 players each, Figgy, Reggie, and I. And we have our own little bizarre scoring system. And we're going to see who had the most points at the end of the preseason with the pet cats. Nobody drafted this guy, but he seems to be he got a lot of reps with that front group in the interior defensive line. He seemed to be integral in some of the discussions that they were having up front. Tommy Togiai seems, again, he had a good end of the year. We've talked about that. Keep an eye on that cat. I think, speaking of which, I think they're going to. I think he might have a shot here.
I don't disagree. He had to step up and be a starter in that position a good amount because of the injuries that happened at times to Foley Fatukasi. And so I appreciate him. He held his own. I'd like to see what an offseason did for him in a level of progress. He was definitely one of the positive surprises, I guess, for lack of a better term, last year. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And as you speak of interior defense line guy, again, one of those things that I would encourage you to check out every day of camp, because John Harris, obviously just consummate football guy. He's done this a lot, and he gets a level of access that even we, as the assembled media, don't get. Like, he gets to move in places that we don't. He saw a little bit of a spark from Keontae Hamilton, the 7th round pick yesterday in team drills. So that's also, I don't know if that's like a name to watch per se, but very much interesting, and a guy that is a late round draft pick, what he's able to show in his first training camp.
All right, well, that's a good transition. Speaking of a late round draft pick, to another observation that seems pretty obvious to me. They're always talking about competition, right? Everybody's got to compete. Everybody's competing for a job. Sometimes that's true more at some positions than others. I don't know what you saw out there, but I saw every tight end getting reps with every team. I think the tight ends, I think it's a true, and that includes, that includes all of them. I think it's a true open, let's see what you got at tight end.
No, I mean, I think that behooves this team. I think all those guys have something to show, something to prove, something to develop at, which, I mean, that sounds very generic, but I do think that it means a little bit more with this group. Plus, I'm excited to see what Luke Lachey, I think I've mentioned him a couple of times to you. He might be a not official, but kind of unofficial pet cat for me that I've been interested in. I like his, how smooth he is, but where is he in his development? And if I could piggyback off of this, that also includes fullback.
Yes.
Because Jakob Johnson, who we had a great pleasure of seeing pretty up close and personal impromptu yesterday, everybody left the field on this very first field that we were right adjacent to. He's running shirtless, cut up like a pack of ground beef, running up and down 100-yard sprints up and down. And he's also been utilized as he's running routes with the tight ends. So, I mean, he's got the conditioning that he's working on. I do, and we know kind of the system. We've had enough references to Bill O'Brien, to New England. We know that fullback might be able to get into some passing routes, used kind of like a tight end at times. I think Jakob Johnson is going to be a very interesting space to watch as well. Yeah. As probably the leader in the clubhouse as a fullback and an opportunity to get into some of those tight end type things.
Well, and again, you're kind of in my head here. Good transition because you mentioned Lachey. One thing I noticed with it's kind of two passing thoughts in one. The first one is they did some 2-minute drill against the clock and spiking the ball and all that. They did some 2-minute drill today. And one thing I noticed, they will line up anyone wide as the widest receiver in the group. Lachey twice was wide left all the way with Christian Kirk inside of him, and then there was some motion, etc. I think one thing that we're going to see in this offense, of course, no preseason games yet, but we'll have some live 11 and 11.
I was afraid I missed one.
Tomorrow, which, by the way, they're going to go in pads tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so we'll be out here. They'll be doing some 11 on 11. Keep an eye on that. I think one of the little twists that they're going to add to the offense is you don't know who's going to be where. Lachey was split wide left. Dalton Schultz was split wide left. I'm presuming the same set. So it's not pick your poison. It's like figure it out.
No, but I think also that leans into a philosophy that has been much talked about, that you're seeing kind of the fruits of that, which is we are going to put guys in their best places to succeed. And I do think that there's times, especially for the likes of Nico Collins and,
matchups.
Getting matchups, advantageous matchups. In fact, we were talking about this on the other side last year, where you see instances where, like, Devontae Adams on Halloween, because, of course, that night in that game is burned into my mind against the Jets. You're seeing him get moved into the slot position where he gets a good matchup, where he can take advantage of whoever's playing in the slot. Right? Why not us? Why not the Texans getting a guy like Nico Collins who can do all the things into a position where he can go and do those types of things? Or if you're able to catch them out, get a tight end on a cornerback. That is put my hand up, I got a mismatch, let me go to work type situation. If you can create those, absolutely you want to do that, because that is your job as an offensive coordinator, is to create advantages for your team.
Another couple for you guys here. What we saw so far, practice is just wrapping up right now. We're going to be joined by defensive coordinator Matt Burke very shortly. But another couple here real quick. It can be difficult when you're going no pads, 7-on-7, to kind of get a good grasp of who's doing what. But one thing that you can see is the actual skills on the ball. And, I remember we talked about it last year about this point in training camp. Kalen Bullock just seems to have a knack and the ball skills that are next level. He had two in 7-on-7 that were just outstanding. Kalen Bullock, if he can just continue to build on what he's doing, it's going to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like it goes without saying. We understood him to be a ball hawk type of player. We saw it in real tangible practice when it came to the game last year, or the games rather last year. It's funny, you mentioned it in 7-on-7. I just saw it in the ball warm-up drills when we get out there.
He can just go get it.
He's out here, they'll have these guys kind of getting their high knees or what have you as they move, and they'll throw a football at them just to kind of have them actively working, but then, still having their eyes up, hands up, and everything. And he's going the extra mile of, I can catch it with two hands, but here I'm going to do this trick catch or whatever. Sometimes that's just, these guys are being loose, warming out. But also I'd look at that, I'm like, he has the capability of getting his hands on the football in many different ways, in many different circumstances. And as much as that sounds like just clowning around, I do think that also helps in situations where you might have to go up and try and bat it, or a normal other person would bat a ball down. Maybe he now has an opportunity to take the ball away, and that's clearly been an emphasis.
He can snag it, I'm telling you. Last one for you guys here. You mentioned the wide receiver competition yesterday.
Yeah.
And I know I've kind of been sleeping on him. I don't know about you guys.
Mechie?
No.
Yeah, Mechie.
Justin Watson, just one of those guys. He's been around. He's done it. Reliable. He was getting some run today with the top two groups, and including the first group. Are we sleeping on him?
That's a good question. I've given him, or at least in my brain, I've given him space where we know he's a known commodity.
Yeah, and maybe that's it.
I think that in training camp, known commodities maybe fall by the wayside of interest because unknowns are more interesting. They're more intriguing. We're trying to find out about them as opposed to the known commodities where we can bank on what you bring. And all the things that he brings are things that this team absolutely loves. He's a professional. He does exactly what you expect him to do. He'll get out here in special teams. He has sure hands. All those things. He blocks. All those things are known.
Yeah.
But all those things are still valuable. So
Yeah.
I think I still consider those when I start looking at very, very preliminary looks at what the wide receiver room looks like. But I don't know how much I'm going to be constantly looking at.
I'm not going to say he's going to be a
Yeah.
superstar, but he's definitely in the mix.
100%. I completely agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so those are some of your passing thoughts from a relatively light day on a Friday. See how quick I learned?
Look at that.
Friday practice here at Training Camp 2025 for your Houston Texans. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, already having fun just off of the strength of it being nice and cool out here. And what makes it even cooler in a different way is that we're about to talk to here shortly the defensive coordinator of your Houston Texans, Matt Burke. So you want to keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster.
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp 2025.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little scared right now.
Why?
Because Austin Deculus and Ed Ingram saw my A&M shirt, and they were not nice to me.
That's true. That is true. they did look like they wanted to beat you up, but they were like, it's fine. It was a nice light day of practice.
That
so we don't need
LSU
to
blood runs deep, man.
All right, and right now by the defensive coordinator of your Houston Texans. His name is Matt Burke. I've been told he is a delight to talk to, so Matt, no pressure.
Oh, man. But first you throw, I got to talk to Deck and Ingram for you guys. Now this is a lot.
He's not your boss.
All right, cool.
He doesn't run nothing here. You do what you do here. No, I'm excited to have an opportunity to talk to you. This is my first time out at training camp, so I've been excited about getting a view of everything just generally. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, obviously, fans are out here tomorrow. So for me, for the fans, from a coach perspective, like, what are you looking at? Because it's easy for us to just kind of look at it as spectators. What are some of the things that you're looking out and picking out in any given practice out here at training camp?
Yeah, I would say, and it's actually maybe somewhat unique to how we operate here. Every day we give the players like one specific thing. We call it the JOT, the just one thing. And so every day we're kind of, hey, for this period or for this whole practice, like, you focus on this thing. Can you get better at this, or can you master this one technique? Instead of like, we're installing a lot right now as we're going through the process and kind of filling the plate up from a call sheet perspective and stuff. So we try to like give each guy like a narrower focus kind of day to day. So it helps us too as coaches. So now I'm like watching you, yeah. I can really focus. Hey, I told you this is the one thing you're trying to get better at. Like, are you really working that technique? So, we try to give them like a little bit more narrow focus because it can, you guys know it's camp, like there's a lot going on. Fans are coming tomorrow, things pick up, it's getting crazy. Like, how can we really narrow the focus for those guys to give them something specific to get better at?
So 2 years ago, you had some rookies right out of the chute. Then you did it again last year with some rookies excelling right out of the chute. And I'm serious. I remember after the season, I'm like, what's his approach? So what does he do, or what does he try to emphasize? Because it's not a common thing for rookies to come right out, and you got some more this year. So what is your defensive philosophy, approach, whatever, to get the rookies integrated?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we got rookies every year.
Yeah, well,
they keep coming. We can't stop them.
I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Yeah,
right?
no.
But defensively, they had good years, both years.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think like it's a credit to our coaching staff. I mean, we spend a lot of time with those guys, and D'Amico builds in a lot of extra work in terms of extra meeting time, extra on the field stuff with those guys. So, they're part of the team. Like, I feel like the old school, like rookies and hazing and all that stuff, that's a little bit kind of part of the past. Like, these guys are pros and they're part of our team now. And so our job as coaches is to get everybody ready to play, and we always tell everybody, it doesn't matter rookie, vet, high pick, free agent. Like, man, if you can help us win and you're committed to the process and getting better and taking coaching, like, then you're going to play. Like, we're not,
just be a little diligent what you're throwing
for sure.
at them.
Yeah, but I think it's really not
or am I wrong?
No, they're released in a Gen Pop, man. Like, they're with the crew. It's just then they get bonus stuff. So like, hey, we have an extra meeting at night. That those guys kind of circle back. So sort of as the day wraps up, let's get back with those guys and make sure they're kind of full process on everything. We kind of throw them to the wolves and put them out here and let them compete. And as they show us that they can take more on and that they're capable, then we just kind of keep feeding more and more. So, we just try to get them right, man.
Yeah. We're talking to Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator of your Texans, and I love this kind of talking about the young guys as they come in. For you as a head coach, what are some of the head coach, as a defensive coordinator, soon.
I'll take it, yeah.
Who knows?
Brian's guy.
Just speaking things into your existence, right? No, but what are some of the questions that, especially at this juncture of training camp, that you love hearing, that you're hearing at this time, especially from younger guys?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, all of it, like, you can usually tell, like, probably every profession, right? Like, there's guys that are asking questions just because they want to ask a question. When there's, like, the real insightful, like, hey, or I saw this play. Like, I think it's actually cool, because we always preach, say the quote-unquote first teams out there getting reps, like, are you paying attention and watching to get your work in or, like, get a mental rep? And so I actually really appreciate when those young kids come up with questions that happen not when they're on the field, But when someone else is on the field, like that tells me they're watching and they're paying attention.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, hey, I know that they're watching. So J-Rock, Jalen Smith's watching Sting, and something happens, and he asked me a question about that. Like, I know he's paying attention to all the other stuff, not just like I was on the field and this happened to me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that to me shows like a broader understanding of how to grow. So I appreciate that. And then honestly, like just to break off from that, like I appreciate that we still have these vets that want to get better, that are asking questions. So when Daniil Hunter comes and has me something he wants to talk about, or whoever those guys, like, you know what I mean? Also trying to get better. I think the rookies see that process too. You know, so we have a great group of veterans on this team and on this defense. So I appreciate those guys still working their craft to get better every day too.
Yeah.
Is it betraying trust for me to ask maybe what your favorite question has been thus far?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
It's coming up.
Okay.
No. Hey, how would you describe your collaboration right now with D'Amico? It was, it's been, speaking of 2 years ago, it's kind of been D'Amico.
Apparently, I don't know. It's out.
That's one guy's opinion.
that was bad timing right there.
I had no idea he was walking by. But anyway, like 2 years ago was a question. It's not even a question anymore.
Yeah. You know, I think like it was funny. Yeah, when I got here and we had never worked together before, and so but had a lot of overlapping circles and a lot of guys that we had both worked with that worked together. Kind of were almost pushing us together. That like, hey, like schematically, philosophically, like just as personally, like you guys would really like connect. And so.
And you said that in the past, but now it just seems like
now we've gone through those fires and we've worked together for the 2+ years and it's just even like kind of merged even more and more. And I think like I said, we renovated the offices a year ago, like we're right across the hall from each other. And so I think it's just like I've learned how to communicate with him a lot better, just from working together. And again, now we have a shared history. I think that's always like I've worked with a lot of guys on this staff with Corey Unlin and Dino Vasso, and you just start having a shared history and things you can go back to. Hey, remember when that happened in the Buffalo game last year? Like that's kind of similar. You sort of have a shared language that communicates even more. It's been great.
I imagine that communication gets really big in trying to take this defense to an entirely new level. I mean, fantastic defense last year, but if there was two things that from the outside looking in, I thought were like, okay, these are places that maybe are standing in that way. Tackling, I imagine, is a big deal for you, and then like those big explosives that were, I mean, if you had those, I imagine this is one of, if not the best defenses in the league, flat out. How do you go about like tangibly changing those? Because it's easy to be like, hey, we want to be better at that. What are the processes? What are the steps to make those things better?
I mean, so that's probably twofold. I mean, or probably separate answers maybe. Okay. I mean, like a lot of time. I mean, our defense schematically, like everything's based on not giving up explosives. Sure. Like that's a starting point, probably for most defenses. But like just that's very part of it. And we talk about it, and when we identify the realms that. That we think would lead to, like, we have a statistical sort of setup things that we like identify as like leading to wins, and not giving up explosives is really at the top of that list. So I would say schematically, usually the explosives are more schematic stuff or things like we made a mistake on. Like it's funny, we actually had this conversation, Meek and I, a few days ago. Like, man, we start looking back at all those things, and it's really like, I didn't feel that we were getting beat physically or, man, someone's just out matching us. But, like, man, we made a mistake in a scheme or an adjustment that cut somebody loose or got behind us over the top. So I think that's just like we talk about playing with precision and practicing with precision. Like that's the, like, hey, we can't, like, we want to be a great defense, a championship defense, the number one defense, whatever operations. Like the precision has to be every single play in and play out. We can't give up. I screwed up, or I stepped wrong, or my eyes were in the wrong spot, so that guy got out, and now we led to an explosive play. So I think harping on the precision within the scheme has been really where the explosive thing has come in terms of how we're talking. And tackling's like physical. Like it's hard to train that, obviously, in off season when you don't have pads on. So really focused a lot, honestly, in the spring of the things that lead up to the tackle. Like closing and our tracking angles and how we're getting there. Obviously, you can't finish the play and finish a tackle in spring. Hopefully, when we start putting pads on next week, like that starts getting a little bit closer. But you can still train sort of like everything up to that moment. So if you take a bad tracking angle, that also leads to a missed tackle. You know what I mean? Not just the actual physical part of it. So we did spend a lot of time trying to like work on on that stuff.
I like that you pointed to John with that. Like he's going to be a tackling dummy of sorts.
Yeah, sure. We can work that.
We can get him out there if you need him, by the way.
I'm good for one play.
That's fine.
And then a
we'll save it.
And then a cart. All right, so I know we only have a few more minutes, so I can't let you go without getting our annual Matt Burke the Adventurer update. Anything this summer?
I had a couple trips, smaller trips. I'm a big scuba diver as well, so I went diving down in Belize for like a 4 or 5 day stretch. Did some spear fishing and some things there, and then actually this summer, my last weekend, it was really cool. I was up with a bunch of my college buddies. It was 16 of us. We still actually keep in touch. At Dartmouth. Yeah. And we went up to like off the grid in Idaho, up in the Frank Church Wilderness, like up in the mountains, no Wi-Fi, no cell phone service, like literally. So I really got to reconnect with a lot of those guys. It's the first time we've all been together. Like a lot of them will come to games where I see 3 or 4 here, like depending on what city we're in. But we had a huge group and did some fly fishing and some hiking, and
my man right there.
Got out of it for a little bit. It was literally it was the last weekend we were off. I flew back Sunday night at like 7. We were back in the office first thing. So it was cool.
All right, so that leads to the last one for me. I don't know if Reggie has anything. Which reality show would you do best in? I've got a list. Because you're going
to give me choices?
The Amazing Race.
Oh, I don't watch any of this, but I'll have to.
Well, you kind of know.
I got it.
I picked some mainstream ones.
Okay, cool.
Amazing Race, Man vs. Wild, Life Below Zero, or Naked and Afraid.
Oh. I mean, I feel like The Amazing Race is probably going to be the one. I mean, I've been to probably almost 60 countries. Yeah. So I feel like that's the one they travel around different countries and do different things. So I feel like I could go on that. I mean, I'm actually pretty comfortable being naked too. So
okay.
So I'll probably toss up there, you guys. Don't put a poll out like who wants to see me naked or something like that on your radio, please. But
I feel like our text line will answer regardless. We'll pass that information to you.
Yeah. So I'll go with Amazing Race just to be safe.
Could you live off the grid for a month?
Yeah, I could do that. I mean, not with my children. I miss them. Maybe if they're with me, but I really enjoy just being away. Honestly, in this profession, I got to talk to guys like you all the time. But no, it's nice, really to just you can't check your phone. You're just kind of off it. I really enjoy kind of getting that reset. So,
man, it has been a great pleasure getting this chat with you, Matt. And then also, I'll say, you delivered well beyond what I expected.
I appreciate it, fellas.
Just saying that it was going to be a great talk to the defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans team, Matt Burke. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. As always, you can get involved, 713-572-4610. Our guy, third baseman for the Astros, Isaac Paredes, got his hair highlighted live on Instagram today, or actually yesterday, I think. What's a fashion decision that you made that you regretted? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that and a little more next.
Training camp is here. The Texans.
By the Line Days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to Matt Burke, defensive coordinator, for sitting down with us. Always a delight to talk to that man.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I say that like I've talked to him a lot. That was a good first time talking to him. I've listened to him a lot, and it's always fun hearing him. So appreciation to him. Let's get into our question of the day here. We've been kind of bouncing back and forth on the question of the day all week long, but we have a good opportunity to do that today, and it's inspired by a Houston Astro that I wish was playing baseball right now, but nonetheless, a Houston Astro. Third baseman Isaac Paredes was still giving us a little bit of style in a different way yesterday. He was on live on social media, and what he was doing here and getting a little bit of a blue shot, a little die happening live in front of the people on the social media. And I feel like we're in agreement here on what kind of decision that is.
Yeah.
Just generally. Although he does work in one of those industries where you can get away with it, right? Like this is something that is normal, just going and coloring your hair.
Yeah, but if he's out and about, I think people are going to be saying, if they don't know him, like, what's going on over there? What's going on over there? Got the highlights working? Isn't that like early 90s?
I mean, to some degree.
Yeah.
But I mean, especially with our brothers and sisters in Latinidad in baseball.
Yep.
They like getting that color in there, switching it up, making it look a little different.
Martín Maldonado was sporting that stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
For a while.
He put me to shame. That bright ass green.
It was green, man. It was nasty.
100%. And so that got us thinking, what's a fashion decision that you made that you regretted? 713-572-4610.
All right, so in the 80s, you may not even remember this. Maybe you've seen, there was this big fad, they called them, and they were wildly colored, real baggy at the top thigh, and then they tapered down to your ankle. They were calling them weightlifting pants. And I went into a phase where I must have had 6 or 7 of those suckers in my closet, and you're going everywhere in weightlifting pants. Probably not the best decision I ever made. Now that I look back at it, see some old pictures, I'm curious how many people remember those, because they had a shelf life of about 3 years, and that's it. They're gone.
Oh, yeah. I remember these joints. You invested heavily is really the issue. You didn't have any regret wearing them. You just had a lot of them, huh?
Yeah, I didn't have any regret wearing them until I realized this is kind of dumb.
What made it dumb though? Like, hey, man,
they were stupid looking.
But they were trendy at the time.
They were like those pants. Trying to think of a good example of like an MTV video or something that used them. But they were pretty wild.
What's MTV? No, I'm just kidding.
True.
I just wanted to make you feel low for a second.
A
good number of answers have come in already on the text line and on the YouTube page. From the 281, being a grown man and getting my ears pierced was an answer that was put up here. And yeah. Look, I'm a little scary just generally, like on the ears piercing thing. I feel like that's the level of pain that I don't want. You feel me?
Yeah. I've never wanted to do that, but I get it. I'm just laughing at my text that came in. This is always a bad decision, or maybe like 2% of the time it's not a bad decision. Dude said his girlfriend talked him into having bangs.
Yeah.
Bangs are bad, man.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. In case you feel like that person did not realize that he was just caught up in the girlfriend telling him, he said he wore a hat for the next, 2 weeks that he said, just straight. He did not let anybody see the results of that particular decision.
Text board has it. The MC Hammer Pants.
The Hammer Pants?
That's what I wore.
Okay.
I wore those for about 3 years.
Yeah, because I was like, are we talking Zubaz? Because I did hear about, I know about Zubaz, but all right, Hammer Pants. Hey, ain't no shame in that.
It was a little bit.
Hey, MC Hammer was killing right there. Oh, wow. This is a good answer from the 832. At 60 years old, tried.
What's the body type? Because
I don't know that there's a good answer, because this is the thing.
Yeah.
Maybe you 16 years old peeling your pants off of yourself. You can live having a mortgage and peeling your clothing off of yourself, that just can't be a good feeling.
Figgy, I'm curious on you because you wear, you can sport a lot of different looks, but there's got to be something.
Yeah, I was trying to think because I never wore anything that I regretted wearing. The only thing I could think of is one time I was trying to be fly and wear some type of dress shoes with some I think it was like some jeans or something like that. And my wife told me, hey, put some comfortable shoes on. And I'm like, I don't care, I look fly. Man, my toes was barking.
That is a great point.
I'm like, my toes is barking. I'm like, I regret wearing this. I should have just wore some sneakers like everybody else.
I never did this. I bet you Reggie did this.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing.
All right.
Did you ever wear the TJ Ford shorts?
Oh, the big shorts?
Yeah, all the way down to your ankles.
Joints.
All the way down to your ankles.
Oh, man.
Everybody had those shorts.
I think so.
Do you regret it?
I don't know. Actually, I never wore the ones that were all the way down to my ankles. I was a little bit more into moderation. But I mean, the shorts were big back then.
Yeah.
Now
everything was big back then. I had the size 42 jeans at one point.
Wow.
Yeah, see, I had like a double XL polo shirt. And mind you, I was tiny.
That was me. That was mine that I was thinking of, and the same thing came in on the text line from the 346 who said they're 48. They went through the triple XL T-shirts, only 190. I was right in that. In fact, I was definitely not knowing that. I'm talking about 150s, 160s with these big old clothes on, just swimming in my own clothes, thinking that I look fly. Absolutely not.
I wonder if any of our listeners were ever in a goth mode. Because that's got to be, you got to regret that. When you went goth in high school or college.
Yeah, I mean,
you've got to regret that.
It's either you regret it or you're still goth right now. Like those are the two options I think that you have there. From the 504 wore my KDs to a wedding and Hey-Do's to a high school graduation. Oof. I mean, look, you were probably comfortable. I will say that. And so that's a check mark in your favor. I do wonder what the conversations were being had outside of your earshot.
The one thing I do regret is when I used to wear the do-rags and used to have the flag hanging down in the back.
Do-rag with the flap out?
Yeah, man, that look weird now, man.
Oh, man.
And we was going around like that was a fashion statement. Yeah. It wasn't just let me cover my hair because my waves and all that stuff were wearing at night. We was wearing that color-coded with the outfit.
How about the crisscross pants? The backwards?
Oh, wearing your clothes backwards?
I never did that.
Yeah, I'm a little too young for that one. 832, they said letting my mother put an S-curl in my hair in high school. Oh, I know those kids were merciless. I know those kids were getting after you.
Yeah.
Somebody said hoochie daddy shorts. Okay, fair enough. Here's the thing, though. Anything like that where you're exposing more, if you got enough muscle, you could say that you don't regret it because I feel like there was somebody that liked what they were seeing, right?
Yeah.
Like I think that's how you can make this work. 832 tried leather pants for a party, regretted wearing them till this day. Was he right? Like, was it that kind of situation where you was out there and the party went bad, and then you came back around and you were like, oh, so I have to live with this for the rest of my life?
Shaved head with a rat tail.
Oh yeah,
that's regrettable.
I don't know that there was ever a time.
That's regrettable.
I had a rat tail when I was a kid, like kindergarten.
Yeah,
that was kind of a style during that time. No,
hell, mullets were a style for a while. Like a lot of people wore mullets, like I guess late 80s, early 90s.
For a while, hey man, people are coming back with the mullet now.
Now they're kind of like
Salute to Nick Russo.
It's a niche now. Nick Russo's got the mullet working, but
that's right.
For a while, a lot of people were wearing those mullets, man.
This is one of my favorites from the 281. Before they headed out to boot camp, they thought they'd be smart and preemptively shave their head. arrived at boot camp and was harassed for weeks. Like, yeah, man, that's how that goes. Like, that is the beauty of being in the armed forces. I have been told is that if there is anything that they could possibly make fun of you for, they will, and that is how camaraderie is built, I believe.
Yeah.
But going back to the Isak Paredes thing, like, obviously, it seems like the reporting around this Astros team with Isak is that we know this is significant to the point of we're getting word that this is a team that is going to look for bats, right? We've talked about it. Hey, starting pitching, bats. They're leaning heavily into getting a bat to the point where I've seen people kind of the rumors that are they in on the Eugenio Suarez, who is going to be the big ticket third baseman out there, and a little bit of a kind of I don't even know what to call this, right? It is a rumor that's kind of been thrown out. A player in the AL that the Astros are talking heavily about that has a no trade clause that would be willing to waive it for one team and one team alone, the Houston Astros, that makes you think, could it possibly be Carlos Correa? Would you be in on that?
Absolutely. Absolutely in on Carlos Correa. Probably third baseman, right? Given where the injury is, et cetera.
Depending, right? Like when Pena is Pena ready? Because if not, he can slide back into short.
Sure.
And you still have Dubon who can move around for you, especially if Bryce Matthews is continuing to be enough at second base, especially with the bat.
The other thing that's interesting to me about this room port, whatever you want to call it.
Room port. I kind of like that.
Whatever you want to call it. I think I'm very curious. Is this a shift in their approach? Because post injury to Isak Paredes, because I would have guessed maybe pitching, but although they got 3 pitchers, by the way, that are starting Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I forget the exact order, but it's Arrighetti, Garcia, and J.P. France in Corpus Christi.
Yes.
So you're down listening to us down in the coastal bend.
Are they actually playing in Corpus or are they playing in El Paso? I think
they're in El Paso. But anyway, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they're going back to back. That's kind of cool. So I don't know. Maybe they were counting on some pitching coming back because it seems like they are getting closer. We'll see if there's any setbacks. Sorry.
You did jinx it. Where's the wood that I can knock on out here?
Or all along have they been sort of looking for a bat and this sort of expedited it because there is an injury? That's one thought I had. The second thought I had, I mentioned to you, they're going for a third baseman, a guy that can play third base, etc. It kind of tells me that Paredes is out for a good chunk of time.
Yeah, which is that's another concern, especially as he's been so damn good for you. I think to your question, I think it's probably a little bit of both, which of course, thank you, Reggie, for riding the fence. But no, we have reporting dating weeks back that the Astros have been telling teams that they are looking for a left-handed bat. So I do think that has just been there. That has been something that they're looking at. But I think that them believing what they believe when it comes to the rehab and those. I think they've seen the process, sending guys to Florida and now having guys like at Corpus and doing these other things rehab-wise. I think they're seeing that there's enough guys that some of them should be returning within the coming weeks and, providing that reinforcement, that support for your starting rotation. So excited to see as we're within a week, right, of the MLB trade deadline. Next week will be very, very interesting. In fact, the weekend could be very, very interesting as we already have some moves happening,
by the way,
in baseball.
Visor upside down.
By our guy Houston on the text line. I think that's the hotness. I'm sorry. You're not going to tell me that's messed up.
Well, this one, there's no way in hell that in the moment, in real time, you didn't know this was a bad decision. A male romper.
You know what's funny? I remember when people were talking. Figgy, you remember when people were talking about this on social media? What was that, like 3-4 years ago?
Yeah.
I wanted to get one. I never actually did.
Because you knew better.
I'm still open to the idea. The only thing, you want to know the thing that absolutely was the big hurdle on Reginald Adetula romper wearer? What I'm going to do when I go to the restroom, fully disrobe.
Yeah, the practicality of it all.
I can't be cheeks out in the restroom, man.
Yeah, the only time I thought about getting one, I have to go on a vacation overseas somewhere at like a fly beach or something. It got to be it got to be like a silky ass romper or something. That's the only way. I'm not going around here wearing a romper.
Eventually, I think I might take the leap and give it a shot. We'll see. But there you go. That's our question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Sally asks, can Correa play second base? I know he can play third. Second base would be.
He can play first base.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the beauty of having your super utility man, Dubon. And, like, shout out to all the various guys who have constantly been in all these various places. Yes, 832 Mariners did add first baseman Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks just yesterday via trade. So things are already moving and shaking. We will be keeping an eye on that as the Astros. It is that hot time for a team that is really high up in the AL and trying to put themselves in a position to not just contend for to get into the playoffs, but to contend for World Series. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I am looking directly at a man that we're always excited to see on a Friday. Not you.
Oh.
God. I'm looking at B. Scott. So coming up next, let's go around the NFL as camp continues to provide all the way around the National Football League, and we will be joined by Brandon K. Scott. We'll do it next.
All right. How about Bronze Roofing, man? Good weekend.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans training camp. Y'all some fools, man. I love y'all getting involved with the program, both on the text line and the Mocaram Injury Lawyer live streams, both on YouTube and on Twitch, because y'all are out here now calling people to the podium like, hey, y'all need to come answer for your poor fashion choices. Like, hey dudes and croc wearers, get in here. And anybody that's wore skinny jeans, go get over here and talk about it. And then I do appreciate you guys also trying to keep me in line. A number of people said, Reggie better not be out here in no romper. I'm going to heckle you. So I appreciate all of that. Even more so, I appreciate our man B. Scott making it out here to training camp to talk.
So, yes, the fashion. What is this fashion thing we're talking about exactly?
Isaac Paredes was getting his hair highlighted live on Instagram.
Christ.
Which, welcome to 1991. but
right.
So, fashion choices that you regret. I was talking about I used to wear the big time weightlifting pants, the big colorful MC Hammer pants.
Yeah.
I had like 5 pair of those. And I'd wear them out in public.
Yeah. It was cool in the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if y'all can remember this, but in the early 2000s, at least for young people and for even like teenagers, there was a phase there where the name belt was popular.
Yeah. Did you get the light up one?
Well, hold on. So for one thing, I regret that my mama didn't want to spend no money on no name belt. She wasn't gonna buy me a name belt.
She had good sense.
All of my friends had a name belt. I was the only one I was the only one in my crew who did not get a name belt. Okay, so that's number one. But here's what she tried to do to appease me.
Oh Lord.
My goodness.
Oh Lord.
She gave me a belt. Like it was like not real metal, but it was like a dollar bill belt. Dollar bills. It's a woman's belt. It's her belt.
Oh no!
And she gives it to me, and she's like, "You don't have a name belt, but you can wear. I'll give you something even better. Wear my money belt." And I was like, at the time, I was like, "Okay, well,
that's a great idea."
Well, I didn't think it was a great idea, but I did think it made me unique because nobody else was going to be out there with it.
You're a trendsetter.
I was a trendsetter in my mind, at least, and so like nobody made fun of me for the money belt, but certainly looking back at it, I wish I had just gone with a regular damn belt if I wasn't going to get the name belt. So my money belt of 8th and 9th grade would be my fashion choice that I regret the most.
Not bad at all.
Yep.
Honestly, I was wondering, and maybe this says more about me, and maybe I have to apologize for this thought. I was wondering if you were going to go for the popular trends of oversized clothes, or if you were one of them cats wearing business casual in the club. Like I was wondering if one of those landed with you.
But see, I did both. I wore the oversized clothes, did the Kanye, Jay-Z era of the sweater vest with the jeans, or the Argyle. You remember when Argyle was hot?
Yes.
I still got a bunch of Argyle sweaters in my closet that I don't wear. But that's more so being a product of the time. I'm not going to apologize for the era. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks ridiculous in retrospect, but we were men of the times.
Sure.
Teenagers of the times. It's all good.
All right, so we're about to go around the NFL, but one more fashion thing from the 713. This is a good in-season bet payoff for In the Loop. Whoever loses the next bet that we might have wears a romper for the day on the show. I like that.
I like that,
I'm putting
too.
that in my back pocket.
Nice.
We might make that happen. But speaking of making poor decisions, let's go around the NFL and talk about the Las Vegas Raiders, who this time last year, they were getting the biggest free agent signing in the NFL, and his name was Christian Wilkins, interior defensive lineman, big-time player. They signed him hoping that he would help upgrade their defensive line, and 5 games into the season, he suffered a Jones fracture. It's the fracture of the 5th metatarsal in the foot. Ended the season. We find out that they avoided a good $30-something million, 35 I think was the number, $1 million of his guarantees due to kind of a dispute between the team and him on how to proceed with this injury on his foot. He will still get $57 million of those guarantees, but he is out after year one of a huge free agent deal and on the street. And so, fellas, I'd like to get your impression, but also, you know what the first question is around Texans land?
Was that?
Oh, you want it? Hell no.
Oh, do you want? No. I was my thing was going to be more so. I said, this is where I thought you were going with it. The bullet that was dodged. Lopez, you remember the conversations we were having at the time of Christian Wilkins being one of the premier free agents of that offseason, and the Texans, of course, not having a premier defensive tackle. They still don't necessarily have that, but we're like, how are you going to upgrade this defense in a major way? He was one of the options, and careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Buyer's
remorse, however you want to look at it. I say this too, man. I don't know if I could ever have me no $35 million dispute. Hey, look, even if I'm getting $57 million, you mean that the reason why I'm not going to get the extra 35 is because we disagree?
Yeah.
I'm going to say whatever it is you want to say.
He wants to rehab. He wants to rehab the foot without doing surgery. They wanted him to have surgery.
Oh,
and I imagine you like, hey,
$35 million surgery?
Anesthesia me up.
Yeah. Man, hey, look, we not at $35 million
surgery.
Come on now. We're like, what are we talking about? Like, let's go get that surgery, dog. He ain't got to play because he hurt. Man, all I got to do is go under the knife.
But this is
on now.
But I think there's more to it than that. So that's the genesis of it all.
I don't have no opinion if $35 million on the other side. I'm opinionless.
I don't disagree, but I think they're like, this guy is not doing it. He's not working. He's not, they doesn't care. He's all about the whatever. I think there's a lot. It goes a lot deeper than that.
Yeah. It probably does. But my whole takeaway, just kind of thinking about it, is like, man, that was one of the guys I was advocating for the Texans going to go get.
Hell, you can give me a quadruple bypass,
dude. Look,
even if they're all good.
I will not admit on this station, okay? I know we do a confession segment in this show, but I will not admit out loud the things that I would do for $35 million. I will never tell.
I don't think anybody would really – well, some people would, but we're all judgy people. But I don't think that very many people will actually judge you for that, because I feel like there's a lot of things that I probably shouldn't say out loud that I'm willing to do.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you, but let's just say a lot.
A lot of things would be willing to be done. Yeah. So this did bring up, though, a conversation that was happening a little bit inside the bubble that I'm just going to steal from those fine folks that we have an opportunity to talk to every day. But does this not then shed another light on free agency as a tool for adding to your team? Obviously, we've seen the ways in which free agency can be very helpful. I mean, Azeez Al-Shaair, one of the guys that has helped really be a glue for your defense, a leader you bring in through free agency. But, like, especially when you're throwing big money around, you've got to be real careful, because I'm sure somebody's going to do an actual homework project and go actually look at what the ramifications are from a contractual situation. But sometimes we have to pump the brakes on free agency, because it's not always guaranteed that just because of money in them that this deal will work out for you.
Do you feel, just gut feeling without doing that research, that free agency works more often than not?
No, well, I would say that this is clearly the cautionary tale of. I think that high-profile free agency, in the context that we're talking about it, like a Christian Wilkins type, I would, without doing the research, I would guess that it works, that it doesn't work more often than it doesn't. Because, and here's the reason why. I feel like most guys that are premier, that are top-notch, don't actually make it to free agency. Maybe you trade for a guy that's incredible, but free agency to me is that's kind of a slippery slope or a dicey place to exist in. To me, if you're worth that contract that you're getting in free agency, I would question why it is that you didn't get that contract from where you were before. What did they see? What's the gap between what I'm willing to pay you and what they're not? I would always ask that question going forward.
That is a fantastic point. The NFL is built where the teams have a lot of power, and the players have not been given still that space to really run their lives in the same way as like the NBA, so to say.
Yeah.
So the idea of you got out here into a free agent space, there is some factor that is there. Plus, if we just do the I don't like throwing a football because three things can happen to them are bad. When you look at a contract in free agency, you're usually paying big money. There are a few outcomes. I think there's three that either you don't perform well enough, you do perform well enough, or you perform well but it doesn't match the number or the value that we anticipate with that number. And two of those outcomes are also factors into a thought process there.
Yeah. I think, and the reason I asked that question is because I truly could see both sides. Because we know there's been some free agents that have helped teams win Super Bowls.
Sure.
Flat out, recently. But I'm curious because my gut feeling also is like, the majority of time, whether it's 60% or 80%, you kind of regret that big ticket free agent.
But the free agent, the big ticket, I think that's the key part of your question. The big ticket, because the free agents along the margins, and I don't even want to minimize some of these guys that I'm about to mention, but you understand where I'm going here. An Azeez Al-Shaair type of free agent, somebody that's getting whatever it is, $10 million a year, or Danico Autry type of free agent. Those that are not marquee, big ticket per se, but I don't know if medium ticket is what I'm looking for, but you understand, some along the margins I think is where you can really hit on free agency. It's funny to me how football is king seemingly across America, but certainly in this city and in this state, but that particular way of building a football team or building a team, free agency, out of all of the major sports that we cover, or if we just focus on the big three, football, basketball, and baseball, I feel like free agency in NFL is probably where there's the least intrigue, or unless you consider intrigue being having to pay somebody $50-something million or however much money that Christian Wilkins is going to get at the end of the day for only playing 5 games in 2 years.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's to be fair. Like you mentioned, I think the system sets up for that way where the big-ticket guys are usually locked up under contract. Some other things around the NFL. We talked about the kind of near-miss situation that happened. It was confirmed to be a near miss. Justin Fields back on the field out there at practice. He did dislocate his toe yesterday, but that's the extent of the injury. It's not a major one. Crisis averted for former Texan Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and I've seen a lot of people already kind of make this point yesterday, but language and words matter. Language is important and words matter. Framing matters. So what you say and how you say it, the one or two words can be off here, and you can completely change the messaging. So carted off versus riding off in a cart, assistance via cart, however you want to word it, that's different than being carted off. Not only suggests that the season is in peril, but it suggests something much more serious than even just an injury. It suggests that your neck could be broke, or like, you know what I mean, like an actual medical emergency, as opposed to even like a dislocated toe or even a torn ACL. Like that's where there's some middle ground there, right? Like you could be carted off, you could ride off on a cart. What is the context? What does it mean? We got to be more careful with our messaging.
And there are some places, some specific players, where they take a cart every day no matter what, just because it's a long way to the practice fields or whatever, and you're a veteran, you're the quarterback, you're going to take a cart no matter what. So you're right. Like when I saw that, I immediately defaulted to, oh, wow. Yeah, I got suckered in. Yeah, and then we got better news.
Laramie Tunsil used to get carted to the field every day.
Every day.
My man wasn't walking when he didn't have to.
2 words for you: vet.
Vet. That's right.
Vet. All right, I mentioned it. Going back to Christian Wilkins, he is filing a grievance with the NFLPA. This is not going to go away just because he's picking up damn near $60 million, still guaranteed. He's going to, you talk about making sure you get that 35, he's going to try and get that extra 35, it seems like. So that's going to be something that we follow up as we continue, going through training camp and such. Some other things, though, the Bucs, remember the big news, or the big guy, Desmond Watson out of Florida, who everybody was interested in. I mean, just big old boy, the biggest that we'd seen drafted in the NFL. Well, apparently that novelty comes with a price, as he is the NFL's heaviest player, and he has to get healthier. The Buccaneers are not letting him practice until he loses a substantial amount of weight.
What is substantial?
How big is he then?
429 is what I saw?
He is 6'6", and he weighed in at 464.
Oh, come on. Oh, wow.
At the pro day. He lost 25 to 30 pounds just before the draft, and even still, he has to get it down, according to head coach Todd Bowles down there in Florida. Quote, I don't have a timetable on what we can get him down to or when that comes, but obviously basically the idea is that that's going to need to happen.
Look, I know this is around the NFL, but to hell with football for a second. We need to get this young man right.
Right.
For how many pounds you say again?
464 is what he weighed at pro day, and then he still lost to 25 to 30. So we're still talking about the low 420, 430s.
Yesterday, but nevertheless.
Yeah, he's flirting with danger.
Think about this. Not only how much do you have to eat to weigh 430 pounds, how much do you have to eat to weigh the 430 pounds and be active, like play football.
Yeah.
Like, he's eating even more than your average 430.
He's like 430 and exactly. That's wild. I didn't even actually think about it that way. Yeah. That is crazy. That is crazy. It's not like he can just jog it off.
He just eats.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, so I imagine that that nutritional kind of awareness, having to really count those calories, that's going to be something entirely different for him.
I bet his metabolism must be ass.
Oh, my God.
Gotta be, right?
I feel like we're starting to get on the border of fat shaming at this point.
No, it's not a shame thing. I said we got to get the boy right.
Yeah.
We got to get. I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't come across any different. Like, I'm concerned about the young man.
No, for sure.
Good God.
But I did find that interesting. Like, hey, that was one of those things where, oh man, the novelty of it caught some people's attention. But there is another side of being that large in the National Football League. A couple more things around the NFL. Justin Jefferson is a player that we're all very familiar with.
Very.
That is one JJ who is supposed to be receiving the football from another JJ. Remember, the Vikings allowed Sam Darnold to move on because they want to allow their guy, J.J. McCarthy, who they drafted last season. Obviously, he wasn't able to play due to injury. Mm-hmm. He's taking up the helm. How do you take in this quote from Justin Jefferson about his quarterback? He said, you have to have that patience. He's pretty much a rookie. You're not really expecting him to have the same mindset as a veteran. You can't really have that expectation from him. That is obviously early on in camp. This is his first camp that he'll have the opportunity to really have. However, I don't know about y'all. That sounds like a dude who's looking at a guy who might not be, who he feels is not actually that good.
Can I translate what Jets is really trying to say? Not again.
Yeah.
Again. Right? Like the end of the Kirk Cousins era. And to be clear, I think Justin Jefferson has a lot of respect and admiration for Kirk Cousins, but we just understood how things were going there toward the end.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Vikings didn't want to make a long-term commitment to a guy that was approaching or was in his mid-30s. So he does the end of the Kirk Cousins era. The Sam Darnold thing ends up working out for the most part last year, but you can't tell me that in the beginning of that he had the utmost confidence. And then you go from that kind of working out to, oh, no, we're going to start over again.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hearing is not again. And we're talking about wasting time of a preeminent premier type of talent in Justin Jefferson.
I think some veteran receivers would say something like that, trying to temper expectations. I don't think Justin Jefferson is one of those guys. I think he said it sincerely. Like, all right, kind of what you're saying. You know, this might be a little dicey here.
No news on Shamar Stewart, no news on Trey Hendrickson that I have seen. You know what I'm going to finish out this segment with. Your top 100 players of the day. I've realized what it is. I think they're releasing 2, but they're releasing them at different times of the day, so I got to make sure to check before we get to this place. So I got 3 to catch you up on list. Number 63, edge for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Josh Hines-Allen. Number 62. On the list, or top 100 as voted by the players worth noting, running back for the Atlanta Falcons, Bijan Robinson at 62. And then at 61, wide receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars, Brian Thomas Jr. Thoughts?
I'm back to where I was. This means nothing to me except for one day yesterday when I thought it was interesting. They had
when Bo Nix came in at 64?
64. This is one of the worst strategies by an organization in the NFL that usually has great strategy in creating buzz for itself. And you've heard me talking about it, like 1 or 2 a day. For a while they were 1 a day. What are we doing? We can't. It's nothing worth talking about.
Yeah, it's difficult because I'm like, well, damn, if Josh Hines, these are really good players that you just mentioned here. If Bijan and Josh Hines-Allen are in the 60s, I'd like to see who's in the 50s.
Yeah. Still no Texans yet.
I'd like to know. And which is a good sign, obviously. I think so.
No, it is for some that we know.
Yeah,
but that's my point. Do 10 or 20 a week or something.
Yeah, what is this slow rollout thing?
Exactly.
Do they not know it's 2025 when we need instant gratification and our attention spans are shorter than they ever have been?
They're trying to zig where everybody zags. They're not leaning into the short attention span. They're trying to bring people back to the time where you waited and you enjoyed waiting for things.
Yeah, I can understand zigging when everybody's zagging, but damn.
Yeah, exactly.
Golly,
exactly.
They are really zigging.
Very hard.
Or zagging, whichever one it is that they're doing.
Whichever one it is, ultimately. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got B Sky. We're out here under the beautiful blue sky, which means this is a great circumstance for us to get B Scott's thoughts about training camp. We'll do that next.
Training camp is...
TexansTrainingCamp.org.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, it is a Friday, as we've been doing of late, and we will continue doing. And Friday at 11 o'clock, you get an opportunity. I said that like we were going to keep doing Fridays. Like, I guess Fridays are cool. I guess we can keep doing that. No, Fridays in the 11 o'clock hour, we are joined by our guy, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, this time out at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And that next few times, I imagine, out from this location as well. So, B. Scott, what thoughts you got for us, brother?
My thought today is how, as excited as we've been over the last couple of days, I'm going to start calling pre-training camp.
Okay.
And here's why I say that. Because the real training camp, I feel like, really starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow when they put the pads on. And the reason why I say that is because we got a chance to talk with offensive line coach, first-year offensive line coach for the Texans, after practice, after some of the media availabilities. And we really got to get some insight into how he's viewing this offensive line, both the individuals on the offensive line and the group as a unit. One of my favorite quotes that he had, and this is probably something that we can play at some point throughout the day at the station, but and Sean Pendergast was the one to get the video. I was standing right next to him, of Cole Popovich just speaking very clearly and directly to wanting the offensive line to set the tone of physicality for the team, which feels like it's a very basic thing to say. Like, of course the offensive line is going to be the most physical group and the one that sets the physical tone for the team. What do you mean? What's the revelation there? The issue is, and I think we all know this at this point, kind of having gone through last year and being at this point at training camp, was that was not the case for this team last year. Like, just flat out, they did. I used to say this last year, and it feels more true now than it ever was. But I wanted the offensive line for their attitude to be more like Joe Mixon's. Mm-hmm. Like, I wanted the offensive line to have the nastiness and the edginess, and just kind of like whenever I'm around Joe Mixon, I always got that feeling like I don't want anything to go left here, because he feels like, and he's a nice guy, don't get me wrong, but it feels like he's got an intensity about him where it feels like it could go left. Yeah. And if it goes left, you don't want to be there or you want to be on his side, right? And just that's just a vibe thing. That's not actually speaking to his personality per se, but you don't get that. I should say this, Texans offensive line of 2024, I think that's something that they're aiming for, establishing physicality up front. Some of the things that Cole Popovich said was, we want to set the physical, this is me paraphrasing, we want to set the physical tone. We want the entire football team to be able to see that that's reflected in us. And then another thing he said was we're trying to eliminate bad football or mistake-free football, whatever the exact term was. Basically, we're trying to eliminate bad football. Yeah. And if there's anything that we know about the offensive line last year, aside from it's just struggles from a physicality standpoint, from a matchup standpoint, as in terms of like being able to identify double teams or free rushers, and like the Texans had more free rushers than almost anybody. It felt like, right? Yeah. So aside from that, but like the penalties, and I understand they got rid of the guy that was the most heavily penalized, but at every turn there was some little thing with the offensive line, whether it was an assignment thing, a communication thing, at times a physicality thing, or just the mental errors of the pre-snap penalties. At every turn, there was something that was throwing this offensive line, something that felt small, but metastasized or was actually a big thing that seemed small, like a small fix, but was a big problem for them. And it seems like, from talking to Cole Popovich, that is a priority number 1, 2, and 3 for this offensive line. Yeah,
I like to always say it's always something with this offensive line. That was the feeling I always had. It's always something, right? It's the feeling that I had. I hate to burst your bubble though. I know that you're excited for tomorrow, and I think that they're not going to put on pads. Is that what you're going to tell me? Pads is Monday. Monday is when we get full contact. Bruh. But I do think that they're like, it's not going to be a light day like today. Like you're going to get back.
They're going to
get work tomorrow.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be the fullness of that physicality.
I'll tell you what, that's even better though for the show, because I was going to point out if it's going to be Saturday, if it's going to be tomorrow when they put on pass, that means you got to wait a whole 2 days to get our breakdown and analysis of it. So I'm actually glad to be wrong in this case, that on Monday when they're in pads, you will also get to hear from all of us here on Sports Radio 610 in real time.
We got the indication that tomorrow's going to be lively. Well, not necessarily full pads or anything, but
they're putting on a show. They know that people are showing up to the house for the first time for the party.
Yeah, y'all forgive me for giving out bad information.
No. I was kind of projecting the same thing just because of the light day today. But I mean, there are some very important things that we need to cover. But I'm sort of kind of literally at the edge of my seat because Reggie and Figgy said something yesterday. Was it yesterday? About you,
brother. I started the show by saying Thursday, so I don't know. Oh yes, but we'll do that. I will do that in what's popping because that is what is popping
about you. About you personally.
Oh yes, there's some of my takes.
Yeah, there's smoke
from
that's
steak
coming.
night.
There's smoke that is coming.
I've had time to sit with these takes too, so I'm prepared.
Or should we just get this out the way now? I feel like I want to gear up for this.
Yeah, I mean, it's B. Scott's thoughts. I got thoughts on these takes. I want to hear what Lopez's objections are. But
let's finish your thought. But I'm going to start. We're going to start what's popping with our thoughts because, frankly, I'm not so good at your name ever again.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But
finish your next thought.
So my next thought here is that Jalen Noel.
Oh, you're excited.
I said it yesterday.
Dude.
Yeah.
And I've said this, the things that you can gather, especially in a walkthrough like what they had in the bubble today, or just, man, who are the guys that are physically different? Who are the what seem like the anomalies?
Yeah.
And they're just running through, very basic drills, but the speed on this guy.
Correct.
This is going to add a totally different element, assuming that he's healthy, assuming that he's brought along and is up to speed and is able to do all of just the basic things that they require of him. Yeah. The one thing that they cannot show this guy how to do is the thing that he came here with, the thing that he's bringing to the table. They have not had a speed guy like this, and I don't know how. Well, I guess since Will Fuller.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A guy that could take the top off of a D. And look, that was a blast from the past. I just brought back a name.
Did you see it? You saw it in my eyes?
Man, we haven't thought about Will Fuller since the COVID season, and then he went to Miami and essentially disappeared. But they have got a guy like that now. And so my thought is Jalen Noel, find ways to get this guy the ball as early and as often as possible.
I looked at him yesterday, and I brought it to our passing thoughts at the top of the show. I'm like, I'm not exactly sure yet because, for obvious reasons, they're ramping up every day. But there's something there.
Yeah.
There is something there.
One more. Let me get back to the offensive line.
Can I give you a little more on Noel? Somebody said, does Noel move like Tank? And I don't know. I mean, he's got some wiggle to him. I think that would be high praise right off the jump.
Yeah.
Right now.
There's some nuanced differences there, though.
Yes.
He's more, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian Kirk. He's got a little bit more mass to him.
And see, yeah, he's got more mass to him. But I would say stylistically, I would compare Christian Kirk more. I would make the Christian Kirk Tank more so comparison, just because we're talking about suddenness and getting in and out of breaks, and just like that was the thing that made Tank an elite talent. This is just more pure speed, So and Tank wasn't. He's plenty fast. Don't get me wrong, but that's the difference here. Is Tank is more sudden. This guy is more blazing. Yeah, a burner.
And then when it comes to Noel, you talk about getting him involved. I think as a wide receiver, maybe, but I'm still not really, I don't know exactly how high. Return man is where it feels like he has the best opportunity to.
And that's what I mean when I say get him the ball. Right. Whatever getting the ball means. Returning, catching, recovering. I don't give a damn how they get him, how he gets the ball. Yeah. Get him the ball and let him run.
And that's an interesting kind of a battle that's going to happen out here because Berrios is polished. Berrios, there's no one hitches. We've seen Jalen Noel let a ball hit the ground, but it's very clear that the Texans are invested because Frank Ross spent time after practice yesterday just kind of with a hand-eye coordination drill with the football with them. It's very evident that they're like, no, we want to make sure to give you the best opportunity to get on the field, probably returning, but maybe even as a wide receiver.
So an interesting part about that is I asked Frank Ross about this just a few moments ago if he thought this is the most options that they've ever had in the return game or as for a return specialist. Seemingly agreed with me, but I would point out, just since we're making this point about Jalen Noel, they got more options than it seems like they've ever had since he's been here.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy seems to be like a clear, like Barrios, like you mentioned, polished experience, but just from a physical standpoint, physical gift standpoint, Jalen Knowles seems like he could be the best option of a lot of really good options for the Texans.
I think just in general, special teams has more options than they've ever had. Look at what they did in the offseason.
Yeah.
Look at what they drafted. They were picking up players specifically for what they can do in special teams.
Yeah, and last point before we get out of here, because this stood out to me. Don't pencil in, this is an offensive line point, don't pencil in Jake Andrews as a starting center based off of what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Like, I know at OTAs and mini camps, he was the one that was running with the ones for a majority period of the time, but Cole Popovich was asked specifically about his history and relationship with Jake Andrews, and he downplayed it a little bit, honestly. He's like, yeah, well, I was only with Jake for a year, and, now I've been here as an assistant, of course, not the main offensive line coach, but as assistant offensive line coach. Now I've been here with Patterson and Juice for 2 years.
Yeah.
So like he put that out there, I think, to put those names out there as just to say or to emphasize that this is a real and true competition between those guys.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good point that continues to open my eyes. Of course, offensive line is going to be one of the main places that people train their eyes all training camp long here at Texas Training Camp 2025. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott's still with us for one more segment, and he has to be because we're about to get into what's popping, and I'm about to light his keister up, buddy. I'm about to light him up. You want to hear this? We'll do it next.
A big-time fishing tournament, big fun.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slippers, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slippers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, I'm going to be deeply unprofessional right now. Big Voice Man just said it. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. We are not starting there. You know, you're supposed to do the thing
How
where
do you know that?
You hit the big stories and then you circle back around with other things, you know, pulling back the curtain. No. I need to do something entirely different. We were sitting down, myself, Reginald Atatula, that's John Lopez, the OG, obviously Figgy Fig back in studio, and Brandon K. Scott of Hiram Clark fame here with us. And we had a little fun. Myself, Fig, our guy Luke Morrow, T. Mill, and B. Scott, in addition to our guy Chewy Ortiz of Mix 96.5. We're out at Steak Night on Wednesday, and we got to talk. We were having a lot of fun chatting, and I learned two things about our guy drove me up a bleeping wall. And he has takes on two films that I think are just absolutely absurd. So, Lopez,
the films are absurd?
No. The takes are absurd. Yeah. Lopez, you've learned about one of these films. Mm-hmm. Would you like to tell the audience what film that B. Scott does not view as highly as everybody else?
Before he does, I want to say there's two films, and there's one of these takes that I'm going to defend to my death, and there's one where I can definitely understand why y'all are getting after me, but I have an explanation.
We'll start
for why that take is what it is.
We'll start with the latter first. It is a well-beloved mob movie.
Yes.
Would you like to tell us what the movie is?
The movie is Goodfellas, and I got to know the take itself. I got to know the conversation that was had at Steak Night with the fellas.
The take?
So we were doing overrated pieces of art. We were doing music, and then we got to movies at some point.
Yeah.
And my take, and I think this is probably not my best take, but it is my take, and I've got a reason for it. I felt like after watching Goodfellas, and I want to put the caveat out there that I watched it late in life, but I did not understand why it was such a cult classic. Now, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
I think it's a great movie. But why is it like up there with Godfather? I didn't quite fully understand. And then I heard from Luke Morrow that he actually likes it better than The Godfather, which was the heart of my take. Like, I don't get that. It's a fine movie. It's a really, really good movie. But I didn't get why it was so far up the pantheon based off of what I watched. Now, here's my defense of it before you.
Yeah.
I understand this, and I'm the only person that has this take from what I can tell. Everybody that's seen Goodfellas loves Goodfellas. And to be clear, I also enjoyed the movie. But here's my take on it, because I've had a couple of days to sit with this.
Yeah.
If you want your children to love and appreciate and enjoy mob movies, be careful of them watching mob content. Let's call it not just movies, but shows, movies, all of that. Be careful of them watching things out of order or out of place.
Yeah.
Because I think really my issue is that I saw Goodfellas after I'd already seen The Departed, after I'd already seen The Sopranos, which to me is the preeminent of the mob content for my taste. And I also like The Departed better. Yeah. So I think that if I had seen Goodfellas back when people my age first saw it, or if I was old enough to have seen it back when it came out, right? Like if I had consumed it from the beginning, I would have a greater appreciation for it. But if you watch it in reverse, do it backwards, it can kind of hurt your appreciation or your context of it all. So that was the reason why, for me, Goodfellas did not necessarily hit the same as it did for everybody else.
I actually don't understand the timeline element of your take. I get it, but in terms of like that's your take.
I think you appreciate the latter stuff more if you've already seen the stuff before.
But what I'm saying is you can watch it when you're 18, which, by the way, you say your kids. Don't let your kids watch it. Period.
Yeah. I was talking more high school, but yeah, sure. That's a fair point by you.
I don't care if you watch it when you're 18, you're 38, or you're 68. I think it's a standalone classic film. And my best defense for that, and I think a lot of people are anything, but it's a true story. It is a true story that if you've ever read about these guys, is about as close to the reality as there's been. Even Godfather was kind of based on some realities and stuff. No, this is a true, it happened story. And to me, that's what makes it great. That it's jaw-dropping. That all these things that we saw in Goodfellas really happened. From the Lufthansa thing to the characters, to obviously the roles and the things that they did and some of the heinous things that they did. That to me is what makes it great. It's like, oh my God, this really happened like this.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. I wouldn't, obviously I'm not going to disagree with it being a true story. It is factually a true story. I appreciate it. At the end of it, Lopez, by the time I got to the end, I honestly was like, so that's it? That's the one. That's the one that's got everybody in a chokehold.
So that's it.
And I'm
felt like it was too short.
That's it.
And I'm just saying, by the end of it, I did not feel the feelings like, I got to watch this movie again, or I just didn't feel. It was a great movie. I just did not feel cult classic in my bones.
That Mona Lisa, she's just sitting there smiling.
Yeah.
It's kind of a half.
Not even finished.
She's not even really smiling.
It's not even finished.
It's more of a grin.
Yeah.
Wow. You are finding actually at least one supporter. Totally agree with you, B. Scott. Goodfellas and The Godfather are overrated.
Oh, come on now.
All right, I see.
Come on.
All
Now,
right,
I will say this too. I'm a mob content casual on part, because that
might be part of the reason.
Because that's the reason why I watched Goodfellas after. Like, who does that? Like, most people have probably seen Goodfellas by the time they reach these other pieces of content.
And by the way, I know you got more.
I need to get to, because this isn't the damning one. The damning one is coming.
Now, the damning one I'm going to defend.
Right, but just real quick. The thing that just blew me away is what you said is like, that's it. Because even if it wasn't a true story, even if it was just total fiction and they just made it up, the way they made this movie, the score, the Eric Clapton music, that was kind of interspersed in there, the actual cinematography, and I'm not going to get all the weeds. It was a great movie, just standalone.
Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Because the next movie, let's get to it, because the next movie, I am not going to give as much credit to. I enjoyed Goodfellas. I just thought it was overrated. This next movie, I don't get you guys. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I know the listenership of Sports Talk Radio. 713-572-4610. Y'all have to boo this man and shame him into damnation, because this is a man for whom he finds no pleasure or enjoyment. In fact, he wants a refund on the time that he spent on watching this movie, that movie being Keanu Reeves's John Wick. Yes. Light his ass up, man. Go ahead. Explain yourself.
I don't get it.
Explain yourself.
I don't get it. Like, this badass. Like, I think what really got me was the scene, and I only watched the first. I watched the first one and I said, "Oh, they made more of these." Like it. So the scene where he kicks everybody's ass in the house and the cop shows up and all of that.
That's right.
I think that was the one that did it for me. That is the one that did it for me. Everything about it, I understand it's an action movie and action movies are not realistic, and that's the whole shtick of it all. But I just did not find myself impressed.
It is one of the most realistic of action movies, because literally he did all that weapons training, plus the whole idea of John Wick. It is modern mythology.
That's it.
It is a modernization of Greek mythology. It is deep in a way that is that is really actually not had very often in films recently, and it gives you all the fun of action. What more could you want?
Man, I'm just saying, if you're going to be a superhero, so I like superhero films, right? So if the dude gonna be a superhero, just make him a damn superhero.
This is one. He is.
I'm like, well, I get it, but he ain't. That's the thing. I'm like, this dude doing all
John Wick.
This dude doing all of this, and I got another point on this too. But this dude doing all of this, he ain't got no serum. He ain't been bit by nothing. Ain't nothing crazy happened in his life. He just a trained badass. Get the hell up out of here with that. And here's my thing too. Y'all can help me understand, because maybe I got ticked off throughout the movie at some point, and I just didn't care enough to give this enough attention. But how is it that he's this big of a badass and he got his ass whooped in the beginning of the movie in the first place?
Because he was out the game.
But how he didn't wake up? You don't forget how to learn. You don't forget how to ride a bike.
He was out the game and they ambushed him. What you mean?
Man, get out of here. They ambushed him. He was being ambushed at what felt like the whole movie.
And that's when he went into that mode.
Man, get out.
He went into that mode.
Get out of here. I could never understand that why we can clearly beat up dozens of dudes at a time but he got beat up in his own house, and they took his dog and killed his dog. And I was like, come on, man.
He decided to go to hell at that point.
Messing with his dog is what did it.
But to me, if John Wick is John Wick, don't none of that ever happen, and the movie don't happen. That's all I'm saying.
He had gotten out of life, and this is where the dog matters, because somebody's like, he did all that for the dog. I agree with B. Scott. No, you have to understand.
I don't have a problem with him doing what he had to do for the dog. I just don't get how he wound up in that place, and he's this much of a badass.
The dog is not simply a dog. The dog is the last living, I guess, tether to his wife that he was willing to give up this life of crime for.
I respect that.
He completely changed who he was, stepped out of this space.
I respect it.
Went to his wife. His wife passes, and the last thing that he has that tethers him to that memory is a dog that some jerk just took away from him for no good reason.
I respect the story behind that, okay? I didn't have a problem with that. I just don't get how John Wick is the baddest mofo, apparently, that we have ever seen in the history of history, and he let somebody come in there and whoop his ass and take his dog.
This is a terrible
thing. I don't get it. I don't get how that happens to John Wick.
The other thing that's just interesting to me is when you go into a John Wick movie, you're not looking for true reality.
Sure.
Your approach matters. Like, how do you feel?
But I didn't want my intelligence insulted, and I felt like it was.
I mean, you're coming in with, okay, this is John Wick. There's going to be some fantasy, sort of mythological stuff going on. How do you feel about the Bourne movies? Because that's in the same vein. The Bourne Identity, the Bourne whatever.
I feel like they're talked about the same way, and I could be wrong about this. Check me.
I love the Bourne movies.
Are the Bourne movies talked about the same way that John Wick is?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Yeah, I love the Bourne, and they're kind of in the same John Wick.
Yeah.
He said they're fine.
Yeah.
I never thought I would have reason to say this. I say this, and I mean it as high praise for you. I never thought I'd have opportunity to say this, but the day has come. B. Scott don't know ball. That's crazy to me.
That's fine. Ball, overrated. If that's ball, to hell with it. And I said this, like, just bring me an actual superhero. I was like,
they did.
Daredevil at least had something happen to him.
He wants guys.
Spider-Man at least got bit.
Like, this guy is just costumes. If he was wearing a costume, would it be better?
No, if there was an actual reason for why he was such a badass, but for whatever reason let somebody come in there and kill his dog and beat his ass before he actually went out there and did something about it, maybe I would like it better then. But no, man, he ain't got to wear no costume. I just need to understand, like, how could this be? The whole movie I'm watching, how could this be? How are we here? How did we get this far? If this man is this surgical with it, this cold with it, how did this happen in the first place? So I guess it was maybe even just the premise of the movie.
At Brandon K. Scott on Twitter, if you would like to inform
hit me up. I'm good.
as to why this is. But I do appreciate you jumping in. A few things I want to mention and what's popping. Salute to the Texas Fury Texans, the girls' high school flag football champions of 2025. They were out at practice today, so salute to them. And, of course, salute to the many Astros pitchers that are pitching this weekend. You will have Hunter Brown on Saturday, and then Colton Forfront takes the mound on Monday. That's what's happening at the big league club, but it might be more interesting the AA side, right, Lopez?
Yeah, you got Eric Getty on Friday, Luis Garcia on Saturday, all for Corpus Christi, by the way. And then that would be, who's the third one?
JP France.
Oh, JP France.
JP France, there we go.
JP France.
And on top of that, you mentioned Javier, who did pitch last night.
Yeah, he's further along.
I think it was 2 2/3 innings, if memory served. And I think it was 3 hits and one earned run, if memory serves correctly.
So keep count. How many guys is that we named? 4?
That's 4.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Like, so here's my.
At least one of them's going to make it back.
My pie in the sky, since we're back on ball, my pie in the sky hope is that they got so many damn starters that they don't know what to do with. And it's going to have, and Reggie, you were in the DFW area when this happened, that it's going to have that vibe of the Rangers from their World Series run where their bullpen was crap for much of the year, but by the end of the season, once they got further left along, it did not matter because they were able to use their surplus of starters to kind of help supplement what they were lacking in the bullpen. And by the end of it, you didn't know that they didn't have no good bullpen because they had starters coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah, and that's
and they did have good starters.
I think that's absolutely the hope for the Astros management. And I think according to kind of the rumors that we're getting, especially with Isaac Paredes seemingly having like a very serious injury that's going to keep him out for time, they seem to be very much focused on acquiring a bat at the deadline that's upcoming, and some rumors have them attached to Eugenio Suarez of the Diamondbacks.
Also known as apparently Henry Aaron of the last couple of weeks. I mean, what got into Eugenio Suarez?
You know? He's been really sending the ball very far, and then I don't even know how to mention or how to really handle, but the idea that possibly a Carlos Correa reunion could happen as well. Both of those are kind of things that are floating out there.
I am just glad because I came in here either last week or the week before, and we had this conversation how I would be disappointed if an arm was the focus, and that's what they came away with at the trade deadline because I felt like there should be so many reinforcements.
You could be right.
And I'm hoping that was me hope trafficking at the time. I'm still hope trafficking that is the case because I feel like there was a much greater urgency since there is no, hey, this guy is waiting in the way. Obviously, Jordan. But, I mean, can you rely on that? Like, it felt a lot more desperate to me that they got that bat as opposed to getting those arms.
Yeah, so we'll see what that ultimately looks like. This weekend could be big, and obviously, you know, whenever we're on air, especially come next week, headed towards the trade deadline, we will give you as much as we hear and see on that space. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott, I still love you, even though you have terrible takes in these two spaces.
My music takes are better than my movie takes.
That is true.
I will admit that on the front end or on the back end.
Big Hansen.
That's a great joke. That's a great joke. That's a great joke.
That's hilarious. B. Scott, appreciate you. We will keep up with you as always as you're covering these Texans as well. All right, coming up next. The big man, D'Amico Ryans, didn't talk today, but a man that I actually probably want to hear more, and that sounds wild to say. Nick Caley spoke to the assembled media. We'll get you what the offensive coordinator had to say for himself when it comes to training camp next.
Training camp is here. Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right, big voice man. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't think I said that word right.
You were close.
That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Appreciation to the Houston Methodist Training Center for being our host, even though it is kind of slowed down, almost shut down for the day as day 3 of training camp. A nice light walkthrough is in the books. Appreciation again also to Brandon K. Scott, which I don't know how to feel about this, Lopez. I think that might be, in my time, my about year being here at this point, that might be the most active I have seen the text line and the YouTube page simultaneously about any topic.
Well, and the thing is, it also lands in the area of what's the wildest take you have on anything.
Yeah.
Because Goodfellas, as a guy,
and John Wick, like
just
these,
in general,
these are the quintessential like guys in our demographic. You know what I mean? Like, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, action film, mob movie. Like, these are the things that stereotypically we like. Yeah. And B. Scott said, damn all that.
Now, to be fair, we had some wild takes floating around when we was at the steak night.
That's right. So. We did have wild take. You get a couple of alcoholic beverages, some red meat, and then get your takes off. That's the kind of night that we were having on Wednesday. So we're having a blast here at Sports Radio 610. Hoping to have a blast this season with the 2025 Houston Texans, especially with the offense. Like, we deserved that after the offense that we had last year that was just almost a pure ball of frustration. And the man tasked with making it so, right, making this offense explosive, useful, complimentary, all sorts of other words, is Nick Caley. This is what he said to the Semel media after practice today.
Training camp and maybe some of the offseason workouts, routines, mini camps.
Yeah, I mean, more time with the guys in its simplest form. And then obviously once we get through this acclimation period, get the pads on, really get to see the physicality, get to see the pads come to life and, affect the run game, play action, stuff like that.
Have you seen CJ get the
Yeah, he's doing a good job. I mean, enjoy being around him every single day, growing every day, so it's been a lot of fun.
Was being in reward by design before the install game?
What was the first thing you said? I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Being inside, was that more by design on day 3 with the new offense?
I don't know if it was more by design or if the weather was part of it, to be honest with you. I think it was more weather related than anything else.
Everyone describes you as very energetic on the sidelines. What are you trying to bring in the players when it comes to energy?
I'm just trying to bring the best that I can do for them every single day, and naturally probably a high energy guy, I guess. So, just trying to be myself and pour into the guys.
Right now it's not being able, to really assess things without pads on, but also we only had 20 practices.
Yeah.
Kind of that message to those guys, but also assessing.
Well, I mean, I think, there's a lot of things you do. There's discipline, there's mental toughness in terms of being precise with motions, being precise and breaking the huddle with a clean operation, whether it's cadence, changing up cadences, whether it's putting guys in different spots that, mixing some different formations that they may have to, run the same concept for multiple formations. So it taxes you mentally, too, not just physically.
Nick, do you plan ideally to have your pipeline ready to go before the start of the season, the week before the season? What's the birthday plan?
I think it'll manifest itself, to be honest with you. I think it'll naturally happen. There's a progression. We got really good competition right now. So I think we're just trying to give as many reps. And again, once we get the pads on, I think that's the truest measure of the evaluation part of it. But I've been really pleased. I know we've been really pleased with where they've grown. And we've got a really good group of guys that are hungry to learn.
Nick, both on D'Amico and Titus spoke about how it'll be beneficial to have them on the line as far as guys playing different positions.
Yep.
How do you manage when you're trying to figure out maybe what that starting five would be? How do you manage with that consistency with the same five guys, or plug and play different guys like you said, different positions and try to find the base?
Yeah, well, I think, again, it started in the spring, exposing them to maybe something that may have been different, may not have been different, and then obviously through camp here. But, it's a full evaluation from a spring to fall setting, and I think you put them in as many situations as you can, and then you start to refine some things, or you start to feel with once we have some practices, with the pads on, you get into joint practices, you get into the preseason games, I think things start to declare a little bit more, and then you tweak things as you go.
Did you know Cole so well?
Yep.
Talk about him as a coach and why you wanted to keep him development.
Yeah, because I have a lot of respect. I think he's a phenomenal coach. He's really smart. He's an extremely hard worker. He really cares about the guys. He is a mentally and physically tough dude. I mean, look at him. He looks like he could squat a house for sure. But he got a lot of experience with him. Been through a lot of, games with him in the past, dating back to New England, and he's always growing. I mean, he's really always searching to be the best that he can be. He's got a growth mindset, and I'm really thankful that we get to work together again.
A few guys who said this is kind of similar to the New England system that was here in 2019. What is it like kind of taking those things and kind of being open-minded and maybe making changes around players while having that system?
Yeah, I mean, we're all a byproduct of our experiences, right? So this is not a New England system, and it's our system, and it's going to evolve, and, that's personnel-driven, but it's finding out what we can do. But also, I think from starting with the players and things that they've had success with, things that they've done well here, they've done a lot of things well here. We have a great coaching staff that all have different experiences. I'm really blessed to be around those guys, and we're just trying to formulate what's best for us as we get going here.
Aziz mentioned that you've been on him since he was like 15 or 16.
Yeah.
You're not quoting him at NVU. He was coincide with his coach and player at the same time.
Yeah.
Just talk about that relationship that you've never built since then. You talk about you've always kept in touch with.
Yeah, I love Aziz. Talk about an ultimate competitor, a guy that pours everything he has into it. I remember going to Hillsborough High School in Tampa and watching him and calling our defensive coordinator, Rock Bellantoni, and saying, you got to come see this guy. He had a fire about him. He played and gave you everything he had. He's a great human being. He's a great person. I love Aziz, and it's just fate that we're back here, and I'm really excited to be a part of the team with him.
What's it like moving in, not just Christian as a mental receiver, but getting 2 weeks of training?
Yeah, well, it's fun. To put it simply, they're pros. Our veterans, such as CK, lead by example. They're pros. They work, and those young guys have come in and. You got to kick them out of the building. They're great human beings. They've got great pedigree. They're made of good fabric, and it's a lot of fun.
What do you like early on from nursery?
He just keeps improving, and that's a testament to him. And he cares, and he's working really hard at it.
We all know how talented your offense is, but what's something that's surprising about this team?
I don't know that anything surprised me because I don't think I've tried to come into this with any set expectations. I think that kind of sets you up for, I don't try to go into it with expectations. We got a group of guys starting with D'Amico and Nick on down, the leadership on the team that are hardworking guys, and I know this, like whatever level of football it is, when your best players are your hardest workers, it kind of sets the tone for everybody else, and we've got really, really good people here that work hard, that love football, and we're just trying to keep it moving in the right direction. Thank you, guys. Yeah, have a great day.
Nick Haley, offensive coordinator of this Houston Texans team, and man, he sure kept it pretty plain, pretty generic in his answers. It just seemed like I'm excited to work with them, but I guess it kind of makes sense to some degree with the way and the philosophy that it seems like they're undertaking, which is, big and broad to start with, kind of work on the technique and just generally throw a lot of things and then pare it down and refine as you go through camp and get through ready for the season.
I was interested in that, even though it was pretty generic, as you said. I wish I could have, because we were out here already doing the show when you spoke, and we were talking with Matt Burke. I wish I could have seen it and seen the body language. I'm going to go back and look at the video because you could almost hear, I did anyway, like he was a little bit like, okay, this is new. I mean, that's his first time at training camp with everybody. He's had his introductory and all that. He was almost like guarded, and then he kind of started giving us some little nuggets there at the end, like, okay, this is just usual stuff, usual discussion about football. Like I thought the Ursery thing was good. Just keeps getting better. He kind of paused and then sort of that in a very positive way. It was very generic. I'm not going to try to, build some sort of deep topic out of this. But I think, he started to give us a little bit of stuff about the offensive line. It is going to be a true competition. And I thought it was interesting that, they do go out of their way a little bit to kind of distance themselves from the New England thing, even though, there's clearly some elements. There's nothing wrong with embracing it.
Well, you say, and that's kind of interesting because there's been a number of players at this point that have kind of said things that would very much tie what they're doing to, New England, specifically Bill O'Brien, which I know a lot of people don't like hearing. That's a level of pause moment for folks. But, it would there's things within any of those systems or any system that can operate well when it's executed right. So I do think that the approach generally that they have is good. That, hey, let's make sure that we get the details and the execution correct. But are you one of those people that hears the Bill O'Brien comparisons? Like Titus Howard, one of those guys yesterday talking to the Assemble Media that alluded to that as well. Like, I've been in this system before. Does that give you any pause?
No. Here's the thing. I think most people are conditioned when they hear New England now, they correlate it to Bill O'Brien, and that's a bad memory. If you could just separate Bill O'Brien and what he did here and the mess that it ended up becoming from the New England, style, that's a good thing. Like, they did okay in New England with that offense. They did okay with the quarterback making the call. I think we're just we've got PTSD, and it's funny, and I think the Texans realize that. So they try to say it's our own offense. It's not the New England offense. We're bringing over here, but the players, you said it. The player, it was Titus Howard and somebody else last week or earlier this week said it reminds me of the Bill O'Brien thing. So immediately you go, oh no, don't do that. It's just Bill O'Brien was the problem. Bill O'Brien is the PTSD. Bill O'Brien is what we have a bad feeling about. But the New England style offense has been good.
Okay, so yours, and from the 8 through 2, they said Bill O'Brien was a good head coach. He hated rookies and couldn't just adjust. He was good for quarterbacks. This is something that I think I've had given you this take before. I don't think that he was a bad play caller. I do think that some portions of his offense did not do enough to assist your quarterback, and help guys get open. It was very much rigid, and it definitely leaned upon the individual brilliance of the players at times. But I do think that the bones of that offense are very much one that is workable
and that's kind of my point.
Be good. Right.
Like we're just conditioned. You got to kind of try to get away from that. When they mention Bill O'Brien, don't worry about Bill O'Brien. Worry about what the Patriots' offense was.
Okay, and look, ultimately, this team will not be judged on Bill O'Brien or the Patriots. They'll be judged on what they actually put out there. And thankfully, we're at the time of year where we have an opportunity to see what they are beginning to actually put out there, including tomorrow when fans are out here getting their eyes on it. I'm looking at stands, I'm looking at tents, I'm looking at a field ready to see guys get on it and get to work. Real quick before we go, because I think we acknowledge it. Nick Caley did a lot of talking without saying very much at all.
Right.
Are you of a mind where this is kind of who this guy is going to be, or do you anticipate maybe him opening up as he gets more comfort with handling this situation?
Well, keep in mind where he cut his teeth is. As I mentioned, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring it up. I think he kind of loosened up there at the end, and maybe we'll be a little more candid. He'll never be like what Mike McDaniel was or something like that. But I think he's kind of been conditioned to say less. But I think there's going to be some meat there.
Yeah, we'll watch that space for sure. And there's people who are like, where has the New England style worked outside of Brady with the New England?
Have you had a C.J. Stroud? And how is C.J. Stroud going to adapt? That's my point. It's one thing when Josh McDaniel goes and doesn't do anything because maybe the quarterbacking situation didn't work out. But I'm not. Look, all of a sudden I feel like I'm having.
Yeah, you are now the lawyer for Bill O'Brien and his offense.
All I'm saying is that it's fascinating to me because we've been including myself, so conditioned to say, when we really shouldn't.
I am interested also, though. How much of the Sean McVay tutelage portion of the Caley demonstrates itself? Because again, we see the gap scheme, which again falls with that E&P style offense. We've seen a lot of the duo, and we've heard a lot of the references to New England or Bill O'Brien's time or what have you, right, through roundabout ways. We haven't heard a lot of the references to the kind of that Ram style or within that kind of Shanahan tree thing. And so I am interested. And it ends up demonstrating itself within the system if it does and how it does. But of course, there's a lot of time to be seen through all of that. 15 days till the first game that we get for this team in training camp. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, as we always do, and we will do that next.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
Ready? It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just
But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So remember we played some of Chandler Rome's podcast with Jeff Luno last week.
Was I here that day?
Oh, you weren't. That's right. It was Jeff. We played some with Jeff Luno, talking about the Astros. It was really good stuff. One of the things that we didn't get to, I saw, and it just made me kind of pause and ask a question. And so my confession is, I think he's right, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
One of the things he said is no dynasty in all of sports comes close to what the Houston Astros have done. Before you react, I started thinking about this. The age-old question, are you a dynasty if you've never won back-to-back?
Oh.
Because that's what people say. That's my inclination was, you're damn right there's not. I mean, who would even come close to the Astros dynasty? But then
the Spurs?
The Spurs would absolutely be one. They didn't win back-to-back, but they won 5.
Correct.
So I started thinking, all right, are we going to have that? Are they the greatest dynasty if they never won back-to-back?
I mean,
it's an age-old thing.
The back-to-back does not hit me super strong.
Me neither.
Like, I think being in a constant space where you can win, because, like, it feels arbitrary. Like, these championships have to be immediately next to each other.
Yeah.
As opposed to if you are a dominant force that is constantly there, a la the Spurs, and also have put up a number of wins to the point where, like, you are basically snuffing out some of the people around you. It's one of the things that kind of makes the Chicago Bulls dynasty of the 90s, really loom large, is because they really took out the oxygen of a lot of competitors around them. In fact, there's a number of greats that we view. Either we don't have we have to have a little bit of a multiplier where we go, okay, but remember, they were going up against this team. I think that exists with Spurs. Not to talk enough talking about them, but when it comes with the Astros, it does feel like that to some extent. But I definitely can't get to the point where I call them the greatest, and I feel bad saying this, even as they've done this for an extended period of time.
Let's just set that the greatest aside. What he said, because I'm with you largely. Like, the Spurs were a dynasty, and I don't care. I mean, just 12 years and 5 titles or whatever it was. The Astros are a dynasty. But it just made me think, and like, okay, are we going to have that discussion at some point with the Astros?
On, like, them being a dynasty or back-to-backs?
Yeah, the back-to-back kind of being a qualifier.
I mean, someone might have a discussion. I think the bigger discussion that I imagine people will have, and again, I don't think that it should knock them down in the same way, but it will. I think this has probably the best chance of trying to knock them down, which is just having 2. Which, again, points to the reason why 19 was a problem, right? Yeah. Like, 19 was an issue. You needed that one because that makes you damn near unassailable. We have 17, 19, and 22.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we know that people are going to come with their asterisks for 17 already.
Sure.
So that's why 19 was such an issue. But yeah, I don't know that it's the back-to-backs that get them. I think it's just how many championships do you need to have within a span for you to begin talking about dynasty at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing that comes to mind for me.
These are my confessions.
So I'm generally, and I'm thankful for this. I'm not too patting myself on the back. I'm generally a very calm driver. In fact, like, hey man, you need to get in. You go ahead and get in. I'm not tripping off of any of those things. Far from me are the words road and rage. You know what I mean? However, today coming into training camp, practice day 3, reminded me of one place where, if I was to get anywhere near road rage, it does pop up. I had completely forgotten about this, but it pops up enough for me to acknowledge that it's a pattern, which is, and you remember, there was a little rain this morning.
Yeah.
One of those 4-way lights turned into a 4-way stop. And why are y'all so bad at 4-way stops, man?
It's not that
hard. How do y'all not understand how this works?
I'm with you.
Like, it's not 2 ways going at the same time.
Yeah.
Each side gets one. They go, and then someone else goes, and it's just your rotating order. And people don't know how to look up, take account of what's happening. People are damn near crashing every time that someone is going. I'm like, how are you guys not able to get this very basic fun? We learned about taking turns in preschool. How do y'all not get this taking turns at the four-way stop?
I got nothing to add. I am totally with you. Four-way stops drive me nuts. I will say, you talk about being a calm driver. I did see you run a red light yesterday.
All right, so hold on. First of all, you snitching. That's first and foremost. Second of all, I'm in Houston. I didn't run a red light. I just took that yellow.
I was right behind you.
I took that yellow, man.
You took that yellow to red. You took that yellow.
I was already in the intersection at that point. When you're in the intersection at red, you just got to get through there. You want me to stop in the middle? Come on now. That's bad driving.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but you brought this up. But yeah.
All right, so 713-572-4610. Who's more right, especially in a Houston driving sense? Whatever Lopez is talking about or me, okay?
So I gotta show some love to John McClain. I heard John McClain in the presser when they was talking to Nick Caley. I gotta confess, man, I feel like John McClain got the most distinct voice ever, man.
Oh yeah.
Just because usually when you listening to a press conference, to me it seemed like everybody sound the same. Mm-hmm. But then when you hear John McClain, it's like, hey, Nick Caley, what do you feel about that? He just came out of nowhere. I was like, oh, that's John McClain.
Yeah.
What are you doing there? I think John McClain need to be in more press conferences. I know that was kind of a hot debate at one point because I know a lot of people felt like he needed to hang it up and all that stuff, but just off the voice alone, man, they need to have him in there.
Well, he's tapered it back. I actually was chatting with John McClain a lot today. By the way, he's going to be joining us in studio. He's 100% in.
Love it.
When they're in West Virginia, he's going to come in one day. We just got to work it out. But yeah, I'm with you. He has tapered it back some, and he's picking his spots. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you 100% there, Figgy.
Very distinct. What's funny is if I can hear the voices, I think there's a decent amount that I kind of will pick up. But you're not wrong. Like John McClain is very, very unique, and some part of me goes, is it because he's been doing this for literal ever? And I was like, nah, it's because it's John McClain.
Yeah.
Like that's that dude in particular.
Yeah, and he had that voice, and we call him. People wondering why we call him the General. And
he sounds like one.
Yeah, that's my thing. He sounds just like a general. Mm-hmm. So I enjoy hearing John McClain.
Nice with him.
These are my confessions.
So I think I believe in ghosts more than I ever have in my life. That's a common question as well. Are you a ghost guy or no?
I don't think so. I'm kind of ghost agnostic.
That's where I was.
Okay.
Like, if you believe in them, fine. I don't know if I do or not, maybe. But I had a conversation with a buddy of mine, actually Captain Dean from the Bite Me podcast. So he was talking about he was in this house, and he was like me. Like, I wasn't real like, oh, I got. And so he actually said he saw this flash of light that was moving back and forth. Like, not just like it could have been a car, because it was actually moving back and forth and then rose high and dropped back down. And it was totally dark outside, and he kind of freaked out. So he checked his video, his in-home security.
Ah, okay.
And it was on there too. A lot of people say, well, it won't show up on video. He said it was on there too. So he actually showed me, and it goes back and forth, up and down, and I'm like, well, that ain't normal. Like it was like a weird looking, like almost not body shape, but it was long.
Would you say it was paranormal?
It was paranormal. So
don't applaud. That was not funny.
Just in the last, sound like something I would have said. In just in the last few years, you hear things. Are you a ghost guy, Figgy?
I was more of a spirit type of guy.
Well, maybe that.
I always think, but like as far as like Casper the Friendly Ghost and that type of stuff, I'm not really. I think it's some good and evil spirits out there.
It was weird to me because he's a guy that would not have believed it.
Mm-hmm.
He would absolutely. He was like me, like no, no way. And then he's like, damn. It was wild.
Can I give you the ghost take that I feel the strongest about?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand haunted places.
I don't either.
And you want to know why?
I don't think they're bad. I'm just saying I think they might be out there.
No, again, I'm no judgment on this. Legitimately, I just don't get it because the logic doesn't make sense. So follow me, right? So this spirit or this ghost or whatever you want to term it is confined to the outside walls, of this house or this building, but it can go through the inside ones though, right?
Yeah.
So what's the difference between the outside and the inside wall? Like what makes the outside walls so much more special than the inside walls that they just got to stay to this one place, but they can move around it though?
I don't know, and I would be with you right there, but it's like, I've always been like, people talk about, extraterrestrial life versus ghosts. I've always leaned extraterrestrial life just because it's so massive and there's got to be something.
Right, the numbers on it.
Yeah, I've just leaned that way. And I've kind of been, like you said, agnostic on it. But I'm starting to go like, yeah, there are things out there.
Okay, so if you're coming out to practice tomorrow and you see John Lopez, the thing to talk about is not Texans football.
Ghosts.
It is ghosts.
Damn straight.
Yeah, let's see that. All right, so there you go. That is that was definitely a confession for you. What a weird Friday it's been already.
It was a confession.
No, it was. There was no shame. There was no judgment there. I'm just reflecting. We've had John Wick takes. We've had ghost takes. He wouldn't be opposed to being on Naked and Afraid. All sorts of things happening today in the Loop. That's, I guess, a thing that you can only get right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we talked, as I mentioned, to Matt Burke, the defense coordinator of this team. I thought he was very insightful, as he always is. So coming up next, you'll hear that conversation right here on Sports Radio 610.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be
now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yep, it's In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. This your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Day 3 of Texans Training Camp is in the books. Reggie and Lopez got a chance to catch up with Matt Burke, defensive coordinator for the Houston Texans, earlier at camp. Here's the defensive coordinator for your Houston Texans, live on In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp 2025.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little scared right now.
Why?
Because Austin Deculus and Ed Ingram saw my A&M shirt, and they were not nice to me.
That's true. That is true. they did look like they wanted to beat you up, but they were like, it's fine. It was a nice light day of practice.
That
so we don't need
LSU
to
blood
do all
runs
that.
deep, man.
All right, we have the great pleasure of being joined right now by the defensive coordinator of your Houston Texans. His name is Matt Burke. I've been told he is a delight to talk to, so Matt, no pressure.
Oh, man. But first I got to talk to Deck and Ingram for you guys. Now this is a lot.
He's not your boss.
All right, cool.
He doesn't run nothing here. You do what you do here. No, I'm excited to have an opportunity to talk to you. This is my first time out at training camp, so I've been excited about getting a view of everything just generally. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, obviously, fans are out here tomorrow. So for me, for the fans, from a coach perspective, like, what are you looking at? Because it's easy for us to just kind of look at it as spectators. What are some of the things that you're looking out and picking out in any given practice out here at training camp?
Yeah, I would say, and it's actually maybe somewhat unique to how we operate here. Every day we give the players like one specific thing. We call it the JOT, the just one thing. And so every day we're kind of, hey, for this period or for this whole practice, like, you focus on this thing. Can you get better technique? Instead of like, we're installing a lot right now as we're going through the process and kind of filling the plate up from a call sheet perspective and stuff. So we try to like give each guy like a narrower focus kind of day to day. So it helps us too as coaches. So now I'm like watching you, I can really focus. Hey, I told you this is the one thing you're trying to get better at. Like, are you really working that technique? So we try to give them like a little bit more narrow focus because it can, you guys know it's camp. Like, there's a lot going on. Fans are coming tomorrow. Things pick up. It's getting crazy. Like, how can we really narrow the focus for those guys to give them something specific to get better at?
So 2 years ago, you had some rookies excel for you right out of the chute. Then you did it again last year with some rookies excelling right out of the chute. And I'm serious. I remember after the season, I'm like, what's his approach? So what does he do or what does he try to emphasize? Because it's not a common thing for rookies to, boom, come right out, and you got some more this year. So what is your defensive philosophy, approach, whatever, to get the rookies integrated?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we got rookies every year.
Yeah, well,
they keep coming. We can't stop them.
I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Yeah, no.
But, defensively, they had good years both years.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, like, it's a credit to our coaching staff. I mean, we spend a lot of time with those guys, and D'Amico builds in a lot of extra work in terms of extra meeting time, extra on-the-field stuff with those guys. So, they're part of the team. Like, I feel like the old school, like, rookies and hazing and all that stuff, that's a little bit kind of part of the past. Like, these guys are pros, and they're part of our team now. And so our job as coaches is, and we always tell everybody, it doesn't matter rookie, vet, high pick, free agent, like, man, if you can help us win and you're committed to the process and getting better and taking coaching, like, then you're going to play. Like, we're not,
just be a little diligent what you're throwing
for sure.
at them.
Yeah, but I think it's really not like.
Am I wrong?
No, they're released in a Gen Pop, man. Like, they're with the crew. It's just then they get bonus stuff. So like, hey, we have an extra meeting at night. That those guys kind of circle back. So sort of as the day wraps up, let's get back with those guys and make sure they're kind of full process on everything. So they just get more extra, but we kind of throw them to the wolves and put them out here and let them compete. And as they show us that they can take more on and that they're capable, then we just kind of keep feeding more and more. So, we just try to get them right, man.
Yeah. We're talking to Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator of your Texans, and I love this kind of talking about the young guys as they come in. For you as a head coach, what are some of the head coach, as a defensive coordinator soon.
I'll take it, yeah.
Who knows?
Ryan's guy.
Just speaking things into your existence, right? No, but what are some of the questions that, especially at this juncture of training camp, that you love hearing, that you're hearing at this time, especially from younger guys?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, all of it, like, you just can usually tell, like, probably every profession, right? Like, there's guys that are asking questions just because they want to ask a question. When there's, like, the real insightful, like, hey, or I saw this play. Like, I think it's actually cool, because we always preach, say the quote-unquote first teams out there getting reps, like, are you paying attention and watching to get your work in or, like, get a mental rep? And so those youngs come up with questions that happen not when they're on the field, but when someone else is on the field. Like, that tells me they're watching and they're paying attention. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, like, hey, I know that they're watching, so J-Rock, Jalen Smith's watching Sting, and something happens, and he asked me a question about that. Like, I know he's paying attention to all the other stuff, not just like I was on the field and this happened to me.
Yeah.
That to me shows like a broader understanding of how to grow. So I appreciate that. And then honestly, like, just to break off from that, like, I appreciate that we still have these vets that want to get better, that are asking questions. So when Daniil Hunter comes and has me something he wants to talk about, or whoever those guys, like, you know what I mean, that when we have those vets that are also still trying to get better, I think the rookies see that process too. So we have a great group of veterans on this team and on this defense. So I appreciate those guys still working their craft to get better every day too.
Yeah. Is it betraying trust for me to ask maybe what your favorite question has been thus far?
Okay, all right, fair enough.
It's coming up.
Okay.
No. Hey, how would you describe your collaboration right now with D'Amico? It was, it's been, speaking of 2 years ago, it's kind of been D'Amico.
Apparently, I don't know. It's out.
That's one guy's opinion.
that was bad timing right there.
I had no idea he was walking by. But anyway, like 2 years ago was a question. It's not even a question anymore.
Yeah. I think, like, it was funny, when I got here, and we had never worked together before, but had a lot of overlapping circles and a lot of guys that we had both worked with that, worked together, kind of were almost pushing us together that, like, hey, like, schematically, philosophically, like, just as personally, like, so.
And you said that in the past, but now it just seems like
now we've gone through those fires and we've worked together for the 2+ years, and it's just even like kind of merged even more and more. And I think, like I said, we renovated the offices a year ago. Like, we're right across the hall from each other, and so I think it's just like I've learned how to communicate with him a lot better. Just from working together. And again, now we have a shared history. I think that's always like I've worked with a lot of guys on this staff with Corey Unlin and Dino Vasso, and you just start having a shared history and things you can go back to. Hey, remember when that happened in the Buffalo game last year? Like, that's kind of similar. You sort of have a shared language that you build that just even helps ease that communication even more. It's been great.
I imagine that communication gets really big in trying to take this defense to an entirely new level. I mean, fantastic defense last year. But if there was two things that, from the outside looking in, I thought were like, okay, these are places that maybe are standing in that way. Tackling, I imagine, is a big deal for you. And then, like, those big explosives that were – I mean, if you had those, I imagine this is one of, if not the best defenses in the league, flat out. How do you go about, like, tangibly changing those? Because it's easy to be like, hey, we want to be better at that. What are the processes? What are the steps to make those things better?
Yeah, I mean, so there's probably twofold. I mean, or probably separate answers maybe. Okay. I mean, like, a lot of time, I mean, our defense, schematically, like, everything's based on not giving up explosives. Like, that's a starting point, probably for most defenses. But, like, just that's very part of it. And we talk about it, and when we identify the realms that, that we think would lead to, like, we have a statistical sort of leading to wins, and not giving up explosives is really at the top of that list. So I would say schematically, usually the explosives are more schematic stuff or things like we made a mistake on. Like, it's funny, we actually had this conversation, Meek and I, a few days ago. Like, man, we start looking back at all those things, and it's really like, I didn't feel that we were getting beat physically or, man, someone's just outmatching us. But, like, man, we made a mistake in a scheme or an adjustment that cut somebody loose or got behind us over the top. So I think that's just like, we talk about playing with precision and practicing with precision. Like, that's the, like, hey, we can't, like, we want to be a great defense, a championship defense, the number one defense, whatever you want to label it. If we have those aspirations, like, the precision has to be every single play in and play out. We can't give up I screwed up, or I stepped wrong, or my eyes were in the wrong spot, so that guy got out, and that we led to an explosive play. So I think harping on the precision within the scheme has been really where the explosive thing has come in terms of how we're talking. And tackling's like physical. Like it's hard to train that, obviously, in the off season when you don't have pads on. So really focused a lot, honestly, in the spring of the things that lead up to the tackle. Like closing and our tracking angles and how we're getting there. Obviously, you can't finish the play and finish a tackle in spring. Hopefully, when we start putting pads on next week, that starts getting a little bit closer. But you can still train sort of like everything up to that moment. So if you take a bad tracking angle, that also leads to a missed tackle. You know what I mean? Not just the actual physical part of it. So we did spend a lot of time trying to like work on that stuff.
I like that you pointed to John with that. Like he's going to be a tackling dummy of sorts.
Yeah, sure. We can work that in.
Get him out there for
one play.
That's fine.
And then a
we'll save it.
And then a cart. All right, so I know we only have a few more minutes, so I can't let you go without getting our annual Matt Burke the Adventurer update. Anything this summer?
I had a couple trips, smaller trips. I went. I'm a big scuba diver as well, so I went diving down in Belize for like a 4 or 5 day stretch. Did some spear fishing and some things there. And then actually this summer, my last weekend, it was really cool. I was up with a bunch of my college buddies. It was 16 of us. We still actually keep in touch.
Wow.
All the guys kind of I played with.
From Dartmouth?
At Dartmouth.
Yeah.
And we went up to like off the grid in Idaho, up in the Frank Church Wilderness, like up in the mountains, no Wi-Fi, no cell phone service, like literally. So I really got to reconnect with a lot of those guys. It's the first time we've all been together. Like a lot of them will come to games where I see 3 or 4 here, like depending on what city we're in. But we had a huge group and did some fly fishing and some hiking and
my man right there.
Got out of it for a little bit. It was literally it was the last weekend we were off. I flew back Sunday night at like 7. We were back in the office first thing. Yeah, so it was cool.
All right, so that leads to the last one for me. I don't know if Reggie has anything. Which reality show would you do best in? I've got a list.
Because you're going to give me choices?
The Amazing Race.
Oh, I don't watch any of this, but I'll have
to. Well, you kind of know.
Yeah, I got it.
I picked some mainstream
Okay,
ones.
cool.
Amazing Race, Man vs. Wild, Life Below Zero, or Naked and Afraid.
Oh. I mean, I feel like be the one. I mean, I've been to like probably almost 60 countries. So I feel like that's the one they travel around different countries and do different things. So I feel like I could go on that. I mean, I'm actually pretty comfortable being naked too. So
okay.
So I'll probably toss up there. You guys. Don't put a poll out like who wants to see me naked or something like that on your radio, please. But
I feel like our text line will answer regardless. We'll pass that information to you.
Yeah. So I'll go with Amazing Race just to be safe.
Could you live off the grid for a month?
Yeah, I could do that. I mean, not with my children. I miss them. Maybe if they're with me, but I really enjoy just being away. Honestly, in this profession, I got to talk to guys like you all the time and can't hide.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
But no, it's nice, like really to just like. I mean, you can't check your phone. You're just kind of off it. I really enjoy kind of getting that reset. So
man, it has been a great pleasure getting this chat with you, Matt, and then also I'll say. You delivered well beyond what I expected.
I appreciate it, fellas.
Just saying that it was going to be a great talk to the defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans team, Matt Burke. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yep, shout out to Matt Burke, defensive coordinator for your Houston Texans. He was on In the Loop earlier today. Coming up next, we got some more Camp Nugs. We got the mixtape coming up in the next hour. So much more. Keep it locked. It's In the Loop.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thoughts at the start of Texans training camp. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope your Friday's going pretty well. My dumb self thought it was Thursday to start the day, but it is Friday, man. And it's been Friday vibes on the show up and down. A really great sit down with Matt Burke. You just heard, again, appreciation. In fact, someone from the 281 said, I can't believe y'all had this man come on and tell us he's packing. If that's what you took away, God bless you. But then also, that's the charm of radio. Sometimes you learn about,
theater of the mind.
Things that you didn't know you'd learn about. That is the beauty of it. But appreciation to Matt Burke. Appreciation to B. Scott also sitting down with us. And one of the things we were talking about while we were sitting down with B. Scott is these Astros, right? These Houston Astros that are moving towards the trade deadline and some of the rumors that are out there. And I think that the trade deadline the trade market becomes more clear as you get closer and things start going. We mentioned that the Seattle Mariners, obviously a team that is trying to chase you down, I imagine to very little avail if I had to guess moving forward, but they're trying to chase you down. They went and added a bat, not the bat that we thought maybe they would by adding Josh Naylor, who had previously been with the Diamondbacks. We obviously saw them relatively recently, so that's a first baseman that's supposed to be a power hitter that joins the Mariners. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. Now the Yankees, another team in the AL, when you're talking about trying to be a level of contender, they go and add a third baseman. This is coming down relatively recently that the Yankees have added, and it is Ryan McMahon, who was previously of the Rockies. He's been pretty good this year, but that's a third baseman, and not the third baseman that we thought that they might be interested in. They had strong interest, according to Bob Nightingale, in Diamondbacks third baseman Eugenio Suarez. We've talked a little bit about him, but McMahon there's a little bit more control. He's under contract through 2027 at $16 million a year. That's obviously something that's appealing. Eugenio Suarez would be a rental. So
out there.
That does grab some attention. But he also is out there, and according to John Heyman, Phillies are a potential fit for Eugenio Suarez, but Yanks, who are now out of this, Mariners, who are now out of this, Cubs, Reds, Tigers, Brewers, and Astros all fits for probably the number one guy that people are looking at least when it comes to swinging it bat-wise as the trade deadline begins to near.
Yeah, a couple things on that. First, with McMahon going to the Yankees, of course, you mentioned the particulars. He's a guy that they're hoping takes advantage of the short porch. He's one of those guys that has those splits with the pull, et cetera. But let's set that aside. I think what's going on here, and it might raise the price. I think a lot of teams feel like they are close, like they can win it. So when there's more teams, and you went through a long list there, even with the Yankees and Mariners out.
Cubs, Reds, Tigers, Brewers, and then, of course, your Astros.
So when there are a lot of teams that think, we can do this, let's try to add a piece. Price goes up a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see how Suarez plays out.
But I do appreciate that you have a couple going to be in the Eugenio Suarez sweepstakes. And again, I don't even know if the Astros are leaning in that heavily. There has been reporting that says that they'd be interested in that space, obviously and I guess this is from Francis Romero, who said that the Astros are showing interest in Eugenio Suarez, have a deep enough farm system to back a potential trade, which I guess that's good to hear when it comes to the Astros just general. Any time that you can compare or add the word deep to the farm system for the Astros, that's fine. Like, deep enough to get this done, that's cool. But I also am still not sure if that's the bat that they're specifically looking for, because I know that there's been other rumors and thoughts out there. But I am just baseline encouraged that the Yankees are now probably out of a space where they're contending for the same type of bat that the Astros are, and the Mariners probably are as well with the acquisition of Naylor yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, so we'll continue to keep that eye on that, and of course, that's how quickly this thing can go over the next week or so. Just a few hours ago, we were talking about what the landscape was, and boom, another domino falls in that with Ryan McMahon joining the Yankees via trade. All right. Let's do a little something that we did not get a chance to do yesterday because of a jam-packed training camp situation. Let's do a little buy or sell. How does that sound?
That sounds great, and some of them are going to have some training camp and Astros
I would hope so.
Twist to it. Yeah, I was really hoping. So let's start with Nick Caserio. And this was his Wednesday press conference, I believe.
His opener.
Yeah, his opener. He said the narrative about him changing the second-round contract market was, quote, much ado about nothing and none to him.
I might buy the none of his peers have said anything to him, although that's because I don't have a good understanding of just how jovial the conversations are between general managers.
Yeah.
I know that they talk all the time, but I don't know how jovial. Because, I mean, if they keep it pretty professional, maybe people wouldn't get into that
Some
space.
more than others, probably.
That is fair. There's going to be guys that you're close with and guys that you just kind of have a general professional rapport with. The idea that I don't know that he changed this, I don't buy that. But I don't think that this is as much about him as sometimes we can make it. But that starts a space. I think the second rounders have to have gotten together or have some idea that this is a stance that they're going to try and take to see. But because he got out early enough and did this, I do think that gave them more of an opportunity to do this. So I'm not buying it. I'll sell it.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, but I do think it is going to be a point. It was going to be a point where that was going to happen, and I think he was just the first guy in line to just go on and make it happen. But no, I'm not buying that. As much ado about nothing.
Yeah,
like I'm not buying that.
I'm selling it as well, even if you believe the first explanation that he had. He explained that, look, it was 93% last year, 93%. It wasn't that big a leap for us, to go to 100%.
Percent of the contract guaranteed, that is, for a player in that 34 slot.
I believe that. I believe that was his thought process. But I am selling this because whether that was his thought process or not, it did change the market because of what he did. All right, how about this one? Another Nick Caserio one. Boy, this could be text board could go nuts on this one. He also said that, quote, we should see John Weeks' number in the NRG rafters someday.
I don't know what to do with this because I don't know what the criteria are for a long snapper to go up there, man. Like, I mean, long snapper inherently is important, but not in the way that we typically think of with enshrinement usually. However, John Weeks was here for a very long time for a franchise that does not have a crazy long...
Is that a reason? Maybe.
I think that's probably the perfect reason why, because just not looking at everybody else, just keeping your eyes on your own paper and your organization. He was important to this organization. He's been around the longest, and I think he's well loved, where I think they would consider something like that.
Yeah, I'm selling this. I don't know. I think Nick Caserio is so smart. He knows what John Weeks did. He explained it. Community, so active, long-term service, etc. But I think he knows there is a standard. Keep in mind, he's come from a very good organization. He knows there's got to be a standard to get your number.
I feel like that part is important, though, the community part and how long he's been here.
Yeah.
So, to me, I feel like they could do whatever they want. And if they really want his number up there, let's say in the Ring of Honor, they will do it.
Yeah, I think that this is a sell, but he will be embraced as much as anybody. But this feels maybe to me, as I think more about it, like it doesn't hurt to err on the side of love.
Yeah.
Right? As I'm talking about him, he'll
agree.
go up in the rafters, right? Nobody's going to come back and be like, how dare you say such a thing? But if you have any level of error on the underside of giving that dude love, especially someone as beloved as John Weeks, you might hear about it. So I think that's probably the best way to operate.
Yeah, I agree with you. Right. And we love John Weeks. Heck, man, love him to death. But I don't know if I buy that. All right, this was early in the week. I believe this was Monday. Hell, it might have been Sunday. But Joe Espada said he didn't have much to say about Isaac Paredes' MRI earlier this week because Paredes' flight was delayed.
I'll buy that. Like, the flight delayed means that he doesn't get to the MRI as quickly, right?
But he didn't have any idea?
I mean, he just didn't have much to say. He might have had an idea. He didn't have much to say.
That's a good way. You know what? If you take him literally, I might have to end up buying this thing.
Like, I might have some ideas, but what do I look like getting out ahead of this?
I ain't going to say nothing.
I'm kind of selling it, man. I think at this point, it seemed like he's in the dark.
Yeah.
And I don't think he want to give out any wrong answers and all that stuff. So I think he just probably say, "Oh, the flight was delayed." So
I'm actually going to buy it now based on what Reggie said.
Yeah.
If you believe what he said literally, he didn't say I don't know anything. He said I ain't got much to say, which is kudos to him for that. All right, a couple of stories that made the rounds that we maybe didn't necessarily get to, but this one was fascinating to me because it just fit perfectly with buy or sell. Had his house, burglarized.
Yes.
And very important things, very expensive things were taken from that house. Well, a pawn shop owner named Dmitry Nijinsky was arrested. He said he didn't knowingly purchase stolen Joe Burrow watches, jewelry, and other high-end goods.
I don't remember exactly how much of the material all went through the same pawn shop. Because I could easily see the situation where a criminal who hopefully is not an absolute idiot does not walk in and go, hey, look at this Joe Burrow stuff that I got, knowing that this is a story that has been covered nationally.
Yeah.
And just like, hey, I got this really expensive thing. Now, I will buy this on the idea of he might not have knowingly known it was Joe Burrow stuff. You are going to be hard-pressed for me to agree to the idea that he did not know that this was hot in some way, shape, or form, though. Right? Like, obviously, I imagine there's times that, someone might come up on their hard luck and try and sell something pawn it to get some money. Coming through with this real expensive stuff, though, huh? And you just found this, or you just had this, and you wanted to get the money off.
My uncle.
This stuff ain't hot, what's the question? Is it
so? He said that he didn't knowingly sell Joe Burrow's watches, jewelry, and other high-end goods.
Okay, so the pawn shop
didn't knowingly purchase stolen goods.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm a buy it.
Buy it?
Yeah, I think he, if he knew it was really hot like that, he probably would have tried to get rid of it or something, or said nah.
I am going to sell this based on one item that was recovered.
Okay, so yeah, what we got here?
One of the things that he was selling was a tiger with the number 9 emblazoned.
Oh, okay.
On it.
You left that part out.
A gold tiger with the number 9 on it. I wonder who this might be.
Yeah, well, I'm changing my answer.
Did not realize that was in here.
I guess I should have said that.
To be fair, fair. I don't know if this is, but like just to add on to this, he did plead guilty to he wasn't fighting this, but this could very much be, can I lessen sentencing? Can I lessen or find myself with a little bit of mercy by saying, hey man, I did this. I mean, I wasn't trying to hurt nobody's feelings. I wasn't trying to do nothing bad. Yeah. I feel like you might have a point there.
This was a big story, obviously across the country. J.C. Tretter, the NFLPA. J.C. Tretter ended up resigning under a lot of fallout from a controversy.
Oh, you're talking about Lloyd Howell?
Yeah, Lloyd Howell. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
And said he resigned because it was, quote, taking a toll on my family.
Oh, the J.C. Tretter thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm selling the hell out of that.
Yeah.
I'm very much selling the hell out of it. I'm certain that could very easily be part of it. But I imagine the thing that's hurting your family is that your reputation is hurt by this news of, something that he had said about Russell Wilson in one of the depositions that was ultimately buried and now brought to light by Pablo Torre and Mike Florio. And then we knew about him, getting out here on, I can't remember which podcast it was or which television show it was, where he was basically out here encouraging athletes to maybe fake injuries in order to position themselves better.
Yeah.
That one where they had a grievance against him, the NFL did, and they had won and it was buried. So all of this points to not just you, maybe saying some things that you probably shouldn't have, that would be a little embarrassing, but then you at the helm of this, also working against your leadership, your union, to help bury information. Like, that is also very damning to your public persona. And I have a feeling that matters a lot more than people coming out here and maybe harassing your family, which, again, as I say that, it sounds callous.
Yeah.
I do imagine that matters a good amount.
A little bit.
We're not going to ignore the front end of this as well.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. I look at this as him trying to hide.
Yeah.
That's all.
Deflect. I'm selling it because not only it might have taken a toll on his family, as you mentioned, but the NFL, the rank and file was saying, hey, resign. Resign. Please resign.
Although the reporting was that he was still in the very, very short list to possibly be the director, the interim director moving forward.
And then they said, resign. No. All right. This is an interesting one. I've been selling a lot. I might buy this one. Spoiler alert. Carly Ursay Gordon had her first, public comments
She's the new owner of the Colts now that her father's passed.
She's one of three and is the one that's calling at the top, basically, in terms of title. She said that Anthony Richardson, quote, still has time to prove himself as a viable NFL quarterback.
I'll buy it.
Yeah.
A second is time. Of course, I don't think that they have somebody that is ready to usurp him in a permanent way. However, he better start figuring this out pretty quick because there's dudes whose livelihoods are on the line. Like Chris Ballard, I don't know that he has the security that he has seemed to very,
especially with a new person in charge.
And Ursay Gordon, Carly Ursay Gordon, as we mentioned, who is now kind of the principal when it comes to being the ownership group there. She has made it clear that she ain't running things exactly like her daddy. And I think that maybe she leans into Chris Ballard as, hey, you are a steadying force, or maybe she goes, hey, it might be time to try this anew with different voices ahead of this. And so I imagine that Chris Ballard has to be very diligent with the way he operates this, and you can't just be we letting this thing ride on Anthony Richardson, a man who already we know is a project and has a good way to go.
Yeah, I'm buying it too for the same reason Reggie said. I'm buying that.
I'm buying it too, and I also think that it's going to be a very short leash.
There you go. A little buy or sell here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Ursary did practice again today, Brandon, on the YouTube page, and interestingly enough, I don't think we mentioned it all today, so that's a failing on my part. He was back with that first group out in the walkthroughs that they did. They did rotate through offensive linemen a lot quicker than they had in the first 2 days, as you had mentioned that it was kind of a little unusual the ways in which they had stayed with, I guess, the first group out for a number of plays. Today, it was very quick rotation, but the first guys out, so to say, for the offensive line was back to what we saw on – actually, no, it wasn't in full. It was Cam Robinson, left to right. Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jarrett Patterson in the middle, and then Deontay Ursary on the right side. They've made it clear they're going to do a lot of mixing and matching in order to get a different feel. But Ursary back on the right side as opposed to the left side like he was yesterday as a little bit of a note from practice. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the time where we hand things over to our guy Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so a lot of stuff been happening around this country, including the guy arrested at Chuck E. Cheese. I got a crazy story about that. Plus, it's a new app out here, and it got me worried about my guy Reggie.
Oh, concerned for me?
Yes.
Now I'm concerned. Let's find out next.
Training camp is...
Makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So it's a guy that's been on this internet, on these internets, on Al Gore's internet.
Unbelievable. On Al Jarreau's internet?
Yes. And he's been the talk. He's been on the he's been the talk of the town, man. So it's a guy by the name of Charles Cheese. Are you familiar with Charles Cheese?
I believe I know what you're saying.
Entertainment Cheese?
Yeah.
Yes. So he was apparently arrested at where?
Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese for credit card fraud. And here's the story courtesy of CBS News in Miami, as Pedro liked to say.
Social media is buzzing with a video of the Chuck E. Cheese mascot being put into handcuffs. Tallahassee's police department officers showed up during a kids' party to arrest a worker in costume they're accusing of committing credit card fraud. A customer who hosted the party at the establishment back in June said she noticed some charges on her card after the event that she did not recognize. A worker, Jermel Jones, was arrested outside. Officers said he had the stolen credit card on him when he was arrested.
Damn, man.
That is one of those that falls into the bucket of what, like stupid criminals? You got the evidence on you, dog?
Yeah. That's the part that got me like, damn, you got it on you?
Yeah.
You couldn't put it in?
Yeah, the funny thing is, so people was kind of asking the question of why the cops, why y'all got to arrest him with
the suit still on?
Yeah, with the suit still. So apparently he was kind of resisting inside. They didn't want to arrest him inside. They're trying to lead him outside, but so they had to put the handcuffs on him inside with the hat on and everything, with the little costume, the full costume.
He had the head on.
With the head on.
He had the Chuck E. Cheese head on. He's in handcuffs, walking out.
They just ruined some children's childhood.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
why is Chuck E. being arrested?
Look, I don't know how well Chuck E. Cheese is doing as a franchise, but that is not a good look for the franchise.
You will remember that.
Seeing Chucky in handcuffs. I don't know. That's a good look for the franchise. And look, maybe Chuck E. Cheese could be doing good as a franchise, but if it's on his last leg on some Red Lobster type stuff, man, that's not the best way to go out.
Actually, I just thought about something. Them kids are going to be fine because actually, worse has been seen at Chuck E. Cheese's. In fact, I know from personal experience that Chuck E. Cheese out in Beaumont, it has seen a number of fights, adult fights, fist fights. I'm not talking about like grappling. I'm not talking about like AC Slater and Zach Morris. I'm talking about real fist fights. And them kids all right. Them kids okay.
Are we sure about that?
Yeah, okay, fair. Maybe not all the way all right, but they still living. Like the kids will be all right seeing Chucky get the silver cuffs.
I think they with the head on because once there were some pictures of him outside. I think they were trying to humiliate him.
How they getting Chucky in the car?
Exactly.
Them big ears not getting in the cruiser.
There were some pictures outside, and they still had it on.
Yeah, they did eventually take the head off. But I'm like, man, why y'all got to do that? But if he ain't cooperating,
credit card fraud, not cooperating. The mouse is a rat.
Yeah, man.
The mouse is a rat.
You're proud of that one, aren't you?
I'm very proud of that.
Yeah, they should have used the mouse trap to catch him. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So it's a new app out here in these streets, and it got me worried about Reggie. Have you guys heard of the T app?
Oh yes,
I have not. Explain it.
Yeah, so the T app is pretty much like a Carfax for men, for women.
Oh, I got to see this.
And it's look.
Can you just go in and just peruse? Just look at.
So you can't. So we can't go in there because you have to be a woman to be on this app.
Right.
But apparently in this app they kind of wilding out. They got a criteria: red flags, green flags when it's talking about men they dated. So here is Fox News 2 in Detroit with this story about this app called T.
An app was born. It's called Tea, as in spill the tea or gossip. It's got Gen Z in a chokehold, spreading as it does on TikTok.
Mama, we made it. Look at that.
Whoever keeps posting my husband on the Tea app needs to stop.
Trending on the T app.
There's actually a waiting list to get on this thing.
You have a waiting list. You have to submit a picture of your face with an ID to prove that you are a girl, because no guys are allowed in the apps.
Emily, anonymous here and on the app, admittedly embarrassed, saying she's a frequent user. You can post photos of who you're dating to gauge other women's experiences with these men, so-called red and green flags. The reviews are rarely positive.
So it's kind of crazy. Like, both sides of the spectrum is really dictating my dating life now.
Emily says the T app seems to be particularly popular in Middle Eastern communities, especially Dearborn.
Oh, Dearborn men, how the T app has gotten under your skin.
All these guys are talking to, they're all like getting nervous, they're all freaking out, making TikToks about it.
It offers other services like background checks and catfish verification.
They're trying to find some type of way to up your reputation so bad.
I can see some areas where this could cause people some big problems.
Attorney William Barnwell says it's possible men getting posted have civil legal recourse. If the posts are affecting their work, family life, or reputation, defamation might apply.
Truth is an absolute defense to a defamation claim. So you can't just sue somebody because your feelings got hurt.
On the criminal side, there could be cause for electronic harassment or even stalking.
You can be saying something that is true, but it's being used in a way to constantly harass somebody, cyber harassment. There are laws that cover that.
So this got me worried about Reggie a little bit. I'm wondering if
is he on it?
That's why I wonder. Do you feel like you had something to worry about the app?
Absolutely. Yeah. One thing y'all already know about me, which I think you guys were inclined to make fun of me about, which again, do what you got to do. I'll be that. I'm still friends with all the people that I have dated.
Yeah, but they can still go in there. Somebody can post you and say, "Hey, do you know this guy? Is he cool?"
See, and
they can reply and say, "Man, he's a little cornball," or "He's nerdy as hell." I wouldn't date him at all.
Figure that's exactly why I think this is an awful, awful, awful thing, and not because I'm a guy and they don't let guys on or whatever.
And not to mention the women on here. I guess some of these women on here just straight up lying.
You say some of them are haters?
Yeah, some of them just trying to humiliate dudes.
I think when you put an app out there about tell me if there's any red flags, people are going to immediately lean toward the red flags, not the green flags. Immediately. It's just the nature of the internet, the nature of posts and stuff. I'm actually kind of with the attorney there when he was talking about, like, I don't think anything, a whole lot good can come out of this.
I'm about to sound like a jerk, but I've got nothing but positive reviews personally.
But you haven't seen what they've said about you on T.
Yeah, sure enough. No, I do think that there is something fair about that. I do find it funny, though, that I imagine that there's some dudes out there like, oh, my God, this is crazy, that very much would have been inclined to put a picture of an ex or whatever on social media before. And so I do think that it is nice as maybe a mirror up to ourselves. Like, hey, we probably shouldn't do the thing that our society has gotten real comfortable with doing. Not even like, hey, this is a picture, this is some. Yeah. Just like talking about people on the internet that you do not have, like, I guess the permission to do that. Or like taking something from a group chat and putting it up on Twitter. like, hey, look at Mr. One.
I agree.
Yeah,
but I'm good. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, so
I'll be all right.
it's going crazy online now. I done seen some girl. I guess because apparently you can't screenshot in this app either. So
it's dangerous.
Yeah,
man.
it's really dangerous.
Yeah.
And I don't even know. I'm out the game, so I ain't trying to download all of these apps and all that stuff. But apparently it's a guy version of this app too.
Oh,
where
see, now that's
they do
gonna
the
be
same
nasty.
thing. Yeah,
I
want no parts of that, man. It's nasty work. But these chicks out here posting dudes talking about, his private part is blah, blah, blah.
It's like, hey,
like,
he be
stay
itching.
away from him.
He be itching.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man.
You trying to burn? You can go mess with that. The one thing I will say though is, and of course I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway.
I was going to say this. Why would you put your driver's license out there?
That is all. That's a.
Why would you put your driver's license on any app?
That's a red
That is correct.
flag.
We should not be doing that.
Yes.
Like, I understand the verification part of it. You trust, not even if you trust the app or the people that are purveying it, with the rapid number and frequency of hacks and leaks.
Yeah.
You don't know who created this app?
Exactly.
Even if they had good intentions, somebody hacked into their database and now it's out there, dog.
Yeah.
And you got a $10,000 line of credit on your name that you have no idea about.
Yeah. I do wish maybe I could see if somebody like Jesse from Mix can get on this app.
I want her driver's license out there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I want to see if she even have it, but I do want to look on there and see what's going on there.
Yeah,
because I'm kind of getting a little FOMO. Just kind of want to be on there and see what everybody talking about.
If you are a female listener of the station, a woman who happens to have already done this, let us know. 713-572-4610. We just want to ask some questions.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this as we continue on the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. What would you guys do if you saw a mountain lion roaming around the city and you was on foot?
Go inside.
Yeah, the other way.
Inside.
Go the other way.
Yeah, well, that's kind of my answer too. But here's a guy by the name of Curtis Jones who encountered one in Rochester, New York, and he caught up with a news reporter and sit back and enjoy what he had to say about this.
Curtis Jones says he was walking near Rauber Street late Wednesday when he saw people running from what appeared to be a large wild cat.
I thought I see the people run. I just see some big just walking, just right over here, right by the bush. It went right over there. I swear, I promise you, it went right over there. And it said, "Rah!" And I just cut walk. I seen it, seen me, see it. So in my head, I'm like, nah, I gotta go, man. I'm out.
Rochester police say officers became aware of a video on social media that appears to show a wildcat, which some people claim is a mountain lion.
It's about like this big. Word. It was just walking, slithering. Like it was. I don't know, man. You gotta keep this bat right here. I'm gonna keep K's, protect us. I ain't gonna let nothing happen to us, nothing, okay? They ain't find it last night. It's still out here. It could be out here in one of these bushes or something. You know, them mountain lions, they be they be crawling and they're serious.
The Seneca Park Zoo told 13 Wham all of its animals are accounted for.
I don't play with lions. I don't play with tigers, bears, nothing with the wild. I don't play with those. I promise you. I don't even do roller coasters. I'm good.
How did that get in the game?
This is my favorite, first and foremost, just like interview, television or radio interview subject is the person who does this like that. But then just generally, I know this person. I think a lot of us know this person, the descriptive storyteller.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it is my favorite thing in life is a dude who has, like, I do the sound effects. I give you very colorful details. I give you details that don't even make sense, that make you have more fun. This is my favorite type of person. Thank you so much for bringing this to my life.
I don't even ride roller coasters. Forget the lion. And by the way, Figgy, maybe you mentioned this and I didn't hear it. He was holding a baseball bat.
Yeah, he was holding. Yeah, he was.
He
holding.
said, "Hey, that it tracks." He said, "Look, I don't mess with them, and they might still be out here, so I can't be caught slipping."
I saw it see me see it.
Yes.
Yeah, I got to go back to this part right here that had me cracking up.
Right over here, right by the bush. It went right over there. I swear, I promise you, it went right over there. And it said, "Rah!" I just cut walk. I seen it, seen me, see it.
Just beautiful. The cadence is perfect. It's beautiful. This is art, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think you understand. is
top on too, by the way. So I knew he was about business.
Baseball bat. And I just saw some other pictures. That was a mountain lion. It was definitely a mountain lion.
Oh, man. I will poop my pants if I see something like that.
Yeah.
Face to face? Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Nightmare.
I said I will go inside, but the actual answer is I have no idea what I would do. One of the things that really annoys me, it irks me, is the people that say with such confidence what they would do in a hypothetical or in a situation that they have not been in. And I'm like, hey, man, that particular moment, you have no idea. Well, if I was in that situation, I would know. You don't. You don't know that.
Yeah. No, I seen people in some situations just freeze up.
Yeah.
Like their brain was frozen.
That's right. So I would like to hope that I get myself inside, but I have no idea what I would do in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah, salute to my man Curtis Jones from Rochester.
Curtis is a legend in my book.
We need to interview more people like that.
He up there with the who all seen the leprechaun say yeah. All right, there you go. Another rousing edition of Figgy's Mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday at the Figgy Fig. If you see something that is like our guy Curtis that you want to send in to Figgy, and we can put in the mix.
If you've seen the mountain lion, let me know.
Hey, also let us know if you've seen the mountain lion. That is also a good point because we got to keep our head on the swivel for that as well. All right,
slithering around here.
Oh well,
it was descriptive. I got the idea. It might be down on his belly. You don't know. You weren't there. Curtis was there. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things on. Before we do that, we said that there were some things that we thought that we'd have an idea of once we got done with our first week of Texans training camp. Obviously, there's a practice tomorrow, but we're essentially done on air. So what have we been able to surmise from the first week, and were we right in things that we were thinking earlier in the week? We'll discuss that next.
Take it from Nick Caserio.
Figgy.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Been a fun week thus far here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans Training Camp. Really, we've gotten into the swing of things, man. It's already been very fun. Before we get more into talking about training camp and handing things over to the fellas that drive, real quick, it's kind of incredible sometimes how timing works, where you ask a question and very soon thereafter you get an answer, or you're like, man, I'm hungry, and then someone walks up and is like, hey, you want a sandwich? Like, it's just crazy how that happens sometimes. And we had a moment like that just right now in the mixtape we were talking about the T app, right? This app that women have put together in order to, maybe share information about potential suitors. And, sometimes gossip at times as well.
Yeah.
We were saying part of it is in order to verify if you're a woman on the app, they take pictures of your driver's license, or I guess a woman's license. And apparently, because our immediate thoughts was, well, why would you be putting your identification on an app? Why would you trust them so much?
Right.
And as if someone was listening. T-App just had a major data breach, and a bunch of selfies and driver's license were leaked from a public storage database.
Oh, there's thousands of driver's licenses there? Sweet. I'm a hacker. I think I'm going to grab them all.
Let me get a couple of these licenses.
Thousands. Thousands.
That's what y'all ass get.
I feel like, because, again, this tweet came out at 1:27. We were obviously not actively looking at Twitter, but that is basically right about when we're having that conversation on air. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's what y'all ass get. Being little hoochies.
Wow. That was Figgy Fig. That was Figgy Fig, and not the opinions of Reginald Atatula.
It wasn't Curtis Jones?
No, Curtis Jones. What a weird show we've done, up and down. Appreciation to Matt Burke for sitting down with us. We learned some things about him that I did not anticipate today. B. Scott for sitting down with us. I definitely learned some things about him today that I didn't expect. And then just you rocking with us all day long. It has been very, very fun.
Talked about apps and
landlines. There's a lot of
ghosts
things.
And
we packed some stuff into this 4 hours now, didn't we? Before we hand things over to the fellas that drive, Clint and Ron, we talked about it, I believe, Tuesday. What are the things that we were hoping to learn, or that we felt like we could know by the end of the week of training camp practices? And so I thought this was a perfect time to come back around on that, check our ledger, and to see where we were. And so, Lopez, do you still have the things that you were anticipating that we would have a level of insight into? Let's see how right and how much knowledge that we do have now.
So I asked you, I made 5 points on the question of what are we going to know a lot more about by the end of the week that we didn't know at that point. The first one I mentioned was the Popovich effect and style. Do we?
A little bit, I think, especially Cole Popovich talking today to a group of folks on like a little bit of a walk-off type situation. It's not exactly something that we didn't know, because the guys have talked a decent amount. The various guys on the offensive line who have talked, whether on Texans radio or what have you, have made it clear there's a level of nastiness and energy and effort that he expects of those guys. That's just been made abundantly more clear. That is what the impetus, that is what the message is for these guys, that they want them to go and be want them to be nasty, want them to be powerful. And those things, I think, they show early on, but I don't know that we can get a full range of the effect and style. I don't know.
I'm with you. I think we're not there yet, but we know where we're going. Based on what players are saying, Titus Howard, of course, talked about it, Popovich himself, etc. The other point, the other question I asked is what Nick Caley will be emphasizing and how that impacts C.J. Stroud in the passing game.
Okay, so I think that part of this we do know, and the other part we don't, because of the part that we do know, which is he is emphasizing running the damn ball. You mentioned it in the first team practice on 11. I think Sean has mentioned it. Everybody who's been out there has talked about it. They ran the ball for most of that 11 on 11 until they started throwing the ball a little bit at the end. Like, this is, we want to establish the basis of running the football for this team, which makes sense. You mentioned it when Nick Caley was hired, or soon thereafter, that, being a run game specialist of sorts is what it seems like is in his bag. In fact, we had reporting that pointed to the idea that him joining Sean McVay was in order to bring an ability to rehabilitate or refine their running game to Los Angeles. And it seems like that same emphasis is happening early when it comes to the Texans and what Texans offensive football looks like this year. And I like it, but I also think that we don't necessarily see how much the Kaylee situation, because we don't have as much visibility on it, how that affects what the C.J. Stroud passing of this all will be.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think most of these are going to be like, we're getting a good idea, but we don't have necessarily an answer. How about this one? Early running back rotation. I'm going to have to say on this one, we don't know.
Because Joe Mixon is in a boot?
Yeah.
Or, I don't know if he's still in a boot per se, actually. I don't recall looking at him, but I do know that he's on the NFI.
I think Nick Chubb is high on the rotation, but we don't necessarily know what it might be.
That is fair.
Yeah.
And then, of course, how much do you make of Jawar Jordan having a really good day yesterday? How much do you make of those things? But, early running back rotation. I think we know what we probably had a reasonable expectation of, which is Nick Chubb's going to get some love, which he has. And then, of course, Joe Mixon is just NFI. We did learn about that, though, but we had an idea that was going to be.
I wondered if by the end of the week we would know which rookies impressed enough to maybe wedge their way into a rotation. I think, again, another partial answer. I think Jalen Noel is starting to really impress a little bit. We'll find out a lot more tomorrow and definitely on Monday.
Yeah, especially what we talked about with B. Scott during B. Scott's thoughts at 11:20. The idea that it feels like they really want him to be able to return in a way that they're confident in. In fact, again, I talked about how I think it was Chancellor Johnson had video of Frank Ross working with Jalen Noel on kind of like, being able to handle the ball, catch the ball a little bit better, work on that hand-eye coordination, which I think stemmed from him maybe, letting a punt hit the ground. I think they're doing all that they can to make him as viable a return as possible, because maybe he takes the load early. Maybe he is just very soon to take the load. Obviously, all those things matter when it comes to a guy that they clearly want. But you talk about rookies who impressed. Ariante Ursery been up there in that first line every single day. Now, of course,
another one.
D'Amico made it clear that, hey, swing tackles are a thing, and it seems like Ariante right now might be the guy who is most well-suited to be the swing tackle. But he's going to matter for this team very early, and obviously that it makes sense for being a second-round pick. But they're showing it with the way that they're putting him out there.
Perfect time to bring in Show and Clint, because we were talking about on Tuesday.
Appreciation to DNM Autoleasing for that, by the way.
We were talking on Tuesday about what are we going to know by the end of the week that we didn't know Tuesday.
Yeah.
I think part of the old line, that was the last one, by the way, Reggie. Part of the old line rotation, we're getting a couple hints here and there.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot more rotation than I thought. Now, I thought we'd see a first string, like consistently. Throughout that was, and regardless of whether it was long term or just for now, I thought we would see a first string. And in reality, I mean, Lake and Tomlinson, I think your two guards, I feel pretty confident are going to be your two guards. I don't feel as confident about Cam Robinson as I once did. I don't know what the hell they're going to do at center. I mean, I like the options. I love them rotating centers and not rotating guards through there as much. And the right tackle position, which, John, I heard you talking about it in a promo, I believe, for a while, for about 2 weeks. I don't know who the right tackle is going to be.
Yeah.
Good thing is they've got option.
I think it's very clear who John does not want.
It is very clear who he doesn't want over there.
Should I tell them to bring Blake Fisher around pretty soon for one of these interviews?
You know what? All I've heard, and I don't mean to cut you off, Clint, but all I've heard is the promo. What is your thing with Blake Fisher not playing over there? Because he played at the end of the year, into the playoffs, got reps there. What's your?
I think it's very simple. I had high hopes for him. He started out not good. What game was it? He got worked around pretty good when
that was the one that he jumped in on the left tackle. Yeah, thrown in on.
And then I
left
thought he
tackle
came around, but I feel like the breadth, the completeness of his performance. I don't think he's an upper end right tackle. I think there's better options out there.
In the way that I would typically say,
in the locker room.
In the locker room, yeah. And I think Ursery was, and then you kind of piece things together. I think Ursery was drafted for a reason. Second round picks are projected to ultimately be starters.
So is Blake, though.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of him.
Well, I think there's a. I mean, the way I just took your comments was the ceiling's just not as high as some of the other guys.
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah. And it's not. It's never personal.
No. Look, there's been guys that aren't as gifted or blessed with size and strength and speed that have played Hall of Famers. So I mean, but I agree with your overall point when you look at I think settling with Blake Fisher at your right tackle is you're just settling for right now until somebody catches him, where you're saying I'd rather a higher ceiling guy get in there now and get him ready to play. That's a fair – I've always looked at it as like, what's your best option right now, because you got to fix this awful problem.
Sure.
Like, you don't have time to develop guys. Like, we got to fix this awful problem. But that's not I don't disagree with that.
But don't you think the potential plan is Blake and Ursery going to be
right and left?
Your tackles?
I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, Cam. This is 1 year for Cam.
I think
Cam
D'Amico
Robinson
would
here.
love for that to happen.
I'm just saying. I think Nick would. You go back-to-back years on tackles.
Correct.
Like
Nick for sure would.
Right, and one of them has started what's a handful of games, including playoff games.
No, I agree with you, especially because Cam Robinson, even like at left, he has 1 year. I don't think that you're planning on that being an extended, stay. Obviously, there's a veteran there, but it feels like Ariante Ursery is there to be the left tackle.
She's got to sit down on that bike, right?
That's a strider, though. That's a strider.
I mean, she's got a white skirt on that's split. I mean, if she hikes it up a bit, you're going to see some skivvies. But you can't, we in joint practices, you can't go to Green Bay, participate in the bike walk, and do what the hell she just did because you got a long skirt on. Baby, you got to sit down on that seat.
Yeah, there's two problems there. How you know that you're in Green Bay, you know that there's going to be some bikes involved. Why are you in a skirt as opposed to in some shorts or some pants?
Straddling the little girl bike and shuffling down the line, that ain't it.
And that's the other thing is the producer that inevitably put that together. We couldn't get her a full-size bike.
Well, she took it from the kid.
Oh, I guess it's the kid's bike. That's right.
She probably looked at, let me get this little pink cute one, and then did that number. No, baby, you got to sit down on that and get them long legs on that little bitty bicycle. I saw J.J. Watt do it.
I believe Shay can do what she likes.
Yeah.
See,
Jordan.
One of them. You gonna take that?
Yes, I am one of them.
I do love that. I do like that little old tank top.
And her husband.
I'm a sucker.
There she is, right here. Now here she is.
Who is she?
That's Shay. What's Jordan's last? Shay Cornett. Oh, she is not.
She's trying to Lambo leap. Oh, she is not.
That was
Shouldn't
rough.
have done that either. You got to know your limits there, babe.
This is not an impressive
now you're
showing.
Talking.
Now, what I have heard is that it's not as easy as it.
I'm sure it's like 7 feet high.
I've had some people in the business go and do it, and they had to do it a couple of times.
Yeah.
If Ron Hughley walked up there right now with a TV camera, knowing what you know, would you run up there and do what she just did?
I would have to get around there without a camera first,
correct,
to see if I could. I don't want to go in there blind. It would be entertaining.
Come on, it could only be your one shot though to do the Lambo.
No, that ain't it. That ain't it.
Yeah, because I would get right in the rib joints.
I don't care who Shay married. Don't be shuffling
Shout out
that
to you,
damn
Jordan
bike down
Cornett.
there.
She gets to do what she wants to do.
Who is Jordan Cornett?
Jordan Cornett. He's played for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Good basketball player. He also works for, I believe, the ACC network.
There you go.
I know that about Jordan.
Look at you knowing things.
Well, Jordan Cornett he's a full-faced guy. He looks like he may have been a football player or something. He's a basketball player.
Basketball player, yeah.
Old round-faced fella.
Full-faced. It took me a second.
He's got some. Looks like both his cheeks are full.
He is a headshot. He is a headshot person that would catch you off guard if you saw the rest of his body.
I mean, I would think he played opposite Titus Howard. I was going to say
he looks like Aaron Gibson.
Big
faced it, and then you come on down.
He's one of them guys like myself that you can't just be ordering any kind of hat.
Oh, it's got to be the right kind.
The bucket's got to be big. You can't do the shallow. What do they call that? The low.
When it angles.
What is this called in the hat right here? The very front, right?
The crown.
The crown. Them low crown hats.
Yeah.
Big bucket, high crown. That's all I got, baby.
I missed Brandon's second one. I heard the Goodfellas.
Yes. He said he wanted his time back after watching John Wick. He thinks that John Wick just don't make no sense.
Yeah, I've never seen it or ever had any aspirations.
It's great.
Wow.
It's great.
So you're going to jump in the boat with him, huh?
Yeah. There's nothing about it that there's only two Keanu Reeves that I like. Hardball and Speed. That's it.
Not even Tricks, huh?
No, I've never seen that either.
What's the one where he's surfing? He's a cop. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
For some reason, I had no idea.
Was he in Point Break?
Point Break.
Was he in that?
Yeah, the original, yeah. Yeah, it was
I
good.
remember him being in there.
It was good.
The two Keanu Reeves that you're with, I rock with
Speed, when he got real buff,
Speed was great.
Speed and Hardball, that That
Rest
was
in
the
peace,
first
G
movie
Baby.
I ever cried. G Baby.
Yeah, rest in peace. Speed is one of those movies for me that if it's just on the TV, I stop and watch it every time.
Oh, every time.
Wasn't Keanu Reeves a quarterback in
Yeah, replacements. That didn't do it for me. It's not horrible.
It's not a great
It's
movie.
not horrible.
It's not a
Broken
great
down
movie.
quarterback in Point Break too.
Point Break. I remember that one.
See,
Shane
I
Falco should have won that Sugar
He
Bowl.
was a star.
Was he?
Yeah. It was he and Patrick Swayze, right?
Patrick Swayze. I've always confused him and Kurt Russell. They look alike to me.
I look forward
All
to.
white guys do not look alike.
They
right?
don't, but Kurt Russell and Patrick Swayze. I know one of them's banging Goldie Hawn. I can't remember.
I look forward to 4 hours of movie talk. I'm sure that's what's going to happen here on day 3 of training camp. No, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Appreciation.
One day I'll
It'll be
let
a long show for Ron. I ain't got much for you.
That's all right. I'll feel it. One day I'll let you know. I'll let you know my feelings about The Wire.
I want you to know. I already know that it's a terrible take, and I don't.
It's not.
I'm sure it is. All right. We're done for the week. We leave you in the more than capable hands of the fellas of the drive. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. Fair take as well on The Wire. Someone texted in. Ron has never seen The Matrix. Listen, guys, and I think I've said it. Maybe I've not said it on this show as much. I am not the fantasy stuff or anything close to it. Just not
Sci-fi.
Yeah, not that.
Not a sci-fi guy either.
Matrix. I kid you not, I have not seen any Matrix, any John Wick, any Harry Potter, any Lord of the Rings, any of those things. None of them. I was just telling Colin, who is in
Harry
for
Potter and Lord of the Rings, same thing.
No, Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter are two different things. Craig, I'm about to say
two totally different things.
There you go. There you go.
Like I was telling, I'm not even big into like DC or Marvel. Now I've seen some of those, but I'm not into that. But no, man, I just nope. It don't. Now I know Will Smith made a really dumb decision. Will Smith turned down The Matrix. He was supposed to be Keanu Reeves' character in that, and he turned it down to do Wild Wild West, which just absolutely bombed. But that's about as much as I know about The Matrix. Not into those films. They don't do it for me. Not a step for me.
I'm not a big sci-fi guy either. Now I've given certain things a chance, but and ended up liking it. But I'm typically not drawn to it. That is what's the one show that I told you that I started and stopped and then started again and fell in love with it. The one about the different families in the different areas, the regions. Lived in.
You did HBO. Oh God, what is that? Jon
Snow.
Jon Snow.
Yeah. Jon Snow is one of the main.
Yeah, what's the name of the show?
Of it?
It's Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah. So Game of Thrones was one that I ended up circling back to because of all the hype and gave it a chance. I literally watched the first time until they were in the woods and all of a sudden everything started dying just randomly. I can't remember exactly how it all happened, but I was like, get me the hell out of here. And then I went back to it, got through that one part, and actually loved that show. So I'm not above it. I'm just not typically drawn to it. So we'll see.
No, man, I'm not into.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I mean, we can't even get a Friday off. We can't even just enjoy things a little bit, Clint, maybe have a little fun. We wanted to get to training camp, but no, we can't do that because you want to know why, Clint?
Why is that?
We got moves from the Astros. From the Houston Astros. Shout out to our trusty producer, Tyler Milner, who sent us this nugget. We have placed left-handed pitcher Brandon Walter on the 15-day IL.
Oh, man.
Due to left elbow inflammation. Retroactive to July 24th. To take his place on the active roster, they have recalled right-handed pitcher Nick Hernandez. Left elbow inflammation. And this is Brandon Walter, who has just come off of back-to-back really good starts. He just had the start here recently against the Diamondbacks where he went 7 innings and gave up 1 run, and he had a really good start against the Mariners ahead of that, and now he has gone on the IL. Brandon Walter, Big Red. I know somewhere Ocho is in a really tough place because that has become his favorite guy. But Clint, this gets worse. They just put Lance on the IL with the blister. Maybe they're going to try to rush that blister through, and now they have added him as well. This is rough. More injury issues, especially to the pitching staff that the Astros have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, we just, in a conversation yesterday about whether the Astros should make a move at the trade deadline. Now, I did not agree with this, but I think it was, who was it, Ocho or one of them, Champ Slice? One of them said that this particular guy was giving him some hope.
Kick Rocks. Yeah, he was giving me some. Yeah,
he was giving a little bit of hope in terms of some down the stretch pitching here, and here we are today with inflammation in the elbow. Boy, I tell you what.
And then that's the scary part there when you hear elbow.
Yeah, we're already in the range of just the Astros having a serious problem on their hands that probably needs to be investigated. Like the number of arms in this organization
you ain't kidding.
That are falling apart at this point in time. Like, all joking aside, I don't know what's going on, but the Astros have quickly gone from a team that, hey, if you want to revive your pitching career or if you want to develop into the best version of yourself from a pitching perspective, go to the Astros. I mean, they're quickly becoming a team that, boy, go to the Astros and your arm's going to fall apart. It's wild to see how many pitchers in particular, are going down with major elbow problems.
Yeah, you're right. There's a two-part to this. The part you just talked about of, like, what is going on, right? In this thus far, right? If this is as bad as an elbow can be, and Clint, whenever you hear inflammation with elbow, like that's the scary thing. They are already
forearm tightness is next, right?
Yeah, they already have two guys that had Tommy John, and Blanco and Wisniewski this year. That's without Garcia. That's without Javier. That's without
Wisniewski.
Not Wisniewski. Yeah, Wisniewski, but Jose. I forgot. He's no longer with the organization, but he blew his elbow out too. Jose Urquidy. He as well. And not to mention Verlander, when he was here, had the same issue. This is quickly becoming a thing, and that's the one part. The other part is, this is like, who the hell's the fifth starter now, right? Like, who's the other starters? You said, bam, okay, Lance goes down, but all right, they still have the big two to go with Brandon Walter, then Colton Gordon, but now they don't have Brandon Walter, and he was pitching well. Brandon Walter had a 3.35 ERA across 53 2/3 innings and had 9 starts for the Astros. Clint, he had gone at least 6 innings and allowed 2 or fewer earned runs in his last 6 of those starts. Yes. 6 of his 9 starts have been quality starts, and including he had been pitching really well down the stretch.
Well, what we're doing is we're reaching the floor here, Ron.
I thought we had reached it.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about of just available arms. I mean, that's the key is available arms here. You're starting to run out of. Now, Alexander, obviously, who pitched last night, is one that can step in that role and be your fifth guy. But
maybe, yeah.
I mean, he's got to be.
Alexander, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be. So, you do have arms left, but boy, you have got to be at your limit in terms of guys that you just can trust to go out there and at least give you a chance.
And now I will say the other part to this is Christian Javier did pitch yesterday in Sugar Land. Tonight, Spencer Getty will pitch for Corpus tonight, and obviously we also reported yesterday that Garcia and J.P. France have joined Spencer Arrighetti in Corpus, but that is tough news. Again, if you are just joining us, this is breaking. This is broke here in the last couple of minutes. Brandon Walter, the lefty who had I intend on having to use in the starting rotation, definitely not for 9 starts this year, had been pitching really, really well, back-to-back really good starts. 6 of his 9 starts were quality starts, 6 innings and less than 3 runs. He is going to the IL with left elbow inflammation. I've heard inflammation too many times this year from the Astros, and they've resorted into setbacks repeatedly from Yordan, and apparently Zach DeZenzo still unable to pick up a bat. So who knows what this means or how long it is with him, but elbow inflammation, not a great sign for a pitcher. And we'll see what happens. Well, hopefully we'll hear from Joe Espada today as they'll play the A's again later on when he meets with the media, but really, really tough news. Somebody on the text line, Magic, said, damn it, this team is cursed. This is wild. It is. It is. And I think what Clint is saying, which is, I think, a really good point, you got to stop thinking and going with just this is cursed or unlucky. Now we're starting to figure out what is going on that it maybe we don't cover the other teams like this, and maybe this is happening with the Blue Jays. There's another team that I watch closely. I don't believe this is happening with the Royals like this. But you got to be looking at yourself saying, all right, is this just bad? Is this bad luck, or is there something that we are doing here that is seemingly having our pitchers' arms, as you said, fall apart?
Well, this is a two-layered topic here as well, because I mean you got it early on, all the miscommunications, and I'll leave it at that because I don't know really what was going on behind doors, but the miscommunications about injuries, the inability to simply communicate or simply say we're not going to talk about that, we're not going to comment on it, that side of it leads you to believe that all of the guys that are position players that are injured and the Astros' inability to rehab them and get them back and to give sound advice about where they're at and kind of how their rehab is going is one thing. The other side of it is the pitchers, the number of pitchers that are specifically having arm issues. What's going on there within what the Astros are doing on a daily basis with these pitchers? What's going on there that's causing all these issues? I don't know the ins and outs of a daily routine for a pitcher, so I have no clue what that consists of. I know that it's happening more often here with the Astros, and you're already starting to hear some of the comments about, hey, man, what are the Astros doing that are hurting all these guys? And we're talking pitchers now. This plays into that narrative and just makes that voice a little bit louder.
Yeah. Boy, tough situation there for the Astros. All right, we'll get into day 3 of training camp a little bit. There's some things that I think I want to get to here in a bit. But just overall for you, Clint, day 3, today was really kind of a light thing, more of a walkthrough practice. Today, the pads will be coming on Monday, Clint. At first, there was a thought that it might be on tomorrow, but they will wait till Monday to put on the pads. By the way, when you were at when you were in camp in Dallas and in Miami, how quickly did the pads come on? Did you all wait?
No. The first day, the very first day.
No, first day?
Absolutely. 100%.
First day in pads?
No question.
Full pads?
No question about it. Now, it may not have been full pads. It may have been halves and just no pants ultimately, which guys don't wear pads nowadays in a damn game, so it was ultimately what they were in a game now. But, yeah, they were on immediately. Ron, I'm going to tell you, man, this is wild. I mean, we have – how good do these guys have it currently? We have watched 2 1-hour and 20-minute practices, Wednesday and Thursday, from 9 to 11. It was a little warm out there, but it wasn't the peak temp of the day or anything. I mean, they're in and out, man. And then today it is
inside, baby.
Inside sweats. And I think it's generous to call it a jog through. The receivers had to jog a little bit because they had to go further, but I think it's generous. I mean, it was an accelerated walkthrough, no helmets, no pads whatsoever, walkthrough for about an hour 10. We're 3 days into camp. I mean, it is unbelievable what and hell, it's just. And I guess when you're a coach or a general manager, I guess you just have to embrace it. You can't guy. But I mean, we are literally, these guys are referring to the first 4 practices of training camp as acclimation ramp up period.
That's right, baby.
I mean, that blows my mind. I think it's great for the offense. I think it's great for the quarterback. But wow, I mean, you talk about a level of just zero sense of urgency.
Emmett would have played 20 years.
Oh my God. I mean, you got to be kidding me. And I mean, it's wild, man. And I know that the response.
Hour 10. How long was those practices at Wichita Falls?
Oh, I mean, you was knocking on 2 hours. I mean, it wasn't so much as it, but I mean, it was full pads. It was a lot more physicality involved. It was outside in the heat. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes longer, and you did it twice a day. I mean, these cats, I guess, are walking through in the evening at some point in time. I guess they were talking about yesterday. I heard them talking yesterday.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, that is wild. I do wonder, because I think it's great for the offense. And I'll be honest with you, with this team, it's probably better suited for this team because it's great for the offense. And I don't think D'Amico's defense needs to be like trained in a physical training camp. Like those dogs bite. They I'm not worried about that. But just overall, you wonder of like, are there teams out there that are going, we're going to have a more physical ball team first 6 weeks of the season than anybody else out there? How does that bump up? How does what Houston's doing bump up against that kind of approach? We'll see.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, we're learning a lot of different things about this team, especially the head man, D'Amico Ryans. And one thing we are starting to see, he is delegating more. And what does that mean overall from his first 2 seasons? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Again, if you missed the breaking news, Brandon Walter, he is going to the IL. The second pitcher this week going to the IL. Shoot, I'd like that, man. I want to give Hunter and Framber another week off. Then I guess, shoot, man, get them another week off, man. But Brandon Walter has left elbow inflammation after he's had a really good start here. Great start, 7 innings, 1 run against Arizona. And he backed that up with his previous start to kick off. He started off the second half. And he went 6 innings, 1 run against the Mariners. He is going on the IL. And now he becomes the 18th member. Yeah, feels like it. Paredes, who apparently maybe months. So, man, a tough one. They add Lance earlier this week, and now Brandon Walter goes as well. And as Clint said, the guess would be the young man who pitched yesterday, Jason Alexander, will take his spot for now. But Clint, they are 7 days away from the trade deadline. Seattle's making moves. They go and get a big slugger, and Josh Naylor. And they're trying to add Suarez from the Diamondbacks, who's got 36 home runs. So potentially, it seems like there's going to need to be a move made from Dana Brown.
Well, if the Lance McCullers move created a little bit more sense of urgency for the Astros at the trade deadline, this one damn sure does. Because now, I mean, you're not just talking about, hey man, we need a third starter in this rotation, and we don't want to put all of our eggs in the Spencer Arrighetti return or Lance McCullers return to form, right? So what are you going to do? Or Christian Javier return to form. So what are you going to do? Well, hell, I mean, we're now talking about, I mean, how are you going to get through 162? Now, Lance obviously is a blister. He's going to be back. He can help you chew some innings. We don't know the significance of this injury. And as you mentioned, there's 3 pitchers, hell, if not more, that are right there on the verge of being able to, at the very least, chew some innings.
Maybe, yeah.
But how do you get through? Luckily, you got one of the best records in the AL, and you got the lead. You got the luxury of having this lead in the division where you've got some level of, at least you can have some level of comfort in making the Astros at the trade deadline has to they got to be aggressive and get that and get a big arm in here.
Yep, 5-game lead in the division right now.
That's right, because you lost last night. I forgot. That's right, you played last night.
Yep, 5-game lead.
Oops.
Yep, Jason Alexander had to pitch. All right, as we said, man, pretty calm day, walk-through day, short practice indoors for the Texans. But we did get to hear from the coordinators, some of the assistant coaches, including defensive coordinator Matt Burke. This is his 3rd year as the DC, and we have been seeing D'Amico paying a lot more attention to the offensive side of the ball, and in particular paying more attention to the O-line, which means you would imagine that things may be a little bit more on the plate of Matt Burke. Here is Matt Burke addressing maybe a little bit more how his role is potentially changing.
Yeah, I think he's just going through everything right now. Like, we spent some time talking about just divvying up how we do the staff things, you know what I mean, what area each guy is responsible for. You know, I'll give Coach a lot of credit. Like, he's a believer in and committed to, like, developing coaches as much as players. And so just, hey, giving guys opportunities to be in front of the whole room, right? Usually it's a coordinator or a head coach talking to the whole defense or the whole team, like, and he finds ways to get, no, hey, like, you're going to present this to the whole team, like, stand up there and have that moment and be able to connect with guys and sort of switch duties around to, like, get a living. So I think it's part of his belief system of, like, who he is as a coach or what he wants to accomplish. It's not about just developing the players and getting them better. It's about developing coaches and helping them move on in their career. So he does a really good job of just, like, providing opportunities for guys to kind of do different things or have expanded roles so that they can kind of grow in those roles.
All right, that's Matt Burke talking about a little bit of shift in potential shift, especially I think for him with D'Amico doing more delegating because he's maybe putting more time and effort over on the other side of the ball, Clint. But it looks like his role might be growing a bit.
Well, look, everything that Matt Burke just mentioned is the part of D'Amico delegating that I'm not worried about. Like, that's cool. I mean, I like the fact that he's into developing human beings and not just football players and young men. He's into developing. Everybody that comes in that building is going to leave a better version of themselves and knowing more about themselves and pushing their limits. I appreciate that. But as a fan, I'm more concerned with, D'Amico Ryans. I watched it today. D'Amico Ryans is spending a lot of time watching the offense instead of calling defense and coaching defense and being in the huddle and holding guys accountable. So Matt Burke, if you've ever had your time in the sun, if you will, the spotlight, I think, is on him more so than it has been as a Houston Texan. I don't know. I fully expect D'Amico Ryans to call defense. Yeah. But beyond just standing up in the front of the meeting and talking, I would imagine that Matt Burke is going to have a much more of an impact on what this defense like, because D'Amico Ryans is spending so much time on the offensive. Well, let's be honest. D'Amico Ryans is spending time, developing himself as a head coach, which I actually love. By the way, I'm not. He has done exactly what we as fans should want him to do. You come in here, you rejuvenate the program, you rebuild the program, you build a defense that's kick-ass from jump. They've been gotten better ever since he got here. They're one of the best in the league. Okay, now D'Amico has done what DC D'Amico needed to do over 2 years. Now the head coach D'Amico needs to make sure, as I've said a million times, that physicality in your offensive line is not a problem. That your quarterback your quarterback not being able to communicate to protect himself all year long is not a problem. Like, all those things have to be D'Amico fixed and have to be D'Amico traits, if you will, moving forward in the Houston Texans organization. And so I do wonder how much of that D'Amico, as he becomes more and more of the head coach on a day-to-day basis, I know the offense is going to be better because of it. What does that mean to Matt Burke, and how does that affect the defense on a daily basis if D'Amico isn't the one hovering over? Because there's no – look, I know the text line I'm asking the question because there's no question about it, no doubt about it, that it is different when the head coach is barking down your throat, your neck every single day, then he backs off, and now you got a longer leash, and he's over here paying attention to the offense. It's different.
But I think D'Amico is doing the right thing, and I understand it because
agreed.
He has what they have built, especially on that side of the ball. And Matt Burke, you can trust, has been a coordinator before, but what they have built, Clint, they have built themselves on that side of the ball where this is a group that holds itself accountable, that knows what they're doing. Year 3 in the defense, that's veteran laden.
Yep.
Right? Like, this is a group in which D'Amico has built it right now in year 3 that he should be able to afford to go over and check that out, because Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and Azeez Al-Shire and C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Jalen Petrie and like all of those guys that are over there, he should be able to be, not that he's just completely done with them, right? But he should be able to feel confident to be able to slide over there because that group's ready.
Agreed. He should feel comfortable taking his hands off the steering wheel and letting them cats ride. No question about it. I agree wholeheartedly. I just wonder the Matt Burke impact and if we see any kind of change. Yeah, well, slippage or it may be better. Overall it'll probably be better because D'Amico is addressing on a daily basis. At least he's got his eyes on addressing the major problems of the previous year. So I think overall we're going to be better, but that defensive unit, we'll see.
All right, Dana Brown, the general manager, this was reported, or he said this. He said this prior to the latest. I wonder, does this statement? I'll tell you this statement when we get back on the other side. I wonder, does this statement change with the recent news to Brandon Walter? We'll discuss that next,
fellas. If you're out there, you got a hairline.
meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SAL Army.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through, Clint. I blame the offensive problems for the last 2 years on the head coach because he wasn't being a head coach, and now that's changing finally.
Well, you look. I mean, I don't know if blame's the right answer, the right word there. But the overall point is look. DeMeco Ryans came in as a defensive-minded head coach, and when you hire that, the risk is that you don't get the offensive coordinator right. And he brought in a guy that he was very familiar with, that had never done this before, had never managed people before, and you had one good year, and it seems like, the managing people part of it may have bit Bobby Slowick in the ass, and in hindsight, DeMeco got the first one wrong. Had to fire him, probably should have been inside 2 years, but had to fire him after 2 seasons. And so, I think
that's the only thing that I would say. I would like, if it was as bad as it feels like we're hearing it's as bad, then I would say maybe a move should have been made.
Well, yeah, moves should have been made. To me, there is I believe that in hindsight, I think DeMeco would probably tell you. I think he's too strong behind Laramie Tunsil and gave Laramie, like, he should have set the standard with Laramie Tunsil out of the gate. Line is to take on the mentality of this guy right here. Do I really want that? I mean, look, hindsight's 20/20. We can sit around and talk about it, and that's what our job is right now. But to the texter, yeah, it all falls at the feet of DeMeco Ryans. Hell, I've been saying that for forever, and I'm getting beat up about it. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever happens on the offensive side of the football is a DeMeco Ryans problem, period, point blank. You can blame it on Bobby. You can blame it on now Nick. You can blame it on CJ's inexperience, but it's going to fall at the feet of DeMeco Ryans, and I don't think he has a problem with that.
Yeah, blame is a little tough.
Yeah,
they did go from bringing in a whole new team and offense, a brand new rookie quarterback, to winning 10 games 2 years in a row. And you blaming him for the eighth place MVP finish that he had as well? Are you blaming him that? So I think blame is strong. Now you know what? Blame. You know what? I take it back a little bit. I do think it is on him that whatever communication issues, things like that happened between the offensive staff and the quarterback, something was up. I do think that is him on the head coach.
Absolutely.
I do think that part you could look at and say, he is the head coach. He's ultimately the guy. And if there's just absolute, what feels like there was communication issues, so it messed up things with the offense, I'll give you that on him. And maybe that's what the texter is talking about can change, because he is going to be more involved over there.
Yeah, look, I think it is I love what DeMeco's doing. I've said this before, and Nick falls in this as well. I love the way that there is a sense of urgency to make decisions and move on from people. It wasn't easy to move on from Laramie Tunsil. It was not easy for DeMeco Ryans to walk into Bobby Slowick's office and say, hey, man, your time's up, bro. I got to make a move. Like, that stuff's not easy, and I think it's more human nature, and we see it happen in this business a lot, is just give him one more year, man. We're going to give him one more year. We're going to give him one more year. DeMeco and Nick do not believe in this one more year stuff. If there's a problem, nip it in the bud and move on, right? There was a problem. He nipped it in the bud. He's moving on. And right now, the head coach, DeMeco, is damn sure going to keep an eye on what's going on the offensive side of the football. He's not going to make the mistake that this year that he made 2 years ago. And he had to make the mistake 2 years ago because he had to focus on the defense. He had to get the defense right. He had to make sure that hiring DeMeco Ryans, first and foremost, meant you were going to have a top-tier defense. He had to get that right? So I'm not blaming him. I'm just simply saying that is over with. It's a different dynamic in Houston now, right? He had to turn the keys over to Bobby Slowick and let Bobby Slowick decide what his offensive line coach was going to do. What was run scheme was he going to run? What was he going to do with C.J. Stroud? Though it's a different dynamic in Houston right now, and D'Amico is. It looks like from the outside looking in to make the same mistake and turn the entire offense over to a guy that's never done it before.
Dana Brown, the general manager for the Astros, said this on the flagship for the Astros, Clint, that the Astros are prioritizing the bats as the trade deadline nears, is what general manager Dana Brown had to say. And, Clint, I will say that was Thursday prior to the news that we just broke to start the show, which was Brandon Walter, the second pitcher in the week to go on, starting pitcher to go on the IL. They have made that decision to place him on the IL. I got to believe that's got to be changing. I just got to believe that's got to be changing. And I'm not saying it's not a need and that can't be something that they go and look after too, but I mean, a priority's got to be pitching right now.
Well, here's the deal. They're privy to a lot more information than we are. And here's the thing. If Yordan Alvarez is if they don't have a high level of confidence that he's going to be back and he's going to be back and be able to be Yordan again fairly quickly, and I say fairly quickly let's call it a month, all right, and which will give him time to ramp up and get ready for the playoffs. If they don't have a high level of confidence in that, then they've got problems. If they don't have a high level of confidence that this hamstring issue with Isaac Paredes is going to be handled and he'll be back sooner rather than later, let's call it a month, right? Then issues. Those are the two bats for me right now and Jeremy Pena, which is oblique has turned into a month long, right? At least it feels like a month. Right,
broken ribs.
Is that what it was? Broken ribs? I thought it was an oblique.
That's all right, man.
There's obliques everywhere.
There's been a couple of obliques.
Well, that's right. He did have the broken ribs, but nonetheless, like those three guys, you got to have a high level of confidence that they're going to come back in enough time to be able to hit stride to help you make a run. If you don't, then I would agree that the bats are going to be the bats need to be priority as well, not individually, but as well as the pitch. And I just don't know how you make a run with just Hunter and Fromber being the top two dogs that you can depend on.
Yeah,
I guess it can happen. We've seen it happen before, but whew.
But the part that you're saying is they do have more info than we do. But even with the info that they have, Clint, it is a wonder to me if this is something where they're like, yeah, we feel that comfortable to say, man, we're going to trust that Javier, Spencer Arrighetti are going to be what we need. Like we're gonna trust that they're gonna be there. They're gonna be able to give you the innings that you need. They're gonna be able to be a third starter for the postseason. And for me, I think this team is in a better spot than it was last year. I think their chances to win the American League are probably better this year. And they went out and made the move to get Kikuchi last year. So I'd be kind of disappointed if they can go out and make another move this year to go and add to this rotation that is in desperate need. Because hell, man, you hope to God nobody else is next, but I mean that's the thing is, all right, we're going bat first, and we feel so confident that all the other dudes are going to be there and ready and right.
Yeah,
they're ready and right to pitch, right? Like available, and then not. Like right now, like Lance McCullers has been available before this blister, but has he been right?
I can't even take that serious, by the way. I'm doing everything I can to be nice. But damn,
you don't think he has a blister?
I mean, he's on the No, I think he has a blister. A 15-day IL with a damn blister on your finger?
Yeah, that's what.
I mean, all he does is spin it. This is going to be a problem every time.
Before a pitcher, I think they wanted to miss a couple starts, so that
come on, man,
that's 15 days.
The damn blister.
Yeah, man. Depending on where it is, man, it'll be very problematic.
Yeah, I mean, so how the hell is he going to help us down the stretch here? Every 2 starts, he's going to have a blister.
But that's what I mean. Is like either you got hey Gusto or Colton Gordon's probably good, but is he right? Do you trust him? to pitch in Comerica or at home against the Rays or whoever it is that would be a playoff opponent? I don't know. I don't know that I feel that. I know that the hitter they've got to be looking at pitching. It just seems like they're losing. Guy. Oh. All right, a guy who we have been hearing talked about on a regular basis, and now I think it's more than just talking up your own guy. I think you got to take it as legit. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and every inside conversation leading up to the season. It's football season, H-Town. Can you feel it?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by John Moore Services. I-10 the Baytown East Freeway, eastbound at Cedar Lane. It's an accident that has a left lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Need AC, plumbing, or electrical service? Call John Moore. Our technicians give you a full, honest explanation of the problem and an estimate for the work. Free.
Call John. Get more. 730-2525.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Carl Titz with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Everyone's talking about the passing of Hulk Hogan, who died on Thursday at the age of 71. There's no debating. As a performer, his contributions helped usher in wrestling into the mainstream. But his legacy also includes racist remarks. Most of you will remember Hulkamania running wild. But sometimes honors that become more important than principles, we all lose. I'm Carl Dukes.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Most people that come in have tried many different things to get things work for them, and eventually they make their way to us, and that's when good things happen.
You're listening to Alex, an arch support specialist at the Good Feet store.
A woman came in complaining of extreme pain, and she was concerned that she wasn't able to play with her grandchildren. I fitted her for the arch supports, I put them in her shoes, and she took a couple steps and she started crying because she knew then that she would be able to begin doing the things that she wanted to do with them.
For over 25 years, the Good Feet store and our arch support specialists have been helping folks live the life they love without foot, knee, hip, or back pain getting in the way.
I called her a week later. She thanked me profusely. She was able to do those things that she wasn't able to do before, and she had a new lease on life. Those kind of Good Feet stories happen all the time. It's fantastic.
Try them for yourself. Stop in for a free fitting and test walk at the Good Feet store.
Visit one of our 7 Houston locations, now including Meyerland, or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain just not getting any better? Are you stuck in a cycle of steroids and now they're talking surgery? Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second, y'all. It's Clint Stoerner here, and I want to tell you about something that helped a lot of people get their lives back without more meds and without going under the knife. It's QC Kinetics. They are the leader in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. No Band-Aids, no masking the pain. This goes directly to the root of the problem. People with serious joint pain are finally finding relief. No pills, no surgery, no downtime, just real results that let you move easier and live better. And the best part, you can get a free second opinion. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments. It doesn't cost any, could be life-changing. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation at 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in as we are live here on a Friday on The Drive. Tyler Milner is out, but still working. Shout out to Tyler Milner, who alerted us as we started the show on the news, breaking news about 5-6 minutes into the show that Brandon Walter is going to be on the IL. And shout out to our trusty executive producer, Tyler Milner, for alerting us on that. But in his place, our guy Colin's in the building. There he is. I love people who hit the little salute number.
The quick salute.
That's right, on YouTube and Twitch. You were able to see him hit that salute thing right there. You go YouTube.
I had to do it one more time.
I know you did it twice. Just did it twice. That's all right, man. Having a good time. We're in good hands with our guy Colin from the text line. Blister, piss on that sunbuck and keep it rolling.
I like it.
Yeah,
I'm with you, man. You want to drink a beer? And drink a beer and talk a little ball?
Yeah, okay. That's one way. That's one way to handle it.
Put a little super glue on it. Let's try it.
A little super glue, yeah. Some super glue. Maybe a little Gorilla Glue. Not too much, but yeah.
Better yet, how about next time that it starts to flare up a little bit, we just yank ourselves out of the game before it gets so bad you get on 15-day IL for a freaking blister.
He was doing it for the H, Clint. He thought he could move through it.
For the H, baby. Yeah. Now, how about we manage our blister issues?
He probably said, "I don't want to go talk to them." There we go. He probably went YouTube before he went to their training, to the training staff. I mean, of anybody on this team outside of maybe Jordan, he has to trust the staff the least.
Well, this isn't a staff thing. This is hey man, my finger. I mean, I spin it for a living. It's what I do. My finger's blistered up here. I got to come up out. This is not a playoff game. I got to come up out of here and be done. I mean, there's not many things with Lance.
When he get his work in.
There's not many things with a Major League Baseball pitcher that I can relate to. This is one of them. Like, I mean, I would throw 100 balls a day through long stretches of a season and an off season, and there were times when your fingers would get sore. You'd flare up a little bit. Hey man, manage it and move on. 15-day IL? You kidding me?
Yeah. Well, hopefully it really heals up for him.
I mean, the bad thing about the good thing is that there's no doubt he'll be back. The bad thing is that this is something that can flare up in the middle of a playoff run.
I thought you were going to say, the good thing is we know there's no doubt he's going to be back. The bad thing is we know that there's no doubt that he's going to be back.
No, I'm not there with Lance yet. I'm not there yet with Lance. As an Astros fan, I want Lance back. I'm fine with seeing him in the regular season at this point. Blister-free, hopefully.
I'd like to see him over Jason Alexander. I personally, some of you may not. I'd like to see him. Jason, they left him in there to wear that one, didn't they? Just a little bit. 11 good hits. Hang in there, man. Hang in there, big dog. You got it. That is the latest. Someone says it, Lance. If you're listening, go to the restroom in your establishment. Go piss on the sunbuck and then get on back out.
Oh boy.
I'd advise you not do it in front of the people, the patrons there, but just go to the bathroom.
I think our texters got it mixed up. I think you piss on athlete's foot for I think was the gig, not a blister on your hand.
Why not? Well, why not just try that too?
It'd probably be a little easier to piss on a blister on your hand.
Oh yeah, you can get it good.
Probably burn a little less.
Burn a little.
I mean, good, yeah. Maybe a little messier though.
A little messier. That's all right.
I thought it was always on cuts as well.
Is it cuts as well?
I've never heard the random cuts.
I didn't know just pee on. I thought it was.
We told an offensive lineman that one time about athlete's foot and caught him in the shower that day, pissing all over his feet. And I thought he is dead serious. That big fellow is dead serious. Could you imagine 6'6", 300 in a corner trying to piss on his feet?
With a
light switch. It wasn't like that sucker was. He's trying to hit a big foot with a little gun. It's like God, dead ass serious too.
Shout out to my man Steve here on YouTube and Twitch. Clint, he said, I am on vacation in Japan listening to you guys. It's 5:05 a.m. Saturday morning. Shout out to you, Steve.
Hey, Steve,
there you go.
Steve, are you on the back end of a banger in Japan
said,
on a Friday night?
Yeah,
did you just wake up and are you going to work? Either way, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to say it. Steve. Come on, dog. Who are you on vacation with? If Steve is married, if Steve is on vacation with his lady, and you got your ass up at 5:05 a.m. to listen to us on vacation in Japan, I think Courtney might walk out on me. I think Courtney might.
Maybe he's going down to get breakfast and a coffee and take it back, and he's just listening on the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. We great. Yeah, man.
Man. Steve, man. I hope she's good with it.
Man, how did we get to this? Jeez.
That man on vacation said, "Hey, hold on, baby. I gotta get to drive, baby. It's Friday.
Get my drive fixed,
baby. Damn, that's dedication right there. My man Steve in the building." Said, I'm on vacation and listen to these jokers. That's all good. All right. I think there's a little deeper Cole Popovich conversation. Nick Caley spoke to the media earlier today, and he is one of a few guys, since the decision was made for him to take over from being an assistant to being the lead guy. There's a lot of people been talking about Cole Popovich in a positive light and how much of a change he is. Here is the latest. His OC, Nick Caley, talking about his presence, talking about the things that he's able to do. We'll get that. Get Nick Caley talking about Cole Popovich, but as we'll let you hear that, Clint, Cole Popovich has been talked to by D'Amico in a major way. C.J. Stroud multiple times, Nick Caley multiple times. He's been talked up by Titus Howard, has talked about it. Clint, so much so that it's past the version of the place of, hey, this guy is really, really good. Sometimes you talk up guys. You've heard Nick, guys talk about Davis Mills is this, Davis Mills is that, or other players. This feels like we've gotten past the stage of just talking up a dude. Here's Nick Caley, the latest in line, talking about Cole Popovich.
Yeah, because I have a lot of respect. I think he's a phenomenal coach. He's really smart. He's an extremely hard worker. He really cares about the guys. He is a mentally and physically tough dude. I mean, look at him. He looks like he could squat a house for sure. But he got a lot of experience with him. Been through a lot of, games with him in the past, dating back to New England, and he's always growing. I mean, he's really always searching to be the best that he can be. He's got a growth mindset, and I'm really thankful that we get to work together again.
Like I said, man, hearing all of the words, this is about our fifth or sixth, and I'm not exaggerating. This is about our fifth or sixth offensive line coach that we've run through in our years here, Clint. And you hear people talk him up and say, "Hey, man, George Warhoff is going to be this and this and that," but it is constant here. It's constant before he got here. It's constant from the players. This thing now, to me, feels more than just, like I said, talking up a guy. It feels like there is a real belief that he is going to be, as you call it, one of those difference makers, polos on the sideline.
Yeah, Ron. Look, I think what they're selling with Cole Popovich is significantly more believable than what they're selling with Nick Caley. And I'm not knocking Nick Caley, by the way. I'm just saying the way in which, when you start every Nick Caley conversation with the energy and the vibe, and then everything kind of falls flat from there, it seems like it's more difficult to sell Nick maybe. Whereas when you look at Cole Popovich and the way that Nick just did it there, the way D'Amico's done it, the way Titus has done it, it is very, very believable. It's very matter of fact of like, hey, man, what's different? Well, we're held accountable. Right, we're going to be expected to do this. We're working on the basics. This is what the mentality is in the room. This, like, there is. It's very, very believable in how they're selling Cole Popovich. And again, going to practice, watching him coach. He's one of the guys that you can hear coaching from across the field. The messaging, or let's not call it messaging, because I think it's players that are just talking about him and answering questions, not necessarily some script that they're reading. It's very believable in what they're saying, and I'll be honest with you, I love what I'm hearing coming out of really, all areas of the organization.
Not a surprise, really, just because of how much the position group he is coaching, how much people looked at that as the reason of what's holding the Texans back. But you said it. Cole Popovich's name and what people are talking about is coming up as much as the coordinator.
Yeah.
And both of them are new.
Yeah.
At least new to those roles. And as I said, I'm not shocked by that because the offensive line was such a problem last year. But it is unusual. It is not usual that the offensive line coach is being talked up this much.
Well, the one thing that I think that we've almost I talk to speak for myself of how I've viewed it was almost silly of like, this offensive line is one of the worst in football. You're going to fire the head the O-line coach and then hire the assistant, a guy that was in the room the whole time. And I think from a 30,000-foot view that sounds silly, but if you start digging into it, now, assuming the guy's a coach that's worth a damn, right, which he appears to be.
And we will see, yeah.
There's no quicker fix to the overall problem of poor O-line play. There's no quicker route to a solution and a decision that needs to be made than if you had a guy that was in the room the whole damn time. You want to talk about D'Amico Ryans making a bold move with Laramie? I gotta believe that Cole Popovich, not saying Cole Popovich walked in there and said, hey, man, Laramie Tunsil needs to get up out of here, but I got to believe that that Cole Popovich has firsthand knowledge of what went on in that room and how it went down and what went down and why it all went down, that I would imagine that would help make major decisions like moving on from one of the best pass blocking left tackles in the game, right? When you talk about what they're going to do, what they need to do as a unit, there's no quicker route to finding that right answer than hiring a guy that was in the damn room when all the wrong answers were being chosen, right? He knows exactly how to push the buttons of certain guys. He knows exactly as a unit what they were doing poorly. And I'm talking about from an internal perspective. I'm not talking about turning the film on and going, boy, they can't execute a double team. Like, he knows exactly what's going on inside that room. So assuming he's a good coach and assuming he's honest in his evaluation and accurate in his evaluation of what was going on as well as the players, if the end game is to arrive at a here's, damn it, what we need to commit to and what we need to be doing to get better and be the best version of ourselves, Cole Popovich is the quickest route there, right? I mean, a guy that was in the room when it was bad is the quickest route to getting better because he knows exactly what the hell they were doing that wasn't working.
Yeah.
So it is.
No, I'm not gonna lie.
It is interesting.
Let me not get to line. I am of him being in the building and
we all should
at no point him not having any parts of that stuff we saw last year. But the more and more you hear, it's not you're feeling better about the potential of change actually happening.
Well, I'm with you. I'm skeptical of it all. To be honest with you, I'm not. There's no amount of talking that's going to move me to a place where I'm like, all of a sudden, boy, this is just going to go off. This is going to be gangbusters from week one. I'm skeptical about it all, but I do believe that you can. I can look into Cole Popovich and the being here last year, what he's doing this year. The mechanics into like what he is actually tasked with doing and say, I could see a guy that's never been a main O-line coach come in here and be a kick-ass O-line coach. The play caller's a different animal, right? Because, again, you can create the best playbook you want to. You can put together the best game plan that's ever been put together for the Tennessee Titans or the Jacksonville Jaguars or whoever is on your schedule. If you can't go out there and call plays that make sense with the right timing, if you can't go out there and adjust, if you can't go out there when they're doing everything they can in their power to take away Nico Collins and find a way, damn it, to get Nico Collins the football, like if you can't do those things, it doesn't matter how good a tight end coach you are. It doesn't matter how you dig your cleats in the turf and how good you coach and mechanics and technique. Do those above and beyond, like advanced things, then it doesn't matter. Cole Popovich, if he's a good-ass O-line coach, then it's going to make a difference with this football team.
Yeah. Again, as I said, I'm not fully just head first in, but when you look at some of the changes, like it is clear. Now we'll see if they execute it, but it is very, very clear the mindset and where he wants them to be, because we're hearing it from everybody. And some of the things that I like is you can see a real change. We talked about it a bit yesterday with like guys like Titus Howard when it comes to leadership and him just seeming to be different than he was previous years. You can see like, hey man, it don't seem to matter where the hell you was drafted or how much you brought in or how much money you make. It does seem like they are trying to get a look to see who are the top dudes, and it doesn't mean they're going to try to break their neck to try to make something work like a Kenyon Green. And so you're starting to see some things that I would think makes you feel better about what he's doing as opposed. Now, obviously, like D'Amico said, we will all know once they hit the field.
That's right.
And hell, Clint, we might know a lot more when we get to practice on Monday and they've got on pads and they're hitting each other for the first time, and we'll see that. But the way people are talking, you get the feel that this could be a difference maker for them over there, and damn it, they absolutely need that at that position because that position obviously hurt them so much last year. All right. One of the most interesting players in the league spoke out about his situation. It's a player that the Texans will see twice a year. We'll let you hear what he had to say and discuss him because he is one of the most interesting players in the NFL. We'll do that coming up next.
Nick Caserio shared his opening thoughts at the start of Texans training camp.
A lot of work in front of us, 20 practices, 3 preseason games, and then we open up against one of the best teams in the league in the Rams. So had a good spring. The team's in a good spot. I think we have a pretty good football team, but in the end, it's going to come down to how well we execute in games.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This is Eric Dick, a home insurance lawyer. Did Hurricane Beryl damage your home? Is your insurance company playing hard to get? Call me right now at 832-LAWYERS. That's 832-LAWYERS. Ask me about my Dick law firm. They won't sit straight for a week. Home insurance companies are in the business of making money and not paying out claims. That's why you get a home insurance lawyer like me, Eric Dick. That's why you call me at 832-LAWYERS, and we'll take them to Pound Town. Babe, wet from water coming through the ceiling. Look, it has never been this easy to get Dick. The number at Dick Law Firm is so easy to remember. It's 832-LAWYERS. Call us right now at 832-LAWYERS. Our office is in Houston, Texas, and we want to help you. Our clients always come first. Better get Dick.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
SportsRadio.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's SALArmyEDS.org.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. Tyler is out right now. How did Tyler do last night on Best Bets? He said he was sending some in anyway. I didn't get to.
It wasn't good. 3 of his 5 were Astros related, and so I'm assuming it.
And I guaranteed
the player prop didn't hit.
I know he got the over, but I think he had the Padres +1, and I know they lost 9-7. So I wonder what that was.
Bad beat right there.
Yeah.
How's he been doing overall since that perfect week? That perfect.
I mean, you could have said, you should have just said since ...
Since
it's been a rough guy.
No, he had that one run. He had that one run, and it's been bad. It's this week was all right. I got to believe he's in the red after yesterday. Yeah, and usually when the Astros are struggling, he's in for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's usually kind of how it goes. But T-Mill out. Colin, you hear his voice. That's who's in. We are in good hands today, as usual. All right, Clint, in the division, the Texans are going to have to face what I think a lot. And not just a lot of people, but I think a lot of people's eyes will be watching to see what this looks like, and that is Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter of the Jags, they moved up and gave up a lot to get to the spot to be able to draft him. He is the both sides of the ball potential player, offense, defense. Obviously, the Heisman Trophy winner at Colorado from last year. A lot of people believe he is the best player in the draft. This is what he had to say about playing both ways, Clint. I need to be able to process everything fast, quick, Hunter said on Friday. When I am on the defensive side, if the offense changes their strength, I've got to know what I'm doing right away. And if the offense changes the play, I got to know what I'm doing right away. So I like that we're starting off slow, getting me adjusted, making sure I know where I need to be on one side of the ball each day, and then it will all come together. This, to me, has got to be one of the more fascinating things, Clint, of this football season is how Liam Cohen's going to operate using him on offense and defense, and is this going to look anyway like it did under Deion in Colorado when we was playing, like 115 snaps a game?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked that this is still a conversation. And I know I'm not saying it's not for a reason. Like, it's still a conversation because clearly the Jacksonville Jaguars are feeding. He's going to be an offensive player. I think I heard him say, and I know he's practicing both sides, but an offensive player first and then sub package on. Like, to me, this is a corner that can come over and has a package on the offensive side of the football, period, point blank. Now, you get to mid-year, he can do more. That package grows, and now he can do more on the offensive side of the football. Maybe he can get up to 100 snaps in a game or 80, 90 snaps in a game. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm fascinated with the thought of, like, he's going to be an offensive player first, and they're going to prepare him on both sides first. Like, this is really risky in a sense of trying to prepare for both sides, for becoming a pro on both sides of the football. I think they're crazy. I think he's a corner that has a small package on offense until he shows that he can handle it otherwise, right? But we'll see how that all unfolds. The interesting thing to me, Ron, is that, like, I've heard a couple of different conversations. My girl Kay Adams is one of them, was talking about how Travis Hunter is one of the most – actually, I'm pretty sure they said he is the most interesting non-quarterback in the game, and I just immediately.
You don't think so?
No, absolutely not. I think a lot of people are fascinated with, like, once we see what the actual answer is on a game day with Jacksonville. Like, I think there are a lot of people who tune into Jacksonville the first game to see, like, hey, is he going to play, like you said, 127 snaps player? No, I don't think he as the player at this point he's not anywhere close to my top from an interesting or a fascinating standpoint. Really? Yeah, I mean, look, he's never played a down in the NFL. I'm fascinated with the playing both ways and the fodder and the coverage and the opinions that have gone on around it.
It's just something a lot of people haven't seen yet, right? Like, Who was the last time? Was it Dion? Is that the last time we've really?
Prime didn't even do it to the degree that he's talking about. Prime had a package on offense. Prime didn't go in there and practice every day on it. I don't know this for a fact because I wasn't in Dallas. But like when this happened, but like. Prime practiced defense every day. Prime didn't practice offense every day, right? And so, yeah, like I'm fascinated with the overall situation. I'm not the player himself. Great player, not disrespecting, but the player himself. He is not on my list of most interesting players. When I hear most interesting, it's like I want to tune in and I get a lot of joy and entertainment value out of watching this guy. He's not there for me.
It is for me. He's up there just because it'll be fascinating to see what degree he does it at, right? Like if he's you said 80-90, if he's getting 80-90 NFL snaps and he's playing offense, defense, and he's making plays on both, that's just something that I was young when the Dion thing happened. So much so how much he was doing it. This is like 95 when he was doing this, because it had me. I was fascinated at Colorado. Like, hey man, is he tired of the third quarter?
Oh no, I'm with you, Ron. Like if it turns into this dude's playing 100 snaps at the pro level and he's balling like he was in college,
and he's successful.
Well, hell yeah,
that's what
absolutely.
I just haven't seen that before. That's why to me. It's one of the.
I'm just going to be shocked off my ass if it happens.
If they actually do it.
Absolutely.
Liam Cohen seems like a guy that's
he's sure playing into the narratives. He's trying to get people to watch Jacksonville.
Well, if he's not, what moves in that interesting space?
I mean,
if it's something like that.
If I'm just watching football on a Sunday and the Texans aren't playing, I'm looking for guys like Jamar Chase, Saquon Barkley, on the defense side of the football, Micah Parsons, T.J. Watt, hell. Will Anderson.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to put Will first because I don't want to sound like a homer here. But yeah, I mean, I'm tuning into Texans. If I weren't a Texans fan, I'm tuning into Texans games to see how disruptive this guy is on a down-in, down-out basis. I'm turning on the TV to watch those guys well before I'm turning on the TV to watch Travis Hunter. Now, to your point, if Travis Hunter proves from jump or ever that he can go play 20-plus snaps on the offensive side of the football – and 40 to 50 on the defensive side of the football, and he's a legit, it's beyond just a gimmick on the offensive side of the football, then he quickly jumps into that because that is wild. I can't believe he did it at college. I had to tune in multiple times to see if this guy was really playing 120 snaps in the game.
It was the first one
crazy
that we really watched at Colorado. It was the first game of the year, and he was just dominant on both sides.
I just don't think that's going to happen at the end of it.
I don't think he's going to be dominant. Like I don't think he's going to have the success early on that he had at Colorado, but I am really intrigued to see if they're going to actually do it, if they're going to stand by their word and do it. Like other things like to me that intrigue me is, and maybe it's once like the season, like right now is like the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation. Like that thing is intriguing to me to see, how that goes and how that lasts. I think to me, Daniels to see if he has any kind of similar issues that CJ had last year in year two. I want to see that. So there's some things that intrigue me, but usually like things that I hadn't really seen before, I'm kind of drawn to that. And the Travis Hunter situation seems to be an interesting thing. All right, coming up, Seattle. And not the Seahawks, but the Mariners are making some moves. Is that potentially putting any pressure on the Houston Astros to do something. Also, if you missed it, I was listening on my way home to Texans All Access, and John Harris had an interesting claim I want to run by you all to see if you agree with that. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that and discuss coming up next. But
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. If you aren't aware of what the Seattle Mariners have been doing, we'll let you know they are 5 games back of the Astros. They have started to get aggressive and made one big move in their lineup and are looking to add another one. We'll get you updated on that. But, Clint, I was doing what many of you should be doing after you get done listening to us. And that is listening to Texans All Access. I'm listening to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, and they were kind of discussing day 2 of training. At one point, John Harris, they were talking about the offensive line, which obviously is a big point of conversation. And like we heard, and I was wondering, because I've heard Reggie on In the Loop talk about potentially the swing tackle situation with Ariante Urser. We talked about it during the crosstalk. In my mind, I'm thinking, man, I don't know, man, this swing tackle thing, man, he's starting off on both sides. I understand he's playing both sides, but hell, he's starting the game, like starting each kind of period, either on one of them. It feels like he's one of the 5. And John Harris, who is obviously as tied in with the Texans as anybody in broadcasting, Clint, said, hey, man, I'm just telling you what it feels like and what I'm seeing out there. Ariante Urser is going to be one of the 5. He said he is going to be one of the 5, one of the tackle spots. I don't know, he got aggressive. He said he'll play him at guard. I think he got a little aggressive there, but he said he is going to be one of the 5, and he has been playing at one of the tackle spots with the first group every time they're doing team, whether it's the right side or the left side. And everybody except Trent Brown is healthy, so it's not like, he's in there because somebody's out. I'll be honest with you, I tend to agree with John. I think Ursery is building up to be one of the guys that we see as a fixture in the starting 5.
Well, look, here's the thing is you prepare the guy as a swing tackle at the very least, because you know he's going to be on the team. He's a second-round pick. You know he's more than likely going to be on the roster and active roster, and he's got to be a part of the plan. You prepare him as a swing tackle, and along the way you realize, one, this guy's mature beyond his years, both mentally and physically, and can handle the load, right? And then you get enough reps and you get far enough into this thing, which we're not there yet because we hadn't even put pads on. He may get bucked by Will Anderson and go, whoa, this NFL thing is different, and all of a sudden
may have to take a different
tuck his tail, right? You never know exactly how he's going to respond with pads on. But as you go along, if like right now, I think they are extremely impressed, and I think John is extremely impressed with his ability to handle the first week of being a professional. The playbook, how quickly he's absorbed it, how quickly he's been able to retain it, and how quickly he can apply it. I think they're probably really impressed. But again, he ain't got bucked once by Will Anderson yet. We'll see what that looks like, right? He hadn't seen the speed rush of Danielle Hunter. We'll see what happens there. So I'm not going to put the cart before the horse, but I do believe that best case scenario, Ariante Ursery, given his skill set, is able to retain and apply this offense as well, if not better, than Blake Fisher, and then he becomes a guy that I think is physically more gifted that can start at right deal. I'm not ready to get there yet because we ain't even seen him in pads yet, but I could see where they are extremely impressed with his really the mental approach and the ability to listen, retain, and apply at an extremely high level.
Yeah. You can see, and I think it'll be even more apparent when he gets on, when he gets pads on. You can see that he is physically what you would want on that offensive line at one of the tackle spots. You can clearly see,
no question,
physically there what you would want and what they would want, and they did. They moved up to go get him, and they wanted him in. And I think I agree with what John said. You usually draft a second-round pick like that when you have offensive line issues to be a contributor and maybe even a starter.
Yeah,
you usually do that.
Well, I've talked about at length about how the pace in which they're installing this offense, at least over 3 days of practice that I've seen, it benefits. I think a young, inexperienced offense. I think it benefits a quarterback, and it definitely, absolutely gives a rookie a leg up in the competition. I mean, reality is you would like for everybody to be so far beyond a rookie coming in that mentally he just can't compete. And you as a unit, you don't have speed. But the reality is in Houston is you are taking baby steps, which is exactly what the rookie needs in order to compete, is a slower paced offense, at least from an installation standpoint. They're doing it for everybody, but which levels the playing field for the rookie. So it's a perfect scenario for a rookie to be able to play early. A guy that's more mature and more developed to play early. And Ariante Ursery, the second-round pick out of Minnesota, is definitely that. And there's definitely a need on the offensive line. Look, he is more gifted than Blake Fisher, and I really, to be honest with you, I don't think it's close. But we'll see if that all comes to fruition, because we've seen Blake Fisher get hit in the face.
Yeah, he's been it.
And look, I'm not saying that the kid was great last year, but I think he responded in a way that he belongs to the NFL level and he can play. We'll see if Ariante Ursery responds in that same way.
Yeah. It is a different thing once the pads slip on, and you get the full brunt of everything happening there. So, listen, I don't think John is far off. It is. They've had him in the first group throughout this week. We'll see more next week. All right, Clint, the Seattle Mariners, they're not playing around. They add Josh Naylor, slugger from the Diamondbacks, first base DH-man. He had played with the Guardians for years before, but he's a big slug part of the offense. And according to a lot of reports, they are still aggressively pursuing Suarez, the power hitter for the Diamondbacks. The Astros just saw him this past week. He's got 36 home runs, one of the hottest hitters, especially from a power perspective, in the league. But they're still going after him aggressively, even after acquiring Josh Naylor. Reports are that he is Seattle's top priority. It had been a race between the Yankees and the Mariners to try to get him. The Yankees made a move to go get an infielder, McMahon, from the Rockies, so maybe this puts them out of that. But the Mariners are apparently going after it and trying to get aggressive. Again, the Astros still have a 5-game lead in the division, so you're feeling all right there. But in any way, does this put any pressure, you think, on the Astros to go and make moves, especially with all of the issues they have injury-wise and guys that I don't think they plan to play Major League baseball games this year?
No, I mean, I don't think other teams making moves put pressure on the Astros. I think the Astros hopefully put pressure on themselves in a sense of understanding that the way in which they've got this 5-game lead is probably more than likely not going to win you a World Series or even give you a significant chance or legitimate chance in the playoffs. If we're being complete, I hope the Astros don't view this as, hey, man, we like what we've got. We're going to go to battle with what we've got and think you're going to make a significant run. While it's fun, as an Astros fan, I've enjoyed the hell out of it. I'm fascinated with it. It's going to be a great story. In no way, shape, or form do I think it's going to last in the playoffs. And so hopefully there's a reality within the organization of, hey, man, we know we've got to make some moves here in order to have staying power.
All right, I'll ask this to you and the people. Colin, you can answer as well. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you still look at Seattle? Is Seattle still on your mind as this is a race, or are you more past Seattle and looking overall? It's 5-game lead right now.
Again, for the Astros to look beyond anybody, and particularly in the division, is nuts given the shape of the roster right now. I mean, this could very, very easily be turned on its head, and you could go on a losing streak that's significant enough to have problems in the division. Absolutely. I mean, I know the schedule maybe is a little bit more forgiving here in the second half, and you know it is a healthy lead, but no, I don't. I mean, again, these moves aside, I don't care about the moves. I just think the Astros knowing who they are and how they've gotten here, I think is probably in their best interest.
Well, look, I mean, what's been the Mariners' Achilles heel? They're playing the most pitcher-friendly ballpark in all of Major League Baseball up in Seattle, and look, they're hitting right now, and they just got Josh Naylor, who's really he's been really good for this so far this season for the Diamondbacks, and they're thinking of adding more firepower. I mean, I'm so worried about the Mariners, especially since with the position the Astros are in with the injuries. I mean, you just had another guy that's been contributing really well this season, and Brandon Walter on the IL with elbow inflammation. I mean, this I think it's a 5-game lead right now for the Astros. Yeah, it's a 5-game lead. It feels like a 2-game lead with how the Astros are dealing with all these injuries. From how I feel, in my perspective,
I don't. It doesn't feel tight to me. It was starting to feel tight, Clint, last Sunday, 3-0 with Hunter Brown struggling. It was starting to feel tight, and maybe you'll feel different. Maybe when we see that lineup, when they add more to it, they add, Suarez. That does change things, Clint, because that's Julio Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, Suarez, Naylor in there, Randy in there. Like that is a deep lineup, but like to me, it feels more like 7 than 5 or 2, as you said. Like it doesn't. Like it just feels like they're. I don't know. I'm not saying I don't worry about them at all, but I do look more big picture than to think like, yo, man, the Mariners may catch him in the West.
I hear you, and I think they just had a great shot to get it to a 2-game division lead, and they had their shot. They took their shot. Not that they missed, but the Astros rebounded and stretched this thing back out. So I think it's easy to get comfortable and confident right now. For me, it's not about the moves. It's more about the health of your organization. These wins and your record are masking some serious issues.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's make moves to stave off the Mariners.
Right.
I think it's make moves that you can win it all. That's where I feel like there are. What you got coming up at the 4?
All right, we've got an NFL team over here, really all NFL guys. How good do these guys have it in camp? And the offensive line coach, Texans O-line, maybe the biggest story in Houston sports, if we're being honest. And Cole Popovich, the O-line coach, we've talked a lot about him, but I don't think we've heard from him in a while. Cole Popovich spoke after practice today and had some pretty interesting things to say. If you're a Texans fan, you're going to want to hear this. This is good stuff. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Take it from Nick Caserio. When it comes to offense, success is simple.
In offensive football, in the end, it's about 3 things. It's about moving the ball, it's about scoring points, and it's about taking care of the football. You can put whatever system you want to put on the field. I think the big thing is what do we got to do each week relative to the opponent? And in the end, it's about going out there and being able to move the ball and score points.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Homes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andy Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. This weekend in Cooperstown, New York, another class goes into the Baseball Hall of Fame. And would you have known it by just scrolling through social media or listening to sports talk radio? Probably not. Ichiro goes into the Hall of Fame, and yet it feels like it's just another weekend in Cooperstown. Maybe that's just how I and others feel about the game. I'm Andy Gresh.
Getting a beautiful lawn and garden is easy when you become a Home Show Garden Pro.
Good morning, Sherry.
I got an email from you about your peas turning yellow.
Yes.
Sherry's here to help.
They are not liking the heat.
We believe gardening should be fun.
They're just like, I don't.
AILT FM exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Download that Odyssey app, y'all. AUDACY. I don't even know who joined the fellas today. Did anybody join the fellas today on In the Loop that they can use that rewind feature and go back and listen to? Do we know?
I think they roasted B. Scott for his movie takes.
They roasted B. Scott for his movie takes.
And they had the defensive coordinator.
They had Matt Burke on. Matt Burke sat down with the In the Loop group, right?
Matt Burke, a deep dive scuba diver.
There is he really?
Yeah, went to Belize this summer.
Yeah, wow. That sounds like, I just don't think the human body's meant to be deep diving or climbing cliffs or jumping out of airplanes. So count me out of all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But I hope he enjoyed. But anyway, if you got that Odyssey app, AUDACY, download it. You can use the rewind feature to go back and listen to Matt Burke on In the Loop. Now, I appreciate if you'd wait to do that until after the drive is over. But either way it goes, if you download the Odyssey app, we would greatly appreciate it. All right, Ron, we got breaking news with the Astros. By the way, the lineup's out. Ron will bring that to you here in the next couple of segments. A pitcher for the Astros that was showing a little bit of promise, so much so that he was going to be I think a big piece down the stretch here of at least chewing up some innings and giving us a chance to win. He is the most recent casualty to whatever the hell the Astros are doing over there. Brandon Walter, starting pitcher, has been added to the 15-day IL with elbow inflammation. So
it's not ideal.
Yeah, it's not ideal. We'll keep you posted on that. Also, the Texans, they had practice number 3 this morning, and that's where I want to start, Ron. Boy, do these guys have it good. And look, there's a lot of times we have these kind of conversations. I feel like the old man that played so long ago that the game has changed, and I'm complaining about the game has changed. I don't feel bad about this one. I'll be honest with you. I mean, we are.
You're 10 toes down on this one.
I'm 10 toes down. They're dug in, man. I'm shocked. And this has been building for me with, and of course it's the NFL, but I mean, we cover the Texans. I mean, I have heard Nick Caserio. I think we've heard D'Amico Ryans as well. And I think the defensive coordinator, either the defensive coordinator Matt Burke or the offensive coordinator Nick Caley, one of those two, maybe even both, just in passing kind of mentioned the first 4 days of training camp as an acclimation period. I mean, it is so relaxed in NFL training camp that we are no longer using conditioning tests and conditioning in the off season and, hey, when you get to camp, be ready to roll. We're going to use the first 4 days of camp and literally call them acclimation days, ramp up days, and just keep this thing moving. I'm shocked with that in itself. That's how we're going to approach camp, right? Just outwardly, everybody, this is walkthrough, accelerated walkthrough type stuff. Now, I will say, I think it's very good for the Texans where they're at. You got a mature, no doubt, defense with an identity that is a what I think is a Super Bowl caliber, a championship caliber defense, and you got an offense that needs to be slow paced. So I think it's actually benefit the Texans. But I am shocked at how the physicality and the showing up in shape and players being pushed to any degree physically, how it has just absolutely fallen by the wayside, right?
Yeah.
Acclimation and ramp-up days. Today's practice was number 3, y'all. The third practice. They've had 2 practices in just helmets, jersey, and sweats, no pads. Hour and 28 minutes total from the time you step on the field to stretch to the time you get to the media tent.
So we'll go. Let's call it an ice. I show up today, and it is a indoor, which that's fine because there was supposed to be some inclement weather coming in, and there's no reason to disrupt practice.
I'll be honest, I was a little surprised that they didn't practice a little bit in the rain because it wasn't lightning and hard rain. I thought he might want to get them acclimated with a wet ball or something. I was a little surprised they did.
Well, again, I think a different Texans team may have, but this is a team that needs, no distractions. We need to focus on these simple things savagely well. We need to communicate. We need to execute. So I can understand going inside. But today was a third practice. They were inside, and it was literally no helmets, no pads. All you had on was jersey and cleats. And it was an accelerated walkthrough. They tried to call it a jog through, but I said, no, it was a walkthrough. I think that the receivers had to jog a couple times because they had so far to run. It would have took them forever to get across the field. So there was a little bit of a jog there. But it was an accelerated jog on day 3. My feelings are hurt, Ron. I'm sitting there going, you got to be kidding me with this. This is extreme.
Did they get a conditioning?
I feel like I got slapped in the face.
Conditioning at the end?
Hell no, conditioning. They don't. There is no conditioning.
I want to. Honest to God, I'm thinking about going to see if I can get credentials to go to U of H's football practice. Are they doing it in college?
See if they got it. I don't know.
Do they have? Is conditioning stopped? Is football practice? Because I'm telling you, had conditioning not been a thing in high school for me, there's no telling.
You played a little longer?
There's no telling. There's no telling, man. Man, I'm telling you, man, an hour into that practice, that's what I'm thinking about.
Well, Ron, there's something about it, right? Like conditioning, what I love is the conversations around conditioning. Like, the conditioning is irrelevant. You weren't making better players. You weren't maybe physically making better players, but there's something about like the mental toughness of, damn it, I'm gonna get through this. There's something about the mental toughness of not like the ability to not quit, the ability to push yourself beyond what you thought. We're living in a day and age where every time a buzzer goes off because they got that little vest on and they're uncomfortable, somebody taps them on the shoulder and gives them an electrolyte, right? It's just like, you got to be kidding me with this, man. It's slap in the face type of stuff, man. And by the way, I can't believe that I'm the first one to talk about this, but this can be categorized as maybe my rant of the day.
Oh boy! All right, let's keep them. First week was Will Anderson.
No, the first day was Brevin Jordan walking his ass to the cold room.
That's right.
With about 5 reps left in all of practice, but one team was out there, and he's walking to a cool room.
Yeah, he walked to the cooler. Yeah, that's right.
Day 2 was Will somebody.
Anderson.
If we're gonna have a ramp up acclimation period, can somebody let Will Anderson know that he doesn't have pads on and he's playing against his own guys and they're trying to install an offense, and you don't need to go balls to the wall and disrupt every damn thing on the football field anytime it's ones versus ones. If it's a scout team, go do your deal. Day 2 was Will Anderson. Here's day 3 for me. Can we talk about C.J. Stroud?
Oh, what, him?
Yes, absolutely. What do you think? You think I'm going to have a rant about a third string safety or something?
You're going for Will and CJ back-to-back days, huh?
I started soft with Brevin Jordan. Now I'm going to 2 pillars of the organization. Can somebody tell me why in the hell CJ Stroud is wearing a beanie? It blows my mind. My man, this is a dude that moved his barber to Houston.
Congratulations. You did it, Barber.
This is a dude that's got a phenomenal wig. He's got it. It is locked up. It is right. It's hanging.
Got to be lined up all the time.
Oh, no question.
So this is like a Tyler situation for me. Why he is banging out and not leaving it open.
Yeah. There's that dynamic to it. It's like, why would you put anything? But if anything, put a headband, put a sweatband on your head like you do under your helmet, and just let it ride. It is 100 degrees in Houston, Texas, and this is who you are now. You're in Houston. You are here. What? And by the way, That ain't no skull cap. Chip beanie got a ball on the top.
Got a ball on the top.
That is a thick wool. Like if you rubbed your shirt up against it, you're gonna get lint on your shirt off that beanie he got on. That is a thick wool beanie. Am I the only one that looks out there or watches a video and sees C.J. Stroud walking from the stadium to the bubble and goes, "Come on, man, why do we got a beanie on our head? That looks silly. What are we doing? We're in Houston." And then you go to practice, and during practice he got it on. If there's no helmets, he's got a beanie on.
Taking it on. Huh? Yeah, I think you may be the only one who's looking at it.
No chance.
It's aggressive.
Now I may be the only one saying something about it. No chance.
Aggressively.
You can't tell me dudes that grew up around here, that played ball around here, that have played the game, been in huddles. I guarantee I ain't never seen a dude put a beanie on in any summertime in any state where I was.
Because I look at it and say, man, it looks hot.
No.
It looks hot.
You don't look at that and be like, come on, man. So there is a bead of sweat ran down my crack walking over to this thing, and you got a beanie.
Yeah, it looks hot. But no, I didn't take it home with me. You took it home with you. You're doing it like I do when I see those my son and his friends in hoodies.
In hoodie, yeah, but very. You were right. You were right. I mean that is. I'm just like every time I see it, I'm like, man, what are we doing here? What's
Champ Slice? A beanie. Clint is nitpicking now. From the text line, welcome to the Grumpy Old Men Club, Dirty Red. Your bird feeder will be arriving in the mail.
Hey, you can't
Gerald
tell me.
Harris, CJ's acting like a middle school kid
Hey, man,
with that beanie.
Look here. You. I mean, I'll be damned. I don't care. I don't care what none of y'all say. You can't tell me videos. And I know I love C.J. Stroud. C.J.'s great. I'm not looking. Ain't nothing personal. It just, you can't tell me you don't look at C.J. Stroud wearing that thick-ass beanie with the ball on top, and it's long enough to roll up for about 3 inches on the side of his head. You cannot tell me that you don't look at that and go, come on, man, you're in Houston, man.
Not with just.
Can't tell me.
Not quite with the disdain that you.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, man, I'm just voicing it. You can't tell me you don't look at that and you don't notice it.
I noticed it. I say, man, he looks hot. Yeah, he looks hot.
Right. Yeah. No. And to me, I'm just sitting. I'm like, man, how come ain't nobody ever said nothing about this? This. If I walked in that door right there, right here today, in the building with the AC on, if I walked in that door with a beanie on, you'd be like, hey man, what the hell you got a beanie on for?
You hot?
Yeah, it's cold. It's cold in this building, right? You would say something. Yeah, I feel like ain't nobody ever said nothing. What are we doing here?
You think somebody's on the team has asked him?
Absolutely.
It's how I think it's quite how I feel about Jerry Hughes. You remember Jerry Hughes used to wear just the hottest clothing. Well, he's trying to get a sweat.
I mean, the big dude is trying to just sweat everything out of his body. I can relate to that, and I can appreciate that. I mean, I know. I feel like I know what he's doing. And he wasn't brought up in that era where your little bra you're wearing tells you everything that that your body's doing at any given moment. I'm gonna tell you, man. I think he ought to switch the beanie up.
Did it fit? Were you all right with it because they were inside today? Is that a little bit better today?
No, it don't make sense. Like I'm gonna tell you, because I'm gonna tell you, it's a clean with his wig. It is a clean, right? I mean, perfect.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
For the sweatband.
You ain't gonna move my ass out here. I'm assuming from California. You ain't gonna move me out here to Houston and then wear something on your head after I done lined you up.
California, Ohio. Oh yeah. His barber. I'm thinking. Damn. But I mean, all joking aside, like it is a clean. He is built for the sweatband with the logo on it on his forehead. He's built for it.
Yeah. Now people are starting to send in things that you're about to look forward to as you're becoming the old man. Yeah,
Text
line coming through. Home Depot Saturday mornings and Coors Lights.
Oh, I'm already there.
He's already there after yard work. I mean, that is you right there.
There ain't no question.
That bulkhead's been attacked. Now, this ain't you yet. New Balances and jorts coming soon. No.
I will rock some jorts, but ain't no New Balances. But I don't care. If you're from around these parts, I'll excuse anybody that's not from around here in terms of having an opinion. If you're from these parts and you don't look up at C.J. Stroud wearing that big-ass beanie during practice, and I don't care if it's indoors, and you don't acknowledge it and think, man, that's odd, you're lying. You're lying. You're dead ass. You're lying.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, right?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not going to try it.
No chance.
I will say that I am not going to.
No chance.
I'm not going to try it.
No chance. If you saw somebody walking from the parking lot up to practice, like taking literally a 30-second stroll, and they had a beanie on, they would get undressed by the time they got there. I would definitely say something.
Okay, that's fair.
CJ rocks it across there, and nobody even looks at him sideways.
Rob would look great. Sweat that out. The head weight.
I mean, you're flirting with things I can relate to. Big head, retaining water. I mean, CJ and I got some similar.
That's what Tyler's
We've got Tyler's in the big head, hold water crowd, hold water in your face crowd. Yeah. So I mean, I think CJ's there. I'm there. We can all relate to that.
This feels like something you're just not going to accept. Like you're not like. I mean, he's going to do it, but you're not going to just sit there and say, "Well, that's just." You're not going to accept.
I would if I knew CJ. Like, if I knew CJ, like, we were acquaintances, we don't have to be really good friends. Like, if I was in that locker room, I would have a very difficult time. Definitely if I was in that quarterback room, I'd say, hey, bro, let's talk about this. That would be the conversation tomorrow in the quarterback room. Hey, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you about
I've been meaning to ask you. Just what's behind
that damn head? Your head ain't sweating?
What's behind that?
What's the thought there?
I mean, we got a head cold?
Yeah, we
sweat out that head cold.
I mean, what are we doing? It's 100 degrees outside, and you're wearing something that's designed to keep the heat from escaping your body from the top of your head.
Right.
No, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, man. I guess we'll get to Cole Popovich later on. I'm sure we will. Right?
Yeah, we'll get to Cole. Coming up, I hope he doubles down on him and it really stays with this thing all year. Coming up. Injury notes, the latest injury notes. We've told you about a player that they're putting on the IL, the Astros, but there are other injuries, updates to important pieces to this team. We'll give you the latest. The lineups are out. We'll get you ready for that as well as we continue.
Texas, displacing families, destroying homes, and leaving many in urgent need. The service team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Colin, who is in for Tyler. T-Mill is out today. I guess I need to check up with Tyler, because one of the last things he said is, I will have best bets for you guys tomorrow, and I don't seem to see him in there. And you know what? You're right, Clint. He clearly didn't have a good night last night, or we'd have saw that.
I mean, all you got to do is go back to Twitter and look at him.
Yeah, I can go back to Twitter. I mean, but usually he'll let us know. He'll send us a video of his winnings, the ones he's won.
If it's good, we definitely get a screenshot.
Oh, we get a screenshot.
When it's bad, we get radio silence.
I'm assuming it's bad. But Tyler is out and should be back in here on Monday. All right, there is some Astros news. First, the lineup is out tonight. Game 2 against the A is going to lead off again. He is back in the leadoff spot. Altuve's at second base tonight. The DH is Caratini. Christian Walker's at first. Yainer Diaz is catching tonight. Hummel in left field. Dubon at third base. McCormick's in center. And Zach Short is at shortstop tonight. That is the starting lineup tonight for Ryan Gusto, who will be on the mound. Other moves here for the Astros, some injury stuff. Yes, we told you earlier about the news, breaking news earlier around the start of our show that Brandon Walter, he will be out and be on the IL with, as they're saying, left elbow inflammation. They have now reached a major league high, 18 players on the IL currently, and he was pitching really, really well. We'll see how long he is there, but when you hear elbow issues for a pitcher, that is always a bad sign, and a sign, Clint, where they will most likely be very, very careful with. So Brandon Walter is tough because obviously you already have Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia recently being put on the IL earlier this week. Lance McCullers with an obviously very painful, difficult to deal with blister. One of the worst we've ever seen, allegedly blisters with. He's on the IL, not to mention Ronel Blanco and Wisniewski, who are out for the year with Tommy John. Hopefully that's not the future for Brandon Walter, but that's the scary part. Other news. This is better news, Clint. Yordan Alvarez took 50 swings in the cages off the tee and soft toss and continues to feel good, according to Joe Espada. So he took 50 swings off the tee, soft toss, and continues to feel good, Clint.
That's a good sign. That's a good look. I've said this before. I understand there is a big difference in unloading at the plate at a 100-mile-an-hour fastball or getting fooled by an off-speed pitch and getting all out of whack. And I understand there is a different level of force put on, your hand, your oblique, whatever's hurt, right? With Yordan, it's his hand. But 50 swings off a tee and soft toss combined in a cage with a hand injury that tends to get inflamed when you swing a bat, that's big. That's a big step.
Yeah,
that's a big step. I mean, now we may hear there's some inflammation later on today or something. Next time a Spotted talks, or next time we hear from Yordan's interpreter. But that is I think that's a significant step. This isn't we're throwing on flat ground type of Lance McCullers report. Like, if you can get in a swing, get in a cage and swing 50 times, I don't give a damn what you're swinging at. If you with a right hand on the bat, the one that's around the knob of the bat when he's swinging, if you're comfortable enough to take 50 hacks, you're close to being back.
Yeah, let's hope so. I think this is a space in a couple of these. Well, he's had 2 setbacks here. He's been able to kind of get past this stage where he's hit soft toss, and then the problem has been the next stage of how he feels after he hits live pitching, and we'll see where that is. Just the thing is, I mean, we've got to be approaching Kyle Tucker missed games from last year. How many games did Kyle Tucker miss last year?
So I can't find the exact number of games. He played in only 78, though, in 2024 with 339 plate appearances.
Yeah.
He was out for 3 months total from June 10th or so.
How many? What did he play? 78.
He played 78 games last year.
Hell, do the math.
He may have.
He's around that 90 number.
I'm trying to count.
Well, he also may have.
No, I wasn't saying you. I was just thinking out loud. I wasn't hammering you for not doing the math. I'm just saying, if we do the math, I mean, he's in that 85 to 90 game.
And he was not one who just had a lot of days off. So it is probably around that mark. You said 3 months, and he hasn't played since May 2nd, and so we're approaching August. So we are,
man,
May, June, July. He's definitely not going to slide in this piece before August. So he is about to pass up what happened to Kyle Tucker. And Clint, I'm with overall, it is a good sign that he is able to pick up the bat, and this is the second time he has swung a bat. But boy, man, it is just a thought of how long though? Like if we're at 50 swing soft toss and off a tee. Well, how long is it actually going to take before he is actually in an Astros uniform?
Well, to me, like this is it's similar to let's say Spencer Arrighetti. Like once Spencer gets to a point where he can throw 40 or 50 pitches with his hand, like from the injury perspective, I know he may need to ramp up a little bit and get the arm whatever conditioned, but from I'm healed from the injury perspective, like once you can throw 50 pitches, I would think he can throw 80 to 90 to 100 pitches if he needs to, right? Like that part of it is where I think you're in the clear. Like, and I'm not saying Jordan's there, but you got to be getting close. If you can go take 50 hacks in a cage, then you got to be close to facing live pitching, or at least live BP to where you can figure out, what that hand's going to feel like. And once that happens, it doesn't matter if he swings 10 times or 100 times. You would think that he's healthy. Now, we thought that last time, so take it for what it's worth.
Yeah, we'll see. It. I would say it feels like at least a month away. I don't know. Maybe it could go really, really quickly. I would assume they probably take their time. I'll be prediction of C.J. Stroud will step on the field against the Los Angeles Rams before Jordan steps onto the field to play for the Astros again this season is on the table, but
looking more and more likely, isn't
it? Yes, I was about to say yes, it is.
It could be there. It's an interesting thing, but as you said, this is good news. Swinging it 50 times. Jeremy Pena, another one. Boy, this is lasting, isn't it? I thought he might be back for the second half. Jeremy Pena, Clint, is taking live batting practice this weekend in West Palm Beach. So
I'm gonna tell you, it looked like he was ready to play 2 weeks ago when I saw him on
he was doing stretches and
hell, he was running in the outfield. It was like, damn, if you can do all that with a broke rib, you can damn sure swing a bat. So I mean, it looks like he's been close for a minute.
And I wonder. I would assume he's probably going to do some sort of a minor league rehab stint, maybe a game, maybe a series, maybe 3 games or so. So hopefully Jeremy Pena can move past this pretty quickly. Hopefully it isn't too much longer with Jeremy Pena, who's now been out. We're at a month or so with feels like with Jeremy Pena. So that is the latest there on the injury front. Those 2 guys in particular, Pena and Alvarez, are obviously hugely important. And again, also tonight, Spencer Arrighetti, he is scheduled to make a rehab start with Corpus. So that's a big deal. We'll see if that means we need that one. Can move up and go to Javier, who pitched last night as well. So hopefully they are starting to get a bit more healthier. All right, coming up, Nick Caserio spoke earlier this week, and I think what he had to say was I don't even think an excuse, but a good way to remind yourself of what the expectation should be for a particular part of this team. We'll discuss that coming up.
Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I forgot to update Clint that found out yesterday actually Trey's first game is at 2:00.
Uh-oh. What's that going to do? I mean, you going to spend that money? You going up tonight?
Oh, no. We'll just get a little earlier,
exit? Get out
there a little earlier, get a breakfast in at 7:30 or so, 7:15, and get out of there by 8. And get there, I think I can get there under 3 hours.
Under 3? Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't bet on that.
Well, it had me at 3:05 from my house to the hotel.
Yeah, well, there's one spot where Interstate 10 turns to feels like one lane, but
does it?
Yeah, I mean it's.
You've been doing this recently here.
I mean, I've been twice in the last 5 weeks, so I mean, yeah, it's pretty rough one time. Don't think you're going to exit and get on that old side road and blow by the traffic. Because you get up there anymore.
So how long you think it?
I'd give yourself 3.5 just to be safe.
3.5,
just to be safe.
Well, that still should be all right.
Well, I mean, I would have to. I mean, it ain't like it's matter. You're gonna leave tomorrow morning. You ain't leaving tonight anyway.
Oh,
so,
no.
So I mean,
no,
hell,
yeah, we're leaving in the morning.
You may get breakfast on the road, but you ain't getting that damn hotel room.
That's a good idea. Yeah, 2:00. Yeah, man.
Man, I just can't quit thinking about the bonding that you and your boys could do in that room. Just fellas, man. You sit there and scratch your ass and just kind of.
We're gonna bond in the car.
Fellas things, man, with none of the girls around.
We're gonna bond in the car.
All more a late night driver to get somewheres or very early morning.
See, I like driving during the day. I like to see those gentlemen on the side.
I prefer the night drive, you see. But when you got babies, it's my trips where I drive are all determined by nap time for the kids.
Absolutely. I'm a musician. Nick into one.
Noted in the future for me, I will say. Noted in the future.
Yeah, man. We if we're gonna leave, we're gonna leave about 11:30 because that means Laney's gonna nap from 12 to 2, and we at least get one of them down. Then the trick becomes, can you keep the 3-year-old quiet and quit screaming and crap before they wake the little one up?
Bittersweet day, but less bitter. Last day of daycare today.
You finna get a raise, ain't you?
It's last day.
Come on, man. Last day that Nicholas
dropped him off. I'm pretty certain
he goes to kindergarten after this.
Goes to kindergarten, man. It's last week. Last day was today. I ain't gonna lie to you. I did drop off. I'm certain Courtney maybe had some struggles there picking him up. I did drop off. I'm not gonna lie to you. I came out and it was fate. The guy who kind of runs the thing.
Yeah.
Was sitting right there. Shout out to the Learning Experience over there in Siena. My man, I said, hey, man, I'm going to let you know, man. Last day, man. Really appreciate you. Ran 2 kids around here, and when we first got here, we didn't know a lot of people, and this has been a real safety place for us to have our 2 kids. We appreciate it.
You just don't want to admit it.
I almost did.
You did get emotional. I was just fixing to ask you, man.
I wish Mr. Callie was there. Mr. Callie, my other guy there, too, man. He's a Patriots fan. I won't hold it against him, but yeah, man, they got a good family situation over there. And I remember when I walked in there, when I first got there, couldn't even go in the building. COVID, couldn't go in the building, masked up. And their mom there since passed, rest in peace, but showed me around. They had everybody else out of the building and then showed me around. She was like, we're going to take care of you guys.
That's great. That is great, man. Never understood that until I had my own.
That money.
Never understood it until I had my own. But we got it. Laney goes to the little. She starts school this year.
Well, she's hitting in. Oh, she's in.
Which the grandmothers, my mother-in-law, and my mom are like, hell yeah! It means we don't have to work until 2 every day.
Oh, ooh, nice. We've been doing daycare 11 years.
You finna get you a raise, ain't you?
11 years.
And you ain't paying for that hotel room tonight? Shoot.
11 years.
Boy, today's a good day. Huh?
The punishment I told those kids yesterday, I said to them, I said, hey, listen, I'm going to tell you this right now, fellas. You all get out here, and I got to keep repeating myself over and over again while we're on this trip anywhere. When we leave this house to go to San Antonio, I swear, every meal, Taco Bell. I promise you, we will go, and that is not.
They don't like Taco Bell?
Not a fave. I said breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We will go to Taco Bell. No Raising Cane's, no Chick-fil-A, none of McDonald's. You better.
You ought to post a list on the dash of the car.
You utter madman.
Start with their favorite and put Taco Bell at the bottom. And every time one of them mouths off, go. There's one.
Trey goes. I'll just get a Baja Blast. I said everything's on the table except for drinks. All waters. Oh, that's it. Said you can get your soft taco. I said I'm cool. I can eat a Nacho Bel Grande all day. I can go soft tacos. And Nick goes, I don't want Taco Bell. I don't want Taco Bell.
You can still trick Nick into it, right? Nick been pissed all day because we're about Taco Bell.
He was pissed. I don't want Taco Bell. I said, I'm just saying, you better do what I'm asking you to do.
That's right, boy. Not, you're going to be eating the hell out of Taco Bell.
I walked up them steps. I thought, that's a weird punishment.
It worked, though.
If it may be weird, but if it works, it works.
I mean, I'm a jackass. I'm the one that will go to Raising Cane's and get and order it.
And then go to Taco Bell for them?
Taco Bell and eat it slow. God dog, guys. You ain't kidding. This is good.
Boy, see if y'all act up tomorrow.
See if they church mice. All right. Nick Caserio, the other day when he was on with Texans All Access, check him out every day. They'll be coming up behind us. He talked about where the Texans are offensively when it comes to a new system and new installs of what they're doing right now to start a training camp.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, this is kind of our second when we started OTAs or whenever we phase 3 or whatever we want. We put the offense in, went through it in the spring, practiced a little bit, and then we have a little bit of a break. So now we're going to go back and you reinstall actually what you did in the spring. So you probably got 85-90% of the offense in the spring. So now we'll go through it in training camp here, probably a little bit quicker pace. You just have more time on the field. So it's really the second or third opportunity for some players to go out there. And really what you're trying to do is just build reps and be comfortable with the calls, with the formationing, with the concepts, and then we'll tweak some things as we go. But we'll put the base of the offense, offensively and defensively, the foundation and kicking game as well, the foundation of what we're going to do during the season will be put in place here. We'll practice some things maybe a little bit more than others, and then we get to the regular season, then the game plan will be put together based on who the opponent is and what we feel like we have to do that week.
What he said, Clint, is a good word and understanding of where they are. Yeah. Foundation. That on that side of the ball with Nick Caley, with all the young guys and all the new parts they have and the new offense, they are at a foundation stage which probably could extend into continuing to be in the foundation stage early in the season.
Yeah, I think the thing here for all the fans out there is just to understand I know we're excited about Nico and C.J. Stroud, Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb and all this, and you know, year 300 D'Amico, you get excited. But I would caution folks that the install on the offensive side of the football is a lot to be. I thought that Nick Caley, with his experience in L.A., would probably bring some similar terminology to the Texans to kind of keep things at least ahead of schedule. Man, it appears that they have completely started over from scratch offensively, terminology and everything, and they are installing at a snail's pace. While I love what they're doing and how they're doing it, I do, for me personally, it was kind of a reality check of like, whoa. I'm watching practice and I'm thinking, I'm watching a championship caliber defense that is building on what they've done the last 2 years, that's starting off.
They ain't in a foundation.
No. They're starting off, way up top, man. That elevator's way up there. And then you look over at the offense and they are clearly on ground level. I mean, they are laying the foundation and slowly repping that foundation, and it is a legit overhaul install. And so this is going to be a little bit more interesting for me than I thought it was going to be. Again, I thought it would be a little bit quicker paced. but it's completely starting over. So,
well, it's also just an example.
Temper the expectations. That's what I think.
It is. It's another example of, hey, I know what we've seen CJ is capable of. I know what we've seen Nico is capable of, and what they've done the last 2 years. We know Joe Mixon he's capable of. All right, they've got some parts and some pieces, and I know it's exciting when you see Higgins and you see Noel, which has really turned some heads this first week, and Christian Kirk and what he's done before in the league. But they are at a elementary stage right now, and I'll be honest with you, it's going to make them better eventually, but it's probably going to be a little harder too with this defense that they're going to be facing to get things done. So maybe it's what would you say for them to move off of maybe the foundation stage? How quickly could you see that occurring? Like what are you thinking? Like week, after the first quarter of the season, first half of the season, where it starts to feel like it's not in a learning or early stage?
I would think I would show a little grace the first month of the season.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's more than fair because you don't have a rookie quarterback. You got a third-year quarterback. You do have the superstar receiver. You do have veteran running backs. You got veteran offensive linemen. You got a veteran tight end that you're paying a lot of money to. So it's not the combination of we're trying to pull this thing out of dysfunction. We've got a bunch of young players. We've got a bunch of guys that we don't even know if they're our type of guys. I mean, they've got every box checked except for, offensively, from an install perspective, from a terminology perspective, you're starting completely over. Everything else is working in their favor. It's going to take time. I would show a little grace for about a month of the season. And that's not, I don't even remember who they play the first month. That's not even considering the opponent.
First two.
Yeah, I mean, that's
two playoff teams.
Two playoff teams and
division winners.
And I mean the Bucs in particular are going to throw a ton at you, a lot of pressure at you, where they struggled with that last year. So
Rams got that D line.
But yeah, I mean, I would show a little grace for about a month. I think I just spitballing here. That would be where I'm at.
All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get you ready for the Astros as they take on the A's game two of this series. Also, the injury updates. There are several of them, including someone in the rotation that they had to put on the IL yet again. We'll get you caught up what our takes of the day were from camp, day 3 of camp as well. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Training camp is here. The Texans are back on the field, and we'll be your eyes and ears for every practice, every press conference, and every inside conversation leading up to the season. It's football season, H-Town. Can you feel it?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. I-10 the Katy Freeway eastbound at Taylor. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land is the place to go to get your next luxury vehicle. Of course, Lincoln is part of Ford Motor Company. They assemble more U.S. vehicles and employ more U.S. hourly auto workers. Then South Freeway, the Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, westpointsales.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Baseball trade deadline is right around the corner. The New York Yankees traded for Rockies third baseman Ryan McMahon. I know the Yankee fans weren't thrilled because Eugenio Suarez was out there, and Suarez is viewed to be the better player. But according to folks that are in the know, the Yankees are going to be pretty aggressive. So maybe this is just the beginning of some new folks headed to Yankee State. I'm Andy Gresh.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into What now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 346-371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you could hear Old Spice sound like, first you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Remember, that's Cars with a K.
Power outages can happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, if it's old and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston, 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100, or check them out online at GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training and
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Colin have the latest. T-Mill is out today, taking care of his pops. Hopefully everybody will see him on Monday. But Colin is in here, and we're in good hands. It's already 5 o'clock on a Friday here, so that means a good time is
we're rolling.
We're rolling. Good time is being had right now. But the latest is the Astros. They are set to play Game 2. They lost last night 5-2 behind another Sugar Land starter, Jason Alexander. And, well, better get comfortable with old Jason Alexander. Potentially he's going to be up a little longer as on the injury front. We'll get the bad news out of the way first. If you were just joining us, I know a lot of people are getting off around 5 o'clock, jumping in their cars. The Astros had to put Brandon Walter on the injured list with left elbow inflammation. This is now their major league high 18th player on the IL, and he was rolling, Clint. His last 2 starts were really, really good. His last one, 7 innings, 1 run, 4 hits against the Diamondbacks. Before that, he had a really good start against the Mariners coming out of the first half break. He had his ERA 3.35 and 53-plus innings, and 6 of his 9 starts were quality starts, Clint. But there is recent news here in the last 30 minutes or so. Brandon Walter said he had an MRI, so good for that. Went in an MRI. Now, it's not always something that they do, but Brandon Walter said he had an MRI on his hand. Quote, as of now, his ligament looks okay. Got that really in there, Clint. As of now, his ligament looks okay. He described the elbow pain as stiffness and said it's been something that has been gradual. Walter believes it may be workload related. He didn't pitch at all last year. So I think that's probably better news right now. As of now, the ligament looks okay, but they did make sure to put that in there. As of now, it looks okay, and hopefully it is stiffness and it's something he can get over. But in a lot of ways, Clint, there's a lot of different kind of sides to this story right now, from how it affects the Astros moving forward, him, how long this injury can be, and just the overall issue with the Astros and pitching.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I was going to go with it. I think number one of the others, the guys not named Hunter Brown and not named Framber Valdez, I think right now Brandon Walter was the one guy that you felt good about beyond those two that could chew through some innings for you. He was showing promise. He was more than giving you a chance to win games of late. And then all of a sudden, boom, out of nowhere, this thing pops. So what do the Astros do from a rotation standpoint, and who gets those innings? Does Lance McCullers come back from his little blister? Does Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti, Garcia, do one of those guys come back sooner? Are they able to actually chew through some innings kind of deal? We'll see. We'll see. But that is a question that I think obviously is not a – and all of Astros fans aren't familiar with. We've seen it happen time and time again. I think you're right. Alexander will be a guy that's his stay is probably going to be a little bit longer, and his leash is going to be a little bit longer here moving forward. So they do have arms. They got to be running low. The flip side of that is, or what I think is another side of this story is the Astros organization is, I think, has been known, at least since I've been digging in deep and covering the Astros. Hey, man, this is a place where you want to come to revive a career, or a place where you want to come to take your career to the next level if you're a young pitcher, to now, with all of these arm issues with pitchers, you wonder is the issue within something that the Astros are asking these guys to do. So I think there's a double-edged, not double-edged, there's 2 layers to this issue, if you will.
You at least have to be asking yourself that question. I mean, over the last several years, man, you can't even count, right? I mean, Verlander blew out his elbow. the entire Lance McCullers situation, to me, it's weird. There's no reason he should have been out this that long, and the decisions or whatever made with the elbow there from the jump, and then after it happened, and then they've just gotten on a roll with Javier and Urquidy when he was here, Garcia, whatever the hell's been wrong with JP France, right? Wisniewski.
Easy. That's a Sam Houston Bearcat right there.
Now, calm down, Tiger. Hayden Wisniewski, he's at Ronel Blanco. All right, he's got elbow issues, right? Like this is a lot. I'm sure I've probably left somebody out that has elbow issues. This is becoming. Again, we don't cover other teams. I don't know what it's like with the Toronto Blue Jays. I don't know what the San Francisco Giants are going through. But that just feels like a lot of guys. That feels like a lot
Feels like a
more.
problem.
Yeah.
I mean, feels like a problem. Feels like there's something they're asking these guys to do that may be putting them at a little bit higher risk than some other teams, which look, it may be part of just something that you've got to accept when you become an Astro, which is fine. I'm just looking at it going, hey, man, what are you going to do right now in the moment? You're running out of arms to chew through innings in a Major League Baseball season. And then the second part is, what the hell are you doing as an organization that these guys can't stay healthy in a rotation forever?
Yeah. So the rotation now is what? Framber, Hunter, Colton Gordon.
Yep.
Gusto's
involved
got
there.
the ball tonight, and then probably Jason Alexander.
Yeah. There you go.
Right now, maybe they try one of the younger guys too. That I don't know. That's that's tough. On the pitching front, though, Spencer Arrighetti, he's getting closer. I guess he's pitching tonight at Corpus. Last night, Christian Javier, he pitched in Sugar Land, which was a really good sign. He had thrown 3 innings in a night. He went 2 2/3 innings. He had a couple of walks that brought his pitch count up to 49, 39 strikes. He allowed 3 hits and a run and 2 walks. His max velo was 95 miles an hour. Average velo was 96 or 93 and a half on fastballs. So those are good signs. So he could be getting closer. Hopefully, maybe a couple of starts, and he could potentially come in and get himself into a space where he's ready to throw major innings for this team. But right now they're in trouble. Right now, struggling with pitching, and like at this point, they get another injury. It's now you're really digging.
Well, they've done some of their best work when they're quote unquote in trouble. So we'll see.
You're right.
We'll see. We'll see how they continue to weather this storm of just a ridiculous amount of injuries.
We got to be getting close to Blaine or that Henley fella. We've got to be getting
Blair,
close.
wasn't it?
Blair, not Blaine. Blair. All right.
I mean, they may need old Blaine to get out there and throw a few.
Oh, Blair Henley, or that other guy who got that grand slam hit off of him in front of his grandmother. Yeah. Other injury notes: Yordan Alvarez. He took 50 swings in the cages again, off the tee and soft toss, as he continues to feel good, according to Joe Espada and Clint. Jeremy Pena, he is taking live batting practice this weekend at West Palm Beach. He's the one like, hey, man, what, like, I don't know the timetable of Yordan. I know we're still in off tee, and there's been multiple setbacks, so I understand a little bit there. Jeremy Pena, man, there was floating rumors that it was an outside chance he could come back for the Mariners series coming out of the break. There was a thought of, hey, man, let's hold him back. Like you said, we saw him on Space City home network, and he was running, sprinting back, throwing, doing stuff. And it's been a while, and he's still in West Palm.
Well, again, I mean,
not even in games. Batting practice.
To me, this is one of those deals. Broken ribs. If you can take live batting practice and let it rip, and be all right afterwards, I got to think you are really, really close to a rehab assignment where you're actually in uniform in a game and being back in Dyken Park before too long. So the good news is look, I think you look at Christian Javier, you look at Spencer Arrighetti, you look at Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena. Maybe not all of those guys, but some of them are going to be back in an Astros uniform sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely.
And boy, do we need it.
Yeah, They need it. By the way, we talked about Ryan Gusto. He gets the ball tonight to see if he can even up this series as they'll take on the A's, a little Friday night baseball. Cam Smith leading off. Altuve's at second base tonight. Caratini's the DH. Christian Walker is batting fourth, and at first base, Diaz behind the plate tonight with Cooper Hummel and Dubon. He's at third base tonight. McCormick, and then Zach Short is at shortstop. So that is the lineup behind Ryan Gusto. Hopefully, they can even up over the or I've done her out. I'll call them the Oakland A's over the A's.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, day 3 of training camp today, and we will continue to keep you updated on some of the things that happen out there a little bit later on in the show. But, Clint, it was more of a walkthrough day, as tomorrow will be an open practice where fans will be able to come out. They won't throw the pads on until Monday, but they did get some work in, more walkthrough inside today. What was your feel from what you saw on a kind of a light day of training camp?
Well, I mean, these guys got it really good. They got it really, really good. It was not kind of a light day. It was a light day. I mean, we're talking about these guys have just worn helmets up until today, so 2 practices outside, 9 to 10:30 in the morning, about an hour and a half apiece, helmets only. Good work. And then all of a sudden, man, we're indoors. We are walk through, no helmets, no pads, no nothing, just an easy jog through, walk through pace. And I'm telling you, boy, these guys got it easy, man. These guys got it easy. And then, look, these first 4 days of camp is what we're being led to believe. These first 4 days are more of an acclimation ramp-up period, which, again, they got it easy. But with that said, that is just the world that we're living in right now. And I think D'Amico Ryans knows his team better than anybody. And, all joking aside, I think the NFL, I think it's crazy how much the NFL has changed from that perspective. Now, I say very beneficial for the Houston Texans. I think the Texans have a defense that doesn't need to be out there, balls to the wall, full pads going. Because, I mean, there is a physical nature. They are wired that way. You're not going to change these guys. They're physical. They're fast. They're aggressive. You're not going to change that no matter how hard you practice or how light you practice. You're not going to change that. It is what it is. That's who they are. It's in their fabric. It's what they're made of, right? And then offensively, you are in the infancy stages of installing an offense, so you need to be – it's more important to get the mental reps and slow and walk through and explain and communicate and execute and rep again and rep again. It's more important. So I would say that my disgust with where the NFL is in terms of, just the work hard is extremely suspect, relatively speaking. I think it's probably a good thing for the Texans, more beneficial for the Texans than it is for most.
Yeah. They're going to have these moments. They're going to have these days, and it's just different. It's just going to be a different thing, and I can understand it's probably – I bet Seth probably out there is probably blown away and frustrated. I know you are, others who are former players who you had 2-a-days and can see that process. What do you Monday they throw the pads on. What's that going to mean? What's going to be the big thing coming from that? Is it mostly offensive line, defensive line play?
No, it's all O-line play. It's all about the O-line. It is. They've taken baby steps. They slow pace this thing. You put pads on and you find out, well, can Ariante Ursery, all as promising as he is, when Will Anderson lines up across the ball from him and bucks him, how does he respond to that? When an NFL defense, the speed of an NFL defense is across the ball from you, is he really ready to play, or are we just infatuated with how good he looks, how mature he is, and how well he's picked up the offense in this slow pace approach to install that the Texans have done? And it's not just Ariante Ursery. Look, they're overhauling this entire offensive line, so it's everybody. He just happens to be the one that I think we have a chance to learn the most about, right? But, what is Jake Andrews? Does he really have a shot? We've seen Jarrett Patterson. Does Jake Andrews have a shot to compete?
Yeah, there's been a shift in that this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Legitimately, how good does Laken Tomlinson and Titus Howard look at that guard position? Is Cam Robinson a lock to be that left tackle? I mean, there's going to be, when you put pads on, I think some of those things are going to start to come to fruition. So we shall see.
All right. Yeah. Pads, come on. I can't wait.
Yeah, man.
That'll be big, and I'm certain D'Amico and company can't wait. And the next guy I kind of want to hone in and have a conversation about, and that's Cole Popovich. Cole Popovich, the new OC or offensive coordinator, check that, offensive line coach, not OC, although he feel like he's getting a lot of conversation like the OC. The new offensive line coach, his name and what people have been talking about with him has been something we've been hearing since he got the job in a positive way. I think there's a larger conversation around him and what he could mean. We'll discuss that next.
Nick is
4th, historic flooding devastated Kerr County, Texas, displacing families, destroying homes, and leaving many in urgent need. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services team is on the ground right now, serving hot meals, offering shelter, and providing emotional and spiritual care to those affected. But they can't do it alone. You can help. Visit salarmyeds.org to donate or volunteer. Every donation brings hope. Every hand makes a difference. That's salarmyeds.org.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here. T-Mill, Tyler Milner is out today, but our guy Colin is in the building. He has been holding it down. It's the first time we've had Colin doing the drive. Nice job.
Well done, Bob. Well done.
Nice job.
Appreciate it. Having a great time over here.
You should. Well, damn, you should be. All right. I mean, why not? It's Friday.
What happens if I told you I wasn't?
You'd be off the show. I'm just kidding. Somebody's gonna take that damn Ron, man. That son of a.
We're gonna take that out of context.
I cannot stand that guy. I feel like that happens to us in the coach. I cannot stand that guy.
And this guy can just shut up already.
Freaking guy, Jesus. God, I can't stand him. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna text this text line.
I'm gonna text that POS.
Hey, you're right. I'm gonna text that SOB.
Go back to Kansas City, you SOB.
Yeah, fat face. No, man, we're having fun here, man. Cole Popovich, he was one of the guys who spoke to the media today, along with some of the other coaches. But this is Cole Popovich, who had. We've been hearing a lot of people speak on his behalf. Here's where he sees the offensive line and what they're trying to accomplish going into the season.
I think the biggest thing, we really just want to have a tough O-line that plays the game in a way that the whole team can kind of see there's a toughness established from our group there, right? We're not shying away from any kind of contact. And then, really the other thing would be just a smart group. I don't want missed assignments. That's the biggest thing is we're trying to play clean football, trying to eliminate bad football, play very tough, be assignment sound, and I think we'll be okay if we do those things.
All right, man. That's Cole Popovich. Good to hear, and very much echoing a lot of things that we've heard from a lot of people. And I'm listening to that. Nick Caley spoke about him earlier. He's spoken about him a few times during OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Titus Howard the other day spoke glowingly about him. Also, prior to that, obviously D'Amico has had moments where he has pointed out Cole Popovich. This is going past, Clint, where it seems like, hey, man, we got a guy on the team. We're going to talk him up, man. We're going to make him sound real good. We're going to talk him up to a point where the things that people are saying, it feels like it's more than just saying, hey, man, this guy's on our team and we ain't going to talk bad about him. It seems like people really, really feel like he is a potential difference maker on this team.
Yeah. Look, I think a lot of guys. Cole Popovich, they're having to sell. Some of the offensive linemen they brought in, they're having to sell. Obviously, Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, and I think the most believable case that's being laid out there is Cole Popovich. I just flat believe it. I really do. I like what I'm seeing from Cole Popovich. I love what he just said right there. Is that there's a couple of things. One, when you have no problem saying, look, we're not just preaching toughness in our room. We want to be the reason that others look at us and go, man, that's a tough-ass unit right there. That's a tough-ass team right there. They're saying it openly, almost to where the rest of your team can hold you accountable or laugh at you if you're not living up to that standard. I love that part of it. And to be completely honest with you, it's impossible to be viewed as a tough team, It's impossible to be viewed as a win, lose, or draw. Damn it, they're going to feel us on Monday when they wake up. They're going to know they played the Texans. It's impossible to do that unless your offensive line is a physical group. We don't have any quit in us whatsoever. We are going to drive you. We're going to fight you until every single whistle, and even sometimes we may fight you a little bit past the whistle. If we got a double team, we're going to absolutely punish you. It's impossible to create what Popovich is talking about, and ultimately what DeMeco Ryans wants his team to be. The defense is there, but it's impossible as a team to be viewed the way they want to be viewed without an offensive line that leads the way. And so I love what we're hearing from Cole Popovich. I love what we've heard about Cole Popovich from players in particularly, and I just believe it. I think it's authentic. I think it's real. I think it's what he's preaching. You know, the other thing about Cole Popovich, and I've looked at this probably through a negative lens way too much, but the fact that Cole Popovich was in that room when it was so bad last year, I think is a huge advantage for DeMeco Ryans in his attempt to rebuild this offensive line. I mean, Cole Popovich knows the guys that weren't cut from the cloth that they need them to be cut from. I think he was very aware of the guys that were standing in the way of this offensive line becoming what DeMeco Ryans and Cole wanted to become, and probably made the decision to get rid of Laremy Tunsil a little easier that he was still in the room.
So you think because he was there it made it easier?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think him being in that room when things were going south and where things weren't working out tells him a lot about the people that were in that room. And I think him now that he is a coach that's still here and he was hired as the O-line coach, I think it's a real resource for DeMeco Ryans in making decisions like the Laremy Tunsil decision, like parting ways with Shaq Mason, even though you still owed him. I think they still owed him a little bit of money, didn't they?
Trading Kenyon Green. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I just think those are, you know, that's in Cole Popovich. Now, all of that means absolutely nothing if he can't coach football. But it appears that he can coach football. It appears that he relates to his players. It appears that he is going to get more out of his players than Strausser did. So it appears all those things are true. So it looks to be a good fit and a good situation offensively.
That is a route to take there. I am, I'll say this, still skeptical of like him being in the building, him being, there last year, to see it get down like this and to hear all the things that he's saying. It is odd to think that he was handcuffed and didn't have the ability, even as an assistant coach, to coach some of those things like physicality, attention to detail, and eliminate bad football, like he was saying there. So there is still something where I'm like, all right, let's kind of see, but it as you said, it does feel real. Hell, he's been talked about as much as Nick Caley, and the confidence and excitement that people have in him, and the way they're talking about it is as much as Nick Caley. And I feel like we're seeing a different Titus Howard. Especially from a leadership perspective. I know you said it yesterday. We kind of thought like he may fall into more of the Titus Howard or Laremy Tunsil kind of way of things. It's clearly changed. He's not in that space. He is seeming to step up to be a leader, and they are really mixing and matching and giving the conversation that is being drilled into them because they're all saying it. From Andrews to Titus to Laken Tomlinson to all of these guys, they're getting completely drilled, and at least the conversation is being had there. So I think he has shown some things early to I think make me feel like, hey man, this could be what it sounds like they think is a difference maker. It sounds like they think this dude can be a game changer with what they have up front, and not just talking him up.
Well, it just seems authentic, and so call it what you want, but it seems authentic that it's real. You go to practice, you can hear him coaching. He's coaching his ass off. But the assuming they got this right, right? Assuming they got the O-line coach right, and he's as good a coach as everybody thinks. The reality of it is he's got a very impressionable bunch, right? You've got both of your tackles that in a perfect world, Blake Fisher would be one, Ariante Ursary would be one. I'm talking down the road, long term. Like those would be your two bookend tackles, two guys you drafted in the second round. You've got two young and unproven centers. You got Titus Howard, who just moved from tackle and is I think probably for the first time wholeheartedly committed to playing guard. Juice Scruggs is a second-round pick that's a center guard, inside offensive lineman that is obviously needs to develop and mature and grow. And so he's got an impressionable group and could make a huge impact on this organization, again, assuming that all the things we're hearing are spot on about him.
No, I better right now than I did when the hire was made. And I'll be honest, completely transparent, that for me, Clint, is probably different from Nick Caley. Nick Caley, I'm probably in the same boat that I was when he was hired.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick Caley, lip service
for me personally.
Lip service and a tad bit of practice doesn't do a whole lot for an offensive coordinator. When his value is going to be, or lack thereof, is going to come to fruition on game day, on Sundays. He can be great throughout training camp. And then when Sunday hits, boy, all of a sudden we got some issues, game plan, we got some issues, play calling, we got some issues, game management, we got some issues protecting the quarterback or running the ball. It's going to be that. It's going to be a Sunday afternoon regular season when we realize what we've got in Nick Caley.
All right, one of the biggest NFL offseason stories has finally come to an end. We'll share you the latest. That just happened in the last 10 minutes. We'll share the latest with you on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
SportsRadio.com.
You play to win the game.
It's Texans Training Camp. Elementary Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I did look him up, and I will get to this this story coming up. By the way, coming up behind us is Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that. I said some good gems last night. I heard my man within the first 10 minutes of the show. Johnny Harris said, "Damn it, Ariante Ursery, from what he's watched, what he's looked at, what he's seen, he thinks he's going to be one of the five starting offensive linemen." So they always have some good interviews out there as well. So that's coming up behind us. So stay tuned for that, as well as after that. I see Sean Bijani back there working hard. Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, Area 45. They will hold it down for you as they take you into the weekend tonight. They'll also have a little post-game show as hopefully the Astros can take care of business and even up this series against the A's. I'm sure they'll be talking about some of the injury news, in particular with Brandon Walter. If you just missed it, Brandon Walter placed on the IL. That is a major league lead in terms of players being placed on the IL with left elbow inflammation. He said as of now there is no structure, no ligament damage, as they did take an MRI, but I'm sure they will catch you up with more than that. Now, Tyler did say when he left, Clint, that he would have best bets. Now, I don't see his best bets for today, Clint, but I do have the ones from yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Since he's not here, I'm okay with doing this.
I know he's at least blown through 4. I know he at least missed 3. He got one. The one he did get, he had the over on the Padres and Cardinals. It was over 8 minus 110. That final was 9-7. So I know he got that.
Well, he got the A's Astros under, wasn't that? What did that total end up? 5 what?
Oh yeah. So he did get the under. Yeah, he got
7.
5-2. So he got 2 of those. I'm sorry, I thought he took the over on that 9, but he got 2 of those. He didn't get the Astros money line. He didn't get Altuve, and I don't believe he got the Padres +1. I think he wasn't. I think he was in the red. Padres lost 9-7 last night.
That means he did not get Padres +1.
Now that come to think about it,
I was fixing to look at the score and say,
think about 9-7. No, he did not grab that. So to finish things off, so 2 days in the green, 2 days in the red this week.
So, but I mean, he made it a point yesterday about this time to hit that old hot mic in there and say, "I will."
He did.
I will.
I can't find him.
Have them Friday bets in there.
I can't find him. Maybe I'll go look right now. Maybe he put him up on his right now. Nope. You know what he has pinned? He has that damn video of him gyrating.
Well, yeah, did you see how many views it has? I mean, he's pushing the hell out of it. He's retweeting that thing. I mean, about 3 times a week. I'm getting every one of them.
15 retweets on that bad boy.
And how many of them are him?
I don't know. I can't check it. He's retweeting that sucker. There it is. But yeah, a tough week. Tough week. Actually, it's probably a better week than he has had prior. But tough week. But that's all right.
Probably should have let me make the bets.
I'm telling you, man. He was to a place where he was ready to give up and do that. But that's no best bets apparently tonight. From T-Mill, as he has taken care of things with his pops. That's more important anyway, but let the record show he did slam the table and say that he would have best bets and did not do so. All right, this is just in, Clint, according to Adam Schefter, and this is puts an end to one of the biggest off-season stories that was happening here the last couple of months or last couple of weeks. Just in, former Texas A&M Aggies and the Cincinnati Bengals, Clint, have finally reached an agreement on a 4-year, fully guaranteed $18.97 million contract that includes $10.4 million signing bonus. Now, every 2025 first-round pick has a deal, and there was some weird stuff that was trying to go within this contract. Where the Bengals were trying to protect themselves in a way that has never been done in any first round, any contract ever. I don't even think this was in Tyreek Hill's contract. Any contract we've ever seen, but finally they reach an agreement. He has now missed a week of training camp, but finally they reach an agreement there as this is finally over and this kid can get in the camp.
Well, I mean, Shamar Stewart's definitely got a bright spotlight shined on him right now. I mean, just being a first-rounder was nice and cool, and we're not talking about any first-rounders around the league except for one right now that just signed his deal. So get on in camp and wreck shop, and this may work out as a positive.
What, did the Bengals get anything did they get anything they wanted? Like, did this, like, I would love to know what the negotiation was, and is this just a deal in which they finally just caved? Because clearly whatever that was about them trying to put restrictions to get money back if certain things happen, which has never been in any kind of rookie contract like that before, and now they've given a fully guaranteed $19 million.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what ended up coming of it. I mean, look, I think at some point there will be, you know, we changed and went from, hey, nobody's ever had a fully guaranteed to giving away fully guarantees or awarding, fully guaranteed. Now they're giving full guarantees to rookies that have never played an NFL down, and so at some point the verbiage in the contracts is going to change and it's going to protect the league to some degree. But when the team, I guess, not the league. But I mean, the last time I heard a Bengals, who was it? The CEO or who was the old man that was speaking?
Mike Brown?
Yeah. Is he the owner?
He's the owner. Yeah.
I mean, he's talking about, well, we got to protect ourselves. If some guy's in jail, then we don't want to be paying them guaranteed money. It's like, I mean, I don't know if that's the way to make your point.
I thought that was Jerry Jones that said that.
No. Well, Jerry did have some comments about Micah, but the Bengals owner came out and said some things.
Jerry went with hit with a truck. I think that was that was Jerry, hit with a truck. No, yeah, Mike.
But Mike was. I mean, look, and there's. I mean, his point was, I think, probably valid. Of like, hey, give yourself some protection of where, if you sign a guy, especially a rookie that's never played for you, and he ends up being. Like the kid that's here in Houston now, the Arnett kid, give yourself some level of protection if he goes off the deep end. But I don't know that going about it this route was the right way.
Is this what you're going to do every year now?
And I'm going to be honest with you. Like, even he as the owner he even said, like, I don't know why he's doing it. I don't know why we're doing it. What are we doing? Let's just get beyond it and get the kid in camp. And here we are.
Yeah, he finally caved in this thing. And as someone texted in or tweeted off of the announcement, now what are they going to do with old Trey Hendrickson, who is just chilling? Trey Hendrickson, who also came out. I mean, he is really putting it out with the deal. Trey said, "I'm not even asking for top value." Now, he even came out. He came out and said that, which I'm sure his agent loved. Yeah, man, I don't even care about top value. I just want to be fairly paid. And wow, what's going on over there with the Cincinnati Bengals? But as we continue things on, what was this challenge J.J. Watt did? I saw him. I know he's at the Brewers game. I didn't see that first pitch. Was it a good one?
It was. He one-hopped it. He threw a little. It was flat. It was a little harder than most. And he I think the guy that was catching had to scoop it. But
this ain't nothing going to follow him.
Right? No. It looked good. It was a good action. It was a good action, and it looked like he was actually had thrown a baseball a time or two off the mound. J.J. Watt went 9 beers, 9 hot dogs in 9 innings. He went 9 beers, 9 hot dogs in 5.5 innings.
Oh, he did it in 5.5.
5.5 innings.
That's what I try to tell you.
I mean, it seems like a lot.
Listen. Obviously, I know JJ is a bigger man, but
not as big as I thought he was when he came to practice the other day.
Check that. Bigger man. I outweigh JJ, but clearly,
I thought you were going to go the route that you're just as good a man. He's just a little better football player. But you're saying you're actually bigger than him. Well, outweigh him.
I mean, that's not far off. But no,
I thought you were going to go there, man. I was going to give you credit.
Hurricane Harvey, Houston Food Bank. I don't know, but no, he did it in 5.5 because I saw he was 5 of the beers down in 2 innings.
He was really comfortable with it. I watched him eat the ninth. I watched him eat the 9th hot dog.
Like he wasn't fighting it. It wasn't like
it was easy peasy.
You think he could have gone? He could have gone 10,
no question.
10.
No question. 9 innings. Yeah, he could have gone probably 12.
5. Yeah, 5. Man, he just said, man, there had to be a point he got in there. He said, "Oh, this is easy. I'm gonna knock this out. This is the third one." Third one? Yeah.
I don't think I'd have it in me.
Yes,
and I like to eat.
Glenn, I am
9 hot dogs, bro.
Glenn, I am certain.
I'd feel like a
oh, you would feel
bag of dog crap.
You would feel that way. You would feel that. Man, there's somebody line up 9 silver bullets in front of you.
Oh, the beer. I'm not worried about the beer. The beer would be easy.
And the hot dogs, rush them down.
That's a lot of bread, man.
9 innings over 2 hours. You got that. You got that easy. Especially you get yourself in a good pace. You go three hot dogs, 3 beers in that first 2 innings, and set yourself up. You knock that down. That's easy. I got confidence. I don't know if Colin can do it, but I'm certain you can.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say hell no to that.
Why'd he come into it like that? I'm gonna say.
Is it the beer or the hot dog, Colin?
Well, first of all, I don't drink beer, so I just don't know what's a good substitute because water's kind of cheating.
No, it's all cheating. Yeah, Reggie tried to do shots. No.
Yeah, I remember
that.
that.
He did. No, man. No,
Reggie's
get out of
just
here.
trying to get drunk.
Yeah, trying to get drunk, man. Get you some Natty Lights, or get you some Michelob Ultras and get them in real life.
Natty Light.
Natty Light, yeah, I do.
Banging out my kinfolk or what?
I'll go out there and bang out Milwaukee's worst. I'll do that. Give me some Bud Ice. I crush that thing. I don't want Bud Ice. All right, Clint, great job as always. Colin, shout out to you. Great job, Tyler. He'll be in on Monday. I am Ron the